Lover's POV. Today is one of the most important days I will ever experience in my life. The entire Nightfall pack has been busy setting up the day for me since 6 a.m. One of my Omega servants approached me with a beautiful box covered in red velvet. I gently opened it to reveal the most expensive set of jewelry I had ever seen. "Help me put it on," I stated bluntly. "Yes, Miss Aurora." Several of my Omega servants walked over, heads bowed in respect, and began to dress me. I lowered myself in front of my mirror, gently lifting the hem of my skirt as I sat so I wouldn't crush it. My golden hair was curled perfectly, making it arch over my face and drape softly behind me. My makeup was done by the most precise artists who made my eyelashes look so long and full, then paired them with a bold red lipstick to give me a sophisticated yet charming look. I added a small amount of highlighter to my cheeks and collarbones to completely prepare me for the engagement party. Finally, adding the jewelry from my mother, I felt dazzling. The red gems matched near perfectly with the red of my dress. A smile of satisfaction lit up my face at the thought. I'm ready to begin this new chapter of my life. Today is the day I finally get engaged to my boyfriend, an alpha who holds a lot of power in the Nightfall pack. My pack, the Swiftfoot pack, and his, the Nightfall pack, have always been close. We played together as children because of this bond between our packs. At 16, we declared our love for each other and promised we would be together for our entire lives. Today is the day we can cement that promise. I'm beyond excited. "Aurora, I have the schedule for today," an Omega declared after gently knocking on the door and walking in, her head bowed. I was still letting the servants handle most of the decorations for the day, so they were in and out of my room with updates constantly. I didn't reach out to take the schedule. I just nodded clearly once and said, "Read it to me." She immediately began reading. It was nothing more than the traditional ceremony content, but I still listened closely. After all, I didn't want any issues at my perfect engagement party. "Afterwards, you and Alpha need to drink the moon goddess's wine together and pray for your wolves." Upon hearing this, I looked up sharply. The Omega who was carefully rearranging my necklace startled and pulled on the arm of the Omega who was reading. "Sorry, Miss Aurora, I think there may have been a mistake. I will rewrite the schedule." The Omega squeaked. I looked up at the two of them and calmly nodded. I could see the fear in their eyes and said nothing to quell it. I knew they feared I would be angry. After all, talking about praying for my wolf is absolutely useless when I don't even have a wolf. Being an alpha's daughter only made this fact more embarrassing. I'm already 18, and most wolves experience their first transformation when they are 16. On my 16th birthday, I was completely prepared to do the same. My father held a grand banquet in my honor that the entire pack attended. I had invited all my teachers and classmates to come enjoy this special moment with me. We counted down for the bell at 12 while cheering. However, I never transformed. I waited until noon the next day, just in case, but still nothing happened. Even now, I can still remember the sneers from classmates. My banquet became a joke throughout the whole school. Only Henry and Daisy stood up for me when I was at my lowest. Henry, the son of the Alpha, and Daisy, the daughter of the Beta. Both are from the Nightfall pack, my two closest friends. The three of us have been completely inseparable since we were children. Henry approached me while Daisy was criticizing those who were jeering at me. The best things always take the most time. With them on my side, I began to silently wait for my wolf. I waited until I was 18 before I began to give up hope. Both of my best friends had their transformations at 16. Why do I have to wait? Fortunately, they were always there. Daisy is still my best friend, and Henry always reminds me that whether we are fated mates or not, he will still be with me for a lifetime. Having this kindness from both of them made my heart feel lighter. So what if I don't have my wolf? I can still become the Luna of the Nightfall pack. Thinking about the role I was soon to take on made me desperate to go see Henry as soon as possible. I'm so excited to see his face when he sees my dress and jewelry. I told the servants to leave me so I could walk to Henry's study alone. I rush up the stairs and quickly pull out my phone to check that my hair is still in perfect condition. As I was busily perfecting my hair, a strange sound came out of nowhere, startling me. Oh my God, this is amazing. Mm. Is that a woman moaning? Who would be bold enough to have sex in an alpha's study? I padded softly over to the door and carefully turned the handle, only pushing the door enough to make a gap to look inside. Instantly, my eyes widened. It felt as if all of my blood had frozen in my veins. I'm almost sure I can't breathe. Aurora's POV. It was Daisy, my Daisy, having sex with my fiancé. I'm trembling. The anger won't let me release my phone from my grasp. I'm holding it so tight, it feels as if it's embedded in my palm. I know there must be pain in my hand right now, but I can even feel it. I am so numb yet so angry at the same time. Looking back in the room sends a chill running down my spine. It feels like a lightning bolt. My hand is still clutching the doorknob, and I'm so close to pushing it open fully, running into the room and punching both of them. But I feel like my feet are glued to the floor. My heart feels like someone is trying to crush it, and I still can't breathe. What am I supposed to do now? Run in and question them about everything, ask how long they have been doing this? Or do I just cancel the engagement party immediately? No, it was them who betrayed me. Why should I endure being the laughingstock again? If I cancel the party, all eyes fall on me. I lose my reputation with the pack. Not this time. They will be the ones to take this fall. I force my breathing to slow, and finally my mind clears. I'm still holding my phone with a camera. I flipped my camera to face them and began to record these traitors. They are far too busy in the study to notice me. Henry had lifted Daisy's entire body above himself. He looked like a terrifying beast. He was thrusting harder now while Daisy calls out his name with a completely flushed face. They didn't even care if anyone would hear them anymore. In a few hours, you will be engaged to Aurora. Aren't you happy? Daisy said through a gasp. Henry only smirked down at her as he lifted her leg onto his shoulder. I finally managed to shut the recording off and bolt from the door. Finally freeing myself from the situation, I allowed the tears to fall. I stopped caring about my makeup. I felt stupid for even thinking I looked beautiful. I ran to the garden to find an empty corner and try to settle my mind. I found a bench in front of a flower bed to sit on, holding myself in a hug, desperately trying to pull myself back together. It was an impossible task. I kept wiping my eyes, however. The more I did it, the more I cried. I wanted to avoid getting any marks on my dress, but my tears were streaking the mascara across my face. My heart is shattering. I can't help reliving all of these images in my mind over and over. I still couldn't breathe. How did everything come to this? Those words he said are ringing in my mind again. You know I've always loved you, Daisy. This man, who had always shown me his love since we were both so young, is now saying those exact same words while fucking my best friend. Damn it. My phone beeped at me twice, and I wiped my eyes before opening the messages, one from Henry and another one from Daisy, sent one after the other. Henry, how are the preparations going, my love? Daisy, congratulations on your engagement, my darling best friend and closest sister. I'll be at the venue in half an hour. I can't wait to see you. I felt my jaw clench as I read the messages. The irony of everything flooded through me. If I hadn't found their affair myself, I never would have known anything was wrong at all. I would never have known that my fiancé was having sex with my best friend. What a terrifying thought. I let myself look at their messages for a long time, then allowed myself some time to remember all of the experiences we had together. When Henry confessed his love to me, I worried that it would ruin the group's dynamic. We were always together, but I truly was overthinking it. When Daisy found out we were together, she only wished me true happiness. We still went on our weekly shopping trips and spoke every single day. As Henry and I grew closer, I never noticed a change in his and Daisy's relationship. Her status was different to ours, leading to her experiencing a lot of bullying. Henry was always the first to stand up to her. It always made me proud to know that he was willing to stand for anyone. A man I was willing to see as a leader. Whenever I was mocked for my lack of transitioning, Daisy was always the first to stand up for me and speak out. I always felt so happy having an amazing boyfriend and best friend who loved and supported me. But now I know all of this is just a lie. They got together behind my back. I never could have seen it coming. I rested my hand against my necklace from my mother. It served as a harsh reminder that my life was falling apart. My life was finally about to begin. All of my work from studying and training was finally about to pay off. I was ready to step into my place as a Luna. It all feels like a cruel joke. No, I can't let them get away with it. They must be punished. Thinking about the video I had recorded, a plan formed in my mind. I grabbed my phone and replied to Daisy's message. Then I opened Henry's chat, sent him a selfie, and set off towards the study. Then I set my plan in motion. I sent a message to one of the Omegas who were preparing the party. Aurora, Henry asked me to change the video that we want to play at the party. Please take me to where I need to be to change it. My phone pinged with a reply. You're as beautiful as the moon goddess herself, my love. I can't wait to kiss your rosy cheeks at our engagement ceremony. I couldn't help but cringe at his reply, but quickly sent him a message back. Me. I hope you'll be even more happy at our engagement ceremony. Aurora's POV. The evening finally rolled around. The ceremony had begun. I stood next to Henry, my face covered in fresh makeup. The makeup on my eyes was heavier to cover the redness from crying. I had rearranged my clothing and jewelry to cover everything up, any evidence of me crying. I put the beautiful ruby jewelry my mother gave me back into the box. It didn't deserve to be marred by an occasion like this. Oh, Aurora, where has that beautiful ruby necklace you were wearing gone? Henry questioned. As he spoke, he gently took my hand like he usually did and gently dropped a kiss to my ear. The feeling of him kissing only made me think about how he was kissing Daisy just hours ago. I suppressed the urge to pull my hand out of his. Looking up at him with a smile that was barely there, I said, I just didn't like the color of it anymore. I didn't feel like it complimented me. So I took it off. Henry only smiled and nodded back at me casually. I could tell he didn't care about the topic. He just wanted to make small talk. Aurora, I'm here! A female voice that used to bring me joy and comfort appeared behind the door. She walked in, also wearing red for some reason. But what made it worse was the ruby necklace she was wearing. My gaze turned hard as I grabbed at my skirt to help myself stay calm. This bitch deliberately wore clothes that looked just like mine. I can even guess where she saw my outfit originally. Before I got a chance to speak, Henry greeted her as usual and handed her a glass of champagne. Daisy thanked him with a warm smile as they began a conversation. The scene hurt, but I was so used to him turning all his attention on her when she entered the room. Daisy often imitated my style. She originally had beautiful brown hair, then dyed it the same golden color as mine. I thought it was because we always acted like sisters. We even had matching outfits that we bought together. I always viewed her and Henry's relationship as a friendly one. No matter how they behaved, I always put it down to them being good friends. But I see it all now. Everything is falling into place. Oh, honey, don't be too nervous. You look beautiful. Daisy must have noticed that I hadn't spoken in a while and thought it was just me being nervous about the ceremony. She walked over and took my hand. You are the most beautiful woman in the room today, my love, Henry said from the other side of me. Usually having them both surrounding me would bring me a lot of comfort. Right now it only disgusts me. The second most beautiful woman today? That's me. Daisy joked, causing Henry to laugh. But I couldn't laugh along like usual. Seeing their harmony, I felt stupid. In the past, we often held hands and joked around like this. I thought it would be like this forever, but now their pack will see them for the traitors they are. Then I'll be able to go back to my own pack and forget all about this. The ceremony began as usual. The host guided us into the positions we should sit in as Alpha and Luna. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't hold that beautiful position knowing what I know now. I want to stand so we can watch our commemorative video carefully. I spoke in a low but gentle voice to the host, who understood straight away. He began the video that was supposed to be a display of all our most loving moments. Oh, Henry, come inside me, please. A woman's moans rang out, and all of the guests stared at the screen completely in shock. There, clearly displayed, was their great Alpha Henry having sex with another woman on his desk. They also started to notice that the woman in the video was amongst the guests. My moon goddess, is that the Alpha with another woman? In his study room as well. How daring. All around the room the whispers grew. Soon all eyes were locked on us. I looked over at Henry and Daisy with complete satisfaction. Their faces have turned pale. Daisy turned as if to bolt from the room before realizing she was blocked in by other guests. Henry stood in a rush and grabbed my hand. "Aurora, please, I can explain. It was a mistake." The glare I turned against him was icy. I'm done listening to his bullshit. I shook off his hand and confidently walked to the front of the hall. "Hello, everyone. My name is Aurora Frost, the daughter of the Swiftfoot Pack's Alpha." All eyes were on me, but it wasn't because I was being shamed for a change. I continued my speech. "I'm sorry to inform you that the ceremony today will be canceled. Mr. Henry Cooper and I will have nothing to do with each other from now on." An uproar ripped through the audience. Henry rushed over to me in a panic and grabbed my arm. His neck began to flush as he spoke. "Aurora, this is all a misunderstanding. You know that I've always loved you and would never hurt you like this intentionally." "You know that I've always loved you, Daisy," rang out from the video that was still playing. I couldn't help but sneer at him. He looked embarrassed, but still refused to let go of my arm. "Henry, what do you think you are doing?" a voice said sharply, but was laced with pain. Henry's mother began walking towards us, pure anger in her eyes. She pulled Henry away from me. I let them move away freely. I was so glad his mother stepped in. She had always been kind to me. This opinion quickly changed, however, when she approached me and whispered, "Aurora, it's just sleeping with one insignificant woman. Is it truly worth all this fuss?" She knew it was Daisy. I knew that she knew. But apparently that didn't matter. Me embarrassing her son mattered more. I looked at her and her beloved son, trying my best to not immediately begin screaming at them. Just as my temper was about to break, Beta John rushed towards us in a panic. "Alpha, something is wrong. The Timberwolf Pack is attacking us." Edward's POV. "How long are you going to keep messing around? Come back this instant." My father's shouts were deafening as they rang out of my phone. "Still as hot-tempered as ever, Dad," I reply, my tone indifferent. I leant back in my chair and threw my feet onto my desk. The day I became an adult, I moved straight out of the main territory of the Timberwolf Pack. I developed a home for myself on another stretch of territory under my name. Just to get away from the madman my father was quickly becoming, I can see nothing has changed. He calls every few days to shout about something meaningless, then gets even more annoyed when I don't shout back. "I have a meeting?" I'm hanging up. I easily ignored my father's angered roar and hung up the phone. Taking a minute to rub my temples and settle my mind, I finally looked up at Beta Blake. He had been obediently standing in front of me the entire time. I raised my eyebrow at him and gestured at the chair in front of me. "Sit down and give your report." "No, it's not proper," Blake stated in a serious tone. He reminds me of my father in that way. I couldn't help but roll my eyes and wave my hand to get him to report quickly. "I get this report every week. Since leaving the main territory, I created my territory. I turned a once desolate area into a thriving pack. I had taken strides to strengthen the economy and the personal strengths of all who lived under me. I never made the information about my pack public. Due to how controlling my father was, I knew if he ever found out about my pack, he would want to use it to invade more territory for him. He loves forcing people into doing things like that. My life is comfortable, but boring. I occasionally find a woman to pass the time, but that caused issues with my reputation. Yet, after all, I am the alpha of the Timberwolf Pack now. There will always be eyes on me. But at this point, who cares? I leant back to listen to the report that is nearly identical each week. Boredom overtakes me as I rest my head against my hand. An engagement ceremony is being held in the Nightfall Pack today. Wait, did you say Nightfall Pack? Yes, I tapped my chin in thought. After all, I still have some scores to settle with that pack. Hearing that Henry is getting engaged today has annoyed me. Why not crash his special day? We have let them rest for a long time recently, I stated while standing and straightening up my clothes, beginning to feel excited about everything. We seized their resources just last week, Alpha. I paused to straighten my tie. Looking at Blake, I tried to get a read on him. I never could tell if he was serious or not. 1 week is long enough. Let's go. I skillfully led a few of my pack members towards the Nightfall territory. We soon pulled up just in front of the small pack. Nightfall's current territory is pitifully small. The old alpha, Henry Cooper's father, was an effective leader. He put his focus on strengthening the pack rather than expanding. A smart man. But it still isn't good enough in my eyes. I narrowed my eyes and began to tap the ring I wore on my left hand. Mother, I promise I will make the pacts that hurt you disappear. Starting with Nightfall, I always disliked them anyway. As the car rolled to a complete stop, Blake opened my door. I stepped out of the car and took in the exquisitely decorated pack house. A smirk spread across my face. Let's give the new couple a surprise. You guys are from the Swiftfoot pack. You can't come in. It was enjoyable to see the fear in their eyes. It's good that they remembered me. If I had wiped out the Nightfall pack all at once, it would have been much less fun. I flashed them my usual smile and looked down at the guards who had already drawn their weapons. Let's only take a few people back today. Blake and his men rushed forward and subdued the guards. I planted my foot on the chest of the leader and smiled down at him. Where is the ceremony? Fortunately, Nightfall's territory is small enough that we easily maneuvered ourselves to the banquet hall. We had brought the guards along with us. I kicked the door open and took great pleasure in the terrified faces of the dressed-up people. The hall was uncomfortably quiet, except for the strange noises coming from the screen. I turned to see Henry having sex with a woman on the screen. The noises must have been her moaning. I couldn't help but whistle at the scene. Evidently, I missed a very interesting party. Edward Anderson. Shouldn't you be calling me Alpha Edward? Henry gritted his teeth with pure anger. I was somewhat dissatisfied with his lack of respect. He used to be such a respectful boy. I wonder what happened. I looked over to Blake and had him bring the captured guards in front of Henry. Henry's face turned beet red as his Beta John walked over to prepare to fight us head-on. I moved to crouch to prepare to transform and fight. I wouldn't usually fight in such a crowded place, but needs must. From the corner of my eye, I spotted a red figure moving gracefully towards the entrance. Who would be that bold? I frowned as I looked over. It was a beautiful woman. In heavy makeup, long golden hair, and beautiful green eyes that shone like glass. The mole at the side of her lip made her look even more charming. I could hear my wolf whistling inside me, my heart beat violently along with the sound. When did the Nightfall pack gain such a beautiful woman? Aurora's POV. The Timberwolf pack? I was stunned to hear that name. My parents often mentioned that pack. Very powerful after developing from a small pack. They had been hostile with the Nightfall pack for decades, especially after the brutal Dark Dawn years ago. The struggle between the packs had slowed for a while, but the friction flared again when the Timberwolf pack welcomed a new alpha. Edward Anderson. Boom. A loud noise echoed from the door to the hall as a group of people stormed in. Edward Anderson! Henry gritted his teeth beside me. I followed his gaze. My heart began to beat faster. The man at the front of the group seemed to emit an aura of power. His face was so attractive that I couldn't help but be drawn to it. He had deep, captivating brown eyes that trapped anyone who looked into them. Below his straight nose were thin lips that curved slightly upwards, as if he was always smiling naturally. His messy, dark brown hair fell over his forehead, highlighting the contours of his sharp, defined jawline. He wore a gray suit that must have been expensive. His collar was open, revealing his sexy Adam's apple and just a hint of his collarbones. Everyone knew about Edward's playboy attitude. Due to how vast and powerful his pack was, many women wanted a relationship with him. He was known to be both a lover of pleasure and an incredibly hard worker. He split his time between entertaining women and growing the power of his pack. Now I understood why so many women were attracted to him, just from catching a glance at his face. Release them. Henry's angered bark brought me back to reality. I understood why he was furious, but it felt deserved. He ruined what was supposed to be the best day of my life, and now his greatest enemy comes to knock on the door. I cleared my mind and realized I had done all I could. If these two packs decided to fight, it wouldn't benefit me or my pack members in any way. I had to regroup with all my pack members in attendance and discuss any countermeasures. Thinking about this, I didn't pay any attention to the scene and lifted my skirt to walk away and find my pack members. Suddenly, I could feel someone's gaze directly on my face. I looked up instinctively and was met with those deep brown eyes. I shook my head to break the stare and began to walk away, until my wrist was grabbed by Henry. "Aurora, don't leave. Wait until I've handled this and let me explain everything to you." "What do you need to explain? This is none of my business anymore. We have settled everything between us," I said coldly, trying to move forward. However, he held my wrist with his wolf strength and shifted his tone dangerously. "If you leave, your pack members will be finished." I frowned and was about to cut in when Edward, obviously dissatisfied with being ignored, kicked one of the guards in the leg, making him release a terrible scream that echoed through the hall. Henry's face shifted into an even more angry expression. I had never heard of Edward causing this much trouble before. Usually, he would tease Henry by taking resources and men while knowing Henry wasn't powerful enough to stop it. Especially this time when Henry was so caught off guard, his chances of winning were slim to none. Finally, it appeared that logic won in Henry's mind. His demeanor became more respectful, though it was obvious that it was forced. "Alpha Edward, please release my members. In exchange, we offer you supplies." "But I don't want supplies today." Edward raised an eyebrow and flashed a seemingly friendly smile. However, the friendly effect was greatly diminished by his foot still being pressed against the guard's leg. Henry near choked on his shock and looked around the room at the guests. He was so afraid of losing even more face that he remained silent for a short while before speaking again. "Then please tell me what you want. I'll do my best to provide it, but I hope you won't cause trouble at my engagement party." When the words "engagement party" came from his mouth, I couldn't resist rolling my eyes. Edward seemed to notice as he dropped into a low, sexy laugh. "Then I want your engagement party," he said. "You," Henry said in shock. Frankly, I didn't care. After what he put me through, I wanted him to have a hard time. I wrapped my arms around myself and took 2 steps forward fearlessly, meeting Edward's gaze. "Unfortunately, his engagement has already been ruined by me," I stated. Edward's face was stunned for just a moment before he burst out laughing. "That is unfortunate indeed. Then I will let this beautiful lady tell me what I should take instead." His eyes were roaming all over my body as he looked at me. He wore just a hint of a smile. It made me slightly uncomfortable, but I didn't let it affect my strength. This man was exactly like the rumors, a true playboy who flirted constantly. However, I looked to where Edward was standing, tightly blocking the entrance. Behind me were Henry and his mother, who was still pestering the 2 of us. I was nervous about getting my pack members out of this situation. We are much weaker than these 2 forces, especially if they both turned against us. "I'm not from this pack as far as I'm concerned. Take whatever you want. My only request is that you let me and my pack members go," I stated firmly. "Oh?" He raised his charming eyes and looked towards me. "That must mean Henry's fiancé must be a member of your pack." I furrowed my brow, surprised that he had no intention of letting my members go. After cursing under my breath, I began to let my mind circulate. I had nothing to rely on Harry for anymore, and Edward was shooting me such a sly look as if he wanted to play me too. Why not feed this chaos? "Fiancé? No, I'm not his fiancé anymore. Not now, not ever." I saw him raise an eyebrow, a mischievous smile playing at his lips as if he wanted to cut in with a jab. Quickly, I laughed and cut in. "If you want, I could even be your fiancé." Aurora's POV. "Aurora!" Henry near squeaked from behind me. The shock caused his voice to break. The momentary shock on Edward's face gave me satisfaction. The way his face gently shifted to interest caught my eye. I had heard he was a fan of the unexpected. After all, he was the son of one of the most powerful packs and held his own territory. His life was a lot more smooth sailing than I think he would like it to be. I was hoping my actions would catch his attention and allow me to free my pack members from the situation. "It's a good proposal. I may even take you up on the offer." His face lit up with a smile that was becoming very familiar to me. His eyes were focused completely on me. It was clear that Henry didn't agree. He yanked my wrist in front of him quickly. The force made my ankle twist in my heels and nearly knocked me over. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew my hair upwards, and a gray figure appeared next to me instantly. The hand quickly released my wrist. I managed to glance over my shoulder to see Edward grasping onto Henry's wrist. No matter how Henry tried to move, Edward's grasp stopped him sharply. It felt like all this happened in only a second. Edward was surprisingly strong. I had seen how strong Harry could be. His wolf was very strong for his age, but he was fully restrained by Edward with just one hand. "Alpha Edward, what are you doing?" I had never seen Harry look like this. His expression was a mix of fear and anger. He looked ugly, monstrous. Glancing into the crowd, I spotted Daisy, pale with fear and wishing she never attended this party. Good. She deserves to be afraid. "I accept this lady's proposal," Edward shouted to the crowd. "Never lay your hands on my wife-to-be again." He barked at Henry before throwing him down in front of the crowd. Many of the guests gasped around the hall, although no one would dare say anything. It was a great shame for an alpha to be thrown by another alpha in public. Edward was so unaffected by throwing Henry that he even took the time to tidy his sleeves before looking at me. A hand appeared in front of me in a gentlemanly position, as an offer to take his arm. Looking up his long and powerful fingers, I came to meet a wonderfully smiling face. The gentle fragrance from his unbuttoned shirt surprised me. I'm not sure why, but I never expected him to have good taste in perfume. As a daughter of an alpha, I was well trained in ladylike manners. I lifted my skirt gently and dipped into a curtsy, then gently placed my hand into his. He gently held my hand and brought it to his lips. The kiss he pressed there was soft and delicate, but as soon as it began, it ended. He moved his face away slowly. I have to say that his face, matched with his gentle bow and kiss, was incredibly pleasing to the eye, just as I thought he was going to hold on to my hand flirtatiously. He politely let go and made a gesture towards the door. The guards who were originally blocking the door separated quickly, forming two neat rows with a space in the middle for us to walk down. "Do you really want to do this, Aurora Frost?" Henry shouted as he stood up, being supported by Beta John. His voice echoed in the silent hall, and every memory with him flooded into my mind. I couldn't connect that gentle, decent man with this hysterical bastard who was standing in front of me. "Henry Cooper, our relationship ends here. I am so disappointed in you and your actions." I spoke calmly but coldly. My volume was perfect for all in the room to hear. Then I strode out of the room with my head held high. As I passed my pack members, I whispered to them to get themselves out of the room quickly and not to worry about me. Edward followed behind me with his beta, not caring that I was walking in front of him. As we were about to reach the door, a figure in red caught my eye. I turned and caught the eyes of Daisy. She stood looking like she was the victim in the situation. She even had the nerve to look at me and silently question why I was doing something so improper. "I hope you never find Henry in his study with another woman. Just warning you, best friends aren't off limits." Daisy couldn't keep the pitiful look on her face for very long after that. Her eyes turned dark as her face twisted in anger. She looked like she wished she could make me disappear. So this is the real her. Gone was my amazing best friend who shared jokes, movie nights, and shopping trips with me. This is who she truly is. I took a deep breath, looked away from her, and stepped out of the hall. From now on, everything about the Nightfall Pack would have nothing to do with me anymore. This was a new starting point for me. Now, I think it's about time I see this legendary Timberwolf pack. I chose to go with Edward for a few reasons. To save my packmates, to irritate Henry, and to learn how this powerful pack was different from my own, Aurora's POV. My pack and the Nightfall pack shared a border. Although we have a lot of territory, we lack the strength to use the space effectively. As much as I was angry that bastard Henry betrayed me, I'm still thankful for what he and his pack offered. Without them, my pack may not have thrived. But now, this support is gone. I know I have to step up as the Alpha's daughter. I may not have my wolf, but I am a good strategist. I will protect my pack and take on the consequences of my actions. Whether I used business, services, or resources, I will always find a way to manage my pack with my abilities. The Timberwolf pack would be a good place to learn. His father, Lucas, came out on top in the Dark Dawn War. He kept that power for his pack and used it to make them the strongest pack around. For some reason, after Edward became an adult, he separated himself from his father and founded another territory for the Timberwolf pack. In just a few years, this young alpha had managed his pack amazingly. It will benefit me to see their operating methods and see how they use it alongside their power. Just as I was getting excited, a familiar scent disturbed my thoughts. Edward's face appeared in front of me, just an inch away from my nose. I could feel his warm breath brushing my cheek. I quickly turned my head away from him, only to hear a click. His arm wrapped around me and snapped my seatbelt into place. How could a man who flirts while fastening a seatbelt manage a pack so well? Edward's car matched his personality. A far too fast, bright red convertible. It matched his desperation for excitement. He refused to let a beta drive. He had settled into the driver's seat, turned on his music, and hummed away to the songs while flying down the road. The evening had already rolled around. I could see the sun setting over the treetops. The wind gently blew against my face, and my tense mind finally relaxed. "Do you like the sunset?" Edward spoke up suddenly. The car had slowed. He was letting me look as much as I wanted to. "It's beautiful. It's been a long time since I've had the chance to take in the scenery." The car had only just slipped out of the Nightfall Pack's territory. The forest surrounding me was still the one I played in as a child. When Henry, Daisy, and I were kids, we used to race to a small hill in the forest to watch the sun go down. It changed when I turned 16. Being wolfless, I put all my energy into developing other skills. Henry and Daisy, however, I don't know when they changed. Maybe they were always this way. It is beautiful. If this is how Edward flirts with all those girls he brings home, he must be relying solely on his looks. I didn't say anything else. Edward didn't seem to care. He only sped up the car. As we approached an intersection, we were greeted by several guards. This must be the border of Edwad's territory. To my surprise, we were driving for a long time before we came across any buildings. The size of this territory is unimaginable. The fact that it's only a sub-territory of the Timberwolf pack made it nearly terrifying. The car slowed to a stop in front of a palace. Edward got out of the car and threw the keys to an Omega stood at the door. The Omega came over and opened my door. I took a few quick steps to catch up to Edward. The hallway from the entrance hall was decorated magnificently, surprising me. I never thought Edward would be the type to value decoration. However, I had some doubts that I would be the only one of Edward's women in the palace. According to the rumors, I would be meeting a group of beautiful women who would come out to greet their alpha. But as we passed through the rooms, I couldn't see a single trace that any women lived here. Many maids greeted us with a respectful curtsy, but there were no other women in sight. I followed Edward to the reception room. He usually gestured at the sofa and then sat down in a chair across from me. Just as I was sitting down, a man with a serious face and formal demeanor walked in holding a teacup. He placed the cup down in front of me, then stood pins straight and spoke. "Hello, Miss Aurora. I am Beta Blake," he stated clearly. "Hello," I replied gently. It was surprising just how different Edward and his Beta were. His Beta was clearly rule-abiding almost to a fault. I smiled politely and nodded towards Blake. Edward, clearly not being one for small talk, cut straight to the point. Just as I was about to pick up my tea, he cut in. "So when will we hold the engagement party?" "What?" My hands began to tremble, and I nearly spilled the tea I was holding. I couldn't help but feel shocked. Although using an engagement as a bargaining chip for my pack members was effective, I didn't think Edward would already be planning the entire engagement party. Before I could form a half-decent answer, he had broken out in a hearty laugh while leaning against the armrest of his chair. He was only trying to fluster me. I was annoyed with myself for letting it work. My phone suddenly vibrated. Glancing at the message, I saw it was from my pack. They had all returned safely. I felt pure relief. If Edward wanted to make things difficult for my pack, he could. I would have no way of dealing with it. Henry had even less chance of saving everyone. He's completely useless. I knew I should thank him. I placed down my cup and looked at him. "My members have all returned safely. Thank you, Alpha Edward." His eyes narrowed slightly. He smiled, but it was colder now. "I let your members and left that party in front of Henry for more than just hearing you say thank you." He was a smart man. He knew I was using him to protect my pack and get back at Henry, but he must have seen enough of an advantage for himself to have brought me back with him. I know he wants something out of this, and I have to find out what it is. Tell me your conditions, Edward. I may be at a disadvantage in this new pack, but I refuse to be timid. I looked him directly in the eye, called him only by his name, and told him I would do anything he asked. He didn't get angry at the disrespect. Instead, he looked almost proud, his mouth slipping into that familiar smile. I need all the information you can give me about the Nightfall Pack. Edward's POV. I've always been curious about the Nightfall Pack. My father, Lucas Anderson, is an undisputed king, especially after his actions in the Dark Dawn War. No one would ever doubt his strength and status. I've never agreed with his methods. We have never been able to see eye to eye about most of anything. One of the things we constantly disagree on is the Nightfall Pack. Our packs are enemies. They have been for as long as I can remember. However, not long ago, a subordinate I had recording my father's every move reported that my father often secretly goes to the Nightfall Pack and then returns within a day. It was far too strange to ignore. After all, why would my father be willing to go to the territory of his biggest enemy from the war? I need to figure out what is going on, and to do that I have to gather more information on the Nightfall Pack. It's the best way to ensure my attack is effective. After witnessing the chaos of the engagement party, Aurora caught my attention. From what I could gather, Henry had an affair, but Aurora's public rejection and how she handled the situation was unexpected. According to the information I had my men collect, she doesn't have a wolf, and her pack's strength is in no place to rival Nightfall's. It's surprising she decided to shame Henry so openly with the video. What are your conditions? I need all of the information you can give me about the Nightfall Pack. She was stunned by my request. To distract her from any warm feelings towards her ex-boyfriend Pack, I leaned in and pressed my upper body against hers. She subconsciously leaned away from me, so I placed my hands on the backrest behind her, caging her in against me. If you don't agree, I can just as easily take the neighboring Swiftwood Pack during my attack. She lit up after the threat, pure anger burning in her beautiful green eyes. I accept this condition. She gently pushed my shoulder with her hand and calmly looked at me with those beautifully expressive eyes. I almost lost my train of thought while staring at them. I stood and made a gesture of invitation, sitting cross-legged on the opposite sofa waiting. I need a pen and some paper. Blake jumped up to grab it. I smirked across at Aurora. I'm going to attack your fiancé's pack. Don't you have anything to say about that? She snorted, then calmly stated, He's not my fiancé anymore, so whatever you do to him has nothing to do with me. I'm willing to give you information, it's just a transaction. I looked at her almost proudly and chuckled. She didn't seem impressed and just ignored me and sipped her tea. Haha, it seems that Aurora knows your reputation well. My wolf laughed at me. You don't have the right to make fun of me, Orion. I shot back at him. Blake quickly came forward with what I had requested. Aurora casually pulled a ribbon from her dress to tie up her shiny golden hair. The red of the ribbon was eye-catching against her gold hair. It reflected her charming and attention-grabbing. She calmly wrote and drew on the paper for over an hour. Out of politeness and being a gentleman, I did not look over at her work, merely took the time to relax and wait for Blake to hand me to documents. I was curious about the amount of information she was writing down. It appeared to be a lot. Okay, she declared as she finished. Placing down the pen, she handed me a sheet of paper. I put down the file I was reading and took the paper from her. It was a map of the entire Nightfall Pack with small annotations marked all over it. She drew this map? Orion exclaimed in my mind. I was just as impressed. The map showed all the terrain of the pack, including every fork in the roads. Each room was labeled in every single building. Key rooms were annotated boldly. As I was examining the map, another paper was handed to me. I looked up to see that Aurora has walked over with a stack of papers for me. Let's make this clear. After you have looked through all of these, you have to send me back to my pack safely. After seeing these, I'm even more reluctant to let you go, my love. Calling her love habitually, but she chose to ignore what I said and handed me another paper. The paper was a list or all the guards in the Nightfall Pack. It detailed where they lived, what time they patrolled, and their patrol route. The shock was even worse this time. The map alone showed that Aurora must have lived in the pack for a long time and was familiar with the terrain. But all the knowledge on the guards was not something that even Henry's fiancé could grasp, let alone someone who had never lived there. "How do you know all this?" I asked. "It's simple." She flicked the haar that had fallen over her eyes back over her shoulder. "All you need is a good pair of observant eyes and a brain." She handed me the remaining papers, which detailed several important pack figures, where they lived, their routines. There was even a menu for the pack's restaurant. Her observation and memory skills were incredibly impressive, along with being very attractive. "I'm satisfied." I organized the papers and placed them back on the table. "How about we make another deal?" "Another deal?" She frowned, slightly dissatisfied with my question. "Yes, would you like to join us in wiping out your ex-boyfriend's pack?" "Join you?" "Yes." "Impossible." I was taken aback. I thought she would at least hesitate, but she refused almost instantly. "Why not? I'm willing to split resources with you. As far as I know, Swiftwood Pack could use some more resources." Edward's POV. She laughed elegantly when she heard what I said. She flicked her skirt out of the way before sitting back down. "Edward, why would I willingly put a time bomb next to my pack?" "A time bomb?" "After you take the Nightfall Pack, you own that territory. Even if I help you, there's no guarantee that you will not turn against my pack later." I chuckled and squinted at her. "Even without your help, it would be easy for me to take down the Nightfall Pack." But to my surprise, she only laughed. Shed didn't even react to the anger my wolf was intentionally releasing. "No, although I don't know why, you seem to need my pack's strength. Otherwise, you wouldn't have asked me to attack with you." My face darkened. This woman was smarter than she showed. Although Timberwolf was a strong pack, half of the pack was still held by my father. If I wanted to figure out what my father was doing, I couldn't enter the territory alone. However, if I had the power of the Swiftwood Pack, I could leverage that against Nightfall. Since Aurora joined me, she had been too calm. I wanted to see what her panic looked like. "If you don't join me in attacking the Nightfall Pack, I will attack both packs. It's up to you what I choose." Aurora's POV. Edward was trying to use the same tactic again. He leant towards me, his scent lingering around him. His proud eyes would be visible if he looked down ever so slightly. If I moved any closer, my nose would touch his chin. He was right. I'm in no position to negotiate with him right now. I'm so frustrated. If I hadn't gotten wrapped up with that bastard Henry, I wouldn't be in this position right now. However, I had something saved just for this moment. I want to show this man that I have more value than he first thought. Inwardly, I was terrified, but I would never let him see that. I tilted my head back and smirked at him. "I think you might be interested in the third option." "Oh?" His face was puzzled as I handed him the final paper I had hidden under the table. He glanced at it quickly. I took great pleasure in the shock on his face. He was silent for a long time, taking in everything I had written. The smirk he usually wore had dropped off his face. After a while, he smiled again and looked down at me. "You keep surprising me." He threw the paper down on the table. It was a map of the Timberwolf Pack along with the guards' schedules and patrol routes. "How did you do this?" "It's simple. I've been observing since I got here. Every Omega and guard who passed by me, as well as the time they passed. I remember. He wasn't angry. He looked proud." "Have you been able to do this since you were a child?" "Of course not." Not having a wolf meant some of my skills were inferior. I always had a strong mind since childhood, so I chose to study hard to improve myself. I sharpened my observation skills and eventually developed the ability to remember everything. It's ironic now that I had developed these observation skills but never discovered Henry and Daisy's affair. Thinking about it made me resent my position. If I didn't have to worry about causing issues for my pack, I could have helped Edward completely wipe out the Nightfall Pack. Edward's voice was magnetic, drawing my attention constantly. "So, you showed me this to demonstrate your abilities?" "Yes," I said, straightening out my clothes and showing him my phone. "I've also sent all this information to my beta. If you try anything, They will immediately make this public. I wonder how many enemies Edward has who are waiting to see him fail? Quite a few. He had recovered from his surprise about the map. He remained nonchalant and kept that smile on his face constantly. It's annoying me. I can't tell if he's taking me seriously or not. Edward, you have what you wanted. Take me back to my pack as we agreed. What happens next has nothing to do with me or my pack. Just as he was about to speak, his deep brown eyes suddenly turned dark red. A beam of light flashed. I knew this was him using his mind link. After only a moment, his brown eyes returned. He barked a laugh and covered his mouth with his hand. That situation is about to change, my love. I frowned, not understanding what he meant, until my phone vibrated. A message arrived from my beta, which I quickly opened. Henry Cooper! I grit my teeth as I shouted his name, unable to maintain my polite demeanor. Edward looked at me calmly and picked up his teacup. I see you have received the news, then. Henry has attacked the Swiftwood pack. He's right at your doorstep. He wasn't wrong. That bastard Henry is leading an attack on my pack. Damn it, we grew up together. How could he do such a thing? My best guess is that Henry will take down Swiftfoot in about 30 minutes. He was looking down at his expensive watch. I grabbed onto my skirt tightly, my palms sweating. He was right. Henry could take down my pack easily. I hadn't considered it as an option. Henry will be despised by all werewolves for attacking my pack after his affair was exposed. How could he be so shameless? I forced myself to calm down. Although Edward was unreliable, he was currently my best choice to save my pack. I'll do it. I'll help you attack the Nightfall pack. Edward made a non-committal noise and stood up, looking down at me. Good, but now I want to change the terms. Damn it! He's taking advantage of the situation. What do you want? He dropped down next to me, throwing his arm around me. You. I want you. Henry's POV. Damn it. Just damn it. Today has been a whirlwind of events that I could have never anticipated. The emotional roller coaster began when my once secret relationship with Daisy was unexpectedly laid bare for all to see. As if that wasn't enough, today took an even more heartbreaking turn as Aurora, the one I had envisioned spending my future with, chose to publicly reject me. The weight of her rejection felt like a heavy blow to my heart, and I struggled to comprehend the sudden and public unraveling of our connection. With my emotions already in disarray, the day's turmoil reached its peak when that bastard Edward, a figure I never thought would cross the threshold of my engagement party, made an unexpected and unwelcome appearance. Frustration welled up within me. I tore off my tie and cast it aside. What was supposed to be a celebration of love and commitment had turned into a chaotic scene. Don't be so upset, Henry. Daisy wandered over to me and took my hand. She was wearing a red dress so similar to Aurora's. All it did was remind me of how beautiful Aurora is. All I can remember is the look Aurora gave me before she left. I feel like I might never be able to get her forgiveness. I'm scared that Aurora won't come back to me, Daisy. Daisy looked awkward for a moment and involuntarily tightened her grip on my hand. I was too lost in my memories to notice. The three of us had grown up together. Aurora has always been an excellent woman, even at 16 when she discovered she had no wolf. For a werewolf, this was a serious flaw. Fortunately, she still had the support of the Swiftfoot pack. Every time I spoke up for her, people's opinions of me improved. I gained many supporters just from defending her. After all, the strong always protect the weak. The same was true for Daisy. I liked Aurora, but I couldn't refuse Daisy. I thought I could keep her a secret until I got too impulsive in the study today. You still have me, Henry, Daisy said, still as understanding as ever, comforting me with a gentle hug to my arm. I put my hand on hers and squeezed tightly. I don't want the three of us to separate, Daisy. Then go get her back. My mother's voice came from the door. Daisy immediately let go of my hand and respectfully stood to the side. Mother, I nodded in greeting. What should I do? Why would I ask that? I already know what I have to do. I have to get Aurora back. After the video was shown at the party, my reputation plummeted. Although no one dared to say it, Edward throwing me had made me a laughingstock amongst my pack. I knew my pack wasn't strong enough to confront Edward. If we lost the support of Swiftwood, we would have no hope. If Aurora and Edward join forces, we will be the first to suffer. My mother smiled at me mysteriously and said, Don't worry about the Timberwolf pack. The main aim now is to get Aurora back. We must have the Swiftfoot pack's territory. I understand, Mother. I didn't know a lot about the feud between my pack and the Timberwolf pack. My parents often said that Edward was just playing around. If he came to steal our resources, we could just give them to him without any worry about the safety of our pack. I knew my parents have a more complicated relationship with the Timberwolf pack, but I couldn't get involved now if only the wedding went smoothly. I could have had a Luna and inherited the position of Alpha. Why not just marry Daisy? My wolf questioned. What are you thinking, Aiden? She's just a Beta's daughter. Daisy's status made her fine to play around with. Her becoming Luna wouldn't bring any benefits to the pack. I patted Daisy on the shoulder. Wait here for me. I'll handle this. Henry? I could hear her anxious voice behind me. She wanted to say something more, but I have no energy to listen to her right now. I ordered my Beta to gather the guards and form a team. We marched toward the entrance to the Swiftfoot pack. Aurora, if I can't win you back, I'll just have to think of another way. If you don't come back to me, I'll burn this place to the ground. Swiftfoot's Beta appeared with a group behind him. They all looked weak. I hoped the Beta had passed on the message. After all, I didn't want to attack the pack. All I wanted was Aurora to come back and forgive me. Then I can inherit my rightful position and take the Swiftfoot pack's territory into ours. I'd be an even stronger Alpha. Alpha, someone is here, Beta John stated in a low voice. I turned and saw a red convertible drive over. Aurora was in the front seat. All I could see was her striking golden hair. The car stopped. Edward stepped out of the driver's seat. He walked round and opened Aurora's door. He took her hand and gently guided her out of the car. Seeing their hands intertwined sent a shot of pain into my heart. Didn't she know that Edward was a complete playboy? They already looked familiar with each other. If they spent any more time together, I might never get her back. But why was Edward here? What did me attacking the Swiftfoot pack have to do with him? Alpha Edward, what are you doing here? Edward chuckled lightly, straightened his sleeves, and stood beside Aurora. Let me introduce my fiancé, Aurora. Aurora's POV. You. I want you. What did you just say? I stared at the man in front of me, desperately trying to gauge if he was serious or not. But his face was still covered in that smile. Just like you said, you could be my fiancé and the Luna of the Timberwolf pack. What do you say? After listening to him, I calmed down. I didn't really believe he would be interested in me. Not to mention he would have nothing to gain by aligning with the Swiftfoot pack. Surely he had enough information from his men to know that. With his powerful background and abilities, he could have any woman he wanted. He definitely didn't want me based on my looks or figure. Could it be a way to make the attack on Nightfall more convenient? Surely not. He easily bested Henry. There would be no reason to resort to marrying me. Why? I asked, completely puzzled. He reached over and took my hand, placing a gentle kiss on the back of it. It was different from the kiss he gave me in greeting back at the party. It felt more like flirting. While kissing my hand, he looked deeply into my eyes. Because I fell in love with you at first sight, he stated lovingly. I rolled my eyes and pulled my hand back. I don't believe a single word that is coming out of this man's mouth. He laughed at my reaction, his laugh echoing throughout the room. Coupled with his sexy smile and squinted eyes, he was so attractive. You showed me your abilities, didn't you? I'm impressed, so I am prepared to hire you as my Luna. Hire! Two voices exclaim at the same time. Mine and Beta Blake, who was standing quietly in the corner. Blake was so quiet, I had forgotten he was even still here. Edward had also forgotten to, judging by the way he looked over in surprise. Blake met his gaze and quickly lowered his head, speaking softly. Alpha, Luna is a very important position that has the blessing of the moon goddess. How can you use the word hire? Edward blinked slowly, somewhat dissatisfied. Then how should I say it? Invite? Blake was speechless, but I was interested in Edward's statement. After all, I didn't care about the blessing of the moon goddess. I didn't even have a wolf form, so why would it matter to me? What do you mean? I asked, looking directly at him. It's simple. I want to be free to sleep with other women. I don't want to marry a Luna and be tied down. You will come to be my Luna and manage some affairs of the pack for me, and in return I will protect your pack permanently." It sounded like a very good deal. After the mess of my last relationship, I wasn't looking for a new man anytime soon. Having the power of the Timberwolf pack would fill the void that the Nightfall pack had left. Not only would it protect Swiftfoot from Henry's threat, it would also stop Edward from attacking us in the future. I would be killing two birds with one stone. But all of this would depend on Edward sticking to his word. I agree, but we have to sign a werewolf contract. No problem. A werewolf contract is the highest level of guarantee between wolves. If either party violated the contract, they would suffer great harm. We can draw up the contract later. Right now, we need to go to the Swiftfoot pack, I said calmly as I stood. Edward didn't take my ordering tone as an insult. Instead, he stood and straightened his suit. "I'm impressed by the route you are taking today." Edward drove me to the gate of Swiftfoot pack's territory. There, I say, Henry stood with a team of guards threatening the beta in front of him. I carefully scanned the guards he brought and became confused. He had only brought about 1/3 of his people. Although my pack was weak, it shouldn't be taken down by just these few people. Then it clicked. He didn't intend to attack my pack. He was trying to force me to come back. I sneered. He thought far too highly of himself. "Baby, what's going on?" Henry said to me in his old affectionate tone. Edward had just introduced me as his fiancé, and Henry thought calling me baby would be what got me back. He leant toward me while speaking. Edward raised an eyebrow and moved to stand in front of me. I frowned and pulled Edward aside by his arm. The anger in my eyes showed that I would handle this myself. Edward's signature smile slipped into place as he stepped to the side. I turned to Henry. "Henry Cooper, you have no right to call me that, and you have no right to question my relationship." "Mind your own business." Henry's face suddenly turned ugly. He was probably blaming me for ruining his plan by bringing Edward. After all, Edward was known for being reckless, but he never usually would have gotten involved in something this trivial. "Aurora, it was a mistake. I was too happy and just lost my head." "You slept with my best friend because you were too happy about marrying me? You're something else, Henry." Edward barked a laugh without concealing it. Henry was desperate to save face that he resorted to pressure. "Don't count on him. Edward is only playing you at best. I truly love you. Forgive me, Aurora, please. You threatened my pack, my family, and you expect me to forgive you? If I didn't know better, I would think you were asking me to apologize to you." Henry realized his intentions were exposed, so he grew even angrier. "Yes, I brought so many people to threaten you. Come back with me, or I'll order them to destroy this place." I couldn't help but laugh. "Sorry to disappoint you, Henry." I slipped behind Edward. Although we only just met, we had already developed a strong rapport. As I stepped back, he whistled. In the distance, the sound of rumbling cars and footsteps could be heard. A few hundred people, fully equipped, stormed in towards Henry, Aurora's POV. "What is the meaning of this, Alpha Edward?" Henry looked at all of the people around him and swallowed by reflex, his voice trembling. Edward merely shrugged. "I've been wanting to hit your pack for a while. Today seemed like a good day." Henry's face turned red with anger. He clenched his fists and glared at me. "Is this how you decided to treat me, Aurora?" "Edward is a warmonger. If my pack falls, yours will be next." He looked desperate. He was trying so hard to pressure me into convincing Edward to leave. Before I could say anything, Edward cut in. "My fiancé doesn't need you to worry about her." Edward's pupils turned red. He let his wolf emit his angered aura. With a wave of his hand, Blake led the troops toward the Nightfall pack. "Damn it!" Henry cursed loudly and shifted into his wolf form, running full speed towards his pack. "Get comfortable, my love." Edward leisurely opened the car door and invited me in. I have to admit, this man's personality is usually very annoying, but at this moment, it feels satisfying. When we arrived at the Nightfall pack's gate, Edward's smile dropped off of his face. I followed his gaze to see 3 teams standing at the gate. One was Henry's guard team, which I recognized. The other was led by Blake. In between them was another force. They looked well-trained and powerful. They had weapons and cars bearing a gold emblem that looked familiar. It clicked in my mind. Is that the emblem of Edward's Timberwolf pack? No, it looks a little different. The emblem in Edward's territory had a red border, while this emblem is pure gold. What is going on? I looked towards Edward. His face was pale, his hands clenched the steering wheel tightly, making his veins bulge as he stared at the person leading the team. When Blake saw Edward and I, his face became more panicked and hurried over. Alpha, it's Alpha Lucas's army. They say they're here to protect the Nightfall Pack. Alpha Lucas, I know that name. He was the former Alpha of the Timberwolf Pack. He was still strong and lived in the main territory. He was also Edward's father. Henry relaxed when he learnt about the full situation. He smirked over at Edward. It looks like you're going back empty-handed this time, Edward. Bang! Bang! Edward hit the steering wheel hand and jumped out of his convertible. His deep eyes shifted to red. His arm turned to claws. In less than a second, he rushed to Henry and lifted him from the ground. Henry screamed in terror. Suddenly, another hand grabbed Edward's claws. It was the person leading the Timberwolf team. Chase, let go, or are you tired of living? Although I had only known Edward for a day, I never would have expected the ferocious expression that appeared on his face. The veins on his forehead bulged. Coupled with his red eyes, he looked terrifying. Please stop. Lucas sent me to protect the Nightfall Pack. After that comment, Edward seemed to lose his mind. He angrily threw Henry to the ground and looked over to the group from Timberwolf. I had heard that Edward had a bad relationship with his father, but I never expected it to come to this kind of anger. When the son was ready to go to war, the father forced it to a stop. There must be conflicts that I don't know about, but now is not the time to ask about them. Just from observing the situation, I could tell that we had no hope of winning this fight today. I got out of the car and walked over to Blake. Go talk to your alpha, I whispered. Blake had been very flustered, but nodded along to what I was saying and walked over to Edward. Before he could even speak, Edward released Henry and turned back to his human form. He straightened up and glanced over at me. Fortunately, he still had his sanity. The scene was rather awkward. No one wanted to be the one to break the silence. Henry had finally gotten off the ground and was clutching his chest in pain. I sighed and spoke. Today all started as a dispute between Henry and myself. I never wanted so many people to get involved. Henry, there's nothing we can do to you now, but don't you ever think about targeting my pack again. I walked over to Edward with my arms crossed. I'm not your fiancé anymore. Give up on your stupid plan. Although Henry was an absolute bastard, he was still an alpha. He knew he wouldn't see any results if they continued to argue under the current circumstances. He snorted coldly without saying anything, then turned to leave with his guard team. Now there's only one last problem left to solve. I turned toward Edward. His face was still dark with anger, but he had calmed down. Before I could speak, he cut in. Let's go. I'll take you back. Ah, thank you. I was surprised that he still wanted to allow me in his car after everything. I followed him into his car and sat in the passenger seat calmly. Edward sat down with a solemn expression and didn't speak all the way back. I didn't try to start a conversation either. When we arrived at the Swiftfoot Pack gate, I nodded to him in thanks and got out of the car. Putting aside everything that had happened, I let my focus be on seeing my mother and father, Aurora's POV. I had just walked into the driveway of the Pack house when my parents swiftly walked out to greet me. I know that everything that happened today will have been shared all over. Edward's involvement guaranteed that. I could tell by my parents' faces that they were worrying all day. Aurora, you finally came back. We were so worried about you, my mother said, walking straight over to me and taking my hand tightly. The warmth of my mother's hand made all of the unpleasantness from today disappear. In just one day, I experienced the betrayal of my childhood friends and the arrival of an alpha who had only existed in rumors, and now I have a contract with him to pretend to be his wife. This day had been far too full. I was drained mentally. Being back with the warmth and love of my parents allowed me to finally relax. I'm okay, Mum. Let me fill you in on everything that happened today. I told my parents everything from start to finish. I threw in a few additional scalds for Henry now and then. My father was incredibly angry with both Henry and Daisy. He had known them as children and always thought of them as good kids. I knew exactly how he felt. It's over, Dad. I have nothing to do with them anymore. Instead of letting myself be devastated, I focused on comforting them. The situation had already happened, and I had to look to the future instead of getting bogged down. "I'm so glad you removed them from your life, sweetie," my mother said. Her eyes were red with anger. She took my hand again and gently stroked my cheek. I missed having this. "There's one more thing I need to tell you." I told them everything about Edward. Alpha Edward? A marriage contract? Their reaction to this was bigger than the cheating news. After all, Edward had a famous name, not only because of his pack strength, but because of his playboy image. My mother's face was covered with a frown. My father, who was always quick to excitement, stood up and began to pace back and forth in the room. They knew the full situation with the Nightfall Pack and knew that this contract wouldn't harm Swiftfoot Pack. However, they were worried about trusting Edward. I had the same feeling at first, but now all I could see was Edward's serious face as he left the gate, insisting on taking me back safely and politely saying goodbye before leaving. Maybe he is different from what the rumors say. "Don't worry, Dad, I can handle it all. Besides, Henry won't let this go. If he wants to take our territory, he will. Right now, Edward is our best choice." My father stopped in his tracks and sighed. He placed his hands behind his back and lowered his head. "I'm sorry, Aurora. If your mother and I were stronger, you wouldn't be in this position." "How can you blame yourself, Dad? You have done everything for me." Our pack wasn't strong. It had been this way since I was a child. We didn't have many supporters or people wanting to join our pack. Our guard team was relatively small. The main thing we were thankful for was that our territory was large, and our businesses were developing smoothly. I knew just how much my parents loved me. Even though I didn't have a wolf, they still loved me. I would do anything to protect them. "I'll take care of everything, don't worry," I smiled at them. Suddenly a thought crossed my mind. "Oh, Mum, Dad, do you know anything about Alpha Lucas? Edward's father?" My dad's eyes flickered for a moment. I nodded. My dad sat down and told me everything he knew. It all started with the Dark Dawn War 15 years ago. It was the largest war fought on the continent to this day. Alpha Lucas started the war. Nightfall Pack also participated in the war. Timberwolf was a powerful pack, but so was the Alpha of the Nightfall Pack. Henry's father came up with a plan to sneakily attack the Timberwolf Pack when Lucas was away on an expedition. Edward almost lost his life in the battle, and his mother was killed. I see. No wonder Edward kept causing trouble for Henry, but he didn't seem to be targeting just him. But with such a large hatred, why would Lucas stop Edward from taking his revenge today? Surely he would be just as angry. His own Luna died. "Dad, is all of this recorded in the Pack library?" My dad shook his head. "During that time, we and several other small packs were neutral, so we don't know a lot about it." My father paused for a moment and rubbed his chin. "Maybe the Minerva Library will have what you're looking for." I silently nodded and said goodbye to my parents before finally returning to my room. I took my phone out and looked at Edward's contact information for a while. Once I saw that it wasn't too late to disturb him, I sent him a message. "Are you okay? Shall we set the date for the contract signing tomorrow?" The reply came through a while later. "Okay." Aurora's POV. The next day I arranged to meet Edward over text. I dressed myself in a casual pair of jeans and a black t-shirt. I tied up my hair and headed downstairs. The red sports car had been parked outside the Pack for a while now, so I quickly headed over to it. "Sorry I'm late," I said. "That's all right, my fiancé," he replied with a laugh. He got out of the car and opened the door for me. He looked exquisite in his black suit and leather shoes. His jacket was unbuttoned, revealing his red shirt. His brown hair was perfectly styled. He had a casual yet grand aura. It was oddly charming. I looked down at my outfit. I didn't quite realize we were dressing more formally for this. I didn't care what I wore in front of him. I got into the car, and he closed my door before going to sit in the driver's seat. I glanced at him, noticing he was back to his carefree self, humming and holding the steering wheel with one hand. "You're in a good mood today," I couldn't help but point out. "Of course I am. I'm going on a date with a beautiful lady," he replied. His flirting made me roll my eyes. Although his serious demeanor from yesterday was worrying, I had to admit I preferred it to his current behavior. He laughed when I didn't reply. He reached into the back seat with one hand, and suddenly a bouquet of roses appeared in front of me. They smelled divine. "Thank you," I said politely as I took them. I leaned in to smell them before glancing over at Edward. He still had that smile plastered across his face as he said, "What do you want to eat later?" His question took me back. I stopped playing with the bouquet and looked over at him. "Edward, today is about signing the contract, not going on a date." Edward shrugged. "Don't be so serious. I have to take my fiancé on a date. Flowers and a meal are essential parts of that." "Oh, so is it sex next?" I retorted. "Is that what you think of me?" "Ah, not the type to fuck on the first date, then. I respect it." We bantered back and forth like this until we arrived at the Timberwolf Pack's territory. I saw Edward's flag flying, distinguishing his territory from his father's. Thinking about his father, I remembered what my parents had told me about their hatred for each other. I was even more curious about why Lucas stopped the attack yesterday. I glanced at him, then looked away. Now isn't the right time to ask him about it. We entered the hall and skipped breakfast and the walk Edward had planned. I just wanted to get straight to business. Edward was confident enough in me to let me draft the contract. I got straight into writing it. "Okay, have a look and see if you want to change anything." I placed the contract in front of him. He was leisurely drinking his coffee before hearing me speak. He picked up the contract and read it carefully. He had no issue with the contract. I had made sure it was equal and fair. It was necessary for this working long-term. However, the contract wasn't long-term. A year? Edward's eyebrows shot up as he read the line. After thanking Blake for the cup of coffee he handed me, I looked up at Edward and said, "Yes, a year's trial period. If we both perform perfectly, we can renew it." He smiled in confusion. "Aurora, this was a great opportunity for you to have your pack under my protection forever." "Edward, nothing lasts forever, be it our cooperation or the strength of the Timberwolf pack," I said without thinking. After all, no alpha would like to be told that they won't be strong forever. I caught a glance of his face, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he nodded solemnly after a moment of silence and said, "You're right." It wasn't until much later that I understood his reaction. We signed the contract with no hesitation. He lightly tapped his finger against it. A wolf symbol lit up before disappearing into the paper. This was how wolf contracts were signed. By leaving your wolf mark on them, the contract would be supervised and protected by the moon goddess. I took the paper but hesitated when it came to me signing it. After all, I still don't have a wolf. I'm not even sure if I can sign a wolf contract. Thinking about it wouldn't help, I just had to try. I pressed my fingertips lightly against it, and a faint light flashed as my wolf symbol appeared. Although it happened quickly, I saw my wolf symbol. Edward looked impressed as he glanced at it. "Congratulations. It seems you have a wolf. It just hasn't awoken yet." I put away the contract and shook my head. "It still hasn't awoken, and I'm already 18. It's nothing to celebrate." "Are you always this serious?" "Don't call me that." "What should I call you then? My fiancé?" Our meaningless conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door. A guard walked in and whispered something to Edward. He turned to me with a smile that screamed that he had gossip. "Check your phone," he said. I furrowed my brow in confusion but took out my phone to check the news. The most prominent headline read, "The alpha of the Swiftfoot Pack's daughter has an impure bloodline and may not even be part of the werewolf race." Edward's POV. I sipped my coffee while looking over at Aurora. Her face was serious but somehow not angry. Spreading rumors about impure bloodlines is a low-threat insult. After all, it's easily disproved with a DNA test. However, this rumor had its own DNA test directly below the news. The report showed that Aurora and her father were not related by blood. Both of their names were shown in full at the top of the report. A fake DNA test is usually very easy for me to spot. Although I hadn't fully checked this one, it looked to be real. Along with Aurora not being able to awaken her wolf, the rumor seemed even more believable. "Do you need any help, my love?" She was much calmer than I imagined she would have been. Today she was wearing jeans and a t-shirt, much more relaxed than the last time I saw her. She looked casual and charming. The serious look on her face only added to that charm. She took a deep breath and rubbed her temples before speaking. Our contract has been signed, so unless you need anything else, I'll take care of this myself. I raised an eyebrow. It seemed she was politely refusing my help. We were officially partners now. Why was she acting so distant? How do you plan to sort this? If you need it, I'll happily lend you my PR team. I stood up and walked slowly to her side, leaning in close and catching the scent of perfume. Her scent had changed today. She smelt like fresh chamomile on a spring morning. To my surprise, a smile crossed her anxious face as she looked down at her phone. No need. I think I've found the culprit. After allowing herself a moment to panic, Aurora used her excellent observation skills and memory to identify what was wrong with the photo. Without paying close attention, you wouldn't notice that the paper came from the Nightfall pack. The Nightfall always used different paper from other packs because paper is one of their industries. They had uniquely patterned their paper, just to show off that they can. Of course, my Aurora would notice that. Her abilities are truly amazing. So it's Henry trying to embarrass you to force you back? I narrowed my eyes. If it wasn't for my stepping in before, this wouldn't have been my business. But now our contract was in effect. Aurora was at least my fiancé socially. Henry was truly low to use such a dirty trick. It's very likely I'll make sure he's held accountable, Aurora said with a nod. Do you need my help? I'm not going to see him right now. I have something much more important that I need to do. Her expression became serious as she clutched her phone tightly, looking a little nervous. I need to get a DNA test and confirm my relationship with my parents. Her face was still calm, but her voice had a barely noticeable tremble. She had also realized the report wasn't fake. It came from an institution that held such high authority, it was incredibly hard to fake. That's why the rumor spread so quickly. My heart sank a little. I rubbed the ring on my left hand to distract myself. If Aurora wasn't an alpha's daughter, things would quickly become complicated. Just as I was about to say something, my phone began to ring incessantly. Glancing at the caller ID, I realized it was a call I didn't want to answer. Well then, I'll leave now. I'll keep you updated. Aurora stood and spoke in her usual controlled tone before she waved goodbye and left. I gestured at Blake to escort her home. Once they had left, I finally answered my phone with a frown. Edward. My father's voice rang through the phone. Even his voice reminded me of the absurdity of yesterday, annoying me almost instantly. My hand holding the phone clenched involuntarily. My phone made a sound of protest. Calm down, Edward. This is the third new phone this month. I took a deep breath at Orion's reminder. I relaxed slightly. Lucas had continued speaking without even waiting for my greeting. Clearly, he didn't want a conversation, he only wanted to give orders. Don't touch the Nightfall pack for now. I have use for them. My breathing paused for a moment. The anger I had managed to subdue ignited again. He was still protecting that pack despite them being responsible for my mother's death. The people who killed his wife. Why? So you can boast about your past achievements? I asked sarcastically. He didn't care. Don't worry about it. They just need to be kept around so that the Timberwolf pack will always be strong. It's for your own good. Always strong? That damn phrase again. Aurora's haunting words reverberated through my thoughts. Nothing lasts forever. My father, oblivious to this wisdom, ignited the flames of the Dark Dawn War, believing it would forge unity across the continent. But his misguided ambitions only wrought suffering upon many and claimed the life of my mother. Even after 15 long years have passed since the war's end, he remains unyielding in his pursuit of that elusive dream. The call ended abruptly, the weight of its implications sinking in as I tossed the phone aside. Blake entered the room, coinciding with the phone's impact against the floor. Miss Aurora has been safely escorted back home, he informed me. My fingers brushed against the ring on my hand, with Aurora's help now within my grasp. The time had come to bring about the fall of the Nightfall pack. The looming reckoning would serve as retribution for my mother's unjust fate. Aurora's POV. I stood anxiously outside the testing agency, waiting for the results. Although I made sure I looked calm in front of Edward, I was terrified inside. When did Henry get hold of my father's DNA to spread the report around? And why did the report look real? How can I not be my father's daughter? I decided to do a retest. I brought my father's hair to a professional testing agency. I was still terrified of the results. My parents and I had undoubtedly lived together since I was a child, but what made me uneasy was that I had no memories before age 4. My mother said it was because I had a serious illness that made me forget everything. It also made me physically weak, potentially explaining why my wolf hadn't awakened yet. I always believed the explanation they gave me until now. The report had appeared in front of me, and as I looked down at the results, my blood ran cold. In bold letters, it clearly stated that my father and mother, who I had lived with for 18 years, were not related to me by blood. I was not their biological child. So, who am I? Does that mean the rumor of me not even being a werewolf could be true? My mind was swimming in chaos. I stumbled toward the Swiftfoot the report. As soon as I arrived at the door, my mother was already standing there with a smile on her face. "Aurora, you're back." I saw that unrealistic rumor. Don't worry about it, my child. That report is obviously fake. I showed the report to my mother, interrupting what she was about to say. She looked at the document and then back to me. At that moment, the tears I had been holding back finally fell. "What's going on, Mum?" My mother guided me into the living room. My father was sitting on the sofa with a serious expression. I finally got them to tell me the full situation. I was not their biological child. 15 years ago, during the Dark Dawn War, my current foster parents were part of the neutral faction. One day, they found me in the ruins of a pack. They didn't know the name of the pack or who I even was. When they picked me up, they found a letter beside me that read, "When you find this letter, my pack will have been wiped out. Please treat this child with kindness." The letter had no signature or markings on it. They brought me back to their pack. After I woke up, I lost all my previous memories. Your father and I never had our own children, so when we found you, we brought you back and raised you as our own. My mother said, squeezing my hand and wiping away my tears. My father sighed. "Although we don't know your true identity, you are still my daughter. You are still the Alpha's daughter, and you are always part of the Swiftfoot pack." I was touched. My tears just kept falling. "But I still don't have a wolf. What if I'm truly not a werewolf?" My parents laughed. Father walked over to hug me and my mother. "Don't worry about it, darling. Everyone who participated in the war were all werewolves. You are definitely not a child of another race." The writing on the letter was not done with speed. I think that pack knew their fate and sent you out, hoping that some neutral pack would pick you up. Mother said gently. "Thank you both." I hugged them both tightly, just like every other day before. Although they were not my biological parents, they truly loved me. Over all these years, they have protected and loved me. They accepted me even without a wolf. They were my parents through and through. "May I have a look at the letter?" I inquired, lifting my gaze to meet my father's eyes. He granted a silent nod, exiting the room momentarily only to reappear holding a weathered yellow envelope in his hands. The antique paper exuded a sense of antiquity, yet it retained its integrity over the years. With a delicate touch, he unsealed the envelope and placed the letter in my awaiting hand. Its contents consisted of a mere 2 sentences, composed in a script that betrayed no hints of origin. My fingertip danced over the faded letters as my mind drifted to thoughts of my biological parents. Their essence remained a mystery, an enigma I longed to decipher. Where had they hailed from? Who were they? These questions lingered in the forefront of my consciousness, their answers evading me like shadows in the night. Contemplating their identity, I pondered the profound diversity among the various wolf clans, each distinct, endowed with unique abilities and talents. The majority experienced their awakening at the age of 16, a rite of passage that had, thus far, eluded me. I couldn't help but speculate whether my own dormant potential was tethered to the identity of my birth parents. A determination ignited within me, a fervent desire to unearth the hidden truths of my lineage and, in doing so, unlock the dormant abilities that lay within me. The resounding echoes of the Dark Dawn War reverberated through recent conversations, a potential starting point for my pursuit of knowledge, should time permit. As for now, thank you both. I know how much you love me, and I love you too. Regardless of if I'm your child or not, I will take care of Swiftfoot Pack and never let you down. As for now, Henry Cooper, It's time for you and I to settle our accounts. Aurora's POV. I said goodbye to my parents and headed to my room. I lay down on the sofa and opened my phone, only to see that the news about me had changed. The titles now read Timberwolf Pack Alpha announces engagement and Timberwolf Pack Alpha announces fiancé. Edward must have done this. Was he trying to distract people? I shook my head at that thought. We had only known each other for 2 days. I don't think someone as indifferent as Edward would bother to help me. But by making this announcement, wasn't he cutting off all ties with other women? I was puzzled. I took a screenshot and sent it to Edward, asking if he had done it. He replied quickly, "Of course, my dear fiancé." I thanked him, and he suggested we have dinner together. My phone suddenly vibrated. Looking at the screen, I saw that Henry had decided to call me. "Hello," I said in a confused tone. "Hey, Aurora, are you really going to be Edward's fiancé?" "Did you really just call to ask about that?" "Of course. Oh, you mean the rumor from earlier? Don't worry, I'll help you handle it." What did he mean by that? Was he trying to play the hero to win my back? You don't get to play the hero anymore, Henry. Aurora, after all these years together, this is how you treat me. How you treat me was more exciting, wasn't it? I hung up the phone. It was pointless to argue with him longer, but judging from his tone and what I knew about him, I had doubts that he was the one spreading the rumors. My parents said that only John, Henry's beta, had come to see them today. He apologized for what happened between us. My parents only scaled him and kicked him out. He was the only one who had the opportunity to secretly obtain our DNA. Wait, John? Daisy's brother? Maybe all this had something to do with Daisy. I decided to check the source of the news. I opened my phone and clicked on the post about my impure bloodline. The comments had nearly tripled since I last looked at them. Many people were saying I must not be a werewolf because my wolf hadn't awoken yet. I recognized many of the usernames. They were classmates who had been mocking me since I was 16. I never cared about their insults, but now I wanted to know who started it. The DNA report was sent anonymously, but most of the commenters were using their real names. I clicked on their profiles and read through their messages one by one until I noticed something strange. While we were at school, Daisy always stood up for me, but looking at their accounts, they had been liking Daisy's posts. Why would they like the posts of their supposed enemy? Feeling uneasy, I created a new account. I added one of my classmates as a contact and sent them a message. "Hi, I'm also a graduate of law school. Is the news about Aurora true?" The person replied quickly, "Of course it's true. It all came from Aurora's good friend Daisy. It's absolutely true." My heart was crushed, and I froze in place as my blood boiled. Ever since my wolf didn't awaken at 16, there had been countless rumors about me in school. Sometimes many of my classmates would wait for me on my way home and use their strength against me. Many people also insulted my family after gaining information about them through unknown means. I became more cautious at school and focused on training my physical and mental abilities. I hoped it would protect me without me needing anyone else's help. My school days were miserable, and I always felt lucky to have Henry and Daisy on my side. Now it all seemed like a joke. No wonder they knew where I was so quickly. No wonder they could get information about my family. It was all that damn bitch Daisy. We spent all our time together. I had no idea that everything came from the betrayal of someone so close to me. Daisy Hall. My phone rang again. It was Edward. He must have noticed that I hadn't replied for a while and decided to call me. I calmed myself and answered the phone. "Why didn't you reply, my love?" he asked. "Edward, now our engagement has taken effect. I think for the sake of your finances, reputation, I need your help," I said. Edward laughed lightly on the other end of the phone with a hint of excitement in his tone. "Of course I can help." Soon, a red sports car appeared at the pack gate. I changed into a beautiful dress, put on my makeup, and wore my favorite jewelry before going downstairs. Edward looked up in surprise when he saw me and jaked as he helped me into the car. "My fiancée is going to see her ex-boyfriend dressed more grandly than when she comes to see me." I cut in before he could joke more. "It's not him I'm dressed up for. It's for my other good friend." He had met Daisy at the engagement party but probably didn't know our exact relationship. I briefly explained to him what had happened and why I called him here. Simply put, I wanted that bitch to pay for deceiving me for so many years and to make Henry stop bothering me. Daisy's POV. As the servants tended to my hair, I couldn't help but laugh out loud at the messages I had received. I had sent my brother John to the Swiftfoot pack early this morning. He went under the guise to apologize on behalf of Henry, but in reality, he was obtaining Aurora and her father's DNA. I had discovered the secret of Aurora's heritage when I was very young, but I had never told anyone. One day when we were playing in Aurora's large garden, our ball accidentally flew onto the kitchen balcony. She laughed and said she would go get it. As I waited for her, I passed by a window and overheard her parents talking. They said they wanted to treat Aurora better, despite her not being their biological child. I was shocked and ran back when I noticed Aurora had the ball, but I didn't tell her about what I had heard. I didn't tell anyone. As the daughter of a beta, even though I was allowed to play with Aurora and Henry, who were both alpha heirs, I knew my status made me insignificant. Aurora had everything I wanted: status, position, the support of her classmates, and love from Henry. I liked to imitate her, dyeing my brown hair to the same golden color as hers, along with often wearing red clothes. She was always nice to me and didn't react to my behavior. During that time, I even thought she was such a friendly alpha's daughter. I had found out she wasn't an alpha's daughter. I began to resent her. Aurora is nothing without her status. Why should she be better off than me? I started spreading rumors about her at school and was thrilled when I found out at 16 that she wasn't a wolf, but I still didn't reveal the secret. I was waiting for a good opportunity to watch her lose everything and never recover. Now, that opportunity has finally come. I wonder if Henry and Edward will still be chasing after you once they find out about your true identity. Henry rushed in, looking like he had already seen the news. I immediately stood up with a surprised look on my face and asked him, "Henry, have you seen the news? Is it true?" Unexpectedly, Henry waved his hand and sat down with a furrowed brow, looking at his phone. "You mean Aurora's identity? It doesn't matter. What matters is that she and Edward seem to really be engaged." "It doesn't matter. How could it not matter? Why isn't Edward concerned about this issue if he's such an honorable alpha?" I walked up to him and touched his shoulder. "Doesn't Alpha Edward care about Aurora's identity?" Henry shifted his gaze to me, a confused look crossing his face. Who would believe such boring fake news? I was stunned. What did he mean by that? What boring fake news? I took out my phone nervously and opened the anonymous post. Aurora had posted a picture below it. The picture was a DNA test report of her and her parents. It showed a blood relationship. How could this be? I couldn't have misheard it when I was young. My brother couldn't have taken the wrong hair samples. The testing agency couldn't have made a mistake. Where did the problem lie? That bastard Edward. Once he's engaged to Aurora, he'll definitely come after us. I don't know if Lucas's people can make it in time. Henry muttered to himself with a furrowed brow. After hearing his words, I suddenly understood. On this continent, only the alpha of the Timberwolf pack could falsify official test results. Why is Edward helping her? What is so good about this damn woman? Don't worry, Henry. Edward is probably just using her. We just need to ask Lucas for protection. Although I didn't know what deal Lucas and the Nightfall pack had, it's clear that Lucas will provide protection. As long as he was here, Edward would never succeed. Aurora would stop being useful to him. Over time, he would abandon her. Then I'll find a way to prove Aurora's bloodline was impure again and make Henry give up on her. John rushed in anxiously and told us the Edward was on his way with Aurora. "How many people are following them?" Henry asked nervously. "Only the two of them." Henry looked puzzled. Just the two of them should be easy to handle. We walked to the pack entrance with this in mind. Edward got out of the car first. I took the chance to carefully observe this alpha whose reputation preceded him. At the engagement party, I had been too flustered to get a good look at him. "He has such a strong power," my wolf whispered. "I feel it too, Liam." I took in Edward's broad shoulders, full muscles, and handsome face that was covered in a smile as he stepped out of his flashy sports car. My God, no wonder Edward has so many women chasing after him. Who wouldn't like such a strong and handsome alpha? Aurora also stepped out of the car. She was wearing a black dress and even put her hand on Edward's arm. Damn it. She's such a shameless woman. Trying to seduce this excellent man while still being with Henry. Before we could say anything, Aurora rushed over and slapped me across the face. Hard, Aurora's POV. Without hesitation, I slapped Daisy as hard as I could when I saw her. I may not have my wolf, and I may not be as strong as other wolves, but I trained hard. Daisy's delicate face swelled up immediately under my slap. She probably didn't expect me to take such direct action. She stood there stunned for a moment before coming back to her senses. Aurora Frost! Her dignified appearance morphed into a vicious expression. Her eyes changed color as she began to take her wolf form, leaning in to attack me. I didn't even blink before two figures appeared in front of me. One is my new fiancé and the one I specifically invited to help me, Edward. The other stood in front of me was surprisingly Henry. I don't think Henry fully knows what is going on, but he stood to defend me unthinkingly. Daisy was also surprised. Her wolf face was covered in an unreadable expression. Henry? She hit me first? Henry's face was dark with anger. I know, but you need to calm down first. This has to have been a misunderstanding. I smirked at Daisy's changing face. She finally gave up her wolf form, held on to her skirt tightly, and stood behind the men, staring at me fiercely. Henry Cooper, is this where you want to stand? Edward reached out and picked his ear, raised his eyebrows, and looked over at Henry. They both stood side by side in front of me. I could tell Edward was unhappy about it. Henry took a glance at Edward, said nothing, and stood back on the other side silently. Judging from his behavior, I could tell that Lucas's men were not here today. There were no extra people to protect him. I touched the hand that I had used to hit Daisy. The anger I felt when I saw everything unfold on my phone had calmed down a bit, but I was far from calm. Daisy, that slap was to make you shut up and to remind you to not spread rumors in the future. How do you know? Daisy blurted out. I sneered. This stupid woman printed it on the Nightfall Pact's paper and kept in touch with her former classmates so openly. I'd never noticed just how stupid she was before. I was truly blinded. Henry turned his glare to her. It was you all along. After speaking, he took 2 steps towards me, but he didn't get too close, as Edward was still standing next to me. I'm sorry, Aurora. I didn't know about this. Please forgive me. His expression was sincere. If I didn't know about his prior cheating, I may have been deceived by this man in front of me who seemed honest. If you knew or not means nothing to me. I came here today to give you something. I hugged my arms and looked over at him coldly, reaching out a hand. Blake stepped forward immediately and placed an invitation into my hand. Edward bent down with a light laugh and whispered, You use my people quite smoothly. I smiled softly and gave him a look. Then I threw the invitation into Henry's arms. It's an invitation to mine and Edward's engagement party. Remember to come. It was a random invitation I had thrown together just to annoy these bastards. In fact, Edward and I haven't planned our engagement yet, let alone written the invitations. The only thing we have decided is what is happening on my birthday this month. Henry's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and looked at me. Aurora Frost, can't we go back? I shook my head. I don't want to go back. There is nothing to go back to. If this had happened before Edward, Henry would have so many ways to threaten me because of the different strengths of our pacts. But now my contract with Edward blocks all possible paths for Henry. He better be smart enough to disappear from my life with Daisy. Otherwise, I don't mind helping Edward get his revenge. Now that everything is clear, I hope this kind of thing won't happen again in the future. After saying this, I turned and walked away. Edward respected me enough to not say anything from beginning to end. He just stood silently beside me, watching my every move, protecting me at critical moments. I don't know much about him yet, but he doesn't seem as bad as the rumors make him out to be. He has been the perfect charming gentleman. How can I thank you? Why don't we have dinner together? I said, remembering the message he sent me earlier that I hadn't replied to. He raised his eyebrows and smiled a little smugly. Is this you inviting me to dinner? Yes, I am inviting the great Alpha Edward to have dinner with me. Accepted. He smiled and opened the car door for me. When I went to fasten my seatbelt, his big hand approached again, his face pressed against my ear, his hand reached around my body and fastened my seatbelt. His warm breath smelled very pleasant. I almost forgot to tell you, your dress is beautiful. This time I didn't dodge away. I looked into his deep eyes and smiled. Thank you for the compliment. He straightened up and held his hand on the steering wheel. Please take care of me in the future, my fiancé. Aurora's POV. After leaving the Nightfall pack, I didn't feel as relieved as I thought I would be. Just 2 days ago, Henry and Daisy were the 2 people I loved the most, but now I had lost them. In just 2 days. Although I always appeared calm during hard situations, it was a front I made after I turned 16. I had to be careful to never reveal any more weakness than my wolflessness already gave me. But no one can be in a good mood after betrayal. A cool breeze blew across my cheeks. Edward was holding the steering wheel with one hand, humming along to cheery music. My mood improved slightly. I think it was just seeing how indifferent he was to everything that made me smile softly. What do you want to eat tonight? I don't really have anything special in mind. If you think of anything, just let me know. I can tell the pack to prepare it in advance using the mind link, you know. He pointed to his forehead, tapping it for emphasis. My only response was rolling my eyes. He was teasing me for not having a wolf, but his tone was different from the ones that usually mock me. It didn't sound malicious. My gaze fell to the ring on his little finger. It was too small for him, and the silver ring was set with several small colored gems, much thinner than an average man's ring. It obviously belonged to a woman. He had been wearing it since I met him, so it must be important to him. What, have you finally fallen for me? Edward said through a laugh. He had caught me looking. Maybe. He was taken aback for a moment and glanced at me. Don't start saying that, my love. I'll take it seriously. No matter how many times I told him to stop, he still insisted on calling me my love, so I just pretended to not hear it and spoke. Edward, besides everything that's been happening the past 2 days, I've been thinking about something. What is it? What kind of person are you, really? He chuckled lightly. What do you think? I rested my chin against my hand and looked at the sunset. I was a little unsure what kind of person he was. From rumors, I've heard he was a notorious playboy who loved drinking. But these past few days, I hadn't seen any signs of that. His pack house felt harmonious and clean. But if the rumors were false, he would have had them destroyed. His stance would allow him to do that. No one would dare offend the Timberwolf pack. I don't know. So far, you've been a good partner. That's all that matters. I thought he would use this moment to compliment himself, but he didn't. Instead, he changed the subject with a smile. He ordered the pack to prepare a large dinner, and by the time we had arrived, dinner was ready. The guards and servants greeted me respectfully as I followed Edward into the hall. The table in the middle had been set with various dishes and even a few candles. Edward pulled my chair out for me, and after I had thanked him, I sat down. Looking at the food, I suddenly felt fortunate that I had changed into my black dress. Otherwise, I would have felt very out of place. What do you think? He said as he picked up a clean knife and fork and plated me some food. His movements were different from the car. He looked more elegant and refined. Even his suit looked more formal than usual. The scent of his cologne drifted from his sleeve to my nose, and I suddenly regretted not having a wolf. After all, werewolves could smell each other's unique scent. I was curious what Edward's scent was. The evening commenced with a delightful ambiance accompanied by a delectable meal. As we savored the flavors, Edward, in a casual tone, broached the subject. Your birthday is this month, isn't it? Yes, I responded, briefly pausing to contemplate the deceptive invitation I had employed to dupe Henry. Why do you ask? Edward continued. Would you like to celebrate our engagement on your birthday? My reaction was swift and decisive as I set my cutlery down and clarified, No. I don't think Henry would attend. That invitation was simply a ruse to deceive him. Edward arched an eyebrow, his dissatisfaction evident. Aren't you interested in him coming? The decision of whether he attends or not doesn't concern me, I affirmed. My resolve had already solidified. I wanted no further involvement with him. While I desired retribution for his actions, recent days had revealed that he was already grappling with the fallout from the video I had unveiled at the party. Seeing him on my birthday was not on my agenda. Contemplating my upcoming birthday led me to pause and reflect. I wasn't my parents' biological child. My father had chosen the day he adopted me as my birthday. In fact, I possessed no knowledge of my true birth date or any memories predating the age of 4, which left me with a sense of disappointment. Edward, sensing my contemplative mood, chimed in, "Then let's make it happen on that very day. We'll orchestrate the most magnificent engagement celebration imaginable." Aurora's POV. His words pulled me from my thoughts. I was only a little interested. I don't exactly have the best experience with engagement parties. We are only contracted to marry. We don't need a ceremony, I shrugged. After all, this isn't my first engagement. Maybe I'll have another in the future. Since I discovered who Henry truly was, I found that for people like him, no morals or values mattered. Edward and I are only a fake marriage, and our cooperation will end once the contract expires. I could choose to marry someone else after, maybe even find someone who truly loves me. My expectations aren't that high. Edward barked a laugh. You're bold. An alpha's daughter who was engaged to many men doesn't look too good if it spreads. I don't care. I took a bite of beef. I gave up on caring about people's opinions at 16. I have Daisy to thank for that. But I care. Edward put down his cutlery and looked at me eagerly. After all, this is my first engagement party. I completed my meal and turned my attention to Edward. Tell me about your plan. I knew it wasn't about my reputation. If he truly cared about that, he'd have to mend his own. My hunch told me that there was a hidden agenda behind this party. Edward rested his chin on his hand, his expression brimming with satisfaction. My love, you are incredibly smart. Now that our contract is in effect, I've helped you and now it's your turn to help me. I nodded. Right, what do you need me to do? Edward narrowed his eyes and began sharing his story, which echoed elements of my father's own tale. He, too, sought an opportunity to avenge his mother, while his father's sole preoccupation remained the pursuit of eternal strength and unity. Even after 15 years since the war, he clung to that aspiration. Like me, Edward couldn't fathom why his father had prevented us from attacking Nightfall. I have a suspicion that there's something of great importance to him hidden within the Nightfall pact, Edward remarked. With the main course cleared away, the table was now adorned with post-meal snacks and tea. Edward, lost in thought, took a leisurely, contemplative sip from his cup. Some time ago, I dispatched an investigator to track his movements, and it turns out that he frequents visits to the Nightfall pact. My curiosity piqued. I blinked in astonishment. The question loomed in my mind, why would Alpha Lucas make clandestine visits to the territory of his former adversaries? Have you formulated a plan to delve into this matter? I inquired, eager to understand his strategy. Edward's gaze met mine, his eyes filled with determination. I hope that on that day, not only Henry but his entire family will attend. The pieces of his plan began to fall into place. By ensuring the presence of Nightfall's key figures at the upcoming event, he aimed to create an opportunity for investigation. It suddenly struck me that my earlier creation of the map had been pivotal to Edward's scheme. I nodded in agreement, resolved to give my all to assist him. He had been a steadfast ally when I needed it most, and I harbored no doubt that he would continue to safeguard my pack in the future. As the Timberwolf Luna, I recognized my responsibility to support him whenever he required assistance. I understand, I affirmed with determination. I'll do my utmost to ensure their entire family attends. While I contemplated how to persuade Henry, Edward's phone abruptly chimed, casting a shadow across his face. He glanced at the screen, his expression darkening, and swiftly silenced the device. Attempting to appear oblivious to the unfolding situation, I casually raised my cup to my lips and took a sip. The persistent ringing continued, agitating Edward. Eventually, he picked up the phone and locked eyes with me. I nodded in acknowledgement. He pressed the answer button and quietly exited the room. I sat in my seat and listened to his suppressed and angry voice. Although I couldn't hear exactly what he was saying, I could feel his emotions. I sighed and prepared to let Blake take me back to my room. I'm sorry, Miss Aurora. Alpha is a very gentle person, apart from when he is facing his father. Blake walked respectfully a half step behind me and led the way. Gentle? I looked at Blake in surprise. I was curious about how Edward's free-spirited nature could cultivate such a rule-abiding beta like Blake. I didn't expect Blake to have that impression of Edward. My question panicked Blake. His face was flushed, and I could see he was attempting to figure out what he had said wrong. You will know in the future. In the future? I smiled at him. Okay, I think I'm even more excited to get to know Edward now. What does the person behaving so differently from the rumors look like? As the initiator of the war, will his father know anything about my parents? I could still hear Edward talking. Although I couldn't hear exactly what he was saying, he was clearly unhappy. I sighed and prepared myself for meeting with Lucas at the engagement ceremony. I forgot that Swiftfoot Pack was such a small place. Why would Lucas, whose only goal is strength, look at us? This party is going to be very lively, Aurora's POV. Back in my room, I pulled out my phone and contacted the only person I knew who could help Edward and me. Hey Daisy, it's me. Why are you calling? Her voice was full of suspicion. She probably didn't expect any contact after everything. Don't worry, I just need your help, and I think you'll be willing to help me. You want my help? Her voice suddenly became louder, then quickly lowered again. She must be with Henry. Those shameless bastards. I cursed internally but kept calm. Yes, I hope you can bring Henry and his family to my engagement party. Aurora, what the fuck do you mean? Why do you want us to witness it? Don't you care about Henry's feelings? She had grown louder, deliberately making a fuss for Henry. I never saw her truly before, but now I can clearly see what she wants. I sneered and lowered my voice. Listen, Daisy, I know you want to be the Nightfall Pack Luna. I also want to completely sever ties with Henry. I'll help you as long as you bring them to my engagement party. The line fell silent. Daisy's stupid brain probably couldn't figure out what I was up to. Why are you helping me? Because Edward wants to make peace with the Nightfall Pack, but he's afraid they won't believe him. Lucas will personally discuss this matter at the engagement party. What? She exclaimed and fell into silence again, seemingly thinking about the authenticity of what I said. Of course, the peace thing is a lie, but I needed to make sure Henry and his family were tempted to come. If I or Edward were the one to tell him, he would become suspicious. Daisy is the most appropriate person to pass on the message. I can help you mention it in front of Lucas, then maybe Henry will agree to let you become his Luna. Another lie. But I knew it was the best way to get Daisy to agree. C was shaken but didn't refuse. She said she needed time to think and hung up the phone. I'm not worried. I know Daisy's character. She will do whatever it takes to get what she wants. She's been like this since we were young. I used to find it admirable, but now I see I was blind. I'd given a lot of tempting conditions. I can only hope they fall into the trap. With them secretly working with Lucas, he would ensure that nothing dangerous happened at the party. They are incredibly likely to come, but nothing I have offered will actually come true. I can't wait to see their expressions at the party. I have to make this as grand as possible. Many spectators are going to be there to witness the downfall. Edward's POV. After I finished the call with my father, I returned to the hall and found that Aurora had left. During the day, when I watched her slap Daisy and walk back to me in an imposing manner, all I could think about was how interesting she was. After all, not just anyone would act so decisively. You're interested in her? I think so. Even Orion could sense my interest. It had been a long time since I had met someone who was so interesting. I wanted to know more about her. Unfortunately, my stupid father decided to interrupt the moment. He didn't say anything meaningful on the phone, just that he saw the news of my engagement online and that a girl from a small pack wasn't good enough for the great Timberwolf pack. The second I released the news, I knew that was what he would say. I ran a hand through my hair irritably, picked up my cold tea and took a sip. Don't worry, Edward, you will have plenty of time to get to know each other. Orion, as my wolf, always understood me and knew my thoughts. But unlike me, he was calm. He often reminded me of Blake. I sighed and hoped that everything would go smoothly at the engagement so I could figure out what was going on in the Nightfall Pack and why my father was protecting them. Miss Aurora has already returned to her room. Blake told me as he stepped into the room. Back to her room? I asked in surprise. I thought Aurora had already left. I wasn't expecting her to stay, but she decided that she wanted to learn about the pack. I knew mostly because of the maids who served Aurora. They came to me to inform me that Aurora had been asking about me. To be honest, judging from how she acted the past few days, my alpha status made no difference to her. She always treated me as a partner. After hearing what she was asking, I couldn't help but sigh. Aurora was asking how I manage the pack and how I handle the businesses under our control. She's using you as free study, Orion said seriously, but followed it with a laugh. I finished dealing with some documents and planned to go see what my dear fiancé was doing right now. According to the servants, Aurora was in the yard. I set off towards the yard down the corridor and then spotted her. Through the window, I could see a beautiful figure in red. Aurora was wearing res sportswear and practicing with the pack's guard team. Her shining golden hair was neatly combed back. She looked elegant and graceful while practicing. Despite having no wolf, Aurora was well matched with the guards. They couldn't find any advantage. Under the sunshine, Aurora's golden hair was shining, her face full of pride. I couldn't help but be mesmerized by her. Oh, moon goddess, this woman really is interesting. Aurora's POV. I've been staying at the Timberwolf Pack for 2 days. They have been incredibly comfortable. Edward's servants are well-trained and polite, and they also share interesting things with me. The members of his guard team are also well-trained. Not only do they train with me, they also make sure to only use their physical powers rather than werewolf powers. Moreover, Edward has given me access to all the libraries and data rooms in the pack. I never thought he would trust me so much. Although we have a contract and my small pack is of no threat to him, it's still a lot of trust. Unfortunately, they both lack information on the Dark Dawn. I know the war caused Edward a lot of pain, so I think he's hiding it from himself. It seems that I still need to find time to go to the library my father mentioned. After training, I thanked the members of the guard team and took the towel I was offered. While wiping my sweat, I turned to see Edward's figure in the window. When his gaze met mine, he smiled charmingly. He was wearing casual clothes. He looked so much softer like this. Although we have been living together for 2 days, both Edward and I have been busy. These days, he seems to have a lot of affairs to attend to. Today, when he appeared at the window with a cup of coffee, I knew his work was done, so we had lunch together. I'm not sure of my feelings about Edward right now. One on hand, I have just left a failed engagement. On the other hand, I don't really know Edward as a person. He may be strong and capable and incredibly handsome, but I always feel as if we are from separate worlds. After all, I don't even have a wolf. I really wish I had a voice in my mind to discuss all of this with. I sighed and began to focus on eating. Edward heard it and raised his heaf. Do you not like today's lunch? No, I'm just thinking about the engagement party. A weak excuse, but at least it's believable. The engagement banquet and my birthday are only a week away, and there's much to prepare. Although I have planned one before, this one will be much different to mine and Henry's. He insisted on grandeur. We also need to make sure the party is a big enough distraction so Edward can get his information. I shrugged, leaning back in my chair, feeling rather indifferent about the upcoming party. Truth be told, it held little significance for me. Edward, ever nonchalant, acknowledged my lack of enthusiasm and carried on with his meal, gracefully steering the conversation in a new direction. I see you've been practicing martial arts, he observed. Absolutely, I replied with a hint of pride. Even without a wolf, I believe it's crucial to be able to defend myself. I have confidence in my physical abilities. A fond memory crossed our minds, and we shared a hearty laugh. I could certainly tell after witnessing you slap Daisy, Edward remarked. He then cast a thoughtful gaze in my direction, his eyes filled with admiration. I admire how you transform challenges into opportunities and weapons for personal growth. The compliment filled me with pride and flattery, reaffirming the value of hard work when it's recognized and appreciated. Certainly, I concurred, Challenges are meant to be overcome, not to deter us. From the age of 16, I had held this philosophy close to my heart. Despite being born into a weak pack and lacking a wolf, I had relentlessly pursued the goal of becoming the best version of myself. Step by step, I had ascended to the position of Luna in the Nightfall pack, even though the journey had not ended as smoothly as I'd hoped. As I gazed at the man before me, a determination welled up inside. I had always been prepared to create opportunities for myself, just as I had when I first met Edward. Edward's contemplative expression returned, reminiscent of the one he wore when I had reminded him that his pack's strength wouldn't last forever. I posed the question tentatively, allowing the weight of the words to hang in the air. What if the challenge standing in front of you was your biological father? Edward hesitated, his gaze fixed on his plate as he grappled with the complexity of the situation. I took a deep breath, recognizing that I didn't have the full picture of their relationship, apart from the knowledge of his mother's death. However, from the few encounters I'd had with Lucas, it was clear that their bond was fraught with complications. Although I don't know what happened between you two, I began carefully, I do believe that even if he is your father, it doesn't necessarily mean he is entirely in the right. Edward's features softened, and he lifted his head, his expression once again reflecting a sense of ease and comfort. I'm starting to like you more and more, my love, he remarked warmly. I inclined my head modestly, focusing on my food as we continued the meal in a newfound atmosphere of understanding. So, Edward ventured, breaking the silence, will you accept my invitation for a date today? I'm free. Surprise and excitement flickered in my eyes as I responded, You're free? He seemed taken aback by my enthusiasm, but nodded nonetheless. Excellent, I exclaimed eagerly. Let's go on a date after lunch. Aurora? Aurora's POV. So this is your idea of a date? I had walked him downstairs and into the study. He looked reluctantly at the piles of documents. In fact, he almost looked helpless. Internally, I couldn't stop laughing, but outwardly I looked serious. Yes, there's only us in the study. Surely that makes it a date, right? Edward seemed unhappy. This was definitely not his idea of a date. It was a rare day off for him, but the engagement party was coming up, and there are problems within the pack that I needed more information about. I started flipping through the documents and explaining what I had been doing these past 2 days. For example, I found that the Timberwolf pack's development was nearly natural. Every decision Edward made, from how his stores were run and his cooperation with other packs, could be described as perfect. I was able to see how unique Edward's mind is. He acts decisively. The rumors about him may not actually be coming from him at all. I'm glad I didn't misjudge Edward. He is not as unprofessional as he is portrayed. On the contrary, he is incredibly serious about his work. However, I could see some problems. He lacks attention to detail. I think he views them as trivial and a waste of time. However, my pack mastered working in balance and the importance behind what can be seen as innocent events. To put it bluntly, there were some small flaws in the Timberwolf pack's finances and some traps in their cooperation contracts with other packs. If they didn't have their current power, this would be a significant loss. Like here, here, and here. These are all problematic areas. I stood in front of Edward with the documents, explaining them to him one by one. However, his gaze was on me. Alpha Edward, please pay attention to the documents, I stated, a little frustrated. Don't address me so formally, my love, he leaned back against the chair and said. Besides, these are my pack's documents. How could I not know about this? Then what about these? I know about the loopholes, but they don't affect anything, and I'm too lazy to bother with them. I rolled my eyes. I thought that might be his reason. I spent an hour explaining the importance of the loopholes, but I could tell he didn't care. He was staring at me the entire time, and his mind was definitely not on finances. I sighed. When I mentioned planning the engagement party, he finally showed some interest. Just then, Blake knocked on the door and walked in, handing me the guest list I had asked him for. Edward leaned on the table and raised his eyebrows. Why do I feel like my beta is going to be stolen by you? Alpha, I didn't mean to. Blake's serious expression quickly became flustered. I waved my hand, indicating that he didn't need to worry about it. Don't worry, Blake. He thinks he's funny. Blake may have been with Edward for many years, but he hadn't adapted to Edward's joking nature yet. I opened the guest list, and sure enough, I saw Henry's family name on it, as well as Daisy's. I smiled in satisfaction and handed it to Edward. "How did you do this so quickly?" "I gave them 2 conditions they couldn't refuse. I haven't told Edward about it yet, but I don't think he will disagree with my approach. 1, you reconcile with them and stop bothering them in the future. 2, you will help Daisy become the Luna of the Nightfall Pack." Edward laughed loudly. "You promised them that from me?" "Nope, I just gave them 2 conditions. I can't control if you fulfill them or not." "So you want me to lie with you?" "Do you object?" "Never." We looked at each other and laughed coldly. To some extent, Edward and I thought similarly. We use unconventional methods to achieve our goals. I never felt like this with Henry. Henry is an idiot. All he has is his pure bloodline. It was only his obedience that was attractive to me. Wait a minute, why am I comparing them? It's not like Edward is my boyfriend. I shook my head and caught Edward's eye. "What? Are you happy just thinking about lying to people?" I rolled my eyes. Definitely should not be comparing them. I gathered my thoughts and started talking about the party. We had a simple dinner in the study and worked into the night. We finished as the moon was at its peak and the lights were flickering. I stretched my back feeling stiff. Edward still had the same energetic look that he had this morning. Damn it, when can I awaken my wolf and improve my fitness? We came out of the study, and Edward insisted on walking me back to my room. I knew he wouldn't do anything. I glanced at him, realizing he may be a serious person who is just a bit mouthy. The wooden door to my room appeared in front of us. I turned to say goodnight. Suddenly, a shadow covered me, and before I could react, Edward had pushed me against the door. His face was directly in front of mine. I could barely move. He smiled, his lips almost touching mine. He gave me a feather-like kiss and softly said, "Good night." Aurora's POV. After a few busy days, my birthday and the engagement party arrived in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, I stood in the banquet hall wearing a formal dress, checking on everything and everyone. After all, this was all of my hard work. When I was in charge of planning my and Henry's party, I didn't feel this exhausted. Even checking the guest list made me feel like the pressure on me had doubled. I was so busy that I was even eating in the small study Edward had provided. Well, I was partly avoiding Edward too. The kiss had come as a shock. I know I should have been used to a kill. I've been engaged. But I didn't expect Edward to kiss me. However, I do know that Edward is nothing like the rumors. He was always flirtatious and absurd, but he was also a serious and smart person. With us having a contract marriage, I never thought he would have any feelings for me. After all, he was a casual man. He would have just told me if he really wanted to marry me. Or maybe the moment just felt right, and he took advantage. But that night, every time I closed my eyes, I would see his brown eyes and hear "good night." Everything is messed up. Although being with Edward wouldn't be an issue for me, I couldn't help but ask myself, am I really ready for another relationship? I'm not a conservative person, but I am faithful. During my and Henry's relationship, I put everything I had into it. I even worried that my lack of a wolf would cause him trouble, so I worked hard everywhere else I could, excelling in school and in my physical skills. My sincerity was rewarded with 2 bastards. I'm not sure if Edward will be the next. I sighed and tried to focus on the upcoming party. After all, this party means so much. It was not only for our engagement, but also for my birthday and a cover for Blake, who had already left for nightfall. Fortunately, although my mind felt chaotic, the party was proceeding according to plan. Edward was in a decent black suit, holding champagne and standing amongst the guests who had already arrived. He was relaxed, but still had an alpha's demeanor. But I looked at the glass in my hand and realized no one was in front of me. Most of these guests came from powerful packs like Timberwolf. They were mostly alphas or alphas' sons. They greeted me at the door, then walked straight to Edward. I slightly tightened my hand around my glass. This was a difference between Edward and I. I am not usually an inferior person, but he is the alpha of the Timberwolf pack, and I am just an alpha's daughter. If it wasn't for my confidence that day, our lives never would have crossed. Okay, Aurora, cheer up. You have your own life, and other people's status has nothing to do with you. Just focus on yourself." I cheered myself up and began to greet more guests. "Aurora." Suddenly, an annoyingly recognizable voice washed over me. I looked up and saw Henry standing in front of me. I saw Daisy raise her hand to take Henry's arm, but he avoided her. Daisy wore an exquisite pink outfit and even a little hat to match. I couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. After all, I usually only see hats with veils on the mothers of the bride. Henry stood in front of me, his eyes full of affection and longing, just like when we were together. But now I know it's all fake. I smiled politely, maintaining my composure despite the growing anticipation in the air. "Please sign your name on the list so you can enter the venue," I said with a warm, professional tone. Henry's mother gently urged him forward, and he obediently signed his name before making his way into the elegant venue. As he disappeared into the crowd, I couldn't help but wonder about the intricacies of the evening. It was a high-stakes event, one where tensions simmered beneath the surface. With a sigh of relief, I took out my phone and messaged Edward, our trusted colleague who was working behind the scenes. It was up to Blake now, our field agent, who had been assigned the crucial task of infiltrating the Nightfall pact. So far, everything had gone smoothly. I was just about to take a much-needed break when I heard a commotion at the front door. My heart raced as I quickly made my way towards the source of the disturbance, my skirt swaying gracefully with each step. God knew how much I missed Blake at that moment. Investigating the enigmatic Nightfall pact was a task that could only be entrusted to someone with his expertise. The click of my high heels on the polished floor echoed in the grand hall as I approached the scene. A group of intruders had brazenly broken through the venue's security guards and were walking in as if they owned the place. My frown deepened, and I couldn't help but wonder who would be audacious enough to barge into the Timberwolf Pact's engagement party. As I got closer, I caught sight of a man with distinguished gray hair, an air of authority, and an unsettling aura of ill health about him. He was dressed in black attire, adorned with badges and logos on his chest. Towering and robust in stature, he possessed an unmistakable presence. But it was the familiar face trailing behind him that sent shivers down my spine. Chase, the beta who had intercepted us during our reconnaissance mission at the Nightfall pact. In other words, my gaze locked onto the logo emblazoned on the man's chest, and it all became shockingly clear. He was Alpha Lucas, Aurora's POV. Although I had imagined what Lucas would look like, seeing him in person still surprised me. He exuded a kingly aura, and even though I didn't have a wolf and couldn't sense the Alpha's aura, I could feel the power rolling off of him. "Alpha Lucas, you." I walked towards him, but before I could finish my sentence, he led his entourage straight past me. I suddenly had a headache. Edward had said that even if his father didn't want to come, he would. Now I understood what he meant. I turned to look at Edward, who didn't seem as angry as usual at the sight of his father. Instead, he said something to the guests around him and shot me a look before taking Lucas away to a lounge. I prayed that nothing would happen and prepared to take over entertaining guests. But a new trouble arose. As soon as I set off towards the group, I heard a woman scream, followed by whispers from the people around her. What is going on now? I hurried over to see Daisy. She was sitting on the carpet with her back to me, next to a broken wine glass. Her delicate little hat had fallen to the ground. What is she up to now? Since she exposed who she truly was, I naturally refused to trust her. I had already thought she would cause trouble today, but then I realized she wouldn't benefit from causing trouble. Unless her target wasn't Edward. I frowned and pulled her up by her arm. Just then, I caught sight of Henry's family standing nearby. The three of them seemed to want to stay out of Daisy's spotlight. What happened to you? I pulled her up and turned her around. When I saw her face, I was stunned. Her left cheek was swollen with the clear imprint of a palm. The hat finally made sense. Aurora, I didn't mean to show it. I know you were just teaching me a lesson. Daisy apologized loudly in a panic, cowering and covering her cheek. A surge of anger rushed through me. Damn it, this bitch. It's been over a week since I had her. Don't tell me that. As a werewolf, she hasn't recovered. What a joke. I looked at her coldly. People were already starting to whisper insults about me. After all, my background of a small pack wasn't very popular with these nobles. No matter what I did, it would be the worst move in their eyes. Although no one knew who Daisy was, it was clear I was in a bad position. The only ones who could testify for me were Edward, who was busy with his father, and Henry, but he wouldn't stand up for me like this. Daisy Hall, I had thought you would be satisfied with Henry, but it seemed you were hell-bent on ruining my life. My frustration and anger bubbled beneath the surface like a volatile concoction, threatening to explode at any moment. As I stood there, my fingertips gripping the delicate hem of my dress, I desperately tried to maintain my composure. However, Daisy's pitiful sobs and the venomous glares from the onlookers in the room made my hands tremble uncontrollably. Was it anger, sadness, or perhaps a turbulent mixture of both that coursed through me? And then the situation took an even darker turn. Edward and I had meticulously planned our roles for this evening. He was supposed to keep Lucas, Henry's powerful and intimidating father, distracted while I handled the delicate task of managing Henry's family. The aim was to ensure that both the party and, most importantly, Blake remained safe from harm. But just when I thought our plan was unfolding as intended, the lounge door swung open, and there, locking eyes with Henry's family, stood Lucas himself. A sinking feeling washed over me. He must have been drawn by the commotion. Edward, usually unflappable, appeared helpless under the weight of his father's relentless pressure. The room fell silent, including Daisy, as Lucas's commanding voice cut through the tension, demanding to know what had happened. So, this was the extent of his power. Edward remained composed, his expression solemn as he addressed Daisy. "What are you up to?" His gaze flicked between her and me, his loyalty torn between the two of us. Daisy, the master manipulator, returned Edward's gaze with a calculated look of innocence, her demeanor portraying her as the terrified victim caught in a web of circumstances. My anger, however, had reached its boiling point. In all our 8 years of friendship, I had never harmed Daisy, never spoken ill of her, and always shared everything I had. Yet this former friend of mine had not only stolen my man but also plotted to dismantle my life piece by piece. How dare she? If she wanted to cause trouble, then I was more than prepared to meet her head-on. My patience had run out, and without hesitation, I seized Daisy's arm, a furious resolve burning within me. Smack! The sound echoed through the room like a clap of thunder, a sharp, unmistakable slap landing forcefully on Daisy's face. Aurora's POV. "Now it's even. Are you satisfied?" My hand was throbbing from that slap. My strength had increased after working with Edward's guards. Daisy was stunned by the slap, and all the guests were shocked. Only Edward was momentarily surprised before he burst out laughing, a mocking chuckle that echoed loudly in the silent hall. Daisy's right cheek was now swollen, perfectly symmetrical to the left. She screamed in protest, crying as she spoke. "How could you do this to me?" I looked down at her, bending slightly as I grabbed her swollen face. Mimicking Edward's usual expression, I squinted my eyes and spoke with a menacing tone. "Look around, Daisy. All the guests here today are powerful alphas. Can you guess why they're here?" I let go of her face as she stared at me blankly. "They're here to attend my engagement party, and I am the daughter of the Alpha of Swiftfoot Pack and the future Luna of Timberwolf Pack." "Who are you?" I asked. "You hit me. Why do I need to consider the occasion?" she retorted. Clearly, she didn't expect me to hit her in front of so many people as she fell back into silence. Henry, with his last bit of patience for Daisy, pulled her up from the ground and pushed her into the arms of her brother John. "Take her home now," he said. "Home?" I suddenly calmed down. I looked up at Edward and we exchanged a glance. It seemed Blake hadn't returned yet, and we couldn't let Daisy leave early. "Did I tell you to leave?" I asked coldly, watching Daisy's shoulders twitch. Damn, if I hit her twice, maybe she would be obedient. "Aurora, we're here to discuss a merger. Let's not make things difficult," Henry said, stepping forward. He knew how to say all the right things, but no one knew what he really thought. He knew very well I was already the future Luna of the Timberwolf Pack, regardless of my background or identity. It was wise for him to get along with me, but right now I'm still angry, and I don't want to get along with anyone. "A merger? You disrupted my engagement party, and you still want to discuss a merger?" I snorted. Henry and his parents were clearly embarrassed. They didn't know that Daisy would cause such a scene at the party. After the party ends, someone will come and talk to you. For now, I hope nothing like this happens again, I said coldly before turning to walk away with Edward. Excellent retaliation, my love, he said with a smile, replacing his previously gloomy expression. I learned from you. From me? I chuckled to myself, looking at his strange expression, feeling quite pleased with myself. That's right. If it were the old me, in that delicate living environment, I definitely wouldn't be so bold. After all, reputation is the most important thing in the upper-class society and the powerful pacts. It was precisely because of this that my parents taught me a lot of etiquette and rules from a young age, and even got enough money to get me into law school. However, after meeting Edward, I realized that the so-called nobles weren't just made up of rules and etiquette. Edward was free-spirited and had a bad reputation. He was the least alpha-like of all the alphas. He didn't care about manners or rules. He couldn't even be bothered to check the numbers in his account. He has his own unique temperament. Now, I stood as his Luna, at least in name, and the newfound sense of power, the freedom to do as I pleased in front of everyone, was undeniably intoxicating. It was a feeling I had never experienced before, and it sent a rush of exhilaration through my veins. As Blake and I continued to exchange hushed words, Lucas, Henry's formidable father, began to approach us. We hastily ceased our conversation, the reminder of the impending problem snapping us back to reality. It was easy to get carried away in the moment, but we couldn't afford to forget the delicate situation we were in. I couldn't help but wonder if Lucas, who had already shown a distinct disapproval of me, would seize this opportunity to expel me from the gathering after my impulsive performance. Aurora Frost? Lucas inquired, his tone a blend of annoyance and curiosity. Yes, I replied, my voice tinged with uncertainty, unsure of what his next move might be. Lucas snorted dismissively before turning away, rejoining his group. I was left standing there, dumbfounded and perplexed. I exchanged a bewildered glance with Edward, who, instead of offering a straightforward explanation, unexpectedly burst into laughter. I rarely get to see you genuinely shocked, he chuckled, his amusement evident. I couldn't help but feel a mixture of relief and confusion. Does your father approve of me now? I asked cautiously, still unsure of what had just transpired. Edward's laughter subsided, and he shook his head. Approve? The only person he approves of in this world is himself. Puzzled by this response, I pressed further. So, what was all that about? Edward leaned in closer, his voice a conspiratorial whisper. It probably means that he won't halt our engagement for now. After all, you just made quite the impression. It slowly began to dawn on me that one slap had somehow resolved both the Daisy predicament and the issue of Edward's father's disapproval. It was an unexpected turn of events, transforming what seemed like a disaster into a stroke of fortune. Fortune indeed, born from the depths of misfortune. Aurora's POV. After the commotion, the grand ceremony finally began. However, after what had just happened, I had no desire to participate in the banquet. All I wanted to do was rest. All right, next, Alpha Edward and our future Luna Miss Aurora will kiss under the statue of the moon goddess, praying for her blessing. What? Kiss? My eyes widened in shock. This wasn't a part of any of my plans. I looked at Edward, who looked innocent, and whispered to me, I didn't do this. What should we do now? Looks like we have to kiss each other. I rolled my eyes, which was quickly becoming my default response to him. I didn't think the servants would change anything. The only person who could and would is Edward. Damn it, it's just a kiss. I won't lose face. The host and guards were all waiting, so I closed my eyes. Open your eyes, Aurora. What? Hearing his voice, I subconsciously opened my eyes and saw Edward standing upright in a black suit with his hair neatly combed. He looked beautiful. He smiled gently and took my hand in his. Then he took a step forward, slightly bent down, and leant in. If I had my eyes closed, I probably wouldn't have felt it. But now, looking directly into his solemn eyes, my heart beat uncontrollably, and I subconsciously swallowed. Edward noticed the small movement and smiled at me. A gentle kiss fell on my lips, reminding me of that night. But this time our lips connected, and I felt his breath against mine. I closed my eyes and listened to the soft cheers from the crowd. although I knew that this party was fake and our relationship was fake. Even the applause and support from the crowd was probably fake. But under the light at the highest point of the banquet hall, smelling Edward's pleasant scent and feeling his soft lips on mine, I still had the illusion that I was happy. The engagement party finally ended in an atmosphere that felt harmonious. I tried to head up to my room to rest, but he grabbed my wrist. "The engagement ceremony is over, but your birthday has just begun." My birthday? I hadn't expected Edward to remember this. Since I was 16, I have been excited and afraid of the arrival of my birthday. I was excited because it was my birthday, but terrified I would have to go another year with no wolf. Now it's my 19th birthday. It's very rare in the entire wolf world to not have a wolf at 19. Moreover, this birthday is different from my past ones. I know that it's not actually my birthday. It's just the day my parents picked me up, and I still know nothing about my biological parents. Sensing my low mood, Edward tightened his grip on my wrist. "I've had dinner, cake, and flowers prepared for you." I blinked in surprise as Edward's unexpected offer caught me off guard. "Edward," I began, a mixture of confusion and curiosity in my voice. Without a moment's hesitation, he gently pulled me forward by my wrist, and I found myself stumbling slightly, almost falling into his arms. His eyes sparkled with mischief as he spoke. "I changed my mind. It's been a long day. How about I take you out and we have some fun?" "Have some fun?" I echoed, my mind briefly revisiting the whirlwind of events and meticulous planning that had consumed my day. I took a deep breath, deliberating for a moment, and finally nodded in agreement, even though I had no idea what Edward meant by having some fun. His spontaneous change of plans intrigued me. With a warm smile, Edward took my hand and we began to walk away from the villa. I expected us to head towards his car, assuming we were going to a bar or some other entertainment venue. However, to my surprise, he led me in the opposite direction, towards the mountains behind the villa. My confusion deepened as we entered a small forest on the mountain. "We're here," Edward declared as he released my wrist. I glanced around, still puzzled. "Here? What kind of fun can we have here?" I questioned, scrutinizing the unremarkable forest around us, barely visible in the night's shroud. Edward's voice took on a mysterious tone as he said, "Turn around, my love." I complied obediently, turning away from him and facing the forest. Behind me, I could hear the faint sounds of rustling leaves and the soft footfalls of Edward moving about. "Okay," I responded, assuming he was preparing some surprise for me. With a sense of anticipation, I eventually turned my head back, expecting to see him holding something in his hands. However, what I encountered was entirely unexpected. There, next to his neatly folded suit, sat a magnificent black wolf. The moonlight bathed its fur, making it appear as if it were adorned in silver. Its crimson eyes gleamed with a captivating intensity, and its commanding presence demanded attention. This was none other than Edward's wolf, Orion, revealed to me under the moonlit canopy of the forest. Aurora's POV. "Edward? Or you can call me Orion, Aurora." The black wolf tilted his head and looked at me. I couldn't help but walk over and tentatively reach out and pet his head. He lowered his ears and put his head under my hand. The soft feel of his fur on my palm made my eyes light up, and I reached out with my other hand to touch him. "Okay, come on up." Orion tilted his head and gestured to his back. "Up there?" I was stunned. Even though Edward didn't care about rules, he was willing to let me ride on his wolf's back. "Yes, I'll take you for a ride." Although I still feel it was inappropriate, the scene in front of me made it difficult for me to refuse. After all, I often saw my classmates in wolf form running in the forest near the pack. They looked powerful and free, but I could never join until now. He tugged on my dress gently, catching my attention. Due to my dress, I sat side saddle on Orion's back. "Hold on tight." Orion's deep voice surrounded me, and I quickly grabbed his black hair. The scenery began to change rapidly as he ran. The feeling of a wolf's run is so freeing. The scenery flew by, and a cool breeze that held the scent of grass blew past me. Orion jumped small ponds or bumps in the road, and every time he jumped up, I could see the dazzling silver moon from the tops of distant trees. "This is amazing! Edward, this is the best birthday gift ever." "This isn't your birthday gift." He laughed a little as he jumped. He ran to a small hill, and I quickly grabbed his back to stabilize myself. Just as I was wondering why he had stopped, I finally caught sight of the scenery. There was a shimmering lake in front of us. The moon hanging high in the sky turned the lake silver. Whenever a breeze blew past, it created small ripples of silver. "What a beautiful view," I exclaimed. "Of course, this is our secret base," Orion spoke somewhat proudly. "Thank you, Orion." I smiled and touched the wolf's head under me. "And thank you too, Edward." All the stress from the day disappeared in an instant. Taking the time to feel the fur and look at the moon, it felt like all of my troubles disappeared. "Moon goddess, although you have never seemed to favor me, I still believe you will help make my future bright." We stayed by the lake for a long time before returning to the pack. We talked a lot and covered many topics that we never felt comfortable to touch before, like what we liked to eat, what we did when we were young, our hobbies, and so on. After all of that, I truly felt that our relationship could move past just a partnership. We could be friends, partners, maybe even lovers. I didn't know. All I know is that this has been my best birthday ever. When we reached the door of the pack, it was almost midnight. Edward saw it and hurriedly pulled a small box out of his pocket. He handed it to me delicately. "Almost missed your birthday. Happy birthday, Aurora." "Oh, thank you." I hadn't expected a gift, especially after everything Edward had done for me today. I opened the box, and inside lay a blue gemstone. Upon closer inspection, it seemed like there was a glow from within the gem. It looked expensive, but not only that, it felt powerful. "What is this?" "It's a wish gemstone. It is said to help people to awaken their wolves," he shrugged. "I don't know if it works or not." "Thank you. I really like it." I held it close and examined it carefully. I had been given a wish stone by my parents, but it didn't feel like this. This one feels truly powerful. I knew this gem was beyond valuable. Edward carefully selected this for me. He had already given me so many surprises today that I didn't even know which to thank him for first. I carefully placed it back in the box and covered it with the lid. We walked back to the villa together. As usual, Edward walked me to my door. "Good night, my love." He smiled and placed a soft kiss on my hand. Since he kissed me, he hadn't been as physically affectionate, but I do think he added the kiss to our ceremony. I should have rolled my eyes at him, but instead I could only laugh, and suddenly I found Edward quite cute. I looked up at him, grabbed his tie, and pulled him down to my level. I went up on my tiptoes and left a soft kiss on his lips. The kiss was short. Edward was stunned for a few seconds before blinking slowly and looking at me. "Good night," I said as I opened the door and walked in. After gently closing the door, I couldn't suppress my smile. It was nice to catch him off guard for once. He probably never expected it from me. As I let go of the door handle and was about to step away, I heard a clear voice from outside the door. "Good night, fiancé." Aurora's POV. The next morning, Edward and I sat in the study, listening to Blake's report. Thanks to our efforts, Blake successfully completed his mission. He followed the map I gave him and went into the data room, archive room, library, and study, but he didn't find anything special about the Nightfall Pack, which was strange. But I found some other problems. What problems? Edward was wearing a casual gray outfit and sipping on a cup of coffee. The only difference was that he had sat next to me today instead of sitting at the desk alone. He gestured for Blake to continue. "These," Blake placed some photos in front of us. "This is all the information about Dark Dawn in their fodder room and library, but there is no record of their attack on us that year." Edward frowned and quickly picked up the photos to examine them closely. The photos showed how Nightfall Pack was attacked by Timberwolf that year, but there was no record of the retaliation. "How is this possible?" Edward muttered under his breath as he flipped through the photos. I was also puzzled because whether it was information I obtained from Edward himself or what my father had told me, Nightfall raided Timberwolf Pack for 15 years, resulting in the death of Edward's mother. How could they not have this on record? Could it be because of the negative news surrounding it? No, this was their own data room. Why hide it? I think there were many strange things surrounding the Dark Dawn, including my biological parents' close relationship with the war. I slowly spoke up, and Edward immediately understood what I meant. "What do you mean?" I think we should figure out what happened back then. Maybe all the questions will be answered. For example, why your mother died, who I really am, what kind of cooperation Nightfall Pack has with your father, and... I paused for a moment. Although this question had been bothering me all night, it had nothing to do with Dark Dawn. What else? I sighed. I'm sure I'm getting a headache. And why Daisy did what she did yesterday. Her behavior really puzzled me. If she simply didn't want me to be happy, there was no need to do it at the engagement party with so many people. If it was for Henry, it made even less sense since I was engaged to someone else and she was free to have him. Edward was troubled by the truth about his mother's death, but after hearing what I said and smiled, those are definitely worth exploring. That afternoon, we set off for the Minerva Library. It was the largest library on the entire continent. More importantly, it was established by several scholars from different packs. In other words, it didn't belong to any set pack. There would be no biased opinions. The content would be completely objective. This is how it should be. Where the hell is this written? Edward cursed angrily, holding a book. I looked around at the other people and spoke in a low voice. Lower your voice, Edward. He didn't say anything and just threw the book aside, opening the next one. We had been looking for a long time. All these so-called fact-based history books were full of Lucas's achievements in the Dark Dawn War, without mentioning that he intentionally provoked the war. They only wrote about how strong he was and how he almost unified the whole continent. I couldn't believe that his influence had even infiltrated this library. Not a single word was honest. I silently remembered the names of these authors and vowed never to buy their works again. I'd rather read what my mother wrote, Edward sighed, his finger tracing the ring on his little finger. Your mother wrote a book? No, it's a diary. I learned a lot of things through it, things that Lucas wouldn't want to tell me. Can I see it? We went back to the pack's study together, and Edward opened a locked drawer on the left. I could even clearly see the passwords to his computers, and I secretly laughed. He pulled out an antique diary. He didn't even think about it and stuffed such an important thing into my arms. I quickly took it and carefully placed it on the table before opening it. Edward's mother had very beautiful handwriting. She had been recording information for many years, not every day, but all important events were recorded. Edward's first steps, first words, and when he learned to eat independently. Every entry mentioned Edward. I could feel the love in the words and suddenly understood why Edward was so obsessed with revenge. It turned out that his mother loved him so much. I could even imagine her gentle expression as she wrote. But the diary took a sharp turn later on. Lucas began to argue with Edward's mother constantly about if to attack or maintain the peace. I remembered how Lucas looked. He looked stubborn and unwilling to avoid arguments. The entries slowed down when the war began. His mother's record changed from warm daily life to accusing Lucas, hoping to protect Edward, as well as some communication with other packs and the invasion progress. It was hard to imagine how Edward felt when he read this diary after losing his mother. After I finished reading the last page, I looked up. Edward was busy reading other documents and didn't even lift his head. Finished reading? Yeah, your mother was a very good person. He paused for a moment. I know, but there's nothing in there that can help us. I recalled the content of the diary. It didn't cover the war in depth, but it wasn't completely useless. It's not completely unrelated. I found a very strange connection. Aurora's POV. What? His gaze shifted from the file to me, and I gestured for him to come read the diary with me. The problem is not the content, but the paper of the diary. This type of paper looks very advanced. It has unique patterns and thickness. This type of paper is no longer in use, but I have seen it before. It's the same paper that my biological parents used in the letter they left behind. Given my strong observation and memory skills, although I only read it once, I don't think I remembered it wrong. Edward also trusted my abilities and became serious, asking Blake to investigate the source of the paper. He quickly found the information. The paper comes from a popular paper mill at the time. They specialize in providing high-quality paper for nobles, and even more powerful packs can customize their own patterns and styles. The Timberwolf pack is among the powerful ones, so it's no surprise that Edward's mother used this kind of paper. Did my parents also come from a powerful pack? According to the content of the diary and the historical information we found today, there were only a few powerful packs at the time: Timberwolf pack, Nightfall pack, and Ambersea pack. After the war, the Timberwolf pack became the only dominant pack. Ambersea did almost nothing except for one fight. What connection could they have to my parents? According to the information, this paper should have been customized by my family. How did it appear on your side? Edward looked at the information and frowned, thinking, but I was hit by a sudden flash of inspiration. In the diary, your pack exchanged some goods with other packs before the war. Could the paper be included? Edward opened the diary, while I quickly searched for the content. The pack they had a deal with was another powerful pack at the time. Ambersea pack, we both said in unison. I decided to go to the pack to investigate. The pack was quite far from us, and we had to pass through a large mountain range and countless forests in between, so we didn't know much about Ambersea pack. We only know that 15 years ago, this pack was still dominant in this area, but Lucas didn't spare them. He only left them a small piece of territory after the fight. When we decided to go and investigate, Edward said he would join me. He said it was because I helped at the banquet, so it was his turn to help me. However, the day before we left, he began to have a problem with his father. Lucas asked Edward to go on a blind date despite him being engaged. The woman was an alpha's daughter from a pack with considerable strength, and she was indeed suitable for Edward in all aspects. Lucas knew I didn't have a wolf and didn't know if I was Edward's fated mate. I could stay in the pack, but I could not be Luna. It needed to be given to someone more suitable. He wasn't looking for someone more suitable, but a pack that could help him develop. He was using Edward as a tool. I didn't expect Lucas to still do it to this day. Edward was even angrier than me. He hated others making decisions for him. While we had been living together, he hadn't quarreled with his father as much. He decided to go to Timberwolf Pack's main territory in person, leaving me to wait at home. I decided to set off for Ambersea alone. The journey would be slow without a wolf. Then Edward would catch up after he resolved everything. Edward looked a bit worried, but eventually agreed to let Blake and some members of the guard team accompany me on the journey. We stopped many times along the way, taking in the sights. I haven't been out in a long time and have been living under the pressure of my parents and others every day. This was finally an opportunity to relax. It would have been even better if no one disturbed us. Damn it! Maybe on the second day, when we walked into a forest to rest, a group of wolves suddenly rushed out from deep within the forest. They were well trained. In their wolf form, it was impossible to tell whose people they were. Fortunately, the guards and Blake reacted quickly, and the two sides started fighting. I was only a burden here, so I quickly ran to the side to hide. I spotted a tree with a hole in it that I could fit into. When I bent down to climb in, I heard a voice above my head. "Come up. Who said that?" I was startled and quickly took 2 steps back, taking out my knife and looking up into the dense leaves. In the middle of the thick leaves, a man was sitting on a sturdy tree trunk. He was dressed very casually and was covered in grass stains. He looked like he had been there for a long time. I looked at him warily, unsure if he was an enemy or a friend. However, the group of wolves had made me their target, so I wanted to hide quickly. I can't worry if he is a friend or not. He is better than the wolves below. I grabbed the hand that was offered to me, and he pulled me up effortlessly, letting me sit on the branch. I marveled at his strength, but became more wary of him. "Who are you? Why did you save me?" Aurora's POV. He sighed and looked at me helplessly. I finally got a good look at his appearance. He was a good-looking man with golden hair, and he had a pair of gem-like blue eyes. His features looked very gentle. He was almost noble. "I didn't save you. I was afraid you would ruin my food." "Food?" I was stunned for a moment before remembering. "You hid your food in the tree?" "Yeah, oh. Okay, thank you anyway." Blake and the guard team quickly took care of the group of wolves, but no matter how much they asked, they couldn't find out where they came from or who sent them. I sat on the tree trunk, hugging my legs and thinking, who wants to take my life the most right now? Suddenly, a person flashed through my mind, and my whole body went cold. Could it be Lucas? Has he decided to try to kill me to keep me from being with Edward? You can come down now. The voice next to me suddenly interrupted my thoughts. I almost forgot there was someone next to me. Okay, I replied, and agilely jumped down from the tall tree, not even noticing the hand the man behind me had extended to help me down. Is everyone okay? I walked over to Blake and asked about their situation. Fortunately, everyone only suffered minor injuries and would recover quickly. Aurora, I'm not sure how our whereabouts were exposed. For safety's sake, it's better to take a different route to Ambercy Pack, Blake stated as he approached. The man behind me, who had climbed down from the tree and spoke, You're going to Ambercy Pack? I turned around and looked at him. Yes, is there a problem? He smiled and waved his hand. No problem. I'm actually out here hunting from the Ambercy Pack. I'm heading back there later. I looked at the map. He came out this far to hunt? He seemed to have noticed my expression and explained while pulling something out of the tree. Some rare and expensive magical herbs can only be found in this area. You're developing potions. A small part of the werewolf tribe actually does this. Each pack has their own strengths. For example, my parents were not good at fighting, but they had a lot of talent in business. Some wolves focus on developing weapons and potions. I glanced at the things in his hands. He looked to be telling the truth. Since I was planning on going to the pack to ask for information, it would be better to establish good relations. I see. Hello, I'm Aurora Frost from Swiftfoot Pack. I could tell he was trying to remember anything he knew about my pack. Finally, he said, Oh, I know. Your textiles are famous, and your pack is powerful. He knows a lot. It wouldn't be easy to gather information about my family's business, especially when he lives so far away. I could have used my Timberwolf pack identity, but I thought that relying on Edward wasn't a good idea. Besides, the Timberwolf pack attacked them 15 years ago, so it might be better to use my background to gain their trust. Hello, my name is Edsel. Since we were headed to the same place, Edsel and I decided to travel together. Since he came out alone to hunt, he probably wasn't an important figure in the pack. I just hope that the people of Ambercy Pack are as easy to talk to as he is. He is very witty and humorous, and he knows a lot about this area. He explained everything new and interesting along the way, making the trip a lot more fun. On the third day, Edward finally caught up with us. He was very worried when he learnt about the attack and had been rushing from the main territory ever since. We met someone from the Ambercy Pack on the way. What a coincidence. I briefly told him about what had happened over the past 2 days and walked him over to meet Edsel. Thank you for saving my fiancé. Edward reached out his hand and gave a polite smile. Edsel also smiled and turned his body around. He was about to shake hands with Edward until their eyes locked, and then they started fighting. It all happened so fast. I didn't expect Edsel to be so strong. I only had time to see that Edsel made the first move. But what are they doing? Do you two know each other? No, Edward replied cautiously while still fending off Edsel. They kept up with each other perfectly in both strength and speed. Edsel couldn't be an Omega with that strength. Who is he? Before I could ask, Edsel gritted his teeth and shouted, Edward Anderson! How does he know Edward? Oh, but Edward is so easy to recognize, that must be it. Did you offend their pack before? I shouted. No. Edward used all his strength and pinned Edsel down on the ground before things finally calmed down. He looked down at Edsel with a furrowed brow. Brother, what is wrong with you? I don't know you. You're the alpha of Timberwolf Pack, right? Edward was stunned for a moment. Yes, I am the alpha of Ambercy Pack. Oh no, what have I done? How did I end up running into their alpha before even arriving? These two packs are archenemies. Aurora's POV. Wait, we can talk this out. I quickly walked over and pulled Edward's shoulder, gesturing for him to let go. He frowned and looked a little unhappy, but he still let go obediently. I squatted down and helped Edsel up. After all, he was the alpha of the Ambercy Pack. Judging by his age, he should be the son of the previous alpha. Our purpose for coming here was to request information, not start another war. Despite being angry, Edsel subconsciously said thank you to me before staring fiercely at Edward. Edward refused to back down from the challenge and stared back. Seeing that this wasn't helping, I quickly stood in between them. Hey, I can explain. My two alphas. I looked at Edsel seriously. Edsel, I know about the grudge between your two families, but please realize that it was 15 years ago and Edward was only young. I was young too, but my parents were still hurt because of it. Edsel was clearly agitated. So I quickly spoke up. This was his father's doing. In fact, Edward hasn't approved of his father's actions. We came here to find out the truth about what his father did 15 years ago, to understand my own identity, and to uncover the truth about Edward's mother's death. It felt like I said it all in one breath, explaining everything I knew. Edward was probably a little dissatisfied, but he stood aside and didn't say anything. After listening to me, Edsel finally calmed down. However, he still looked a little skeptical. I understood and suggested we had brought something valuable to convince them. We had brought some precious medicinal herbs and exotic spices. These were rare in the north, but for Ambersea in the south, they were even more precious. It took a lot for us to bring them over. By chance, Edsel seemed to be someone who developed potions. He lifted the blanket and glanced at the things in the car. Although he suppressed his expression, I saw his eyes light up a bit. So why don't we peacefully go to the pact? We will leave as soon as we get the information we want. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded. With the group now having two alphas, we no longer had to fear sudden attacks. I carefully told Edward about the wolf pack attack, and he took the time to think after I gave him my guess. It doesn't seem like something my father would do. Edward leaned back on the car and frowned. If it was him, he would have sent more people. He always likes to be ruthless. Besides, I've been in the main territory all day and haven't seen anyone coming or going. He paused for a moment and continued, but they attacked in wolf form, which means they were afraid to reveal their identities. It must be someone you know. I nodded. The only explanation was that I knew them personally. But from the people I knew, I couldn't figure out who would want to kill me. I didn't tell anyone about this trip. How did they know I would come here? Unless Edward understood my meaning. Someone is following me. We both said at the same time. Edward chuckled lightly and leaned over to me. Our noses were almost touching. We really are in sync, my love. Perhaps because we hadn't been together for a few days, I was no longer used to his flirting, so I instinctively moved away. Are you in heat constantly or something? An impatient voice said. I almost forgot that Edsel was still next to us. How could an alpha like him have such a weak presence? Looking up, I saw Edward's neck veins bulging, a telltale sign that he was on the brink of losing his temper. It was a scene I had grown all too familiar with lately. I instinctively clutched his arm and lowered my voice, desperately trying to defuse the situation before it escalated any further. Calm down. Your reputation is already bad enough, and that was just a normal joke, I whispered, my voice barely more than a hushed murmur. I knew Edward's penchant for turning even the most innocuous comments into heated arguments, especially when Edsel was involved. My caution was well-founded, for wolves like us possessed extraordinary hearing. Edsel, who had provoked this confrontation with his sneer, had undoubtedly caught my words as well. I anxiously tightened my grip on Edward's arm, fearing that the two of them would engage in yet another heated exchange. However, to my surprise, Edward didn't rise to the bait. Instead, he calmly took a seat next to me and quipped, "What? Are you jealous?" His hand boldly encircled my waist, his touch sending a shiver down my spine. I let out a resigned sigh and offered a light pat on his back, attempting to maintain some semblance of composure. The truth was, I still couldn't quite decipher my feelings for Edward. Love, or even affection, seemed elusive concepts. But one thing was clear, I didn't dislike him. Meanwhile, Edsel observed our interaction with disdain, his gaze filled with judgment. It appeared that in his eyes he regarded me and Edward as equals, both worthy of his scorn. Internally, I couldn't help but heave a silent sigh. My initial optimism, born from the hope of a harmonious relationship between the three of us, had been thoroughly shattered. The delicate balance we once enjoyed was now teetering on the precipice of chaos, and I wondered if we'd ever find our way back to it. Aurora's POV. We had been on the road for another full day, and along the way, Edsel had been complaining that our group was slowing him down. but there was nothing we could do about it. Even though there were just a few of us, we still had to be careful with the exotic beasts we brought along, which were still infants and couldn't withstand the bumps on the road. Edsel was more interested in his potions than the beasts. After hearing my explanation, he quickly compromised. However, although he stopped complaining, he still seemed impatient. It wasn't until the next day that we understood why he was impatient. It was the night of the full moon. Wolves find it harder to suppress their power and become extremely irritable and uncontrollable. But after so many years, the wolf tribes had evolved. Now only the full moon gave them the feeling of boiling blood, but they still kept control. Our group was strong anyway. 2 alphas, 1 beta, and a group of well-trained guards. Oh, and me, a woman who didn't even have a wolf. It was unlikely that the full moon would have any effect on us. But as we continued on our way, Edsel, who was leaning against the car, became extremely weak. It was Edward who first noticed that something was wrong with him. His wolf Orion was very sensitive to the surrounding breaths, and he sensed that Edsel's strong breath suddenly dropped as the moon began to rise. That Edward looked up and frowned at me. Although I don't like to interfere, that guy doesn't seem right. I was unable to sense breaths and was stunned for a moment. Without thinking, I quickly got up to check Edsel's condition. He obviously heard Edward and spoke hoarsely. "I'm fine. Mind your own business." His voice sounded wrong to me, so I leaned over to look at him while holding onto the back of the car. He was frowning, his clothes soaked with sweat, his neck looking like he was in pain. The veins on his forehead bulged out as if he was suppressing something. "My goodness, what's wrong with you, Edsel?" "It's none of your business. Leave me alone." Although Edsel was hostile towards us, that was because of Lucas's. From our perspective, there was no grudge and no need to leave him alone. "Edsel, please tell me what's wrong with you." My mind turned slowly, but I understood that this was why he was complaining. The full moon affected him. But why would a werewolf be weaker during a full moon? Even I, who hadn't awakened yet, could feel that Edsel's breath was very weak at the moment. Ignoring the conflict between these two people, I quickly turned to Edward and said, "Edward, come and see what's wrong." "What?" He already refused it himself. "Let's not worry about it, my love." "Edward, if we want to find out the truth about your mother's death, we can't let anything happen to him." Edward sighed and reluctantly came over. Edsel was even more unhappy, but he was now too weak to even dodge out of the way. Edward put his hand on Edsel's forehead with a cold expression. His deep brown pupils suddenly turned red, and after his eyes flashed a few times, Edward withdrew his hand and looked at Edsel with interest. "There is a curse on him." "A curse?" I frowned. Since the dark dawn, witches were not often seen anymore. Although they could disguise themselves as ordinary people because of their small numbers and peace with wolves, they were not exterminated. Until the start of the Dark Dawn War. In order to fulfill Lucas' wish to unify the continent, witches became targets for his slaughter. He was wary of their mysterious powers, so he aimed to destroy them. As an alpha of the Ambersea pack, how could Edsel carry such a powerful curse? Judging from his condition, and Wold, who came by, could easily kill him. No wonder he was desperate to get back. This kind of deadly curse is not something every witch can cast, especially since Edsel is a strong alpha. "I may not be able to move, but you won't be able to kill me." Edsel looked fiercely at Edward, afraid of an attack. I would never allow that to happen. Although Edward had a bad relationship with Edsel, he also understood that we needed him. I saw that he made no move to hurt him, but still teased him. "Oh? Now anyone who passes by will treat you as an Omega, my great alpha." Edsel trembled with anger while Edward smiled in satisfaction. I quickly separated them for fear of making Edsel's condition worse. It seemed like it would be a long night ahead. If Edsel was only temporarily weak, it would be fine. But now it looked like he was in pain. His eyes were dull as if he could faint at any moment. This can't go on any longer. We couldn't make this conflict worse. Aurora's POV. "Edsel, what do you usually do in this situation?" I asked without hesitation. Since he was in a hurry to go home, there must be some way to alleviate his pain. But before he could answer, I heard a noise, almost a gasp, and turned rapidly only to see Edsel had fainted. Edward's face became serious, so unlike his usual self, I knew it must be bad. What the hell is going on? What will happen to him? I sounded anxious. Why was I anxious? It's not like I know Edsel, but I never expected it to be this bad. This isn't right. Edward leaned down to examine Edsel closer. He was pale, almost deathly so. Covered in sweat, yet he almost looked peaceful. At least while he is unconscious, he isn't in pain. My mind raced. We had a lot of medication with us, which could be useful. However, none of us were familiar with them. This goes deeper than dressing wounds, which was about as far as our medical knowledge goes, but we still had to try. Edsel came out to hunt ingredients for potions. If he came this far by choice, it must be related to his curse. Surely something we have can be used to help. He wouldn't have come out this far alone if it wasn't to protect himself. He must be hiding it from others so it can't be used against him. An alpha with a weakness this severe definitely needs to be hidden. The potions must suppress his curse. No wonder he was so excited about the herbs we brought. But that means we can use our ingredients for him. I only hope we can use them effectively. His condition is getting worse. Edward frowned and reached out to touch Edsel's forehead. It was soaked with sweat. I knew we couldn't delay any longer, so I quickly rushed away from the car. I instructed Blake to find Edsel's bag and carefully identified the herbs. I recognized a few and decided that was where I should start. Fortunately, before we set off, because we were preparing gifts for them, I had looked at a book of medicinal herbs and remembered what I had seen. Thank goodness for my memory training. The ingredients I recognized helped me to remember what medicines could be made with them. I roughly knew the names and ingredients in the medicines and then instructed Blake to process them. Blake worked quickly under my instruction. He was very precise, ever the perfectionist, even in cutting and crushing herbs. I couldn't help but smile. And now comes the hard part, putting it all together. I didn't know the usual dose Edsel had, so I used a small dosage of each to minimize the risk. Hopefully, it would still be effective even with it being a small dose. I was busy for a while. Edward came over and silently assisted me. He was silent and calm, and he understood just how critical this was. I silently looked at him and smiled. It was comforting to have him close, especially when I was experimenting like this to save his enemy's life. The medicine was created quickly. I took the bottle from Blake and started to walk towards Edsel, but a long and powerful arm reached out and pushed me back gently. A strong hand took the bottle away from me. "I'll do it." Edward looked unhappy. I was stunned for a moment before realizing that he didn't want me to touch Edsel. I couldn't help but smirk. Was he really jealous right now? "This isn't a time for jealousy. You're already 23 years old, Alpha," I joked. He gave the medicine to Edsel slowly, turning to me, his face covered in a serious expression, and said, "We don't know where his curse came from. It's very powerful. I don't know if it will affect a person just by touch." He wasn't jealous. He wanted to protect me. My heart couldn't help but beat violently. Afraid but happy, maybe even a little surprised. It turned out he was really worried about this. Edward always surprised me when I thought I knew him well, but I'm glad that he was willing to help this other alpha. My cheeks felt a little hot, so I quickly changed the subject and waited outside to see if Edsel would wake up. I needed to put all of those thoughts about how Edward's protection made me feel. I had one more thing to do: help Edsel keep his secret. As an alpha and the future heir of the Ambersea pack, this curse was dangerous for him. I think Edsel and his parents have kept this secret for many years. Luckily, only Edward and I know what is happening. I would make sure it was never shared. The only potential issue rumors began in our camp. I have to stop them before they start. Blake and the guards were very disciplined. They never asked or were curious about things that we refused to share. Blake came over and asked with concern, "Miss Aurora, is someone injured?" I shook my head and said, "No. Edsel is just teaching us the uses of those magic herbs. Both Edward and I aren't the best at it, so please don't go getting injured." I casually lied. If the reason was realistic or not, it didn't matter. Tagging on the joke also changed the tone, making the situation less serious and less likely to cause rumors. Blake won't ask again. Now we just have to hope nothing happens to Edsel, otherwise we won't be able to explain it to the Ambersea pack tomorrow. Edward hasn't come out of the car since I left. He must be dutifully watching Edsel. Although I would have preferred to separate them, it was out of my control right now. Remembering Edward's serious expression and the way he protected me, I had the impulse to kiss him. But now was definitely not the time. What the hell? Edward Anderson. The car suddenly made a sound that startled the guards. Then the angry voices of Edward and Edsel rose from the car. Fortunately, Edsel's voice sounded full of energy. It seemed that the medicine worked, but it was too effective. Otherwise, why would he wake up and immediately try to fight Edward? Stop it! Edsel's POV. I am a cursed alpha. I have been cursed since I was young. Those terrible years of the war caused my pack to be pushed back to the edge of the mainland. We used to be so prosperous in the center, now we are scrounging at the edge for even basic herbs. I will never forgive the Timberwolf pack for doing this to us. The curse I got during the Dark Dawn makes me become extremely vulnerable during the full moon, and my body suffers great pain with no ability to fight back. It's almost funny to be weak on the day all wolves are supposed to be the strongest. My parents were left with the job of protecting me every full moon. They kept me home and protected me personally to get me through the night. As my wolf powers grew stronger with age, the curse grew stronger too. With each full moon that followed, the pain got worse. I was weaker, and the danger I was in grew quickly. I was worried that the pain and weakness may one day destroy me. I wanted to save myself, to be useful, and not depend on my parents. So I began to study potions and curses. Eventually, I developed a few methods to temporarily lift the curse's power. The first time it worked, I experienced pure relief. My father told me that these curses and cures could only be known by me. Anyone else who knew would quickly use them as a weapon against me. So, every few months, I would run alone into the wilderness, about a 3-day run from home, to collect precious herbs. Today is the day I collect them. I found what I wanted a lot faster than I expected, so I decided to wait until it was cooler and let myself walk back slowly rather than run as usual. I found myself a lush tree to rest under. Suddenly, I heard a commotion and ended up saving a woman. When my hand touched hers, I could clearly feel that she had no wolf power, which was strange as her companions were clearly werewolves. I was confused. This woman who was clearly running for her life was completely calm. She almost looked unfazed about the wolves violently fighting behind her. She wore casual clothes, her long legs were wrapped in near skin-tight jeans. Her bold, blonder hair and emerald green eyes matched perfectly with her bright red lips. She didn't seem out of place. She looked confident. She was a soft and beautiful woman, but she had absolutely nothing to do with me. After pulling her into the tree, I prepared myself to leave with my herbs, but they told me they were going to the Ambersea pack. The woman's words were half true and half false. I wasn't sure what they intended to do when they got to my pack, so I decided to stay and observe. Little did I know that staying would lead Edward Anderson directly to me. The Anderson surname is one I will never forget, and neither will my family. Lucas Anderson destroyed our home during the war, cursed me, and nearly killed my father. He tried to destroy my family. After already destroying my home, they must have come to Ambersea Pack with bad intentions. Although the woman, who I found out was called Aurora, tried to explain everything. I didn't believe her. I couldn't. But that didn't stop me from preparing to take what they had brought as gifts and take them all down the second they reached my territory. After all, although I don't want to admit it, Edward's power was indeed above mine. Their journey was moving too slowly, and looking at the messages on my phone, it was almost the night of the full moon. I was anxious, but there was nothing I could do except hope that I could hide my curse when the full moon hit. If I could just get myself hidden, I would be away from some of the risks the group presented. By tomorrow we would reach Ambersea Pack, and I would be safe again. But in reality, I was wrong. I couldn't hide. The worst had happened, and I couldn't help but expose my secret in front of them. I ended up in the car with Edward when the curse fully hit, growing weaker and weaker. I tried my best to hold on. Although the herbs were in my bag, it was too late to handle them. So I had to prepare to endure it just like I had at the beginning. But I had forgotten just how powerful the curse was without my herbs to subdue it. Before losing consciousness, I could hear the woman talking about something. She seemed passionate and focused. Aurora? She was very concerned about me, but it was clear that her relationship with Edward wasn't simple. I'm guessing she is just one of Edward's many lovers. Poor girl, she seemed sweet. But I didn't have time to think too much as the world plunged into darkness. I don't know how long it took, but I woke up again. Thank the gods. This time, I thought I would fall into the hands of the Timberwolf pack again. Edward Anderson! When I finally managed to slowly open my eyes, I saw Edward's face and was immediately full of rage. That face was begging for a beating. He was sitting next to me looking at some documents. Although I don't know why my body felt strong, I had recovered enough strength, so I punched him in the face. "Damn it!" Edward shouted, his face full of rage. But his reaction was quick, sending a punch towards me. We fought in the narrow compartment, fists flying, shouting curses at each other. "Stop it!" Aurora's voice came from the door of the car. I felt Edward's tight grip on my collar falter for a moment, then he snorted indignantly and let go. "Glad to see you are looking okay now, Edsel." Aurora walked between us, looking at me with a bright smile. The smile startled me a little. I moved my gaze away slightly and remained alert. "What did you do?" I questioned angrily, looking between them both. "We made a poison for you to eat, of course." Edward's voice came from one side. He sounded bored and almost sarcastic. I saw Aurora look at him helplessly before turning to explain to me, "We used the herbs you picked yourself. Luckily, I know how to form them into a medication and gave them to you." She was smiling again, that bright, disarming smile that I was becoming far too accustomed to seeing. "You saved me?" I was surprised, but their actions. Aurora not only knew how to process these rare herbs, but also how to formulate them successfully to save me. No wonder I felt so comfortable as I woke up, and it explains the surge of strength when I did fully wake up. I looked out the window and was met with moonlight. The full moon night hadn't yet passed. In fact, I don't think we were even halfway through. "Why?" I was confused and a little suspicious. "We wanted to establish a good relationship with you, of course. So please stop fighting now. Do you have any other questions or problems we can help with?" Since meeting Aurora, she seemed to be able to handle everything that was thrown at her effortlessly. She was a woman with no wolf, but clearly capable of solving any and every problem. The moonlight shone in through the window, reflecting on Aurora's delicate face, making her look very gentle. This woman saved me? I guess that's just how it is. Aurora's POV. "Edsel?" He looked completely lost in thought, confused and afraid, so I called his name again. He snapped out of it, but moved away from me quickly. "I'm fine." "That's good. We know about your situation, but don't worry, I lied to the guards, and they are loyal. No one else knows, and we will keep it a secret." After hearing me speak, his face morphed into surprise. He probably didn't expect me to not only save him, but keep his secret. He also probably didn't expect respect from one he viewed as his enemy. Edward had been standing behind me the whole time without saying anything, but now he had calmed down a lot and I finally felt relieved. If they kept fighting, I'm not sure if Edsel would have survived with his curse. "Thank you for helping me." Edsel looked at me somewhat awkwardly, as if he was lost in his thoughts. I know Edward introduced me as his fiancé, but he seemed to want to forget that. He looked at me the same way he did in the tree, gentle and open. But it didn't matter if Edward was a good person or not. I know I'm certainly not. After experiencing betrayal and slander, I stopped caring about my reputation. There's no point looking good on paper if it gets me hurt. I leaned in closer, leaned my head on the car seat, and looked directly at Edsel. I squinted my eyes just like Edward usually did and said, "However, you need to promise us one condition, or we will be free to release this information about you." He turned to look at me, with a hint of a smile in his eyes. "And what would that be?" "When we get to Ambersea Pack, you need to help us find any information about the Dark Dawn as much as possible." I paused for just one moment, unsure what his reaction would be to my second condition. To do that, we will need access to the Pack's library and data room. These places were very important to a Pack, and many never or rarely allowed outsiders in. We had even less chance now. The hatred between the Timberwolf Pack and the Ambersea Pack was far worse than I could ever imagine. At the Menevian Library, we were able to learn about how Lucas fabricated so much history surrounding the war. After the Timberwolf Pack started the war, the Ambersea Pack moved away from the center of the mainland and voluntarily gave us their territory. That's the history all packs were told. However, it seems that this was not what actually happened. Edsel thought for a moment, then gave me an answer. I can promise you that, but I have a condition of my own. What is it? I need you to sneak in with me, he said almost sheepishly. What? He had to sneak into his own library and data room? Why? My mind couldn't quite grasp it for a moment. Edsel sighed and glanced at Edward before looking back at me and explaining. His curse had begun when he was very young, in the years of the Dark Dawn. But at the time, he was still young and didn't know much about what was going on. He only knew that Timberwolf Pack had killed many of his people and drove them away from their beloved home. However, he didn't know where his curse came from or when it began. Every time Edsel asked his parents about it, he would get vague answers. They most likely did it to protect him, afraid that he would run straight from the remote border to the center of the continent to seek revenge on the witch and Lucas. The Pack's data room had always been sealed off to him, but in reality, he had always wanted to know the truth about his curse and the war. So it seems our goals are completely aligned. My eyes lit up as I realized we were about to have another powerful alpha joining us. My identity, Edward's mother's cause of death, and Edsel's curse, 3 people with different identities and positions now holding the same goal. This made things much easier. Why haven't you broken in before? Because my father placed a seal on it that I can't break with my own powers. Edsel spoke unkindly and glanced at Edward again. Edward probably wasn't past the 2 fights that they had recently had, yet as he showed no sign of hearing Edsel's words. He didn't even look at him. He hugged my waist from behind and rested his head on my shoulder. I'll listen to whatever she tells me to do. I sighed but didn't stop Edward from holding me. Edsel frowned and asked, What exactly is your relationship? Marriage? Business partnership? Edward and I spoke at the same time, but when he heard me say business partnership, his whole face fell, and he looked devastated. Baby, what makes you say that? We both know Edsel's big secret now, so it's only fair that he knows ours. There was no need for us to hide that we were in a contract marriage. Even if the whole world knew that we were only business partners, there was no way to end our cooperation as long as we continued working together. Edsel was obviously confused by our conversation. So you're in a fake marriage? Of course it's real, Edward retorted almost instantly. He seemed angry. I patted his arm to comfort him and patiently explained, The marriage is real, but it is only a business relationship between us. It will be naturally dissolved after a year. Aurora. Edward softly growled my name and lightly pinched my waist to express his dissatisfaction. Before I could say anything, his hand was pulled away by another strong hand. My eyes snapped up to a pair of bright blue eyes. So, does that mean I can pursue you now? I was stunned by Edsel's words and didn't even have the time to think about what he meant. I quickly stood between the 2 men. These 2 alphas have been fighting every day since they met. Aurora's POV. You're just looking for trouble at this point. Edward reacted quickly and was about to swing a punch at Edsel's face, but I quickly jumped between them. After all, it's just a contract. She's not really your Luna. Great, 2 troublemakers, just what I need. Edsel was trying to wind Edward up as much as he could. These 2 are still fighting ever since they met only 2 days ago, and it has seriously affected our itinerary and business. Raph, I couldn't help but feel my anger grow. Enough! Both of you! Shut up! The compartment finally fell into silence as it should have been the entire time. The 2 alphas in front of me were stunned by my anger. I may not have a wolf, but I still have a voice. Both of them quieted down and stared in silence. If this had been posted online, it would definitely cause a massive discussion. I sighed and finally had time to think about Edsel's sudden confession. From these few days of interaction and observation, Edsel is stuck to the rules. He is serious and often silent, an observer like me. He didn't enjoy a joke. He was almost the opposite of Edward. I'm sorry, Edsel. Although Edward and I are only in a contract marriage, as long as the contract exists, we have to be responsible for upholding this marriage. I can wait for you, it's only a year. Edsel looked confident. I didn't know what came over me, but it felt like a headache. Maybe it's just dealing with these two striking me down. Edward looked deep and very angry, staring at Edsel like a hungry wolf staring at its prey. Edsel, I advise you to not joke around like that. This time, Edsel didn't want to deal with him anymore. These two people couldn't accept each other. One of them confessed to me, and the other one... I observed Edward's expression. I had only seen him this angry when he was facing his father. But why was he so angry? He had no real reason to be. I didn't continue to think about it, because the most important thing now was not our contract marriage or Edsel's confession. We have to focus on how to get into the archives of the Ambersy Pact tomorrow. However, it was obvious that the three people in the compartment were thinking about vastly different things. Only I was focusing on the important matter. The other two were too busy staring at each other. I shook my head and decided I needed the backup of another reasonable person. Blake, will you come in, please? Blake came in obediently, seeing the situation of the two alphas left him stunned at first, then immediately recovering. He wisely gave up the tradition of standing next to his irate alpha and came to stand next to me. Is there something you need, Miss Aurora? Fortunately, Blake's arrival made the two alphas calm and try to cover their childish anger. One of them went back to his documents. The other sat at the side and closed his eyes. I breathed a sigh of relief and said to Blake, "Get me some paper and a pen, then bring me the materials you were given before we left." Blake moved quickly. I took the documents and looked up to find Edsel looking at me. He looked calm, but desperate for me to listen. "Aurora, think about it, please. A handsome alpha like him confessing his interest would make any woman at least half tempted. But I was different. Since being betrayed, there have been fewer thoughts about love in my mind. Now, it was focused on my future, my career, and the success of my pack. Men are unreliable, after all. Something is only eternal if belongs to you. So no matter when confesses to me now is useless. Let's plan our route and method for entering the archives tomorrow. I need your help, Edsel." "What? But I'm with you. Edward, get over here too. Let's discuss this as a group." "What? Now you want to talk about this?" As if nothing has happened. "You both should know that I don't have any intention of falling in love right now. More than that, I want to know about my origins." "Your origins?" Edsel asked, as if he had never heard this information before. His eyes were full of doubt and confusion. Since he knows so much, there's nothing that can't be said. I had to tell him what had happened to me these past few days. After I finished, Edsec was silent for a long time before picking up the documents in front of me and skimming them himself. "What do you want to know?" "Very well. I want to know the route for tomorrow and any places we need to be careful of." With my best efforts, the three of us were finally able to sit down together peacefully and discuss our plans. We planned our route after arriving at Ambersy Pack, and Edsel laid out the many places we needed to avoid. The long full moon night finally passed. The next day at noon, we finally began to see the first signs of Ambersy Pack. I opened the car door and looked into the distance, where I spotted a city that had risen out of the wilderness. It was a sharp contrast of prosperity and the barren land we had passed through along the way. Ambersy Pack looked rich and powerful, completely unlike the image of defeat that the Dark Dawn War had portrayed them as. I finally understood why Edsel was so wary of us. If Lucas found out about his former powerful opponent, now developed into a large force, he would definitely fear another war, maybe even start one. Our originally open visit had quickly turned into espionage. The things we were supposed to give to the pack went into Edsel's pockets instead. We followed him carefully around the pack to ensure that we wouldn't be discovered. There was also one more reason for us agreeing to do this: to protect Edward. His identity would surely get him killed. "You saw how angry I was. What do you think my father would do if he saw him?" Edsel said seriously. I thought his point made sense and agreed. Edward was somewhat annoyed by having to sneak around, but he had already agreed to do as I said. It was rare for him to restrain his alpha aura and follow behind me. Under Edsel's leadership, the three of us moved very smoothly along the way and eventually stood at the door to the archives. Aurora's POV. "Something about this is strange." Edward hadn't spoken the entire time until he leaned over and spoke softly as we stood at the door to the data room. "What's wrong?" Edward couldn't say exactly what he felt was wrong, things just felt wrong. Our journey had been too smooth. I felt the same way. Given just how developed the Ambersea pack was, surely we would have been spotted. Even if we were perfectly agile, we wouldn't have been able to arrive at the door of the data room so quickly and smoothly. Something was definitely wrong. Of course, it's because I'm here that everything is going so smoothly. What's so strange about that? Edsel rolled his eyes and spoke with exasperation. He gestured Edward forward and asked him to help break the spell on the data room door. The power of 2 alphas was obviously enough to break the spell, but just as the spell began to fade into nothing, a group of guards appeared from thin air. They had emerged from the corridor and surrounded us fully. We had been discovered. Of course, it's because I'm here that everything is going so smoothly. What's so strange about that? Edward shrugged at the guards in front of him, mocking Edsel's words in a sarcastic and annoyed tone. Edsel was angry and embarrassed at the same time. His eyes were dark with rage, but his cheeks had a slight tinge of pink that was starting to grow down his neck. The 3 of us were taken directly to the main hall. Although Edward had the strength to take the guards on, he needed to be smart. He can't risk the political unrest if he makes a big fuss in someone else's pack. We were taken directly to Edsel's father. In a way, it did make getting a meeting with the Alpha easier. Edward Anderson. Edsel's father immediately said Edward's name. It was the first thing he said to any of us. It seemed this had been his plan all along, as if he had been in control from the beginning. I sighed and looked at Edward. He didn't seem to act as if he was with an enemy. He stood there calmly with his hands behind his back, open and disarming, and said, "That's me." Edsel's father was calmer than I had imagined he would be, so I began to explain the purpose of our visit and why we were sneaking around his pack, until Edsel interrupted me halfway through my speech. "All of this was my idea, Father." His father didn't seem surprised at all, standing in front of us with an eerily calm look that was just as intimidating as it was comforting. "I know, Edsel. You've grown up so quickly, and I should tell you now." "Father?" Edsel's eyes lit up as he looked at his father. His father took a step forward and paused for one moment, then walked directly up to Edward and me. "As for what you want to know, I can't tell you. I'm not like Lucas." Edward frowned as he said it's rare to see him frown in front of others. "I know, and that's why I can't tell you." I was confused. Edsel's father seemed to know all of the answers we needed, but he was unwilling to tell us anything. Just as I was about to say something, I noticed Edsel's eyes. They were begging me to remain silent, so I did. Edsel's father finally acknowledged my existence. After all, he could surely hear that my breath was weaker than the others. He walked up to me and suddenly leaned in a little closer, almost too close. I looked up at him, feeling puzzled. "And who are you?" "Aurora Frost, an Alpha's daughter from Swiftfoot Pack." I introduced myself politely, but he barely even looked at me, let alone smile or acknowledge me properly. "I've never even heard of you." It was embarrassing. How could Edsel's father be so different from the lovely, polite Edsel? "The scent on you is familiar to me. Who are you?" Edsel's father didn't care about his attitude and words. He only scrutinized me closely with a frown. What did he mean by my scent? It should be noted that the scent of a werewolf only began to differ after they had experienced the awakening. I didn't have a wolf, so besides the scent of my perfume, I really didn't know what else there would be for him to smell. Could it be that he knew my biological parents? I quickly explained my purpose for coming here and looked up at him nervously. "Do you know my biological parents?" After I spoke, Edsel's father seemed to be lost in memories and didn't speak to anyone for a long time. From the moment we met him, this gentleman seemed to be working to his own rhythm and didn't care any for how urgent we were. Edsel, who clearly was used to his father, had begun to drop onto the sofa comfortably to wait. After a while, Edsel's father finally spoke up. "The smell on you reminds me of the wolf tribe that went extinct many years ago, the wolf tribe from the Snowy Mountains." "The extinct wolf tribe?" I exclaimed. Edward and Edsel also looked surprised because we had never once been taught about the existence of an extinct tribe. Edsel's father nodded. Yes, during the dark dawn, I saw them. There were very few of them, and they went extinct after the war. You have a scent that is similar to theirs. The words extinct wolf tribe were imprinted on my mind. Who were my parents? And why did they go extinct? What made the tribes from the snow mountain different? I had many questions I wanted to ask, but I didn't know which one to start with. Edsel's father spoke first. I don't know anything else. His tone was final. I had to suppress my desire to ask questions for now and reminded myself to take note of the clues I had been given. At least we have some leads now. Lucas wants to unify the entire continent to control it. Edward suddenly spoke up without any context, but I'm different from him, and so was my mother. Her greatest wish when she was alive was for all werewolves to form a group, help each other, and coexist peacefully. I know it is a naive idea, but compared to Lucas, I prefer my mother's idea. What are you trying to say? I want to know everything my mother experienced, including what Lucas did to her. Wait. Aurora's POV. Edsel's father stared at him for a while before finally speaking up. The curse on Edsel was cast by Lucas' witch. The anger was clear in his words. After mentioning his own son, Edsel's father's expression became even more angry. All of us were shocked by his words, unable to speak or move. Thanks to Edsel, we knew that the curse was cast on him during Lucas's time in the Dark Dawn War. But what did he mean by Lucas's witch? Wasn't he vehemently against witches? Judging by his tone, it seemed like he wasn't working with the witch, but rather that Lucas himself had a powerful witch working with him. Lucas wanted to make sure that my next generation wouldn't be able to resist him, so he cursed Edsel. As his father spoke, Edsel snorted and hid the laugh he was desperate to let out. Maybe we should investigate the witch, Edsel's father said, with a hint of a gloating tone in his voice and excitement in his eyes. See what her relationship is with your father and whether your mother knew anything about it. His tone and expression were suggestive, and my heart sank as I turned to look at Edward. He clearly sensed the implication of the words, and his face grew dark, his aura restless. I instinctively grabbed his hand in an attempt to calm him. Edward's fingers trembled slightly, but they calmed down when I held them tightly. I looked up to his face and saw his brow furrowed in thought and repressed anger. According to Edsel's father, Lucas may have had a secret relationship with a powerful witch, and even Edward's mother may have known about it. Her death may have been related to this as well. Damn Lucas, will he ever do anything good? As I held his hand, Edward's fingers gradually tightened around mine. He lightly pinched my fingertip and looked down at me. Our eyes met, and my figure was reflected in his brown pupils. Suddenly, both of our restless hearts calmed down. As we left, Edsel's father didn't give us any trouble. We weren't sure if it was because Edward's words had moved him, or if he knew even more truths he was refusing to tell us. Either way, we learned that Edsel's curse came from a powerful witch who was likely connected to Lucas in some way. Even Edward's mother knew about it, and I gained some clues about my biological parents. However, not everyone could accept the truth. Edward was completely silent on the way back. It was a heavy sort of silence that filled the car like a crushing weight. I watched him lean against the car seat and stare out the window, lost in thought. I felt a pang of sympathy for him. Perhaps it was because he was usually so confident and always had a smile on his face that seeing him so low made me worry even more. I sat down next to him and softly said, "Edward, don't think too much about it. Maybe he just wanted to make you unhappy to see if he could rattle you. My father never lies. If he says something, it is always the truth." An unwelcome voice interrupted us loudly. Edsel. He was still with us, hoping to continue pursuing me until I agreed to be with him. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at his words. But I could guess what he was thinking. His curse had not been lifted, and according to the rule of curses, if the witch cast the curse died, the curse would be lifted immediately. If Edsel had had his curse for years, that must mean the witch was still alive. According to his father's words, only Lucas would know where she was now. If he wanted to lift his curse, he would have to follow us close and find this witch. "When you get to the center of the mainland, where are you going to stay?" I sighed and quickly changed the subject. "I'm going to stay at your house, of course." Edsel smiled and propped his chin on his hand. He looked almost impish. "Oh, really? But I'm staying at the Timberwolf Pack now." He frowned. "You're not married yet. Why did you move in?" "Oh, is that not allowed anymore? Are you from the last century?" Edsel probably didn't expect me to say anything like that. He's definitely not used to sarcasm. Dealing with Edward and myself will be a trial by fire. He took a moment to react before saying, "I just don't trust this guy." He gestured towards Edward. Edward finally turned his gaze towards us and took my hand as if it were the most natural thing to do. He resumed his usual demeanor and said, "Oh, we'll be legally married soon. What are you worried about?" "Heh, we'll see if you can make it to that point." The two of them bickered back and forth, and I was relieved that we had moved on from the heavy topic earlier. On the other hand, I was getting that headache back from listening to their arguing. It seemed like this would be standard until we had everything figured out. I wonder if any of those herbs might help me. We had been so busy these past days that I had forgotten about the other threat that awaited me at the center of the mainland, Henry and Daisy. And then, without reason, I was attacked again. When Edward returned to the pack, he had a lot of work to do, so I decided to go home and ask my foster parents if they knew anything about the wolf tribe I came from. Edward, concerned about the attack from when we were traveling, let Edsel accompany me for the journey. Edsel was more than happy to come along and confidently stated that he wanted to meet his future in-laws. I rolled my eyes silently, but didn't stop him from joining me. After all, having an alpha of considerable strength at my side made me feel safe. However, that clearly wasn't enough of a deterrent for someone. Edsel's aura wasn't very obvious, maybe from the long-term medication use or because of his curse. I knew when I met him that he had a small aura. I even mistook him for an Omega. So on our way back to Swiftfoot Pack, the group of people who attacked us before appeared in front of us again, Aurora's POV. Edsel and I were walking slowly on the road as he was excited to see the scenery and the city center of the mainland. As we were passing a small forest that Edsel was examining, a pack of wolves came storming out of it. It was different from last time. There was an obvious leader this time. The wolf leading the pack had brown fur, purple eyes, and a small scar on his nose. If you didn't look closely, you might not notice it, but I recognized it in a single glance. It was him, John Hall. John was Henry's beta and Daisy's brother. Although I was Henry's fiancé before, I rarely saw him. He always appeared and disappeared mysteriously and always kept his head low. If I didn't have a good memory, I probably wouldn't have recognized the scar. It seemed that the person who sent the wolf pack to attack me was either Henry or Daisy, or maybe even both of them. However, I still couldn't figure out why they hadn't let me go and in fact even wanted to kill me. "Don't pretend, John Hall," I said coldly, my voice harsh and deep. John hesitated for a moment, realizing he had been caught, and turned into his human form. It really was him. "Alpha said you had a good memory. I never expected it to be that good. I always assumed he was lying to make you look good," he said as he touched the scar on his nose. If I hadn't remembered the location and shape of the scar, I probably never would have recognized him. I ignored his insult. He would have to try harder if he wanted to get a rise out of me. However, from what he had said, it seemed that Henry had nothing to do with this matter. He knew my abilities too well and, despite being an idiot, would not have made such an easy mistake that he knew would expose him. Therefore, the mastermind could only be that bitch Daisy. "Why did you try to kill me twice?" "Because you stood in my sister's way." I was surprised. "What absolute nonsense are you talking about? Henry and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. She's welcome to become his Luna for all I care." He fell silent and looked at me completely blankly. Suddenly, I understood and laughed coldly. "Being Henry's Luna is not enough for her, is it? She wants to be Edward's Luna too, doesn't she? I should have realized this earlier. The entire time I knew her, Daisy had never just wanted one thing. She always wanted whatever I had. If I had beautiful jewelry and clothes, she would ask, no demand, that I give them to her. If I had Henry's admiration, she would also compete for Henry's attention. Now that Edward and I were engaged, she had set her sights on him. How could she be so desperate for attention? After so many years of sisterhood, she was completely willing to kill me with no hesitation. I clenched my fists in anger and glanced over at Edsel, who looked alert and prepared. John and his pack had obviously been following us closely the entire time. He was attempting to catch me alone, but once again he has failed. Having Edsel with me today has definitely saved me from danger. Very well, since you still want to be entangled with me, I don't mind making your life as difficult as possible. Tell Daisy that she won't get anything she wants, I said to John. John had always doted on Daisy, so he was incredibly angry when he heard this. He led the wolf pack to attack me. Without a wolf and being followed by an omega, do you really think you will be able to leave here? I wasn't panicked at all and almost let myself laugh out loud. I turned to Edsel beside me, and his eyes were completely black as I had expected. Omega. Edsel was so angry that he laughed out loud. He no longer concealed his aura, and his oppressive alpha presence burst out in an instant. He transformed his hand into gray claws. They looked razor-sharp, and his pupils turned a perfect golden color. Damn it! John cursed before he was pressed into the ground by Edsel. He couldn't understand why the omega he thought he had encountered had suddenly become such a powerful alpha. I smiled and thought about just how useful it was to have Edsel on hand. The alphas in the center of the mainland knew almost exactly what each other looked like, but Edsel, being from the distant border, was unfamiliar to them. Moreover, he automatically suppressed his scent, making it very difficult for them to identify him. In less than a minute, the wolf pack in front of us didn't dare to approach me anymore. Although they were unfamiliar with Edsel's aura, anyone could sense that he was a genuine alpha. Edsel sneered and put all of his weight behind his paw. The sound of snapping bones could be heard, and John let out a loud scream. It rang in the trees, repeating a few times, then fading. The wolves behind him involuntarily stepped back 2 steps. Edsel didn't let him go. Instead, he obediently turned his head to look at me. "So, do you want me to kill him?" he asked almost casually. I shook my head. No, I still need him to deliver a message. As soon as I finished speaking, Edsel let go of his grip and transformed his paw back into its original form. He elegantly adjusted his sleeves, even taking the time to flatten the creases in his shirt. John and the wolves behind him rushed off in a hurry. I only hoped that he delivered my message properly. I was already beginning to create a plan for Daisy. "Thank you," I said to Edsel. "It was nothing," he said as he walked over, still adjusting his clothing and looking the perfect gentleman. Suddenly, Edward came to my mind. If it were him, he would definitely walk over and ask for a reward with a wide smile, taking any opportunity he could to get close to me. Thinking about it, I couldn't help but bark out a laugh. The two of them were really different. "What are you laughing about?" Edsel asked. "Nothing. I just remembered something funny." I straightened the dress that I was wearing and planned to continue walking forward when my wrist was suddenly grabbed. With a gentle force on my wrist, I was pulled back and turned to face a pair of blue eyes. "Who are you thinking about?" Edsel was more perceptive than I thought. "Edsel, it's nothing. Please let go of me." I felt a headache coming on as I looked at the seriously jealous man. I was hesitant about Edward, but I had no feelings for Edsel at all. "Edsel, what are you two doing?" Aurora's POV. As I was still trying to sort things out with Edsel, an annoying voice cut in. It was Henry. He quickly walked over and pulled Edsel's hand away from me, frowning at us in confusion. I rubbed my temples, feeling overwhelmed by all of the chaos. I was relieved that Edward had to leave and attend to some work. Otherwise, I couldn't imagine what would happen if all 3 of them were together right now. Aurora. Who is he? Henry looked at Edsel suspiciously, but to me it was clear that he disliked Edward more than Edsel, even though I was unsure of my feelings for Edward and had no feelings for Edsel. "My business is none of your concern, Henry. Why are you here? Are you following me?" I gave him a disgusted look and crossed my arms, stepping back to keep my distance from him. "I'm not following you, I'm following John and his men. A few days ago, I noticed that John took some of my guards with him on a patrol, but instead of patrolling, he went on his own personal mission. So I followed them when I realized he was doing it again to try to identify the target, and I realized the target was you." Henry explained frantically, trying to get close enough to me to grab my hand. But I quickly stepped back and said, "Don't touch me with your dirty hands, Henry. I don't need your help. Now go away." "Aurora." He nearly whimpered my name like a child scalded. I frowned at Henry's strange behavior. As far as I knew, he was a proud man who cared a lot about his reputation. After what happened at my engagement party, I thought he might hate me, or at least not want to be around me. But now he seemed more persistent than before. "Where have you been these past few days?" "I've been trying to find you." Henry continued to pester me. "Get out of here, didn't you hear what Aurora said? And who the hell are you?" Great, ever since I had met Edsel, I've seen him fight with every single alpha we had met. He fought with someone every day. I sighed helplessly, suddenly remembering the plan I had just formed. Although I was angry, since Henry had come to me on his own, I had to make good use of the opportunity he had given me. Originally, I was unsure about my plan, but seeing Henry's attitude now, I realized my plan might go smoothly. I took a deep breath and looked at both of them with a conflicted expression. "Please, can the two of you be adults for 5 minutes and stop fighting? Henry, I know you still can't let go of me, but you have to give up. We can't go back. I'm already engaged." "It's just an engagement, my love. How can we not go back?" "As long as you are willing, we can cancel the engagement at any time. I'll be waiting for you." Henry's eyes had lit up as if he had finally found a way around my very logical excuse. Edsel looked surprised and kept looking at me blankly, but fortunately he didn't say anything. I calmed down and continued with my act. "Actually, I also miss those days in the Nightfall pack. I wonder about that tree we planted in the yard. Is it still doing well?" We planted the tree together when we were kids. In reality, nobody actually took care of it, but it grew strong on its own. I could tell from Henry's confused expression that he had forgotten all about it. "If you want, you can come see it any time," he said eagerly. Internally, I smiled. This was exactly what I had been waiting for. But I couldn't agree right away. Instead, I shook my head and said, "No, I don't want to go back to that sad place. You can leave now. I'm going back to Swiftfoot Pack." "Aurora," he said again in desperation. I didn't listen to him and pulled Edsel away. Henry didn't follow us. The show was over for now. When the time came, I knew he would welcome me with open arms. Whether it was Lucas's secret or Daisy's nagging, I would solve everything when the time was right. I returned to Swiftfoot Pack with Edsel, who looked puzzled by my behavior. But before he could ask me anything, I cut him off by beginning a conversation with my mother. By the time we left Swiftfoot Pack, it was already sunset. I walked ahead with a spring in my step, feeling incredibly good about myself. Not only did I get the chance to infiltrate the Nightfall Pack, but I also received some news from my parents. A long time ago, there were a group of wolves who came down from the snowy mountains. They were few in number, but very powerful, as they lived in an extremely cold and harsh environment. However, they were also the target of many other packs due to their strength. After the war started, they took their pack back to the mountains, as they didn't want to be involved in any conflict anymore. But after the Dark Dawn, they disappeared forever. Nobody knew where they went. Some said they retreated to a more secluded area, while others said they went extinct. My biological parents were most likely part of this group of wolves. I'm sure if I continued to investigate, I would find out more. "What do you want to do, Aurora? Sometimes you are so quiet that I can't figure out exactly what you are planning." Edsel's voice was gentle as he spoke. I turned to look at him. "I just have some old business that I need to take care of," I replied vaguely. These were things I needed to handle by myself. I couldn't give him any specifics. Edsel's eyes darkened when he heard my words. It seemed like both he and Edward were different from other alphas. One was carefree and didn't care for anything, while the other was always by my side. "I still can't accept your affection for me, Edsel. You don't need to do anything for me." "Have you made your choice then?" he asked pointedly. "No, I won't choose anyone." "I told you I'm not looking for love." I shook my head. I didn't think too much when I said those words earlier. But now that someone else has overheard them, it might cause more trouble later on. Edward's POV. "Don't be so anxious, Edward. How can I not be anxious?" After returning to the Timberwolf Wolf pack, I had to dive directly back into work. Leaving the pack for a few days meant mountains of paperwork to return to. Aurora had her own plans and wanted to go home to see her parents. She wanted to ask them all that they knew about the snow tribes. It was good that she was spending more time with her parents. However, I couldn't leave the pack again and had to let Edsel accompany her. But it's clear that this guy is in love with her. At the very least, he wants her for his own. How could I let them be alone together? I quickly flipped through the documents in my hand while Blake stood next to me, reporting on the events from the past few days. Orion urged me to calm down, but I couldn't even begin to listen. My mind was filled with the image of Aurora's blonde hair and full red lips. It had been half a month since we last spent time alone together, and recently we had either been busy looking for the truth about the war, or I was off dealing with my pack's business. "Have you fallen for her?" Orion's calm voice rang in my head. My hand that had been playing with my pen suddenly paused for a moment as a surge of thoughts flooded into my mind. Before all this, although I often spent time with many different women, it was partly as an outlet and partly to give Lucas an image of me being young and useless, so he would relax his supervision of me. My fingers unconsciously traced the ring on my thumb. Previously, my goal was to find out the cause of my mother's death and seek revenge. I never thought I needed a fixed partner, which was why I only proposed the idea of a contract marriage and not a real one. Back then, I was somewhat interested in the smart, outspoken woman, but it didn't go any deeper. But now I care more and more about her, hoping to see her every day, hold her hand, and kiss her soft lips. Although I haven't found my fated mate yet, I think how I feel now must be similar, surely. "Yes, brother, I've fallen for her," I replied to Orion's voice. My voice was laced with a smile. So was his. I'm not surprised. Since we ran in the forest, he also admitted to liking Aurora. "I've fallen in love with Orion, so what are we going to do?" he asked. "We are going to pursue her, of course." I finished my work and checked the time. It was time for Aurora's arrival back at the pack, so I headed outside to pick her up. Of course, I was also worried that Edsel might try to do something he shouldn't do on their journey. Before I had even reached them, I used Orion's hearing to listen in on their conversation. "No, I'm not choosing anyone," Aurora said. My smile immediately dropped. Damn it. I was happy when she rejected Edsel, but I never expected her to not want anyone. It's all Henry's fault. Although he may not have caused my mother's death, I don't want Aurora to stay near the Nightfall pack anymore. "What do you mean?" Edsel and Aurora's conversation continued as I stopped in my tracks and listened. "My current priority is the prosperity of my pack and finding out my true identity. I'm not interested in anything else." I couldn't help but bitterly smile. From the first 2 dates, it was clear that Aurora was a very independent woman, and life seemed to only revolve around her goals and future. It's almost a shame. When does she get to focus on joy? Last time she kissed me and held my hands when I was sad, I thought I was special to her. "Maybe she's just bluffing him," Orion said. His comfort was appreciated, but I can't help but wonder if he was truly right. I prefer to believe she was, though. It wasn't until Aurora told me her plan in the evening that I was truly taken aback. After listening to their conversation, I felt a bit awkward and decided to go back to the Timberwolf pack alone and wait for Aurora at the door. We had dinner together that evening, and although Edsel was still annoying and overstaying his welcome, we still fed him. Blake was considerate enough to seat him at a separate table, though. Blake seemed boring most of the time, but he proved to be reliable in critical moments. After dinner, we drank tea in the hall, and Aurora told me about her plan. "You're going to the Nightfall pack alone?" I frowned. It was very dangerous, and from what she had told me about Daisy's attacks, it seemed that she was completely willing and ready to take Aurora's life. It was far too risky to go there at this time. "Aurora, I'm not in a hurry to uncover all their secrets, and I can find someone to kill Daisy at any time. You don't need to take this risk," I said. "You know me, always proactive. Anyway, it's the best way to get more information about what Lucas is up to." Aurora smiled at me. Her face, which was now makeup-free, looked even more lovely than usual. Yes, since I met her, she has always been proactive, whether it's asking me to take her to my pack or slapping Daisy, twice. She is like the sun, bright and fiery, always moving forward with a dazzling light every time. I sighed knowing that I couldn't stop her, but I also heard that Henry, that bastard, really wanted to reconcile with her. Although I don't like it, at least I know she is safe with him. Okay, I put down my teacup and looked at her seriously. But promise me that you will protect yourself. Of course. She smiled and promised, then stood up. I thought she was heading back to her room, so I stood politely to see her off. Unexpectedly, she leaned over and left a gentle kiss on my cheek. Damn it, she always challenges my patience like this. After her soft lips brushed over my cheek and left, I grabbed her wrist and pulled her into my arms. Her soft body pressed against my chest. Her perfume filled my senses, and I found myself getting lost in it. It was sweet but natural, almost a spring day. It matched her perfectly. Want to run away from me now? I chuckled and lifted her chin with 2 fingers, then gently placed a kiss on her lips. She didn't resist, and I hesitated for a moment before deepening the kiss. The feeling of her soft lips was intoxicating. The gentle brush of her tongue against mine and the softly panting breaths quickly became overwhelming. She was moved by the kiss, too. She leaned softly against my chest as if she had lost her balance. I reached out to hold her waist, almost touching her chest involuntarily. I quickly stopped myself and almost pulled away from the kiss. That was a line I knew I couldn't cross. I was afraid the Aurora would hate me if I did. Aurora's POV. The next step in my plan was to visit the Nightfall Pack and stay there for a few days. It would allow me to investigate Lucas, gain more trust from Henry, and allow me to confront Daisy face to face. The kiss with Edward almost made me lose my mind. Fortunately, he pulled away and didn't do anything else. But damn, just as he pulled away, I regretted letting him go. If I continued to stay here, staring into his eyes, I know I wouldn't be able to face Edward any longer. I can think about kissing him, sure, but actually doing it? I'm not supposed to be finding someone to love right now. I quickly messaged Henry and arranged for my arrival the next day. As for Edsel, he heard I was leaving, but he didn't want to stay in the Timberwolf pack to fight with Edward. So he went out to observe the herbs that surrounded the pack. When I arrived at the Nightfall Pack gates, I thought I would receive a warm welcome, but everyone's eyes were not quite right, as if I was the one who cheated on Henry and ruined the alliance. It made me feel ridiculous, but it didn't matter. I didn't care about other people's opinions. I've been used to the hostile gaze since I was 16. Henry was probably handling work early in the morning. It was Daisy who came out to greet me formally. I sneered at her. The woman's endurance was really strong. After I slapped her twice and ruined her plans at the engagement ceremony, she still had the same expression as if nothing had ever happened. Long time no see, Daisy. After meeting at the engagement ceremony last time, I went on a journey with Edward without telling anyone about it. But obviously, this woman knew where I went and could send an attack towards me perfectly. What has happened to her recently? Why did she look so radiant? What has she done? Long time no see, Aurora. She was wearing a long red dress, looking more gorgeous than before. She also wore a lot of valuable jewelry. She walked slowly towards me with the demeanor of a powerful pack leader. I never thought I would see you here. How have you been? She spoke and made a very fake gesture of combing her hair with a single hand. Without waiting for my answer, she sat down with her skirt raised above her ankles. I frowned. When we were friends, I never questioned her ignoring etiquette or how she treated me despite our positions. But now, this bitch just sat down in front of me so brazenly. I was about to reprimand her when she interrupted me. Sorry, Aurora. Please excuse me for sitting down first. After all, I am carrying the future heir of the Nightfall Pack. I'm pregnant. My hands trembled. Her face was full of smiles, but I was surprised that she got pregnant so fast. Clearly, the engagement hadn't been announced, and she hadn't yet been appointed Luna. So why did she get pregnant first? My mind turned, and combined with Henry's attitude when we had been texting each other over the past few days, I finally understood what was going on, why Henry had been so eager. Daisy must have intentionally got pregnant with Henry's child in order to compete for the position of Luna. But Henry still hadn't chosen Daisy as his Luna yet. There had been no announcements despite her carrying his child. As I thought, I couldn't help but almost laugh out loud. This woman was using her child as her last bargaining chip. Under the pressure from the pregnancy, Henry had to choose a Luna immediately. He couldn't risk having a bastard, but he needed a worthwhile match, so he kept delaying the decision. When I started to speak to him again, he greeted me eagerly. Even though I was already engaged, my identity was still better than Daisy's. He still saw me as a more favorable match. I looked at the woman I used to see as my sister and was hit by a wave of sadness. It was so sad to see her rely on men completely for her fate, especially such a hypocritical and self-interested man. Daisy thought she had succeeded in provoking me when I didn't speak for a long time. Her expression couldn't hide how proud she was. I chuckled and decided to let her be proud for a while. "Congratulations, Daisy. Henry must be very happy. He went out early in the morning to find some precious medicinal herbs for me. He has been with me for the past few days. I think Henry will be a good father." She talked with a smile reflected in her eyes, but my heart didn't move at all. Is that so? I don't know if he will be a good father, but he definitely won't be a good husband. Otherwise, why would he bring me here when he knows about the hostility between us? I suddenly understood why Henry come to greet me personally today. From his sweet words in our messages, pretending to reconcile with me, he was eager and humble with the intention to please. Why would he not be the one to greet me? Why choose Daisy instead? He was betraying Daisy again. From the moment I entered the door, I began observing. Although the guards were still patrolling their daily routes, they deliberately avoided the surroundings of the hall. Daisy had poured tea for herself when she went to sit on the sofa, meaning she had also told the servants to keep away. No one would help Daisy if she tried anything now. If she attacked me here and caused trouble, things would quickly get out of control. Daisy wasn't that stupid, but she was incredibly foolish when it came to anything to do with Henry. Okay, I have to admit this does feel a bit like it used to a few years ago. Daisy was stunned and seemed to be thinking about what I had said, but she immediately put on a seemingly calm expression. "Aurora, I don't want to keep fighting with you anymore. After all, my life is perfect now." She became confident again as she spoke. I looked at her pretending I was stupid and knew nothing. This bitch couldn't even admit the truth. If she had really given up caring about me, why did she send her brother to follow me and try to kill me? Twice. I touched my chin and laughed, not caring at all. I found a distant spot on the sofa and sat down. I leaned forward and tapped the teacup in front of me. Daisy's eyes immediately turned black, but she still poured me a cup of tea, like the good beta she was. I may not care for identities, but I will use them to piss her off. I picked up the cup, took a slow ladylike sip, and looked at the familiar clock in the center of the hall. It was almost time. The protagonist of this play is about to make his appearance, Aurora's POV. "Aurora, I'm sorry I couldn't personally welcome you, but I had some business to attend to." Henry's voice came from the door. He was soon followed by a group of guards. He was wearing the suit I had gifted to him during our engagement. It had been a long time since I had presented him with it, and it seemed like he had purposefully taken it out today to wear it for me. I glanced at Daisy's expression out to the corner of my eye. She clearly didn't expect Henry to wear an outfit like that. Her face shifted to a complicated expression. Confused? Furious? Sad? Perhaps all three. I sat calmly on the sofa watching Henry walk towards me. Daisy stood and quickly straightened her dress. I reached out one hand towards him. In just 1 second, Henry grabbed my hand, obediently kissing the back of it, and then let go. "Welcome back, Aurora." I stood up, using his hand for balance, and smiled slightly. "Thank you. I have missed it here, Henry. Your room is still the same as before, and we prepared your favorite lunch today." Henry naturally held my hand and started talking as he walked towards the dining room. I tried my best to endure the discomfort in my heart and let him lead me. Pretending to be affectionate with Henry when I came back was extremely uncomfortable, but seeing Daisy's wonderful expression made it easier to bear. Henry and I walked in front, and Beta, John, and Daisy walked behind us. When we arrived at the dining room, Henry first pulled out a chair for me before sitting opposite me. It must be said that everything in the Nightfall pack was the same as when I was still here. It gave me a familiar feeling that made me recall just how hard I worked when I was here. My eyes met Henry's gaze, and I forced a smile. Life before meeting there, too, was still a beautiful memory. I finally finished lunch with the two people that I had had the most. I started thinking about how to ask about all the things I desperately wanted to know. I looked at Henry now. To be honest, his attitude towards me was far too positive. After all, everything that has happened between us reflected terribly on him. What had happened between him and Daisy? By the afternoon, I roughly knew what was happening between them. Thanks to Daisy's stupidity, after Henry's enthusiastic attitude towards me during lunch, she should have sensed an impending crisis and been anxious. I thought she would wait a few days before she started to move against me, but I didn't expect her to start now. I was stood at the top of the stairs, looking at Daisy. Her face was clearly unfriendly. "Do you need something from me?" Henry was patrolling as usual in the afternoon. As soon as he left, Daisy had a servant invite me here. Why did she invite me to the stairs? I looked down the stairs. They were steep. Would this stupid woman start acting up again? I had a headache. With Henry not being here, this was undoubtedly the best opportunity I would have to sneak into the data room. It was such a pity to miss out. "No, nothing, Aurora. When you were away, I planted many beautiful flowers in the main gardens. Shall we go see them together?" She came over and pulled my hand while speaking. I instinctively dodged out of the way of her grasp when I heard a loud scream directly in my ear. The sound was so loud that it echoed throughout the villa. Daisy fell down the stairs, screaming in terror. I could feel my heart sink. I reached out to grab her, but I was too late. All I could do was watch her fall helplessly. The servants were in utter chaos, and the guards rushed in as if they were prepared for something to happen. Daisy collapsed to the ground at the bottom of the stairs, clutching her stomach and moaning in pain. "Oh my God, Aurora, why would you do that?" I sneered, knowing that such a tiny attack wouldn't actually harm a strong and healthy werewolf, but it didn't hurt to play along with her plan. I quickly morphed my face into a terrified expression. "Oh my God, are you okay? I didn't do anything. Daisy, what are you talking about?" "Aurora, I just wanted to make amends with you. Why did you push me?" "Oh God, my stomach." Daisy's performance was grandiose, and she was quickly rushed to her room by her servants. The private pact doctor quickly examined her and found that the child was fine, but me apparently deliberately harming her and her child had already spread throughout the pack and even onto the internet. Damn it, this wretched woman couldn't stay still for a moment. Now my chance of getting in the data room has been completely destroyed. I might as well deal with the Daisy situation first. I waited at the door of her room until the doctor finally exited. When there was no one else in the room, I went in and closed the door behind me. Looking at Daisy lying on the bed, looking weak, I sneered inside, but pretended I was devastated. "Daisy, you took Henry away, took everything from me. Why won't you just let me go?" Daisy knew that there was no one else in the room now and couldn't help the smug expression crossing her face again when she saw me in a state of despair. But she still didn't let up fully. "Aurora, what are you talking about? I just wanted to rebuild our relationship. It looks like I need to work harder to break her." I covered my eyes with my hands and managed to force out a few tears. "I've had enough. Henry is yours now. What else do you want from me before you'll let me go?" My performance was so vivid that I finally moved Daisy. She couldn't help but look smug. She got up from the bed and stood in front of me, all of her weakness and frail acting disappearing. She bent down and whispered in my ear, "Aurora Frost, you haven't done anything wrong. The only thing you did wrong was being born in your position. We have similar talents and looks, but because you're the alpha's daughter, I can never compare to you in any way. As for Henry, I don't love him that much. It's just that his status is more noble. But you, an absolutely wretched woman, have hooked up with an even more powerful alpha. What kind of charm do you have that makes so many of these powerful men fall for you?" Finally, a satisfying reaction. I started to get more and more excited as she spoke. I quickly picked up the topic to lure her into revealing more. "Fall for me? Oh no, Edward didn't fall for me. He was just playing with me. I had no choice but to come back to Henry. She laughed and spoke sarcastically. Ha! Aurora, you have nothing now. If you drop to your knees and apologize for slapping me twice, I will reluctantly forgive you. Otherwise, I'll destroy you. I mean, really, do you think it would be that difficult for me to accuse you of hurting me on my territory? She had said enough. I straightened out my clothes and stood perfectly straight-backed. Well then, rest well. I won't disturb you anymore. Then I turned around and calmly walked out of the room. Her voice rang out behind me, full of surprise. What do you mean? You're finished the second Henry gets home. Oh? Is that so? I replied casually with a smile as I walked away. I'm looking forward to Henry's return. She was the one who was done. I had recorded the entire conversation. She's so foolish. Her lack of caution is going to be her downfall. Last time I had caught her on video, now I have a recording of her voice, without her realizing it both times. Dealing with her is too easy. Edward's POV. After Aurora left, I was restless for the entire day, which was unusual for me. We had almost made out fully that day, but I stopped at the crucial moment and Aurora darted out as soon as she could. I couldn't quite figure out what was going on in her mind. I just wish I knew if she liked me or not. I don't dare to guess, but I can hope. When did you become so indecisive, Edward? Orion mocked. Oh, and you don't feel indecisive about this? I snapped back. Of course not. We both like Aurora, so what are you hesitating about? She said that she didn't want to start a new relationship. But you kissed her and she let you. Orion was right. From the beginning, Aurora resisted any physical contact with me, but now she never once refused me. Does that mean that there's a chance that she will accept me? My mood began to improve as I settled into the idea of having a chance. Even Blake looked calmer. Okay, Blake, let's end the meeting here today. I closed the file I was holding. I have to figure out what Aurora thinks of me. I grabbed my phone to message her, but a new headline caught my attention. Alpha of Swiftfoot Pack's daughter attacks pregnant beta Daisy out of jealousy? I frowned. It seemed that my love was in trouble once again. Daisy was incredibly insistent and desperate to harm Aurora. But why? Another message popped up on my phone. It was from Edsel. What did this idiot want from me now? I opened the message and found that he had also seen the news and was questioning why I hadn't protected Aurora. I rolled my eyes. My fiancé wasn't the kind of woman who was soft and weak and waiting desperately for me to protect her. I quickly typed out a reply. I won't interfere with what Aurora wants to do. His reply came back almost instantly. Useless waste of an alpha. Right back at you, I replied. This fool Edsel had never seen Aurora's abilities. She probably had her own plan for things like this. I wouldn't interfere with whatever she wanted to do, but I also wouldn't allow anyone to slander my fiancé. I used the mind link to contact Blake to deal with the online issue and sent a message to Aurora, just to check up on her. But noon passed, then afternoon passed, and even by dinner time I hadn't received a reply. I sighed and was about to put away my phone when a message popped up. It was from Daisy. It seemed she had found my social media and decided to contact me. But what could she want from me? I opened the message, and there was a photo that was taken poorly. That kid Henry was serving dessert to Aurora. They were laughing and talking to each other. Aurora's face was full of smiles. What the fuck? Was this how my love investigated things? As if she was trying to shock my already frayed nerves, Daisy sent me another message. Aurora is preparing to reconcile with Henry. This is the true face of that whore. A great alpha such as you should not be deceived. I snorted. I didn't think Aurora would do something like that. She has clearly shown that she hates that bastard. I guessed that she was using this method to extract the information we wanted. I rubbed my forehead and sighed heavily. If Aurora wanted to flirt for information, she should have told me first. Although I trusted her 100%, seeing that photo of her still upset me deeply. That bastard Henry was looking at Aurora so happily, obviously not giving up on her yet. Damn it. First, it was Edsel, and now it's Henry. What would be next? Although I knew Aurora currently had no intention of starting a new relationship, I was still worried. I've never seen you like this before, Orion said through a laugh. You don't understand. This is different, I growled to him, but decided to ignore any more teasing. Yes, Aurora is different. She's different from every woman I've ever met before, and my feelings for a woman have never been this strong. I needed to see her right away. What? You're going to the Nightfall Pack? That's right. I took out the map that Aurora had drawn for me. Choosing to agree to the contract in exchange for the map was the best choice I had ever made. The map would be highly rated if it was sold or seen by a professional. Although our relationship with the Nightfall Pack wasn't good, their strength was absolutely nothing compared to ours. Sneaking in there would be a piece of cake. I set off alone under the cover of night, concealing my presence and easily bypassing the guards at the entrance. This is the first time we have done something this sneaky. It's just to see Aurora. It's not a big deal to only do it occasionally. I chuckled softly and skillfully made my way to the garden. According to the map, Aurora's old room should be just beyond this inconspicuous little garden. The garden was smaller than the previous courtyard I had seen, but it was filled with beautiful red roses. I remember how happy Aurora used to be when she received roses. She must really love them. Since I set out in a hurry today and forgot to prepare anything, I'll just borrow some from the garden. I walked over and carefully picked a few roses. The little garden seemed neglected. The rose stems were covered in thorns, and I pricked my palm. It was only a minor injury, nothing serious, but my blood stained the flowers, making them imperfect. I looked around. I spotted a beautiful pond in the center of the garden. I held the roses close to me and prepared to clean them in the water. The pond looked ordinary, except for the fact that in a completely abandoned garden that hadn't seen maintenance in a long time, the water was perfectly clear. I put my hand in to wash the flowers when I suddenly began to feel a strange sensation rising from the soles of my feet. What the hell is happening? I quickly but cautiously withdrew my hand, only to find that the wound on my hand had healed instantly. As a powerful werewolf, fast wound healing was normal, but I didn't intentionally use my power to heal that wound now. There would have been no point. It was far too minor. It seemed like the water in the pond had healed it for me. I furrowed my brow and carefully observed this seemingly ordinary pond. I reached my hand in again, closed my eyes, and silently focused on the sensation. The water in the pond held a powerful and soothing energy. Just soaking my hand for a little while washed away all the fatigue from my body and filled me with strength. I was puzzled. I placed the roses aside and took off my coat before jumping directly into the water. I was expecting it to be at least cool, but it wasn't. It was a natural hot spring. There were no pipes connected to it. It was a pure natural hot spring that had the ability to heal. The Nightfall Pack was hiding such a rare treasure. But how? Wait, treasure? Lucas! Orion and I exclaimed simultaneously. Damn, I figured it out. No wonder my father was so protective of the Nightfall Pack. It was all for this. I don't know if it was because of the war 15 years ago, but my father's health had been deteriorating year by year. He wasn't even that old yet, and werewolves should have superior physical qualities, making them more likely to age slowly and not deteriorate as severely. But in the past few years, he had been getting worse and worse. His hair was now fully grayed and his face had become sunken. Of course, I had no interest in his treatment progress. I only received the news that my father's health would suddenly improve for a day each month, and then he would slowly deteriorate to his original state. Then it would repeat like a cycle. Now I finally knew what he was doing. Aurora's POV. Daisy's drama didn't end until Henry finally came back. While waiting for him and wanting to be away from her annoying presence, I sat on the sofa happily drinking tea. Daisy dropped herself upon the sofa opposite me and continued to cry. Her tears covered her face. She kept looking at me pitifully and watched the door for Henry's return. My goodness, I really wished he would come back sooner. I was getting tired of listening to her. I'm sure Daisy was hurrying him as well. If he took too long, the tears on her face would dry up. What happened? The man Daisy had been waiting on finally came back during dinner. She had made her makeup gentle to make herself appear small and weak. I thought she was being stupid. We both knew that Henry never noticed. Only then did I put down my teacup and prepared to see just how Daisy was going to continue her act. Henry was holding a gift box and seemed to be walking towards me, but as he was halfway to me, Daisy stopped him. She suddenly threw herself into Henry's arms, choking up and saying through sobs, "Oh, Henry, you're finally back. What's wrong? Our child almost died." I almost laughed out loud when I heard her speak. As an awakened wolf, Daisy was strong enough to punch a brown bear to death. It was ridiculous to think that a fall down the stairs would kill her child. Henry became nervous as he heard her speak. After all, this is his first child. What? What happened? Daisy stuttered a little and then looked at me with a small, timid expression, pretending not to have spoken for a long time. Daisy's personal maid swept into the room to cooperate with the act. She was an Omega. Her face was solemn and nervous, but she spoke in a clear voice. "Alpha, it was Miss Aurora who pushed Miss Daisy down the stairs. The doctor said the child almost died." I propped my head up on one hand and watched them carefully prepare their big show, sneering in my heart. If I hadn't made preparations in advance, it would have been impossible to defend myself while in their territory. "What?" Henry's breathing faltered as he looked at me with uncertain eyes, as if he was wondering if I would or could do something like this on purpose. "I don't think Aurora did it on purpose." "We were just talking on the stairs," Daisy said, lying against Henry's chest and wiping the tears from her eyes. Henry began to comfort her, but he never opened his mouth to blame me. In fact, he seemed hesitant. Daisy must have anticipated this situation, so she brought out her second actor. Her brother, Beta John, stood up behind Henry and spoke in a more calm and rational tone. "Alpha, when we came back, everyone in the pack was talking about this. Many people saw Miss Aurora push Miss Daisy with their own eyes." Henry held Daisy in his arms and looked at me with a frown. I sat calmly without intending to explain myself as they expected me to. "Aurora, is this true?" The man in front of me finally spoke. I laughed disdainfully internally, realizing that despite growing up together and spending so many years together, this man I knew so well trusted the other pack members more than me. This farce was so obviously fake, yet the man who had lived with me for so long couldn't see it. "Of course, it isn't true," I replied coldly, taking out my phone and finding the recording that I took in Daisy's room that afternoon before we entered. I pressed the play button and let the conversation between Daisy and me play out for Henry to hear. As for Henry, I don't love him that much, but his status is noble. Daisy's hysterical voice came out of the phone, and I saw Henry's expression become extremely angry when he heard the recording. Daisy's face finally showed some real paleness. "Do you really think it would be that hard to frame you in my territory?" Knowing that the recording had ended, I calmly pressed the stop button and looked at the two people in front of me. Henry's face was full of anger, and Daisy was trembling fiercely. She was on the verge of falling to the ground. I stood up and patted my skirt, ready to play my part. "Henry, I really didn't know she would frame me like this. After coming down the stairs, she called me to her room, and I was so scared that I turned on my phone to record it." I walked over to Henry and looked into his eyes with a look of pure desperation. Despite my efforts, he still didn't take my hand. Although having physical contact would have been more effective in this situation, I'm glad I didn't have to touch him. Touching him made me feel sick. Henry did come over to me on his own. He looked like he wanted to hug me. I took a step back, pretending to wipe away my own tears. He became even angrier when he saw me so sad, pushing Daisy away. "You bitch, I knew you were using me all along. You've been trying to break me and Aurora up." "But Henry, I'm pregnant with your child." Daisy sat on the ground, pulling at Henry's leg and begging. "So what?" Henry was obviously angry and couldn't even begin to care about her being pregnant. He pushed her away forcefully. Daisy cried out even louder, clutching her stomach and wailing. John walked over to protect his sister but was met by a punch from an angry Henry. The room broke out into chaos. The noise was giving me a headache, but I had to continue with my plan. Today I would make sure that Daisy fell fully from grace. After dealing with her, it should be even easier to find something in the pack while Henry was away. So I decided to stir up more trouble. I turned my back and covered my face, trembling as I pinched my nose hard to force tears out of my eyes in streams. "Are you crying, Aurora?" Henry's voice was full of panic. After all, since I was a child, I never cried, especially after I turned 16. I always knew that crying couldn't solve anything. I didn't say anything, just covered my face and trembled. Henry's angry voice came from behind me. "Get Daisy out of my pack." "What? No, please, Henry. What about me and the baby?" This had surprised me a bit. I had originally thought that Henry would scold her a few times and ignore her for a few days, but I didn't expect him to ignore the baby and kick her out straight away. "No, Henry, calm down." I was stunned for a moment when I heard that familiar voice. It was Henry's hypocritical mother who had come into the room, Aurora's POV. Henry's mother was not easy to deal with. I knew that personally. Even though I had witnessed her reaction to Henry's infidelity at our engagement party and had gone through betrayal from both of them, I could never bring myself to hate her. She had always loved me since I was a child and continued to love me even after I didn't awaken my wolf at 16. She never looked down on me and often instructed Henry to protect me and prevented others from mocking me. I had always thought she was a thoroughly good person until she said, "It was just sleeping with a woman. It's not that big of a deal." Damn it, Henry's mother was even more hypocritical than he was. I hadn't seen her for a long time. In fact, I thought she had gone to live in another territory, but she was still here in the back. "Henry, you need to calm down first." Henry's mother walked over with her unique majesty, which made Henry calm down almost immediately. Daisy rushed over to her lifesaver and grabbed onto Henry's mother's skirt, looking like a child. But his mother only gently pulled away and said, "Go sit down, Daisy." Daisy cried out again and was helped by a servant to sit down on the sofa. Suddenly, Henry's focus wasn't on me. I frowned, feeling annoyed about his mother's sudden appearance. "Mother, you heard the recording just now." "This bitch." "I heard it all, my child." "You calm down first." Henry's mother interrupted him directly and spoke in a calm but strong tone. "No matter how much wrong Daisy has done to you, she is still the mother of your child." Henry snorted, but still calmed down and didn't say anything. The situation in front of me was developing in a way that I didn't like, so I decided to stir up some trouble. I wiped away the non-existent tears and turned around with a look of deep sadness. "I'm fine, as long as Daisy and the child are okay. After all, I know how difficult it is to become a mother." I touched my stomach. "What?" The people in front of me were all stunned. Of course, I wasn't pregnant, and I didn't care if Henry's mother believed it or not. As long as Henry wavered, it would be enough. It's been a few months. It's not Edward's and mine. I think I got pregnant when we were still together. I touched my stomach, letting my eyes fill with tears and memories. Then I turned my eyes to Henry and observed his expression. His face changed unpredictably. Although he didn't believe my words at first, he was obviously starting to waver. Even the usually calm woman, Henry's mother, looked surprised. Daisy had probably guessed what I was trying to do, so she shouted, "You're lying!" I pretended to be extremely sad and softly said, "I know it's hard to believe, but I still like Henry. I only went with Edward to try to make you angry." I was stoking Henry's ego as much as I could. He was so vain, it made it easy. Sure enough, after hearing what I said, his face filled with heartbreak, but also a sense of pride that he had won over Edward. I silently prayed that the people of the Nightfall Pack wouldn't spread this out. Otherwise, it would cause trouble with Edward for a while. I've been pregnant for a while. I think it should be Henry's. It's why I came back, to be able to tell you in person. Henry immediately walked over without hesitation and held onto my arm. His eyes were full of joy. "Aurora, I'm so happy." "So am I." I leaned into him affectionately while Daisy had collapsed onto the sofa, staring directly at us. Only Henry's mother kept a clear head and said, "Call the doctor quickly to check on Aurora and ensure the child is healthy." I knew she would never believe me, but regardless if she did or not, I only needed just this day to achieve my goal. I told Henry that I was feeling far too upset by the Daisy situation and didn't want to see the doctor. I wanted to go back to my room and rest. Henry agreed, and his mother also agreed. She must have thought that it wouldn't make a difference if this waited for a while. However, she insisted that the doctor should come see me tomorrow. As for Daisy, she had lost the bargaining chip of being pregnant with Henry's child, so he ordered for her to be locked in his room. Henry's mother didn't object. With my goal of getting rid of Daisy achieved, I returned to my room feeling relieved. After a day of turmoil, I was completely exhausted and rushed to take a relaxing bath before dropping down onto my bed. I was pondering about where I should start my investigation tomorrow when I heard some faint noises outside the window. I immediately became alert. Was Daisy unable to wait and had already sent an attack against me? I got up from the bed quietly and walked towards the window to observe carefully, but I didn't see anyone. After a moment of hesitation, I pushed open the window and prepared to check if anyone was on the balcony. However, in that split second when my hand touched the window, a big hand suddenly grabbed my wrist. With a forceful pull, I slammed against a broad chest, arms wrapped around me in a strong embrace, and then a big bouquet of roses appeared in front of my eyes. As I breathed in the familiar scent from the embrace behind me, I couldn't help but feel amused and a little helpless. "Edward, why did you come here?" Turning my head, I saw Edward's beautiful eyes, which were full of joy as usual. However, there seemed to be a hint of upset in them this time. "I missed you, so I came to visit." Edward leaned his head on my shoulder and rubbed his neck against mine. I took the bouquet of roses, which looked freshly picked and had their thorns removed. Each but was still waiting to bloom fully and smelt exactly the way I liked. "I told you that I came to investigate." I smiled up at him, but he squinted his eyes slightly. "Talking about that, I never thought of you using this method." He took out his phone and opened a picture to show me. As soon as I saw the picture of me and Henry, I was stunned. When I looked at who sent it, my suspicions were confirmed. It was indeed that bitch Daisy. I can explain. He and I were just... No need to explain my love. I believe you. Edward interrupted me and stopped my panicked explanation. He hugged me from behind and held me tightly with his strong arms around my waist. My heart thumped violently. It seeded that Edward has always trusted me, no matter what others have said to him. He still knew me well enough to know that I would never cheat. "I was going to tell you all about it after everything was resolved. I just wanted to help you figure out the Lucas situation." Edward's eyes met mine, his face full of joy. "My love, I already know what Lucas is doing." He told me everything that had happened on the way here and the unexpected discovery of the spring. I was just as happy as he was and thought about what the spring could be. As I was about to search for it on my phone, I realized that it was still on the recording. As soon as I slid the screen, the recording started to play. I hurriedly pressed pause. Edward raised an eyebrow at me. "What's this?" Thinking about what I had said during the recording, I started to feel guilty. "It's nothing. It was just a means to deal with Daisy." Edward didn't say anything and suddenly used his wolf power to quickly take the phone from my hand. He pressed play and my voice rang out of the phone. Oh no, Edward didn't fall for me. He was just playing with me. Edward's face suddenly darkened. I sighed and rubbed my forehead. This was trouble, Aurora's POV. "Just playing?" Knowing Edward as well as I do, this expression meant he was on the verge of anger. I quickly grabbed his hand and said, "It was just for show to get Daisy to speak." Edward squinted his eyes at me for a while, and I took his hand almost desperately. Suddenly he sighed, then held on to my hand tightly and hugged me again. His face was covered in a slight stubble. As he rubbed my neck, a ticklish feeling lit up my entire body. I tried my best to not laugh. My heart started to beat faster. The lights in the room were all off as I had turned them off after my bath, and now only the moonlight shone in from the window, illuminating the two of us. He held me close, without teasing me, but it still made me nervous. "I know it's all fake, but I'm still not happy." Edward's angry voice came from above my head, and I suddenly felt a little amused. If it had been when we had first met, I couldn't imagine that a man like Edward would say such things. I thought he wouldn't care too much about anything like this. "So how can I comfort you?" I reached out and grabbed his arm, then turned my head to look at him. "You know what to do." He squinted his eyes. I'm not sure who leant in first, but our lips touched, our breaths mixed as we kissed. Unlike our previous kisses where we stopped before things went too far, we kept going, kissing as fast as we could, almost terrified to be apart. His tongue was tracing mine as we exchanged breaths. The room was filled with increasingly heavy breathing. The room was becoming hotter and hotter, or maybe that was me. My body was on fire, and my head was becoming a little unclear, almost empty. In what felt like a second, Edward lifted my legs and held me in his arms. My body was pressed tightly against his. I could feel something hard pressing against my waist. In just a single breath, he moved me to the side of the bed, then stepped back, breaking our kiss. His face was full of passion, but he still looked serious as he spoke. "Aurora, are you sure this is okay?" I managed to regain the scraps of my sanity and gasped, "What if we get caught in the Nightfall pact?" "That depends on if you can keep yourself quiet." His voice was hoarse, gravely. He spoke into my ear, sending a shiver up my spine before he gently bit my earlobe. My body became even hotter, and my nose was filled with Edward's distinct scent. In this situation, what woman could resist the pleasure of such a charming man? There should be condoms in the drawer. We couldn't make a mess everywhere, especially here. I remembered the condom as this was my room when I lived in the Nightfall pact. The staff won't have removed them, they will have only cleaned the room. Edward chuckled lightly with a playful look on his face. You really know your way around this room." Feeling slightly annoyed, I snapped something back at him, then reached into the bedside table drawer, finding the box of condoms as I expected. "Well, I did used to live here." I looked at him calmly, but held a challenge in my eyes. That had obviously annoyed him. I could see him rolling over just how many nights I had spent with Henry in this room. His eyes were dark. "You don't have to think about those bad memories anymore." He was done talking. His kisses rained down on my forehead and down to my chin. My collarbone was next, then he moved onto my chest. His movements became more and more urgent. His usual calm and laid-back personality was gone. His kisses occasionally became bites, as if he was desperate for everyone to know I was his. The bites were a mix of pain and pleasure. I felt even more excited and breathless. "Oh, Edward." "That's right, my love. Keep calling my name." His eyes were bright under the weak moonlight. He had pulled my thin nightgown down, then pulled back. He paused and took in my exposed body. "You're so beautiful, my love." Looking at just how perfectly dressed he was made me feel somewhat dissatisfied, so I reached out and pulled open his shirt to reveal his strong muscle lines beneath. Edward's body was surprising. When he was clothed, he looked slim but strong. He took off his shirt to reveal his broad and muscular shoulder. His abs were clearly defined, and his face was covered in a wide smile brimming with pride. In the moonlight, he looked like a real wolf. He seemed to catch my gaze and looked extremely satisfied with the way I was appreciating him. He pulled open his belt with one hand. It was all I could focus on. But he only undid it halfway and stopped mischievously. Aurora's POV. When I appeared at breakfast in the dining hall the next day with 2 black circles under my eyes. Henry, who was sitting across from me, paused and said, "Did you not sleep well last night, Aurora?" After last night's experience, I was exhausted. After all, it was unfair for an awakened werewolf and an unawakened werewolf to be in bed together in terms of physical power and energy levels. I was drained, but Edward seemed satisfied as he held me and slept for a while before cleaning up my body in the sheets. He had jumped out of the window before he could be discovered. I was a little annoyed, and even my acting skills were almost gone. I didn't sleep well. Some jerk knocked on my door in the middle of the night. I don't know what they wanted. I calmly reached for the bread and jam and started eating with no politeness. Lucas's secret has been figured out, only the mystery of my identity remains. I don't know if I can find the answer, but it doesn't seem like I need to stay with these people any longer. Henry awkwardly laughed twice after hearing my words as he began to eat his food. I noticed that Daisy wasn't at the table and casually asked, "Where is Daisy?" Henry mentioned her name with even more anger than I ever did. Perhaps the content of the recording made him feel insulted as a man, and he coldly snorted, "She's been temporarily locked in her room." Great. Daisy is locked up, and Henry will be leaving soon to handle some business. I can go through the pack from top to bottom and then finally leave. I reached for the charm on my phone that Edward left behind before leaving. He said he was afraid that I would encounter danger here, so if there was an emergency, all I had to do was press the button and he would receive a message and rush over. Looking at the charm, I couldn't help but smile. Edward seemed carefree on the surface, but he truly was very attentive. Thinking about Edward reminded me of another alpha who was quite different. Thinking about this, I sighed. I can feel another headache coming on. Yesterday's hot news was still about me pushing Daisy down the stairs out of jealousy. Edward ordered someone to release some news to divert public attention and temporarily cover up the issue. I have the recording on hand, so I can just upload it online to solve the problem fully later. Who knew there would be a variable in the middle? Edsel. I haven't seen him in a long time, but he is still affecting my work. He probably wanted to protect my already not-so-great reputation and used his influence to publicly threaten who spread rumors online. But now things have taken a turn for the worse. The current hot news was that Aurora seduced 3 alphas in a row. What a disgrace to the werewolf clans. When I opened my phone this morning and saw the news, I thought my head might explode. I didn't expect Edsel to work so hard that he could control public opinion from so far in the north. I know he means well, but this is doing more harm than good. Moreover, after last night, I had already decided that I wanted Edward in my heart, so it would be better to tell him about this sooner rather than later. I was lost in thought, and Henry most likely thought that I was still angry about yesterday's framing incident and didn't dare say much. He just told me to relax at the pack and left. I quickly got into action and finally found what I was looking for in the pack's information room. The last time Blake was here, he only checked on things related to the Timberwolf pack. But now we have more information about my biological parents and found out Lucas's secret all at once. A wolf clan from the Snow Mountains. The information I found stated that before the Dark Dawn War, there was a wolf clan from the distant Snow Mountains. Although their people were few, they were all strong and excellent wolves from ancient bloodlines. During the Dark Dawn, they were personally wiped out by Alpha Lucas. My hand that was holding the information trembled slightly. I had thought that my biological parents' deaths were related to Lucas, but I never thought it would be such a direct reason. Lucas was very wary of the strength that the Snow Mountain Wolf clan had. Lucas used the power of witches to besiege their clan, and since then, the Snow Mountain clan has disappeared from the world. Am I a descendant of the Snow Mountain Wolf clan? If so, am I already the last Snow Mountain Wolf clan member? I couldn't help but feel a little lost. But then again, I don't even have my own wolf form, so what difference would it make if I'm from the Snow Mountain Wolf clan or not? Using the power of witch to wipe them out. The power of witches? Analyzing the sentence in the data, this witch appeared again regarding Lucas' affairs, cursing Edsel and destroying the pack that my biological parents belonged to. The witch's figure has appeared in all of these key events. Who is she? Is she a single witch, or is it actually many witches? How did Lucas use their power? There are still many mysteries, and the information on my biological parents was just their race. Information about Edward's mother was even more scarce. However, the absurd things that Lucas has done are already enough. I wonder what Edward would do if he found out about these things. He already hates his father enough. I'm not even sure if our relationship will remain the same after this. To be honest, I never thought of Lucas and Edward as being related. Edward is so different compared to his father. Unfortunately, his father hasn't seemed to notice this yet and still wants to cultivate Edward into someone just like him. What are you doing? A stern voice came from the data room door, startling me. I almost dropped the information I was holding. I looked over at the source of the voice. Damn it, I forgot about her. Henry's mother! I calmly sorted the information and naturally put it back where it belonged. Nothing, I was just looking at some information. That is our pack's confidential information. What gives you the right to look at it? Aurora, what are you trying to do? The elegant expression she always maintained had disappeared. It was replaced with a malicious look. I cautiously took 2 steps back. Henry's mother also had a strong wolf, and I knew I had no hope to win against her. I know. Did that brat Edward send you? No. No one sent me. I came on my own. I frowned, not understanding why she would associate me with Edward, but when she had mentioned his name, she burst out laughing. Just let him investigate. He'll find out about his father's dirty deeds. He'll know how tragic his mother's death was. She laughed mockingly, but every word was clear to me. My heart trembled. She knows. She knows about Edward's mother. What happened to his mother? I tried to ask. Ha ha. She laughed a few times, clearly no wanting to tell me. Her expression was cruel and I was incredibly uncomfortable. I didn't expect her to tell me anyway. Oh well, I'll find out later. For now, I have to leave, quickly. I took a few steps back to the window. She seemed to have realized what I was thinking and sneered. This is the 5th floor. You're a useless waste without even having a wolf. You'll die if you jump. Her words were harsh, but they were true. Don't struggle, Aurora. The guards have already surrounded the building, and Henry is on his way back. She approached me with just a few steps. If you really are carrying Henry's child, it's best for you to stay and give birth to the child here. If you aren't pregnant, you won't leave here alive. Looking at the person in front of me, who had completely revealed her true nature, I sneered and looked outside the window at the height of the 5th floor. I instinctively swallowed. Heavy footsteps sounded in the hallway. The guards had arrived, and Henry was rushing towards the room. Aurora, have you been lying to me all this time? Aurora's POV. Being fooled by 2 women in a row, I'm sure Henry was about to go crazy. From my understanding of him, he was someone who cared about his image, and being deceived like this would definitely make him angry for a while. Of course, I was lying to you. I didn't want to give him any explanations. I spoke coldly while hugging myself close. Henry was speechless for a moment, and his face turned bright red with anger. Were you lying about being pregnant? Only a fool would want to have your child. Yes, I was hinting at the idiot who was locked up in her room. Henry called out my name in rage and transformed into his wolf form to grab me. I pushed open the window behind me, took a glance at the 5-story drop, and jumped with no hesitation. Edward! When Henry's mother had found me, I pressed the charm on my phone. Even though Edward and I didn't have a mind link, I knew he would come. Yet the wind whistled outside the window as I fell from the 5th floor. After a few seconds, a figure hugged me tightly around the waist. Fluffy wolf paws protected me, and when I looked up, I saw Orion's red eyes. Orion! I called out his name in surprise. He snorted lightly through his nose. It reminded me of Edward. He landed us safely on the ground and pulled my sleeve with his mouth. His bite was gentle, all gum. He gestured with my sleeve towards his back. I moved myself close to him and jumped on, grabbing onto his fur. Hold on tight! Orion spread his paws and started running. Behind us were Henry and his pack, all furiously chasing after us. We ran out of Nightfall Pack, crossed the stream and forest, and ran on the road, letting the wind blow on our faces as we heard the voices and roars of the furious horde that chased us. I had never experienced something so exhilarating before. Since I had met Edward, my life had always followed a plan, but now that plan is well and truly broken. My life was now dyed with freely unrestrained colors. That's the exact feeling that Edward gave me. I had never experienced this before, but now that I thought about it, it was so enjoyable. Orion had top-notch stamina and speed. Although so many people were chasing us from behind, he didn't seem to be struggling even after running for so long. Instead, many of the pack members had fallen behind, leaving only Henry and a few others continuing the chase. But finally, I noticed a flag waving in the wind. Timberwolf. We were just on the border of our territory. I thought Henry must have seen it too, so I stopped and glared at him fiercely. Orion stood on a small hill and whistled towards the back before walking away without looking back. His triumphant look reminded me of Edward. Their expression was so similar. I smiled and touched Orion's fur. It was soft and comforting to touch. He slowed down his pace, and we walked slowly back to the Timberwolf pack. I took a breath of fresh air when we finally entered the pack. Because there were many precious flowers planted in the yard, the air here always smelled sweetest. It had been a while since I had lived here. Now, I unexpectedly felt a sense of finally returning home. I realized that I truly considered Timberwolf Pack as my home. I looked down at the black fur of the wolf beneath me and the way he looked forward as he walked. Suddenly, I felt like a sense of home wasn't a bad thing to have. Perhaps I should let go of the past and embrace a new relationship and a whole new life. Daisy's POV. Damn it! Damn it! I took out all of the red clothes in my closet and tore them to pieces, but I found that there was more and more red clothing in there from the years. I had bought so many red clothes just to imitate Aurora. Now every time I see red clothing, I think of that damn woman. I tore them apart with all my might, having been locked in this stupid room for many days. After my plan had failed that day, I didn't feel anything. After all, I was pregnant with Henry's child. No matter what, he wouldn't do anything to me and his own child. But who knew that woman would say she was pregnant too? Then my one bargaining chai suddenly became meaningless. Damn it. If it weren't for her, my life would have been wonderful. Before, I was always busy trying to imitate her, wanting to be like her one day, or even replace her. But now, I can't take it anymore. I want this woman and her damn child to disappear from this world. After I had heard Henry come back and shout about her lying to him, that she was not pregnant and didn't want to reconcile, my eyes lit up. I thought my chance had come and quickly had someone call Henry over. Henry, that woman is a liar, not me, and what I said on the recording was only because she forced me. I quickly went over and hugged Henry. I thought he needed my comfort now. I held him tightly, but he didn't respond. After a while, Henry finally spoke. Daisy, you can leave too. What? I stood still and let go of him in disbelief. What? What do you mean? I've had enough. You and Aurora both need to get out of here. Just get out. Henry swept everything off the table in one go. I trembled a bit, looking at the angry man in front of me. Henry had lost his mind with the anger. His eyes were red as he looked at me. I suddenly became afraid and couldn't say anything. It wasn't until Henry left without looking back that I came back to my senses. Surprisingly, I found myself sitting on the ground at some point. My brother John walked over silently and helped me up. My emotions were out of control. Brother, why are they treating me like this? Why? John didn't say anything and just hugged me to him tightly. I want that woman to disappear. It's all her fault. When she is finally gone, everything will be okay. John listened to my crazy words as he usually did and promised to take care of everything for me. He wouldn't fail me this time. Aurora's POV. Returning to the Timberwolf Pack life was extremely comforting, but ever since Edward discovered the magical spring in the Nightfall Pack, he has been preparing something. Whenever I offered to help, he always smiled and told me not to worry about it, to just focus on planning our wedding. Well, I have to say that since we confirmed our feelings for each other, this guy has become more and more clingy. Other than dealing with pack matters, he spends all of his time with me, constantly making love and kissing, and occasionally just holding me quietly without saying a word. However, it feels like our life is too good. Something will have to go wrong. Afterwards, I sent a serious message to Edsel, thanking him for his kindness and clearly rejecting his love. But I never thought that he would be the persistent type. As soon as he heard that I was investigating the Snow Mountain Wolf clan, he immediately went out to find clues for me. Thinking about this brought back all the stress. I sighed and put down my book. My pack had been doing really well, and the rumors that Daisy had started were quelled after I uploaded the recording. Henry and his mother were desperately trying to deal with the outcome of the recording to stop it from reflecting badly on them. Edward headed out early this morning on pack business. My life is surprisingly leisurely. After completing my daily physical training and reading the books in the pack library, I found that I had nothing else to do. I looked at the book about magic medicine that Edsel had sent me. He gave it to me especially because he knew I didn't have my own wolf, and said there might be something in it that could help me. I reached out and touched the book. The cover had been damaged after Edward found out who had sent it. I chuckled and decided to take a look at the book. Even if it couldn't help me awaken my wolf sooner, it would still be good to gain some new skills. I didn't expect researching magic medicine would be so interesting. I was fascinated by it until evening. There were several formulas for magic medicine that had made me so eager to try to make them more. Some could increase speed or physical fitness. These could make me stronger without even awakening my wolf. I looked at all of the herbs in these formulas, and the pictures looked incredibly familiar. After thinking for a moment, a place suddenly flashed in my mind. It was the small forest that Edward took me to see last time. This is great. It seems that these herbs may be rare in the north, but they are common around here. Looking out the window, I found that it was still a while before dark, which meant that Edward probably needed some time to come back. So why not head out and look for herbs to pass the time? I got up quickly and was noticed by a nearby servant. "Miss Aurora, what do you need?" "Nothing. I'm just heading out for a while." The servant hesitated for a moment and quickly stopped me. "Miss, Alpha said that you weren't to leave the pack. It's safer for you here." Safer? It seems that the last wolf attack left a deep impression on Edward, but that small forest next to the pack, what could happen to me at such a close distance? I was only a few steps away from home. I would be safe. Moreover, who would want to harm me now? Daisy is so embarrassed by me that she doesn't even have the face to come out of hiding, let alone harm anyone. I waved my hand dismissively and left anyway. I'll be back soon. Although I said so, I was aware that guards were clearly following me from a distance. It was probably Edward's orders. I smiled and shook my head, following the route from memory to the small forest. Sure enough, I spotted those herbs. However, I had obviously underestimated Daisy's determination to get rid of me. When I stood up and looked at John in front of me and the many members of the guards behind me, I frowned. I really didn't expect Henry to waste this much energy. Although those wolves last time were fierce, their numbers weren't particularly large. I guess it was probably John's own men, so there was nothing surprising about it, really. But this time, he had brought Henry's guards. This idiot doesn't even know that his own men have been taken away. What is he doing all day in the pack? That really surprised me. According to my impression, John, as a beta, did not have many men under his control. I thought that after the failure last time, they would not come after me again. After all, I had Edward's protection. This is crazy. He actually ran onto Edward's territory and surrounded a woman who has no wolf, with Henry's guard. I almost felt honored. There was almost no hesitation from any of the wolves. When the guards I brought out came to stand in front of me, I turned around and ran. As long as I return to the Timberwolf pack house, I will be safe. But I didn't expect John the bastard, who only listens to his sister's commands, to have made full preparations for the fight this time. As soon as I turned around, another group of people blocked my way. My heart sank continuously. I had only brought a few people with me. How had they managed to bring so many people this close to the Timberwolf pack without being discovered? "Miss Aurora, I'm sorry, but you can't escape today." The man in front of me was polite, but his words were cruel. He has been like this for a long time. Apart from being his sister's dog, he is a good person. He treats people politely and is capable and loyal. But when it comes to anything to do with his sister, he will satisfy her demands unconditionally. If someone had told me before today that John had used Henry's guard without permission, I would not have believed it. After all, he has committed a serious crime. That damn bitch Daisy must have said something. I couldn't think too much about it. John should also know that he can't stay here long. I could tell he wanted to end things quickly, so he ordered everyone to attack us. The few guards I brought with me stood in front of me defensively, but they gradually lost their ground due to the overwhelming number of enemies. This is not a solution. I have to find a way to save myself. Aurora's POV. I quickly pressed the button that Edward had given me. Now all I needed to do was find a way to delay time. Delay time. Oh, right. Something I just read in the magic book could come in handy. I rummaged through my backpack and found a peculiar-shaped herb. The book said that this herb, when burned, would emit a scent that could make the wolf tribe nauseous. Without hesitation, I lit the herb with my lighter, and the smell quickly spread. I was grateful that I had not awakened my wolf. My sense of smell was no different from that of an ordinary human. All I could smell was a slightly unpleasant odor. However, it was different for the wolves that had already transformed. Several people rushed towards me, wrinkling their brown and unable to stand the smell. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I quickly ran out through the gap and dashed towards the Timberwolf pack. The guards did their best to stop some of the wolf tribe members, but I had almost forgot that there was still a beta present. John was only slightly annoyed by the pungent smell, then transformed into his wolf and quickly ran behind me. His paws was as hard as stone as he slammed it down on my back. I could feel my organs tremble, and I fell to the ground. This was the first time I had fought with a wolf after they transformed. I realized that no matter how hard I worked to improve myself physically, I could never compare to the strength of an awakened wolf. This was the true power of a wolf. I smiled bitterly and lay on the soft grass. My back was alight with the pain. Was I going to die here? My new life had only just begun, and the Swiftfoot Pack's development was gradually stabilizing. My life was getting better and better, especially. A pair of brown eyes that always had a smile in them appeared before me. Was I going to die here before I got to have my wedding with Edward? No. Aurora Frost never gives up, whether it's in the past or present. Even if I don't have my own wolf, even if I'm ridiculed, even if I'm being betrayed by my best friend and lover, I never will give up. My life was saved by my parents. They saved me from the brutal Dark Dawn War. I couldn't waste it like this. I exerted all of my strength and struggled to get up to continue running forward. The paw on my back pushed down harder, but I gritted my teeth and resisted him. Aurora, this is pointless. John was impatient with me, seeming not to understand why I was still struggling, why I hadn't just given up. It's because I don't have such powerful abilities that I know how to survive better than you. I shouted loudly and clenched my teeth. I used all of my strength to throw off John's paw. I looked up at him, but my vision was somewhat blurred. A blue light flashed before my eyes, shining brightly. For a moment, it seemed like the entire world was made up of me and the light in front of me. I forgot everything around me for a moment, forgot that John was still standing in front of me. I instinctively reached out my hand and touched it slowly. As I touched it, my fingers didn't feel like they had touched anything, but the blue light suddenly flickered and grew larger in front of me, seemingly about to engulf me. I didn't know what it was, but I could feel that it wasn't trying to harm me. I opened my arms and embraced the light. A strange feeling surged from the bottom of my heart and rushed towards each of my limbs. I clenched my hands and realized that these strange feelings was power. My body has never been so full of power before. Looking up, I could see the pores on John's face clearly, and I could smell the long-dispersed scent of the magic herb. This was the power of the wolf. John was still stunned by my transformation. He stood there dumbfounded for a while before rushing towards me, his face set in a scowl, seemingly ready to give the final blow. Without thinking, I raised my arm. John's movements should have been as fast as lightning. However, to me, it slowed down. I effortlessly reached out and grabbed his arm. A chill burst out from my hand. It felt natural and comfortable to me, but I don't think John would agree. In an instant, his screams echoed throughout the forest, alarming the guards who were still suffering from the scent on the other side of us. I scared even me. When I let go of him, I saw that John was holding his arm and backing away from me. His arm was covered in broken ice fragments. Underneath the transparent ice were terrible wounds. Did I do that? Of course, Aurora. Who are you? An answer to my question appeared in my mind. I could hardly believe it. This pleasant and steady voice rang out in my mind, and it could only be. I am your wold, Grace. Oh my God, I was almost moved to tears by the voice. Since I was 16 years old, I have been waiting for this day after day. The power within me was resonating around me almost forcefully. What happened to his arm? That's our ability, dear. I knew that some wolves awakened special abilities when they awakened their wolf, but this kind of ability was still new to me. Wolves rarely had such tangible abilities like freezing things. Don't be surprised. I'm from an ancient wolf tribe. You mean? I was about to continue asking when John suddenly exclaimed in surprise. You're a descendant of the Snow Mountain Wolf tribe? This was the first time I had seen John show his emotions so freely since we were children. He had always been quiet and rarely showed any emotions except when he was with his beloved little sister. Yes, I frowned and answered, assuming a defensive posture, wondering why he was reacting so strongly to the news. He looked at me intensely. His pupils trembled after hearing my response, then he fell into thought. I was busy wondering what he wanted to do. Just as I was getting impatient waiting, he suddenly looked up at me with an extremely serious expression. I know who your biological parents are. Aurora's POV. What did you say? This time it was me who widened my eyes in disbelief. John fell silent, looking at me with a complicated expression, but he didn't say anything. Do we have a chance of winning against him, Grace? Although I couldn't see Grace's expression, I could hear some sarcasm in her voice when she replied, My sweetheart, him? How could we not win? The feeling of reassurance that gave me was great. I took 2 steps towards John, feeling confident. What do you mean? You know my biological parents? John looked hesitant, but I didn't have time to waste on him. Grace's power seemed to be flowing through me effortlessly. The wounds on my back didn't even hurt as much as they did before. I rushed towards John, grabbed him by the neck, and pressed him against the tree behind me, looking down at him. Speak up. His breathing was becoming labored, and he hesitated before he spoke. I sneered. If you don't tell me, I have ways to make things difficult for your precious sister Daisy. As soon as I mentioned Daisy, John cracked. He was such a stupid brother. Your parents saved my life. What? I was surprised and loosened my grip on him slightly. John was a few years older than me and would know more about the Dark Dawn War than I did. But I never thought that we would have had such direct contact. John's expression became complicated again, sighed, and finally told me about what had happened 10 years ago. As the beta of the Nightfall Pack, he knew more than I would have imagined. Most of what he knew came from his father, the previous beta of the Nightfall Pack. 10 years ago, Lucas obtained a powerful force from somewhere and became strong along with strengthening his pack. Soon, his fame had spread throughout the continent. However, Lucas was not satisfied with being the leader of a powerful pack. He wanted to be the king of all of the packs on the continent. He started to incite wars. Starting from the packs surrounding his, he started a war and took their territory. However, there were other powerful packs besides him, including Edsel's Ambersea pack and Henry's Nightfall pack. Several powerful packs started fighting against each other, and for a while the entire continent was full of war and bloodshed. In the midst of this, some neutral pack always adhered to the principle of peace and refused to participate in any of the fighting. But even though they did this, Lucas refused to spare them. He kept destroying the weaker packs to increase his territory and power. Finally, one day, the most powerful neutral pack appeared from what seemed like nothing. The Wintermoon pack from the distant snowy mountains. They came from an extremely cold place in the far north, and the leader of their pack was my parents. My parents advocated for peace. They had the ability to freeze like I do, and were powerful. But when they stood up to protect the weak neutral packs, the situation changed immediately. People always had an awe-inspired attitude towards this distant and mysterious pack. Of course, they did. I mean, my parents did have awe-inspiring abilities. But Lucas didn't think so. He was not willing to let his plan be hindered like this. He first found a witch and made her put a vicious curse on Edsel's Ambersea pack's children. The curse forced them to leave the center of the continent. Edsel's parents were forced to leave for the distant north region by this terrible method, and never returned or participated in the central continent affairs again. Because the Nightfall Pack was not as strong as the other major packs at the time, they directly surrendered to Lucas and offered precious healing spring in exchange for protection. The healing spring in the pack could be used by Lucas as long as he protected the Nightfall Pack. So that's it. Everything makes sense now. Lucas wanted the spring in the Nightfall Pack, which is why he protected them this whole time. But if Lucas wanted just the spring, he could have just taken their territory and moved on. Why go through all the trouble of protecting them? Because Alpha Henry's mother dug a passage beneath the spring. It's been blocked off now, but if Lucas tries anything, she'll release the water into the ocean. I couldn't help but admire her. Despite all of her wickedness, I had to admit she was clever. And so the grand deal between the Nightfall Pack and Lucas began. The remaining packs that needed to be dealt with before Lucas could unify the entire continent were the ones who remained neutral. To target them, the Wintermoon Pack had to be eliminated first. As I heard this, my heart sank. I think I already knew what was about to happen. It's a curse. Another curse? Yet again, it was that powerful witch who helped Lucas. She cursed my parents and temporarily sealed away their abilities. Lucas took advantage of the weakness and wiped out the innocent pack members and my parents. I began to tremble with anger and punched a nearby tree. The tree fell down, leaving behind some ice crystals. That's the kind of power I have. John looked at my hand, dumbfounded, and slowly spoke up. During the Dark Dane period, he was already able to fight on the battlefield. He couldn't bear being controlled by the Timberwolf pack and thought his only option was to go straight into battle. He gathered a group of wolves who shared his thoughts. They planned to assassinate Lucas. The idea sounds absurd now, but at that time, these young men who were full of passion truly believed in it. The result was predictable. Even before they saw Lucas, they were almost killed by the guards. John was afraid that his identity would be discovered and destroy the cooperation between the two packs, so he ran like crazy. The guards chased after him relentlessly and didn't intend to let him live. Just as he was about to be caught, my parents appeared, Aurora's POV. They saved me using the same ability as you, and I still remember it to this day. The power to freeze is incredibly rare among the wolf pack, and it left a deep impression on John because of its strength and uniqueness. That day was also the day my parents left to negotiate peace with the Timberwolf pack and Lucas. Lucas spread fake news to all of the packs, pretending that he wanted to sign a peace treaty with my parents. He tricked them into coming to his territory, where the witch cursed them, and then Lucas killed them on the spot. I listened with a tight throat, completely unable to speak. John sighed softly as he looked at me and continued in a low voice, "After they saved me, I wanted to thank them. So I asked my father about how to contact them, and he told me about their deaths. After that, Lucas feared Wintermoon Pack's ancient bloodline. Most of the pack would awaken a special power along with their wolf. Lucas was very afraid of this, so he wiped out the innocent neutral pack and brutally murdered my parents. Chaos broke out across the remaining packs. Lucas White. I gritted my teeth and said his name, clenching my fists and letting my nails sink deeply into my flesh. I never thought that my biological parents died through such violent means and for a ridiculous reason. The handwriting is neat, so it wasn't written in haste. I remembered what my adoptive parents said and was stunned. Then I couldn't help but cry. It was a cry of pain and pure anger. They knew that something might happen when they left to go to Timberwolf Pack. They were prepared to die, knowing that Lucas was untrustworthy, but they still wanted to protect all of the weak pack and walk to their possible execution without hesitation. And they saved me. They gave me a chance, leaving me and a letter behind. They died to protect as many people as they could. According to John's account, although my biological parents were killed, Wintermoon Pack was still terrifyingly strong. They fought Lucas fiercely before they died. After that, Lucas's body had endured a lot, and he had lost many people. He was seriously injured and couldn't continue with his invasion plan. He returned to his pack to recuperate and used the spring in the Nightfall pack to treat himself every month. But my father thinks that Lucas is probably not just injured. I frowned, forcing myself to calm down and think. Edward and I have become full enemies with Lucas now. I kept a hands-off attitude towards what had happened between Edward and his father before, but now it seems that I must step in. I have to get revenge for my parents. John was right. If it was only a serious injury as a powerful wolf, there was no reason why he hadn't fully recovered yet. Combining what he said before, Lucas almost suddenly gained some power overnight. It just seems more suspicious every time I think about it. I feel like this must be related to his powerful witch. I must figure out who this damn witch is. Aurora, my love. Suddenly, two voices appeared. I was very familiar with those voices. One was Edward, who rushed over quickly after receiving the notification from my panic button. The other was Edsel, who came out of nowhere. I wasn't even sure why he would know he was here. I looked over and saw that the guards on the opposite side of me fell down like dominoes one by one. The two of them rushed to me quickly, one on the left and the other on the right, checking me up and down while clutching onto my arms. I felt a little helpless. I was suddenly pulled out of my sad and shocked feelings. "Are you okay?" The two of them rushed out the question in unison. Then they became dissatisfied with each other, saying the same thing, and began glaring at each other angrily. I quickly pulled them apart. On their own, they were both mature and stable, but every time they met, they started acting like two little kids fighting. John sat silently behind me, holding onto his bloody arm. Edward noticed that my fingertips were also stained with blood as well as my back. He frowned and let out his powerful aura. "Are you hurt?" "Oh my God, how much power does he have?" Grace asked in a rush. Now I finally understand people's reaction to him. Before I had awakened, I couldn't sense his aura at all, but I knew he was powerful. Now looking at Edward, his aura was incredibly terrifying. After listening to what had happened, Edsel's face also turned dark, staring deeply at John, who was still sitting on the ground. "I'm fine." I shook my head. After my awakening, my powerful self-healing abilities had long made the wound on my back completely painless. As for the blood on my hand, it wasn't mine. "Did you do this?" When Edsel lowered his head to look at John, he spotted his arm and looked at me in shock. I smiled and nodded. Although I heard a lot of sad stories today, my awakening is still something worth celebrating. Edward's eyes lit up instantly. I haven't seen him this happy in such a long time. He hugged me and swung me around in the air excitedly. His behavior made me laugh loudly. Edsel remained neutral and looked slightly unhappy. "Congratulations, Aurora. Fortunately, you awakened, or else you would have been in serious danger." This sentence also snapped Edward out of his joy. He calmed down suddenly, pulled my hand towards him, wiped the blood off of it carefully, and looked into my eyes seriously. "I'm sorry, I should have been more cautious." I was stunned for a moment, then smiled and touched his cheek. "It was me who came out today willingly. How could it be your fault?" Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Edsel roll his eyes, obviously unable to stand the two of us like this. He didn't say anything and started to tidy up the scene by himself, pulling John up from the ground one by one and pushing him towards Timberwolf Pack with no softness. On the way back to our pack, Edward held my hand firmly the entire time. After hesitating for a while, I decided to tell him everything that John had told me. "So, I think we should start investigating from that witch. Edward?" I fell silent, but I found that the man in front of me stopped in his tracks, staring at me with a stunned expression. "My father killed your parents? Edward?" The news hit him hard, which I hadn't expected. His expression was blank for a moment, then it quickly shifted to panicked. This is the first time I've seen Edward, who was always calm and collected, show this kind of emotion. How did the children of enemies, after one's father murdered the other's parents, end up together? Edsel's mocking voice came from the front, but this time Edward didn't rush to deny what he said or to hurt him. Instead, he became quiet. "Aurora, I didn't know." Edward's voice was hoarse, making my heart skip a beat. I quickly held his hand and leaned in to look into his eyes. "Hey, Edward, look at me." I smiled and hugged his neck, my forehead against his. "Listen, baby, I know that you and your father are clearly not the same kind of person. That's enough." "Aurora," he smiled lightly, reaching out to hug my waist and pulled me closer, closed his eyes and gave me a trembling kiss. I responded passionately. I always knew that he and his father were different. I only shared this information with him and didn't want him to have an intense reaction or to seek revenge for me. My own issues need to be resolved by myself, and Edward has his own things to deal with. I suspect that your mother's death may also be related to this witch. Edward smiled wryly as he held my face. "Aurora, how do you always remain calm in moments when you should be angry?" "What is there to be angry about? You didn't kill them." I smiled and held his hand, then looked up and found that Edsel had disappeared while we were kissing. I held Edward's hand and looked at the scenery he showed me. "No matter what happens, we will face it together, won't we?" His face lit up in a smile again. "Of course, my love." Everything else that was going on was relatively easy to handle. After John found out that I was the daughter of his savior, he had no other threats and just wanted to receive punishment. Of course, I wouldn't let him off that easily. John himself wasn't much of a problem. It was the witch that needed to be dealt with. I felt the power within me. I now know that the only ones who know that I have awakened are John, Edward, and Edsel. John is now under our control. His silence was guaranteed, as Edsel had been carefully feeding him a drug that temporarily blocks the mind link to prevent him from sending the message back. In other words, no one knows about my abilities yet, so I can use this to my advantage and kill two birds with one stone. I looked at Edward, and he gave me a look of understanding. We both thought of the same thing. Whether it's the Nightfall Pack or Lucas himself, Edward has been preparing plans for several days now. Now that I have Grace, she will be the biggest help. Daisy's POV. My brother hadn't been home for a few days, and some members of Henry's guard team disappeared with him. What's going on? I anxiously paced around the room, not knowing what to do. Henry would notice that his men were missing soon enough. It was only a matter of time. His beta disappeared, and his guard, as his sister, I would definitely be the first one suspected. No, I can't stay here anymore. I rubbed my belly and frowned. My poor child would have to be a lone wolf before they had even grown up. Who knows which pack would accept a pregnant woman? No, this is Alpha Henry's child. I can't just leave like this. Since I'm carrying his child, the position of Luna has to be mine. Although Henry scolded me earlier today, he always liked women who understood him well. I planned to start by talking with his mother. I wiped off some of my makeup to make myself look more haggard and went to knock on her door lightly. Daisy? What's wrong? His mother always looked gentle and elegant, but I had been in Nightfall Pack for too long and naturally knew what kind of person she truly was. I smiled weakly. Nothing much, just having trouble sleeping because of my pregnancy and wanted to chat with you. She was a smart woman and could guess why I came straight away. She pretended to smile and let me into the room, sitting me down on the sofa and pouring me a cup of tea with a gentle smile. Don't worry, dear. You know Henry's temper. He was just angry. My heart lightened a little. Although Henry was the alpha, in reality, it was this seemingly gentle woman who managed everything within the pack. Her methods were incredibly strict and made me a little afraid, but fortunately she still valued the child that is inside of me. I know that, Mother. I tentatively called her mother and she raised an eyebrow but didn't correct me. I was secretly delighted that she let me get away with it. Suddenly she said, "By the way, have you seen your brother John?" My heart suddenly stopped and I felt my blood freeze in my veins. My hands unconsciously clenched my skirt, but I quickly released it when I realized what I was doing. My brother? Isn't he in his room? It's nothing. He's probably just resting. From her expression, she probably didn't believe a single word I said. This isn't good. If it was discovered that my brother secretly used the pack's guard team, we would be facing an intense punishment. All of tonight, I had been trying desperately to contact my brother through the mind link, but there had been no response until now. I suddenly had a bad feeling when a servant handed me a note. Is this from my brother? It was. Finally a message from him. I quickly opened it and read, "Mission complete. Meet me by the small garden pond at 11 p.m. tonight. I have something for you." Great! That stupid bitch is finally dead. Ha ha ha! But why did my brother want to meet me so late? What does he want to give me? It was 11 p.m., and most of the pack were already asleep. I made an excuse to distract the nearby servants and guards, then quietly climbed through the window to the small garden. I knew about the situation between the Nightfall Pack and Alpha Lucas. I knew that despite his seemingly strong appearance, Lucas's body wasn't as healthy as it seemed. However, Nightfall Pack still didn't dare to offend him as he had a mysterious power behind him that we didn't fully know about. The garden I had been told to go to contained the spiritual spring that Lucas came to every month. I checked that date and saw that it wasn't the day he was supposed to come, so I walked in to find my brother feeling completely at ease. What would he need to discuss secretly here? I muttered quietly. I was wearing a thin nightgown to avoid suspicion. It made it slightly difficult to walk through this neglected garden. My brother was always serious, so I knew he wouldn't play around with me, especially if there was something important he needed to share. I hurriedly walked around the spiritual sprig and looked for him. "What are you looking for?" A voice appeared behind me suddenly, sending a shiver up my spine. I froze when I recognized the voice. "Are you looking for the button to open the passage?" Henry's mother stepped out of the shadows behind me, holding up the hem of her dress, looking exquisite and not at all like she was about to settle to bed. Henry followed behind her, looking angry as if he was about to tear me apart with just a look. What is going on? What button? Why are they here? Mother, what are you talking about? You think you can call me mother? Henry's mother had changed from her gentle and polite demeanor during our talk earlier to a vicious look as she stared straight at me. I felt so scared I nearly dropped to the ground. The powerful aura they were emitting made my stomach turn, but I still couldn't figure out what was happening. I received a secret letter that told me that someone wants to pour the healing water from the spiritual spring to destroy the Nightfall Pact forever. Henry's mother slowly walked towards me. Each step increased the power of her dangerous aura. At first, I didn't believe it, but turns out that it was you bitch. Pour the healing water from the spiritual spring. How is that possible? Mother, please let me explain. What has happened? How did things turn out like this? Where did my brother go? The constant shocks from the situation made me feel like my brain couldn't work properly. In a single moment, I felt another powerful oppressive force that made my wolf shiver and hide away deep in my mind. This is Alpha Lucas. You can see what is happening. This has nothing to do with the Nightfall Pact at all. As for this bitch, we will deal with her. Henry's mother's emotionless voice spoke, and a figure slowly walked out from behind her. The clothes symbolized his status and an imposing expression that could only belong to Alpha Lucas. I fell to the ground and began to tremble uncontrollably. Although I didn't know why, I knew I had been tricked. They thought that I came here in the middle of the night to destroy the spiritual spring. And damn it, I couldn't explain why I was actually here today. My damn brother hadn't come back yet, and I had no idea how to explain the incident where he took some members of Henry's guards without permission. You let John take away some members of the guard team to reduce the number of guards protecting us, then come in the middle of the night to destroy the spiritual spring, destroy the peace between us and Lucas. How despicable can you be? You bitch! Henry's mother had begun to be incomprehensible to me. I had no chance to explain before she stepped forward. Ahi slapped me across the face, causing a burning pain to burst from my cheek. I quickly covered my stomach, trying to remind her that I was pregnant. I am innocent. I really didn't want to destroy the spiritual spring. I was crying from fear. The tears kept flowing down my cheeks, and I didn't know what to do. Henry's mother sneered down at me. Her look held no mercy. I will let you stay until you give birth. As for you, she stepped aside, and Lucas stepped forward, looking at me with the eyes of a predator. My whole body turned cold, and I couldn't breathe properly. Is that my majestic father? What are you doing now? A voice that was laced with a smile rang out in the quiet garden. Everyone looked up to try to follow the sound. On top of the villa's roof, a bright moon highlighted a black wolf. The wolf was tall and had bright red eyes. The red was striking against the black night sky. And daring to sit atop this powerful wolf was Aurora Frost. This bitch is still alive? Today's events have to be related to her. It must be all her fault. Edward? Lucas's face was covered with a rare look of surprise, but not one of joy at seeing his son. Instead, his face morphed into a cruel smile as if he had understood something finally. Are you having fun, Daisy? Aurora looked at me leisurely as she spoke. I was now trembling with anger, not fear. How could this useless whore dare to act so arrogant? But now wasn't the time for me to speak. Henry's mother looked over at Lucas with a stoic expression, but Lucas just sneered and didn't spare us a glance. Edward jumped and landed lightly in front of us, facing his father with Aurora astride his back. Do you really think you can beat me? Lucas looked at his son with pure contempt, as if even an alpha as powerful as Edward wasn't even worth the effort of fighting. Edward gently lowered Aurora to the ground and then returned to his human form. No, I don't want to fight you. I want the truth about what happened back then. Edward's POV. The purpose of my and Aurora's plan was not for me to kill my father. I knew he was a complete bastard and also Aurora's enemy, but he was still my father, and I didn't want him dead. I respected Aurora's wishes and her urge for revenge, but before that, I needed to find out what I had always wanted to know. I had given Aurora the ring my mother had left me that I usually wore on my left hand. She said she wanted the truth just as much as me, so she came up with this idea. It could not only completely ruin Daisy, but also get my father into the same place. My love is so incredibly smart. The truth? Lucas was instantly furious, as he always was when it came to this topic. What truth do you want? Your mother died in the war. I sneered. Based on my investigation over the past few weeks, I didn't believe a single word he said, but it didn't matter. This time I wasn't going to be polite anymore. I whistled, and the people who had been preparing for this day for a long time came from all directions, led by Blake. Over the past few days, I have been placing my people close to the nightfall pack without alerting anyone. Looking at the solemn and surprised expressions of everyone in the garden, I knew that my plan had succeeded. You want to threaten me? Lucas was so angry that the veins on his forehead were bulging. I laughed lightly. Yes. Coincidentally, I've been going in and out of Timberwolf Pack's main territory a lot recently, so I had figured something out. Lucas' weakest days were when the moon was full. During that time, he travels to the Nightfall Pack to soak into the spiritual spring. Today was only 2 days away from the night of the full moon. His body has started to weaken already. My love, please take care of yourself. You too. When Aurora spoke with a smile, my heart filled with love. Regardless of what the truth is or what my father will do to me, I will at least no longer be alone. I finally have someone standing firmly by my side. Aurora's POV. Edward launched the attack before anyone could react, and the whole scene immediately became chaotic. Henry's mother didn't want to get involved in the struggle between two powerful alphas, and quickly dodged to the side. The guards on both sides were also viciously fighting, and Blage alone managed to corner Henry. Such a useless alpha. I looked left and right, not knowing what to do for a moment. Our original plan was to take advantage of Lucas's late-night outing with as few guards as possible to subdue him and force him to reveal the truth about what happened years ago. I was also going to make him explain my parents' death. It seemed like there was nothing for me to do at this point in the plan, just as I was about to find a place to sit down to watch the alphas fight. But I had forgotten that someone who planned against me constantly would not just let me go. As soon as my hand touched the edge of the spiritual spring pool, a violent gust of wind blew over me. Before my brain could react, my body had already dodged out of the way on its own. You. Daisy, who had attacked me in the chaos, clearly didn't expect my reaction to be so fast. She didn't think too much about it and immediately transformed into her wolf form to attack me. I narrowed my eyes and sneered. She seemed to have no idea about the power I had within me at all. She was so stupid. How did I ever become friends with someone like her? I grabbed her wrist and held it down in one moment. Her eyes widened in fear, and Grace's ability took hold in the next second, freezing her entire arm. What did you do? Daisy's scream attracted everyone's attention, especially Lucas's. I guess he probably recognized the power, and his face quickly filled with fear. How can there be? How can she still be alive? He muttered. I was about to say something when Edward stood guard in front of me warily, looking at his father. The Wintermoon Pack's descendants cannot be allowed to survive in this world. Lucas's expression was terrifying as he looked at me. I stared straight back at him, showing no fear, despite him looking like he was about to lose his mind. Edward showed no mercy and held Lucas down, looking down at him. It's time for you to surrender, Lucas. Edward had told me before we arrived that his father was weaker than usual. I could see it now. According to his age and the slow aging of a werewolf, Lucas looked much older than his actual age. This was an incredibly strange phenomenon, and I vaguely felt that it was related to the extraordinary power he had suddenly obtained. It must also be linked to that witch. Just as I lost myself to the thoughts, Lucas suddenly went mad and shook off Edward's hand, turning around and running towards me. I was startled and quickly dodged to the side, but I suddenly felt that something was wrong. No, his target isn't me. It's the spiritual spring. Grace and I reacted at the same time and rushed to the side of the spiritual spring. We had to stop him from regaining his power again. The damn drain switch was nowhere to be found, so we had to do something else. Grace's power erupted from her fingertips. I felt separate from her, as if she was controlling herself, not my body doing the work. Our power burst out instantly, and a gust of wind mixed with ice crystals blew through. Everyone in the room stared at us in shock. When everything settled down, I withdrew my hand and looked satisfied with the scene in front of me. Lucas sat on the spiritual spring in shock. The spring has been frozen completely by me in just one movement. He was finished this time. "You're amazing, my love." Edward bent down and lightly kissed my cheek, looking at me with a smile. I imitated his usual expression and raised my eyebrows in pride. "This is it, Lucas." Edward's expression became serious as he looked at his father. "How did my mother die?" For once, Lucas lowered his head arrogantly and said nothing. Edward took 2 steps forward, and I held his hand, wanting to go with him. Suddenly, a strange wind blew past, carrying a nauseating smell. "Oh, what is this? It's so disgusting!" The smell seemed to affect Grace a lot, and she screamed loudly in my mind. I was incredibly uncomfortable, and Edward quickly hugged me. When I could see the scene in front of me again, Lucas had disappeared. Edward and I looked at each other and quickly got up to go search for him. Suddenly, that annoying scent appeared again. There was nothing in front of us anymore. We could all hear the voice of a strange woman in the distance. "Lucas is mine. And as for how your mother died..." "Who are you?" Edward's face was full of anger as he held me close with one hand and reached out in front of him to see where the voice came from. But he still couldn't find anyone. "Ha ha ha, you don't know me, but I know you. After all, it was me who killed your mother." Lucas's POV. "Why did you reveal the truth, you idiot?" I said, trying desperately to catch up to her as she ran. Ever since I had gained my powers, I never had to flee. But now I was fleeing for my life. The truth? Only you know if I told the truth. The woman who was standing beside him spoke slowly and deliberately. She was bewitching to look at. "What do you think would happen if I told your darling son everything?" "Are you fucking crazy?" The woman laughed brazenly. I gritted my teeth tightly to hold myself back from punching her. Damn it, no one has ever been able to threaten me like this, but this woman is still useful to me for now. So I'll put up with it. But once I take care of some things, it will be her turn to suffer. Am I crazy? The smile on her face suddenly dropped. Her expression was replaced with a look of malice. I stopped in my tracks and cautiously backed away from her, leaving at least 2 steps between us. "Look at all of the stupid things you've done. You were played by your own son. Our plan was about to succeed, but you made such a careless mistake. Watch your tone when you speak to me, Amaika." She began laughing hysterically. "What? Do you think that you are some great alpha? You are just weak and as useless as trash now." "You son of a bitch!" I opened my mouth to shout at her, but no words came out. Amaika was right. My powers have been wavering for years. I can only sustain myself with the powers of the sacred spiritual spring. But now it has been destroyed by Edward's bitch of a girlfriend. It's all her fault. Aurora Frost. I spoke with anger. The last time I saw this girl was at the banquet, and there was no hint of wolf energy in her body. I didn't expect her power to be so strong now that she could freeze the entire spiritual spring. Wait, I feel like I have seen this freezing power somewhere before. Lucas, don't forget that Aurora is a descendant of the Wintermoon Pack. You've gotten yourself into big trouble. Amaika waved her hand, conjuring a fog over our figures, and looked at me with a wide smirk. It's clear that she's enjoying watching all of the drama unfold. Wintermoon Pack. It's them. It's definitely them. They were the ones who almost ruined my plans a few years ago, causing me a lot of trouble. I never would have thought that their descendants would still be alive, and my son's mate no less. I refuse to allow such a thing to happen. I'm going to kill her. Kill her? You should be thinking about how to survive first, especially after what just happened. Amaika sneered. She always liked to tell me things that I never wanted to hear. It has been the same for years. But I have to admit, what she is saying makes sense. The spiritual spring is now in the hands of my bastard son. If I were to return to my pack, Timberwolf Pack, right now everyone would discover the secret of my weakened power. That would be absolutely unacceptable. After I restore my strength, I must come up with a plan to settle the score with them. Fortunately, although Amaika is incredibly frustrating, she has kept her promise over the years of us working together. Now it is time for me to rely on her. Amaika, help me one last time. After this is done, I promise to fulfill all of your conditions ahead of schedule." Amaika raised an eyebrow, but she remained controlled. She seemed to understand what I was thinking. "You want to use that method again? That's pretty cruel." She sarcastically spoke of cruelty, but her face was covered in an eager smile. "Cruelty? Shouldn't it be an honor for those werewolves that I am willing to trample them under my feet, that they can finally be of value to me?" Aurora's POV. "Hey, my love, calm down, okay? She is the killer who murdered my mother, but I haven't even seen what she looks like." On the way back from Nightfall Pack, Edward's eyes had turned red, and he was unable to control his alpha aura. Right now, besides me being able to stand by his side, anyone who approached would probably be scared to the point of not being able to move. The woman who ran away with Lucas is probably the mysterious witch we've been looking for all this time. I didn't expect her to confess to the crime directly after appearing, but her teasing tone makes me feel as if things aren't that simple. Regardless of me speaking the truth, it still came as a considerable shock to Edward. I reached out to grab his hand, while my other hand rested against his cheek. "Look at me, we can solve this together." "Aurora." I saw his eyes finally begin to shift from red to their usual deep brown. His body finally loses the tension it was holding. He grabbed my hand and took a deep breath, then opened his eyes again, finally returning to his usual relaxed demeanor. "You're always so cool and rational." He raises his head with a smile, lightly kissing me hand that was resting on his face. "It's really charming." I am well aware of my charm, but now is not the time to talk about it. I smiled triumphantly and withdrew my hand, signaling for him to pick up the pace. Our original plan was to expose Lucas's true face to the spiritual spring, causing him to lose his false reputation. At the same time, threatening him into revealing the truth about Edward's mother. Everything in the plan was perfect, but I never expected that the mysterious witch would finally make her entrance. She's exceptionally powerful. Her ability to take people away from so many packs and alphas. She should not be underestimated. Edward spoke with a serious expression. I still remember exactly what happened, besides each other. We couldn't see anything else. When asked later, none of the guards present saw where the two had gone. This witch possessed abilities that were even more incredible than we could begin to imagine. It seems like she has been by Lucas's side all along, helping him to reach his current position. Could it be that your father's sudden gain of power is also related to her? Don't call him father. This is the bastard who conspired to kill my mother. Edward grit his teeth as his face darkens. This mysterious witch, really the one who killed Edward's mother? Where can they go now that they have left? And did Lucas gain his power through the witch? There are so many questions, but they can only be solved by time. Edward, let's not talk about that now. Our top priority at the moment Find them. We say in unison, then share a smile. Currently, the Timberwolf Pack's territory has no leader. Even if Edward took it over, I still don't think we will be able to find the witch and Lucas, not even if we scoured the entire continent. That's really strange. A week later, I was frantically flipping through maps in the study. Ever since Lucas went missing, I have been working around the clock. A whole week, and we still have no leads on their whereabouts. It's like they disappeared into thin air. Edward looked at the information in his hand with a serious expression, sighed, and his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Edsel. Ever since that day in the small grove outside of the pack when Edward and I couldn't resist kissing in front of him, Edsel disappeared without a trace. He sent a message saying that he was going to investigate the true identity of the witch on his own, and there had been no follow-up. Could he have found a clue? I took his phone and quickly replied, "I'm at Timberwolf Pack. Is there something you need to tell me, Edsel?" Aurora. In less than a minute, Edsel's reply came in, "I think this message is enough to trade for a kiss from you, Aurora. I think I know where they are." Aurora's POV. Edward let out a cold laugh as he dropped his shoulders against the wall behind him, crossing his arms over his chest. Werewolves going missing? How come no one has heard of this? And why have you and Alpha taken on the role of a private detective? It wouldn't be easy for you to understand. Your intelligence wouldn't allow for that. Very well. As long as these two are in the same space, a fight is inevitable. I should have thought of this earlier. After receiving the news, I immediately invited Edsel over, but before we could discuss the matter at hand, the two had started to argue again. Enough, stop arguing. So when did this happen? I carefully examined the information that Henry had brought me. Over 4 weeks ago, but there is no commonality among the wolves. Not age, gender, or place of residence. However, it is strange that 4 strong and powerful werewolves have disappeared silently within a week. What is so strange about that? If the neighbor's dog goes missing, you should just look for it, right? If I could find lost items, I should help you find your brain first. I used the data to cover my face, just to hide me laughing. Edward noticed my movement and gave me a somewhat resentful look, causing me to quickly compose myself and focus on the materials I was holding. Edsel has been traveling alone, searching for the whereabouts of the witch. He started from the central continent and made his way back to Ambersea Pack, where he exchanged information with his father before taking a new route. 1 week has passed, and just like the team Edward and I sent out, he has gained no information. That mysterious witch and Lucas seem to have disappeared from the continent without a trace. However, he did discover one strange thing. The disappearance of the 4 werewolves that was mentioned in the information packet I was holding. On the mainland, the sudden disappearance of 1 or 2 wolves is not a big problem. The issue lies in the location of where the wolves have gone from. Circle the locations where the 4 wolves went missing. Take a look. Edsel came over with a map and sat down next to me, emitting a pleasant scent of perfume. He was dressed in clean and sophisticated clothes. He must have taken a break before coming to us. However, my attention was focused on the map in his hand, where he had highlighted the 4 locations. They were connected and coincided with the route on the map. This means that the person responsible for making the werewolves disappear is moving along a specific path. It fits perfectly with Lucas. He is fleeing. Maybe he is trying to hide his tracks. Do you also think it's them? Yes, I can't think of any other reason or person who would cause such a coincidence. I pondered with a furrowed brow. But what are they taking werewolves for? Suddenly a teacup appeared between the two of us. Looking up, Edward stood in front of us with a serious expression, holding the cup in his hand. He purposefully separated the two of us from our huddle. Don't blame him for his actions, Aurora. Men who are too possessive can be very scary. Edsel shrugged as he spoke and leisurely leaned back against the sofa. I pressed my hand against my temple, worried that these two would never stop arguing. But luckily, Edward was in a good mood today and ignored Edsel. He placed the cup in my hand gently and cast a causal glance at the map in my hand. If you want to know, go and take a look. The 3 of us quickly came to an agreement. Although these alphas were reluctant to travel together, we all shared a common goal, to find the witch and Lucas. Edward reluctantly allowed Edsel into a prepared car. As we were about to leave, an unexpected person appeared at the entrance of the pack. What do you want? My expression showed pure disgust. I couldn't be bothered to try to hide it. Looking at the miserable man in front of me, I only felt confused. Why has he come? Aurora. The person called my name desperately before he took a step forward. Before Edward could act, I raised my hand and a blue light appeared at my fingertips. Step any closer and I'll freeze your mouth shut, Henry. Since the fight with their pack, the scoundrel Henry hasn't contacted me again. After all, experiencing repeated blows from both me and Daisy would make anyone feel down for a while. I had heard from a pack member that he decided to kick the pregnant Daisy and her brother out of the pack. Then, due to the spiritual spring being exposed, the Nightfall pack was targeted by many of the surrounding packs. Without Lucas' protection, the surrounding packs were mounting to take the spiritual spring. I thought this fool would be too busy to leave his pack, let alone to come to find me. Aurora, I know it's too late to say anything now, but I still love you. As soon as the words were said, 2 figures flashed by in front of him. Edward and Edsel stood in front of him in a rare unison. Love? Edward's expression could only be described as extremely ugly. I couldn't even draw the energy to give a reaction to the words. I only sighed in frustration and said, So you abandoned your pack to come here and say that? Henry was startled by the imposing auras of the two alphas in front of him. His words rushed out of him. "Please, Aurora, please save my pack. Please save Nightfall." I looked at him with my arms crossed and burst out laughing. "Are you kidding me? Do you really think that I would help you? Given his pack's situation, it wouldn't matter if we kill him now." Edward stood in front of me, offering a very tempting suggestion. "No, no, please, we can make a deal," Henry begged. "What do you even have to offer to us right now?" "The spiritual spring. I can give you the spiritual spring, just like I gave it to Lucas before." Henry's eyes lit up as if had found his life-saving straw, shouting his offer loudly. In the next second, he was lifted up by his neck, Edward's grip unwavering. "If it weren't for your cowardly pack, I wouldn't have wasted so many years." Edward squinted his eyes as he tightened his hands. He was right. If the Nightfall pack hadn't shamelessly surrendered to Lucas as if they had no backbone, them allowing Lucas to continually use the spirit spring to increase his strength was what brought so many packs to their knees and under his control. Henry's feet were desperately attempting to make contact with the ground. His face was flushed bright red and his lips were turning purple. I am now 100% sure that Edward wants to kill him. I know who the witch is." A faint, strained voice broke the silence. In an instant, Edward dropped Henry to the ground. I quickly walked over to Henry, who was coughing continuously. "What did you say?" "You have to promise to protect my pack first." I looked at Edward and he was looking directly back at me. The look in his eyes seemed to be telling me that the decision was my own. Henry was stuck either way. If he lies, he will be killed straight away. Although he is a bastard, he isn't a fool, so the information he provides will be true. It is true that compared to Edward, who is Lucy's biological son, Henry would know a lot more about Lucas's situation. "Okay, I promise you. Now tell me, who is that witch?" I stood by Edward's side looking down at the pitiful form of Henry. I don't know exactly who she is. Are you trying to play me?" I lifted my hand, a gust of cold wind blowing, ready to freeze the bastard. "But I have a photo." Henry frantically took out his phone and opened a photo, passing it to me. Edward narrowed his eyes and leaned in to take a look, his pupils suddenly dilating. "Damn it! That's impossible! How could it be her?" Aurora's POV. Whenever Lucas comes to heal himself, he never allows anyone else to be with him. But the guards stationed outside have said that sometimes they can hear hushed whispers coming from inside. I was curious, so I hid in a secluded spot and took this photo. The angle of the photo was odd, but I could see two people standing by the spirit spring. The person with his back to the camera appears to be Lucas based on his clothing, while the person facing the camera is an extremely beautiful woman with striking purple hair. The woman is dressed in a black robe, and with her purple hair, it makes sense that she would be the mysterious witch who hangs by Lucas's side constantly. Henry began to explain as he spoke. I watched Edward's face become increasingly somber. "Send the photo to me and leave right now. Later on, we will send people out to protect your pack. You can also announce to the public that Swiftfoot Pack and Timberwolf Pack have reached a cooperation with you." I finished speaking and turned, refusing to look at him any longer. I grabbed Edward's arm, who was lost in thought, and pulled him into the car. "Is everything okay, Edward?" "No, sorry, I didn't mean to make you worry." He turned his head and smiled at me, then dropped a light kiss on my hand before taking my hand in both of his and rubbing it gently. "I was just remembering something from earlier. The witch in that photo." "Yes, I saw the woman in the picture when I was a kid," Edward said seriously. "But in my memory, she is a werewolf. I'm sure of it." "What?" I asked in shock. Edward launched into his childhood story. Back the Timberwolf Pack was not as strong and prosperous as it is today, and Lucas was just an average werewolf. Edward's mother came from a powerful pack, and the two were brought together as fated mates. After getting married, Lucas began to feel dissatisfied with the current situation. He had always been weak, which led to an abnormal desire for power. My mother said that he always researched demonic medicines and spells, hoping to improve his own strength, but none of them worked. Edward tightened his grip on my hand, until on day, this woman appeared. Lucas's obsession had already grown to an alarming level. All he could focus on was his power, and Edward's mother was forgotten. She could only manage trivial matters in the pack all day and rarely had any chance to see Lucas. One day, Lucas brought the woman in the photo back into the pack. At that time, her hair was still black. The woman claimed to be well-versed in creating potions and was hired by Lucas to be the specialist pharmacist of the pack. But her real focus was enhancing Lucas's strength. Unexpectedly, her solution really worked. When the woman arrived, Lucas's strength greatly increased. But greed is a black hole that can never be filled. After obtaining power, he wanted more and more. The dark dawn began from his greed. I didn't even know how or where my mother died. All I remember is coming home and she was gone. When Lucas came back, he told me that my mother had died on the battlefield. Edward looked at me with a lonely expression, his eyes fixed on the ring that he gave me. The ring that was originally his mother. But my mother never went to the battlefield. He gritted his teeth and said, his fierce gaze looking into empty space, probably lost in his memories. I couldn't sense any witch's aura from her. I was convinced she was a werewolf. This is so strange, he furrowed his brow. According to my understanding, Edward had always been strong ever since he was a child, and he awakened his own wolf at a very early age. Moreover, even if Edward's skills were ignored, it's impressive for a witch to successfully hide her presence in a pack of werewolves. As soon as we find them, everything will be revealed. I comforted him as the car came to a slow stop during our conversation. This is the village where the fourth missing werewolf lived, Blake said softly, then got out of the car and opened the door for us. I helped Edward out of the car and exchanged a glance with Edsel, who had just gotten out of the car behind us. The four of us looked around at our surroundings. I never imagined that there would be a place like this on the mainland. Edsel frowned and spoke, stepping onto the desolate land beneath his feet. This is a seemingly desolate village with a few small houses standing on open land. A woman walks out of one of the small houses, and I rush over to greet her. Hello, we are here to investigate the missing werewolf case. Before I could finish my sentence, the woman's hand that was holding a water basin turned and purposefully splashed me with water. What the hell? I exclaimed. But before I could even react, the water froze only a few millimeters away from me, then dropped directly to the ground. I looked up to catch the eye of the woman, but her expression was pure fear, and she quickly retreated back to the house. What the hell? That's definitely a unique way to welcome someone. Edward hurried over to my side with a frown. Edsel sauntered over as well. Just as I was feeling puzzled, a crisp female voice rang out from behind me. I am very sorry. Please don't blame her. I was taken aback and turned to see a girl with red hair standing in front of me. She was dressed in plain clothes and appeared to be from the village. She was shy, timidly holding onto her skirt with both hands. Who are you? My name is Lindy. I'm from the village, but we aren't usually friendly to outsiders, she explained, waving her hands nervously. It wasn't intentional. It's just that we haven't had anyone else visit for a long time. Seeing her so nervous made me want to comfort her. I walked over with a smile and took her hand. No need to be so nervous, Lindy. We're here to investigate the recent disappearances. Her hand was cold, but she listened closely, her eyes brimming with tears that were threatening to fall. I was surprised when she sniffed quietly and spoke. My brother is the one who went missing. He still hasn't come back. I exchanged glances with Edward. We didn't expect to encounter the victim's family so soon. In order to not frighten the already upset girl with the presence of two strong men, I followed her to her room to keep asking her questions. The village felt backward to me. It was isolated and small. They were all weak werewolves who couldn't fight their way into places with resources. So they lived with no pack and were forced to wander constantly. Their lives were incredibly difficult. Her brother, who was out hunting, disappeared suddenly, as if he had been swept away by a gust of wind. The werewolf who was with him never saw the face of the one who took him. The strongest werewolf in their village was taken so easily. It had to be the witch. No other explanation would make sense. It has to be Lucas and the witch. I took Lindy back outside and explained the situation to Edward and Edsel. We decided to go check out the small forest where the werewolf had disappeared. As I was about to turn around and thank Lindy, I suddenly saw her take a step forward and grab Edward's hand, looking at him with big round eyes. "Sir, please take me with you." Aurora's POV. Edward took a few measured steps back from Lindy. He stepped behind me with a look of disbelief as he stared at Lindy. My mind still hadn't fully recovered from what I had seen. A pair of big hands enveloped me from behind as a fluffy head of hair nuzzled itself against my neck. Alpha Edward, the supposed dream lover of all female wolves? Where has he gone now? His hiding made me feel a little amused. It's really hard to connect this man with the person who constantly flirted with me when we first met. That's all in the past. He pinched my waist lightly, his voice sounding a little aggravated. "Oh, really? I heard that the women he slept with could stretch from the main territory of Timberwolf Pack to the deputy territory." Edsel teased, unable to miss any opportunity to take a dig at Edward. "So at least I have the skills to keep Aurora happy." Edward chuckled, turning the insult into praise. I closed my eyes and let out a sigh. In front of me stood a young girl. She couldn't be that far into her teens, blossoming with feelings of love. Lindy's eyes were glued to Edward. This unexpected turn of events really has thrown me off. "Lindy, first of all, the place we are going is most likely very dangerous. It won't be safe for you to come along." The situation had become awkward. It seemed like it was up to me to put an end to all of this. Next, I patted Edward's arm. "This is my man." Edsel rolled his eyes and turned to the side. Edward was still hugging me closely from behind and happily kissing the back of my neck. "Oh, my love, this is the first time you've introduced me like this. Congratulations. From now on, you will be known as the man of the great Swiftfoot Pack Alpha's daughter." I playfully patted his shoulder and beamed at him. He lowered his head and dropped into a bow, successfully making me laugh. "I didn't mean it, Miss Aurora. I hope this gentleman can save my brother." Lindy quickly brought her hand back from his, as if all of the courage she had was once again gone. What she said was understandable, but it feels like something is off. Her eyes look wrong. "I sense that she is indeed a weak werewolf," Grace spoke slowly. "A wolf without any strength, how dare he approach Edward? His scent and presence are strong enough to intimidate anyone. This is indeed very strange." I wrapped up my conversation with Grace and squinted as I looked Lindy up and down. She became even more nervous under my gaze. She helplessly took 2 steps back and suddenly remembered something. She raised her head and spoke. I can help you." She frantically pulled a square headscarf out of her pocket and explained to me in a panic, "This is the headscarf that my brother usually wears. I have a special ability to sense the location of an item's owner using just the item. I can sense that my brother is still alive." "Huh?" I exclaimed disbelievingly. I have heard that many werewolves possess a variety of abilities, but this skill sounds like it is straight out of a fairy tale. Lindy panicked as she saw the looks of doubt from us and started to become frantic. "If you don't believe me, you can give me something that belongs to someone else. I can immediately tell you who the owner is." I exchanged a glance with Edward. Neither of us had anything that could be tested. We turned our attention to Edsel, who stood to the side of me with his arms crossed. Edsel looked at Lindy with a great interest and took out a very valuable pocket watch from his pocket, handing it to her. "Try this." Lindy carefully took the pocket watch and placed it in her palm. She closed her eyes, and then I actually felt a strange energy wave. "What is this?" "I'm not sure. She seems to have a strange power." Lindy slowly opened her eyes after sensing the location, her gaze firmly fixed on Edsel. "The owner of this object is in a very far-away place, in this direction." She points her finger in a direction and speaks. "It's about 2,000 miles away." My questioning gaze looked towards Edsel as his face turned serious. "This pocket watch belonged to my father." I widened my eyes and followed Lindy's hand. Her distance, guess, and position was exactly where Ambersea Pack was located. Of course, Edsel's father would be there. My goodness, her ability is actually real. This presents quite a dilemma. We still can't confirm whether Lindy is harmful, especially after she has demonstrated such powerful abilities. A weak and powerless werewolf having such a magical ability, showing no fear towards the power released by Edward, and coincidentally appearing in this village as if she was waiting for us. All of this was just too strange. "Why not go and find him yourself since you know the location?" I asked, my voice full of doubt. I swiftly pulled the map out of my pocket, spreading it out on the ground as flat as I could. Based on my senses, the location should be around here. Her slender finger pointed to a spot, which had already been marked. "This place is very remote. I have never been to such a faraway place, and I dare not go alone, so I beg you again, please take me with you." I didn't answer right away, stroking my chin as I thought. Can we really trust the girl in front of us? "I'm here, my love. Feel free to make the choice," Edward whispered in my ear as he bent down. Yes, by my side are two of the most powerful alphas on the continent, coupled with grace. Even if Lindy attempts to deceive us, we should still be able to escape unscathed. "All right, then it's settled. Please show me the way there, Lindy." The knowledge that this victim is still alive is great news, and with Lindy's help, we hope to catch Lucas and that damn witch. "Do you sense the same location every day?" I immediately focused and crouched down with her, looking at the map on the ground. Lindy seemed to be very afraid of me, speaking cautiously. "The location has been changing for the past few days, but it has been in this position since yesterday." I nodded and stood up gently. "Okay, then let's get ready to go." Blake drove the car over and we all climbed in. Lindy chose not to sit in Edsel's bigger and emptier car and squeezed into our car instead. When I saw Lindy try to strike up a conversation with Edward for the third time, I suddenly regretted my previous decision, Aurora's POV. If she wasn't still somewhat useful and a weak wolf, I would be wringing her neck right now. I chuckled as I listened to Edward talking through gritted teeth, the frustrated aura he had in the car finally being released. It is very rare to see Edward so rattled. This was the first time I've seen him be so annoyed by a woman. "Calm down. We still have to rely on this artificial GPS to guide us." I touched his face gently to offer him some comfort. "The GPS is so annoying, I can't even manage my own affairs." Edsel came back from outside with a bag and threw it on the ground, sitting in front of us looking helpless. "What's wrong?" I asked, while handing over some of the food Blake had given me. "Look at the sky. What do you suggest I do outside?" It had become evening, and I looked up at the moon in the sky, thinking about the date. Suddenly, I realized that it was almost time for the full moon. Edsel must have gone out to look for the ingredients for the potion, but he clearly got held up along the way. "Sir, I can't be of much help, but I can help you carry things. Let me come with you." Edsel rolled his eyes and vividly imitated Lindy's tone as he recreated the scene. I almost spat out my hot tea from laughter. "I deliberately took a detour just to shake her off." Edsel stuffed the food into his mouth, feeling irritated. "I never would have thought that an alpha like you would have zero experience in dealing with women," Edward taunted elegantly as he ate his food leisurely. "Of course, someone as stupid as you wouldn't be able to provoke anyone in the middle of nowhere like this." Very good, the daily bickering has begun. I focus on eating and let my thoughts turn to where Lindy went. "Where is she?" "Who knows?" Edsel snorted. "She said there was a delicious wild fruit around here, so she went to look for it. Who knows what's going on in her head?" "Didn't she say that she was scared to go out alone? That's why she asked to travel with us? Why did she go off into the mountains alone to pick fruit in the middle of the night?" I furrowed my brow, feeling a vague sense of unease in my heart. "Edsel, hurry up and take care of making the potion after dinner. The full moon will probably be up in the next few days." I couldn't help but speak up. Lindy's behavior is so strange, but I can't figure out what the problem is. It's always better to be cautious. We must ensure that all three of us are safe and in good health. In short, Edward said that if someone is already an adult, they should be responsible for themselves and not need reminders. He gave Edsel more food as he made his snarky comment. "Don't worry, once the curse is lifted, I will stop being a bother," Edsel retorted, but still wiped his hands as he got up, carrying the freshly made potion to his car. I finished my meal and propped my chin against my hand, gazing at the distant scenery. This place is not as bustling as the center of the mainland, but as night falls and moonlight highlights the distant mountains, I feel a sense of peaceful beauty. But the tranquility was broken. There was a loud noise coming from the car, and Blake, who was busy packing up near the front of the car, was startled. Edward stepped out of the car and quickly called out my name. I opened the car door and walked to the back seat, immediately widening my eyes. What happened? Edsel was lying flat on the back seat. He looked terrible. He was already unconscious, and on the ground lay the just-created potion, shattered into pieces as if it had been thrown. Did this idiot poison himself? Edward furrowed his brow and reached out to sense for any signs of life. Oh, he is still alive. I breathed a sigh of relief and crouched down to observe the broken pieces of the bottle. How could someone as experienced as Edsel make a mistake while taking his medicine? This is absurd. I reached out and picked up a piece of debris to examine myself. Mind your hand, Aurora. I nodded in response to Edward and looked closer at the fragment in the moonlight. The remaining portion on them seemed off. I picked up the bag of herbs, checked it, and found no problems. I looked at his face again and felt at a loss for any explanation for what went wrong. Edouard. I was just about to offer a plan to Edward. Suddenly, a scream that felt like it could pierce my eardrums filled the air. The sound was somewhat familiar. Is that Lindy? Edward nodded at me. His face was clouded with worry. Fuck! What the hell is going on? When has there been nothing but trouble since I came here? With no hesitation, we had to go directly to Lindy. It didn't matter if she was a good person or not. Edward instructed Blake to keep an eye on the still unconscious Edsel. Edward and I took off from where we were standing and ran towards the source of the noise. We followed the sound into a small forest. As we walked in deeper, the sky became darker. Fortunately, the darkness doesn't hinder a werewolf's vision. After walking for a while, I spotted Lindy's figure. She was slumped on the ground, her legs covered in bloodstains. My heart sank as I hurried over to her. What happened? I asked. Her face was covered with fear, her pupils blown wide and her hands trembling with fear. I took her hand and crouched down, leaning in as close to her as I could. I was attacked. The trembling had gotten worse now, and I finally spotted what her other hand was hiding, a wound on her leg that was pouring with blood. I looked down and let myself think. I had been reading medical books when I had free time at the pack. Now that knowledge could come in handy. The wound on her leg looked like a tear. There must be other werewolves here. I made my judgment based on the shape of the wound. But I didn't notice any aura at all. Grace was puzzled, and I had to be careful. Edsel is in a coma, and Lindy was attacked by an unknown wolf. My first act was to gather everyone together and to think of a plan to deal with all of this. We have to stop the bleeding now. I tore a piece of cloth from my shirt and tightly wrapped it around her leg. You should try to stand up just to see if you can. Suddenly my eyes widened and all of the blood in my body froze. I felt a sharp pain in my chest, and when I looked down I saw it, a dagger. A cold aura filled my body. There had been no noise to warn me of the attack. Following the hand that was still clutching the dagger, the red-haired woman in front of me suddenly began to transform. After a moment of blurriness, a familiar face appeared in front of me. My hand came to hold the dagger, and I let out a yell in my angriest voice. Daisy Hall! Daisy's POV. I have to kill her. She must die. The fury I felt nearly destroyed my sanity, and I reached out to throw something from the table to the ground, but I stopped myself. Here we sat in a rundown little motel. I looked at the shabby items that lay before me. I knew I didn't have the right to destroy them impulsively. Just 2 days ago, I was the esteemed Luna of the Nightfall Pack. I basked in the highest honor, and even my tableware was inlaid with silver. Now look at me. Look at how I have fallen. It's all that woman's fault. She caused all of this. Calm down, Daisy. Think of the baby, John said, following me from behind, his face covered with worry. Baby? What use do I have for this baby? I caressed my still flat stomach, gritting my teeth as I muttered Henry's name, my mind flooded with the memory of him banishing us from the pack. My love, please, I beg you, don't cast me out. I have nowhere to go, and you must think of your child. I desperately clung to Henry's hand, my face streaked with tears as I pleaded with him. My child? I have no use for a child born from you. Henry looked livid as he shook off my hand and pointed towards the pack. See this? All the trouble you have caused, you fool. If you hadn't let your brother take away most of my guards, none of this would have happened. We would never have lost Lucas's protection and be under threat by that bastard Edward. I have to admit, it was a foolish decision to hastily send so many guards away with my brother in a bid to get rid of that whore. But how could he blame all of this on me? It was that bitch Aurora who took advantage of me. I can't explain, Henry. It's all that bitch's fault. We both know how sinister she is. I hurriedly stood up from the ground, embracing Henry's shoulders, as I used to do. I can help you. We can have this child, and it will serve as the most outstanding heir for you. Henry looked at me, his eyes full of disgust and revulsion. Gone was the patience and desire he once had for me. He pushed me away expressionlessly. As I stumbled back into my brother's arms, I heard him speak in the coldest voice I had ever heard. I don't need a child as foolish as you, Daisy. You and your brother go and take that abomination with you and get as far away from here as possible. Flashback. I felt as if I was struck by lightning, unable to recover from the shock until my brother led me away. He sold a few pieces of jewelry, and we managed to find temporary refuge in a motel. John, I'm going to kill her. I must kill her. John sighed, not immediately agreeing as he had before. Instead, he hesitated. Daisy, her parents saved my life. I frowned, looking at my brother with confusion. He had mentioned this after coming home injured one day, but I hadn't expected him to care about it so much. They only saved your life to show off their capabilities. Do you really think it was for you? I struggled to understand my brother's thinking. In my eyes, all of those debts for gratitude were unnecessary. What I had always wanted was status. I had worked hard since childhood to become Luna. I learnt etiquette and maintained my figure and beauty. I was determined to be the most distinguished woman. Yet Aurora, that bitch, had everything handed to her from birth by people who weren't even her biological parents. Why should she have it so easy? Fine, if you won't help me, I can do it on my own. I coldly pushed my brother's hand away and stormed out the door. My brother was now useless to me. He may be powerful, but he is injured. And without the support of the guard, he was incapable of doing anything. I have never been very strong. I would need to seek the power of others to kill that bitch. Have you heard? 2 powerful werewolves have gone missing recently. Oh, my moon goddess, how could such a thing happen? The conversation caught my attention. I stopped in my tracks and quickly pulled out my phone to check the recent news. It seemed there had been cases of werewolves mysteriously disappearing. I think I know where to find our potential ally. Could this be related to what we overheard a while ago? Liam was right. This must be the work of Lucas and that mysterious witch. I knew of the witch all too well. One night, I had followed Henry out of curiosity when he had snuck out of the house. To my surprise, I overheard their conversation. The witch and Lucas seemed to have a way to augment their own power by utilizing the strength of other wolves. Now that Lucas has lost the support of the spiritual spring, he will have to use this method to regain his power. Esther Dragon doorstep, that's where I'll send a secret message to the witch. She'll want to meet me. I had eavesdropped on their contact method last time, leaving a message under the second brick to the right of Esther Dragon bookstore's entrance, a method that surely only the 2 of them knew. After sending the secret message, I was anxious every day. I worried that the witch might ignore me, or worse, kill me to keep her secret safe. How did you find out? My chin was grasped by someone while I was sleeping. I struggled, looking up at the woman with purple hair above me. I didn't tell anyone. I swear. I had never imagined the woman's oppressive aura to be this strong. Despite being a werewolf, her gaze made me tremble. Her eyes reminded me of a venomous snake locking onto its prey. Amaika's golden eyes fixed on me. If you lie to me, I will snap your neck right now with no remorse. Her grip on my chin tightened, and my heart raced as I quickly spoke up. I found out when you were at the spiritual spring. I overheard your conversation by accident. Her grip didn't loosen. Instead, it tightened, making me wince in pain. I instinctively struggled, fully aware that I stood no chance against the woman in front of me. Hasn't anyone told you that eavesdropping is a bad habit? She narrowed her eyes at my face. Sometimes it could cost you your life. Her grip suddenly relaxed, and then she grabbed my neck. My eyes widened in shock. My child! Amaika seemed surprised as she relieved her hold. You're pregnant? I retreated a couple of steps in panic, clutching my stomach. I didn't contact you to be your enemy. I will keep your secrets and location safe. We can work together. Work together? She raised an eyebrow, her gaze still fixed on my stomach. I swallowed hard, trying to calm myself down. Yes, I also want to get rid of Aurora. I can bring you more werewolves to help Lucas regain his strength. She burst out laughing, disappearing from her spot, and then in an instant she was in front of me. Touching my stomach before I could move, we can work together, but the terms of our agreement have to change. I need the child you're carrying. Aurora's POV. Aurora! Edward's furious roar echoed in my ears. In what felt like a second, Daisy was sent flying, crashing into the tree behind her. I tumbled backwards into a warm and strong embrace, blood flowing continuously from the wound in my chest. My strength felt like it was flowing out of me with the blood, leaving me weak and limp in Edward's arms. Damn it! Damn it! His hands shook as he held on to me, his voice hoarse as he cursed out loud. He fumbled for the healing potion he always carried and began to pour it liberally onto my wound. I'm okay. Not gonna get rid of me yet, I said with some difficulty. Maybe due to Grace quickening my reflexes, I managed to twist my body when the dagger was thrusted towards me. The dagger didn't manage to hit my heart. I feel my power draining, Aurora. There's something wrong with this dagger. Grace's pained voice resonated in my mind, and my heart sank. She's done for, done for. Daisy, the wretched creature, laughed loudly like a madwoman. I felt Edward's grip tighten on me as if he was torn between continuing to stem my bleeding or rushing over to Daisy and snapping her neck. Grace, are we in trouble? Of course not. That bitch has dared to underestimate my power. Even though the dagger is causing problems, it won't kill us. Relieved by her words, I looked up into Edward's reed-rimmed eyes, noticing an uncommon panic within them. I managed a weak smile, soothingly patting Edward's arm before he helped me to slowly stand up. My love. His voice trembled. I'll be fine, don't worry. I reached toward the wound on my chest, and in a flash of blue light, Grace temporarily sealed the wound with ice. A flicker of surprise crossed Daisy's face, and she instinctively took a step back, but Edward was quicker. He appeared in front of her in an instant, pinning her to the ground with one hand. He slammed his fist into her face, and blood sprayed from her nose. Oh, this was the first time I'd seen him beat a woman so brutally, but she deserved it. I never suspected that the damned redhead girl was her. Daisy's screams pierced the air as she yelled out, her voice full of urgency. Aurora is cursed by the dagger. Only I know how to break it. I froze, finally realizing what the strange feeling was. Edward's fist paused midair, his veins bulging as he restrained himself from striking her again. Then you'd better start talking now, or I'll destroy you. Perhaps I'll break your ribs next. I approached, holding on to my chest as Daisy swallowed nervously. I didn't expect to fail to kill her. I'm all alone now. Fine, I'll tell you everything. I narrowed my eyes, sensing that she was still spouting nonsense at us. Snap her neck, I said coldly. Edward was about to follow my order when suddenly a mist filled the area, blurring everything in front of me. Edward's presence instantly returned to my side, holding me tightly. The scene before us vanished, leaving only the unknown fog and darkness, then a familiar feeling. The witch! Edward gritted his teeth, his face flushed with anger as he looked around. Damn it! How could she be here? The mist cleared quickly, and there stood the witch. She was casually holding on to Daisy, her face completely relaxed. Damn it, how do they know each other? Why would the witch save her? Edward held me tighter, his gaze fixed on the two women before us. He was like a wolf defending a cub. Nice to see you both again, the witch with purple hair smiled. I didn't get a chance to introduce myself last time. My name is Amaika. I don't care about your name. Lift Aurora's curse, Edward said coldly to the two women. Why are you so eager to lift a curse that took me so long to make? Amaika said, her figure vanishing on the spot until her voice appeared close to my ear. My eyes widened. She was even faster than Edward. Edward, ever in control, did not act rashly. He only held me close and stepped us away from the witch. How are you feeling? He asked softly, looking down at me. Grace's power feels a bit weak, but other than that, I don't feel anything, I said after a careful assessment. After the bleeding stopped and my natural self-healing abilities set in, the wound on my chest didn't hurt as much, but Grace could still feel her power waning. I hadn't expected the witch to be able to make a curse this strong. No wonder she managed to place a spell on Edsel. Right, Edsel. Did you do this to Edsel too? With the witch beside her, Daisy regained her confidence, wiping the blood from her face with a smile. Of course, that fool was completely unguarded. It was far too easy to add something extra to his potion. Damn it. They tampered with Edsel's potion, separated us, pretended to be weak to lower our guard, and then cursed me to threaten Edward. My curse is the only thing stopping him from going on a rampage. Such a meticulous plan couldn't have come from Daisy's pig brain. I never thought the witch would be in cahoots with such an idiot. Why are you doing this? Because you, little one, are in the way, so. Amaika reached out, her black nails pressing into my face softly. You need to be taken care of. In your dreams, Edward growled, his alpha power growing to its max. Daisy, who had stepped back a distance, collapsed to the ground, but Amaika seemed unmoved. Her power may be stronger than we imagined. This was going to be tough. They won't tell us how to break the curse easily. I'll get you out first. I'll find a way, my love, I promise. Edward was always reliable in a crisis. After whispering these words to me, he lifted me in his arms. Leaving so soon? Amaika's expression suddenly changed, and with a wave of her hand, the strange mist appeared again. Damn it, is this the only trick you know? I was fully weakened now. The curse's effects were growing stronger. All I could do was speak. Everything became blurry as Amaika's voice rang out again. If it means I can deal with both of you, this one trick is enough. My heart skipped a beat as the mist cleared, and the next thing I knew, we were falling. Rapidly. We had appeared over a ravine. Edward's POV. Hold on to me. Hold on tight, Aurora. In an instant, I partially shifted into my wolf form, wrapping my massive body around Aurora to shield her entirely. We were plummeting fast, the canyon below seemingly bottomless, and there was nothing around us to use as a stooping point. Damn it all! Ever since that stupid witch came into the picture, nothing has gone right. As much as I hate to admit it, her magical powers are the strongest I have ever encountered. She even managed to teleport us on a whim. Edward. Aurora's voice was very weak. She spoke my name softly. I won't let you get hurt again, my love. I held her head close to my chest, speaking with a firm voice. Allowing that wretched woman to wound Aurora was my deepest regret. If only I had been more vigilant and closer to her, this wouldn't be happening. Even if it destroys me, I will not allow anything to happen to Aurora. The sound of the wind whistling by our ears was piercing as I tensed up, ready for the impact with the ground. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light streaked before our eyes. Aurora? My eyes widened as I looked at her. Aurora's eyes glowed a clear blue, her power bursting from her in an instant, and I hugged her tightly in panic. Grace! She screamed, calling out the name of her wolf, and I realized what she was about to do. I watched intently as a beam of light crossed in front of us, her power erupting from her chest. I reached out to grab the beam firmly. It was a pillar of ice. It spanned the width of the canyon, a manifestation of Aurora's power. Her power was unstable, the ice pillar wobbling in my grasp. Without a second thought, I quickly scaled the cliffside of the canyon with Aurora in tow, and with a powerful leap we were back at the top. My love. Aurora! Aurora. I had just taken a moment to sigh in relief, ready to check on her, only to find her eyes closed. She had fainted. My heart clenched tightly, and I struggled to breathe, trembling as I pressed my forehead to hers. Only after feeling her familiar warmth did I start to relax. Aurora must be exhausted. The witch's curse had taken a toll on her, and yet she used her last ounce of strength to save us both. That's some incredible power. No, Orion, what's incredible is her. I frowned and carefully lifted Aurora, making her as comfortable as possible in my arms, then looked around to get out bearings. We weren't far from the small grove we had been in earlier. Aurora was injured. We had to find the car and get her back to the pack for treatment. I took a deep breath, my hands trembling slightly as I gently kissed her forehead. Then I carried her towards where the car was parked. Thank heavens, I finally found you guys. Halfway there, a noisy voice came from not too far away, a voice I'd become all too familiar with in recent days. Now hearing it almost brought a sense of relief. Holding Aurora close, I gave Edsel a look that served as a greeting. He started shouting as soon as he saw us clearly. "What happened to Aurora? There's blood. Is she hurt?" I had already checked. The wound on Aurora's chest wasn't serious, but her healing was slow due to her power being low. I'd managed to treat it temporarily with the magic potion I had on hand. "She's fine," I said, my tone unusually calm, realizing that now was not the time for bickering. "Fine? This is what you'd call fine? Did you even protect her?" I glanced at Edsel, who clearly had just woken up from unconsciousness not long ago. His power was chaotic and his complexion far from good. Given the circumstances, I didn't feel like arguing with the kid. Without a word, I continued walking past him with an expressionless face, and sure enough, I noticed Blake following me. "Why won't you fucking talk? How did she end up like this in your care?" Edsel's annoying voice followed me, but I ignored him, giving Blake a look. "Get ready, we're heading back to the pack." "Yes, Alpha." Blake quickly turned and led the way. I followed with Aurora in my arms, with Edsel following behind incessantly chatting. "You almost killed yourself with your own concoction. Better keep it down," I said, annoyed by the noise, frowning. How could I possibly be poisoned by the potion? It was just bad luck. One of the ingredients was cursed with some power. Luckily, I recover quickly. "It was that mysterious witch Amaika who cursed you." He paused, then exclaimed in surprise, "The woman with the purple hair? You met her?" I nodded in affirmation, thinking about that damned witch made my hand clench tighter. I could feel the warm temperature of Aurora in my hand, so I quickly relaxed my grip. "Damn it, it's her again, and I fell for it!" Edsel gritted his teeth, clearly unable to stomach the humiliation as an alpha. I could almost emphasize. During our conversation, we noticed the car heading towards us. Blake had already tidied everything up. I bent down to get into the car, gently placing Aurora in the back seat before I sat beside her. "Get us back to the pack as fast as possible." "Understood." Edsel, who was probably worried about Aurora's condition, didn't go back to his car, but squeezed in front of us. I wasn't concerned about him. I only lowered my head to look at Aurora's face. Her face was always so bold and captivating, with a confident smile and the rational calmness she gave out when we faced challenges. This was the first time I had seen her so vulnerable. My fingertips involuntarily traced her cheek, brushing away the stray hairs. "What exactly happened to Aurora?" Edsel frowned, probably because all of his ranting at me hadn't gotten him a response, but now his tone was uncomfortably calm. My gaze darkened and I clenched my fist. "The external injuries are not serious, but she's been cursed by the witch. Her power has been temporarily sealed away." "What?" "Oh, and Lindy was Daisy in disguise. She's the one who tampered with your potion." "That redhead who never came back. Damn her, Daisy Hall." Edsel was not fully recovered. He nearly passed out as we were talking, but his alpha power was pulling him through. He quickly pulled out a book he had been carrying and began to research how to temporarily alleviate Aurora's curse. I rubbed my temples. Everything seemed so chaotic now. The truth we were looking for is still hidden. Aurora is injured, and the witch appeared to us without a trace of Lucas. The missing werewolves, the sudden appearance of the witch, seemed to hint at something. And why are they targeting Aurora? I think there's a place that can give me answers. Blake, change course. Head straight for the main territory. Aurora's POV. "I'm fine, my love, really. Don't worry too much." I sighed heavily, taking the hands of the man in front of me, speaking through a mixture of laughter and tears. "Aurora, I still think you should rest up in bed for a couple more days," Edward said with a rare seriousness, holding my hands gently but using an undisputable tone. His earnest eyes made it hard for me to argue. After all, this was my 4th day in the Timberwolf Pack's territory. Over the past few days, Edward had been by my side constantly. He even insisted on eating meals with me. The only time he wasn't glued to me was when my bandages were being changed and when I went to the bathroom. As a werewolf, I was lucky to still have some of my healing powers despite my main power being sealed. I was also fortunate enough to still be in contact with Grace. The wound on my chest no longer hurt and only looked like the skin had knitted itself together. I estimated that it would be fully healed in a few days. My body felt no different from before I had Grace's powers, as if those formidable abilities were merely a trial that had expired. 2 more wolves disappeared this week, showing that Lucas and the witch were becoming more brazen. The pack is worried about their safety. If we don't stop them, the entire mainland will be in chaos. I've already sent people to strengthen patrols and put in protective measures, warning wolves to be more cautious in remote areas. As for tracking their movements, we need a long-term plan, not a hastily made one. Edward's response flowed smoothly, yet he still wouldn't let me move. The last time I was injured in front of him, it left a deep impression on him. It explains why he is so tense right now. Edsel was similarly affected, locking himself in his room to study different potions that could alleviate my curse. He hadn't come out since we arrived. My heart warmed as I looked at his handsome face. Lately, he had been both accompanying me and dealing with new affairs of the territory, and his usually bright eyes now showed no signs of fatigue. The people in the territory were still used to living under Lucas's rule, and their acceptance of Edward as their new alpha was rocky at best. He had put a lot of effort in over the past few days to earn their genuine respect. I closed my eyes and, without warning, gave Edward a kiss. The soft contact eased brief but sweet. He was clearly startled, and his face finally showed an emotion other than concern. "There, I prefer to see you happy," I said with a proud smile, raising an eyebrow at him. Edward looked somewhat helpless. "My love, a kiss alone isn't enough to sway me." I blinked up at him and wrapped my arms around his neck. "I just wanted you to relax a bit, Edward. Don't be so tense." He exhaled slowly, and I felt his body finally relax under my hands, nodding with satisfaction. "Good, now let's go to your father's study," I suggested. "Aurora, if you were the alpha, Blake would surely be moved by your diligence," he said with a resigned smile, carefully helping me to stand up. Edward had brought me to the territory to search for clues that could allow us to break my curse. The witch Amaika had been in league with Lucas for a long time. From Edward's childhood memories, she had visited the Timberwolf Pack's territory a few times. There might be some clues here. He had scoured the archives in the Pack's library to no avail, leaving only Lucas's study unchecked. I felt that I could still be of help in finding clues. "Be careful," Edward said as we approached a delicate door. Opening it revealed stairs that were heading down. He carefully helped me to descend. When we lifted our heads, we were greeted by a somewhat old-fashioned study. "It's a bit overwhelming, isn't it? I'm starting to regret not staying in bed." How did Lucas amass such a large collection of books? It looked like a library in her. He didn't seem like someone who would read so much. Edward seemed to understand my look and spoke sarcastically as he glanced at the books. "This is how pretentious Lucas is. Even if he won't read them, he has to stuff all of the precious books in his study so no one else can have them." Thus began a wonderful day. We went from the Art of War to Timberwolf Pack Weekly, and found no information about Amaika. I was getting frustrated. How could these two have communicated without leaving any trace? "You should rest if you're tired." Edward's voice came at just the right moment, followed by a hot cup of tea he had prepared for me. "You might as well be my nanny now, Edward," I said with a smile, taking the drink. He winked at me. "I'm happy to be your personal nanny." I was immune to his sweet nothings by now. Holding the hot drink close to me, I took a sip and then noticed a pink-covered notebook amongst the piles of scattered documents. It looked rather old. I reached out and picked it up. There was no writing on the cover, and on the right, it had a delicate lock. "What's this?" Following my voice, Edward looked over, his gaze falling on the notebook in my hands. His expression suddenly turned solemn. "That's my mother's diary. It was in here all along." He leaned in and pressed a few buttons on the lock. The diary popped open with a click. I remember he mentioned that his mother left behind 2 things, the ring on my finger and her diary. Edward had left home in a hurry after falling out with his father and had misplaced the diary. I never expected Lucas to keep it in his study. "I read through it before I moved out. There's nothing special in it," he said. "May I take a look?" "Of course." I flipped open the diary. Edward's mother's handwriting was elegant, exuding a gentle aura. I could almost picture a kind and intelligent woman sitting quietly at a desk. the corners of her mouth curled up as she carefully recorded her daily moments. The diary began with her becoming the Luna of the Timberwolf pack, detailing the affairs of the pack. After Edward's birth, the diary was filled with adorable anecdotes about him, which were heartwarming to read. "So, you used to be afraid of horror stories when you were little?" I teased, pointing to one of the pages. Edward looked embarrassed and reached out to take the diary back. I quickly turned away, flipping through the pages rapidly. The tone of the diary became heavier as Lucas began to reveal his ambitions. Edward's mother's words no longer seemed as cheerful and lively. I kept turning pages until the diary abruptly ended on December 20th. "My mother died on the 23rd, Edward said quietly, watching me. I reached out to touch his face with one hand, while the other still held the diary. After all, this last entry was strange. On the last day, Edward's mother didn't record the usual daily happenings or her emotions. She wrote a book review of a poetry collection, which seemed quite dull. Given the pervious content, she never wrote something this poor. "What poetry collection is this?" Edward looked up, pulled out a green book, and handed it to me. "This one. I've looked into it before. There's nothing special about it. It's a collection of poems my mother wrote in her spare time." "She wrote it?" I examined the poetry collection carefully, my mind working rapidly. "Edward, I think I've figured out our current problem." Aurora's POV. "What?" Edward looked at me, his face covered in surprise. "My love, was this collection of poems written after the diary?" I asked earnestly, looking at the diary and collection of poems in my hand, the words from within continuously flashing through my mind. Edward stroked his chin, recalling, "Not exactly after, but she did start it during the last half year of her life. At that time, because of my bastard father, Mother was always in a bad mood, so she wrote this collection of poems." That's it. Excited by my discovery, I stood up energetically, pulling Edward's hand to sit with me beside the large desk in the middle of the study. I drew some papers over, set them up properly, and quickly began writing on them as I flipped through the poems and the diary. Edward watched intently as I wrote and spoke. "At first glance, this collection of poems doesn't seem special, just some verses about landscapes. But if you think about it carefully, you will realize." I spread everything out, pointing it out to him. "Look, the vocabulary in the poems corresponds with the vocabulary in the diary. These scenes, like the small river at the park's entrance, that forest you lobe, they both exist in the diary and poems. If we find them and rearrange the collection according to the diary's sequence, we get a new text." I showed Edward the partially written sheets that I started, and his eyes widened. The rearranged content was indeed a new diary. Edward's eyes grew damp, his voice trembling as he spoke. "How did you discover this?" I smiled and tapped my forehead with the pen. "Have you forgotten? I have a very good memory." I immediately began rewriting the collection of poems. The true face of Edward's mother's masterpiece gradually revealed itself, and with it, the once hidden truth began to surface. The story in the collection of poems began with Edward's mother discovering the collaboration between Lucas and Amaika. June 11th, I've realized that they seem to be doing terrifying things behind my back. I don't know. I'm not allowed to go back there. In fact, aside from taking care of Edward, there are very few places I am allowed to go. Lucas's power is growing stronger. After meeting that mysterious woman, they're always plotting something, and I have no right to know what. July 1st. That woman often comes to the pack. Lucas says she is an alchemist we hired, but I don't believe it. She has an aura about her that I despise. Lucas is beginning to build an army. It's like he's planning something big. But Edward is still young. I won't allow such turmoil. I must investigate. July 23rd. It took some effort to eavesdrop on their conversation. They are sacrificing other werewolves for power. Lucas must be insane. He is not the Lucas I once knew. It's that woman. There must be something wrong with her. I had a big fight with Lucas. He threatened that if I meddled again, I would never see Edward again. So I had to stop, for now. August 13th. The war has started. The sky above the pack has darkened. Lucas has completely changed into someone I don't recognize, cruelly plundering other wolves' homes and feeding on their power. It's too horrifying. I must stop this. That woman, kill her first. September 1st. That damned woman, she turned out to be a witch. She has more power than me. Lucas must have been deceived by her to become like this. She didn't dare do anything to me, just took some of my power and gave it to Lucas. Indeed, all these things are her doing. September 18th. My life has started to dim. Lucas's surveillance on me has tightened. The only solace in my life in the books in the study and the chance to see Edward at night. For Edward, I must pull myself together. October 10th. That damned woman comes every day to take my power. My body is getting weaker and my power is diminishing. Damn it, Lucas must not know about this. I must find a way to tell him to reveal the wicked witch's true face. December 20th. It turns out I have always been the one who was deceived. This may be my last chance to write in my diary. Perhaps from the beginning I never truly understood Lucas. The witch's true identity hasn't been exposed. He knew what she was like all along. The war has reached its fiercest point. Lucas has hurt so many people. It seems there's no time to think of others. My Edward, I haven't had the chance to love him properly. Recently, the way Lucas looks at me has changed. He looks like a greedy python, eyeing its prey, saving the best for last. I can foresee my end. I only hope that the moon goddess will bless my Edward to grow up healthy and safe. My hands trembled as I held the collection of poems. I could hardly imagine what kind of dark, sunless environment Edward's mother was in as she shakily wrote these words and rearranged them to disguise them as a collection of poems. These words pierced my heart deeply. It's hard to imagine what she went through. A terrible thought began to take shape in my mind. Edward. The man before me already had red eyes, his hands clasping tightly as if he was suppressing something. Even though we hadn't formally marked each other yet, I could feel his immense pain. I gently embraced his shaky body, and Edward buried his head in my shoulder. My own eyes began to water. Lucas sacrificed my mother in the end, didn't he? His voice was hoarse. My heart was pounding wildly, unsure how to respond. That bitch Amaika quietly took Edward's mother's power and gave it to Lucas, but she didn't expect that speaking the truth would end in her death. The one who was deceived. The greedy python and its final prey. It's hard to imagine what state she was in when she wrote those cruel words. We will make sure everyone knows the truth. We will ensure that those bastards, Lucas and Amaika, get what they deserve. I said firmly, holding Edward's head close to me. The hands around my waist tightened as Edward's deep voice responded, I will kill him with my own hands. I'll be with you, Edward. Seeing his rare display of vulnerability made my heart clench. Those two had committed heinous crimes, and if it was for my parents, his mother, or the safety of all the wolves on the continent, we had to eliminate them. Edward's mother's diary was the most precious evidence we had. Besides, I think I know why Amaika wanted to seal my powers away. Aurora's POV. What's up with him? He's looked like a zombie since noon. Edsel quipped, taking the teacup from Blake while raising an eyebrow at Edward, who was sprawled across the other side of the sofa. Edward was engrossed in a book of poems, not even bothering to glance up. Seems like you don't know what to do with yourself if he doesn't chew you out at least once a day, I said, half amused, half exasperated, accepting the potion Edsel had brought over for me. Ever since we were ambushed by Daisy, Edsel had returned to the Ambersea pack. His dad almost blew a gasket and was ready to declare war on all witches after finding out that his son was cursed again. Luckily, Edsel kept his cool, deciding that it would be best to make a plan. So he took a few days to rest up at the pack and made a potion for me in hopes that it would break my curse. I downed the potion. It didn't restore my sealed powers, but I definitely felt a lot better. So, this Amaika chick cursed you because you have the power to counter witches? I mused aloud. That's what it says in Edward's mum's diary, but the bummer is, I shrugged, taking a sip of tea. Neither Grace nor I have a clue how to do it. Never mind how to counter her for now. How do we break this darn curse? Edsel growled, clearly grinding his teeth at the mention of curses. Find Amaika and send her off to meet her maker. Edward finally chimed in out of the blue. No shit. Offing the witch is the obvious quick fix, but where the heck do we find her? Edsel and I turned to Edward, who smirked. I might just have someone in mind. We were still trying to wrap our heads around Edward's plan when he dragged Henry over from the Nightfall pack. He was clueless until he saw us and immediately spoke. Alpha Edward, Why have you summoned me? I stood with my hands on my hips, glaring at the sorry excuse of a man before us, and then it clicked. Folding my arms, I looked down at Henry. We need you to sniff out Daisy Hall's location. Daisy has teamed up with the witches, and they move as one. If we could pinpoint Daisy, surely we would find the witches. Right? We watched Henry with hopeful eyes, but the damn man hummed and hawed. I haven't marked Daisy, so... She's pregnant and you haven't marked her? Edsel and I gasped in unison. Edward, slightly exasperated, massaged his temples, holding back the urge to punch the idiot. I should have seen this coming. With Daisy's background, he probably never intended to make her his Luna. Edward's patience wore thin. He kicked Henry to the ground, pinning him with a foot on his shoulder. I need you to figure out how to track Daisy Hall, and I don't want to hear any other excuses. Henry mumbled, eventually squeaking out a feeble, "All right." Edward stepped back, dusted off his hands, and motioned for Blake to toss him out. Then he went back to studying the poems. Finding the witches was going to be tough without this lead. Last time, we followed the trail they left on purpose, luring us into their trap. This time, they were more discreet and faster. More and more wolves were disappearing, and we couldn't track any leads based on their locations. If we can't find the enemy, why not look for a way to fight them? An idea struck me, and I joined Edward to pore over the book. How about we head to Eastfield to figure out what this power hat counters witches is? Henry's POV. Damn it! I've never been so humiliated in my life. I smashed everything I could see, but the noises of shattering couldn't drown out the echoes in my head. Edward Anderson's insufferable voice, and the mocking laughter of Aurora and her crew. Damn. They dragged me like a dog from my home to the Timberwolf pack and had a beta throw me out without a shred of decency. I'm an alpha, for crying out loud. Calm down, Henry. My mother's voice came from behind me, cool as ever. I paused and turned to face her. I know you're furious, but anger won't save the Nightfall pack, she said with her usual stern look, delivering the hard truth in her coldest tone. Ever since Lucas took off with the witch, leaving our pack under Edward's control, we'd lost our allies and protection. To make matters worse, our last battle exposed our spiritual spring, and now neighboring packs were eyeing it greedily, wanting to snatch it while we were vulnerable. Damn it! Nothing's going right. If that bastard John Hall hadn't taken half our guard and sacrificed so many, we wouldn't be in this mess. Now we're relying on Edward's guards for protection, and making a comeback under his nose would be no easy feat. I know, but what can we do now? We don't even have enough people to guard the spiritual spring. I fumed, slumping onto the sofa. Mum sighed, sitting elegantly beside me. How did I ever give birth to such a fool? The spiritual springs is a lethal lure for wolves. It's a double-edged sword, don't you see? I blinked, catching on despite the insults. You mean use the spiritual spring as bait to recruit guards? Mum's face finally showed a hint of pride, and I felt a surge of excitement. She was right. Our spiritual spring was our pack's treasure. If we promised that I would boost a wolf's strength, surely many would join our ranks. I understand, Mother. After saying goodbye, I got to work. This had to be hush-hush. My men were few and far from trustworthy. If that's how it is, I'll recruit personally. I spread out a map, marking several spots. And these are? Places beyond Timberwolf Pack's reach. Recruiting there should help us avoid Edward's notice. If all went well, I could build a force of my own. With the spring's help, perhaps I could even overthrow Edward's hold on our pack. I was eager, grabbing what I needed to start recruiting. By afternoon, just as Mum and I predicted, the results were promising. Though remote, we weren't far from other packs. Many strong lone wolves expressed interest in joining, and word even reached wolves from other packs who came flocking. In less than a day, I had a hefty list of recruits. Aiden, I'm a genius. Hey, we're gonna make it this time, bro? I grinned, about to head home, when Aiden's alarmed voice echoed in my mind. Henry, I sense a power approaching us. What? I scanned the surroundings warily, but before I could react, I was engulfed in a mist, Aurora's POV. Oh my goddess of the moon, please forgive my rudeness. I'm terribly sorry to all you esteemed guests. The big bearded guy in front of us is bowing nonstop, with a sheepish grin plastered on his face, apologizing nonstop for the past 5 minutes. I'm trying to reassure him through a mix of laughter and tears, but he's still pretty freaked out, which is understandable with two alphas by my side looking as dark as burnt pans. This whole mess started a couple of hours ago. Armed with a map and a book of poems, and with our most capable beta, Blake, we packed up and set off 2 days ago. Along with me and Edward, Edsel, equally curious about my hometown, joined our little expedition. We left Timberwolf Pack and had been on the move for 2 days straight, hearing more and more about wolf disappearances along the way. Amaika was getting bold, so we picked up the pace. But after 2 days in the wild, it was time to find a slightly more bustling spot to rest. Checking the map, we realized we were in unfamiliar territory with no Timberwolf Pack turf in sight, and Edsel, who lived on the edge of the continent, was even more clueless. Luckily, the map showed a not too big, but not too small pack called the Hummingbird Pack. Never heard of 'em. They must be tiny, Edward shrugged, glancing at the map. Heh, even if it wasn't, you'd probably still be clueless with the way you slack off. Edsel shot back without missing a beat. Oh, right, I hadn't heard of Ambersea Pack before either. You son of a... I snatched the map and turned to Blake. We're going to Hummingbird Pack. Right away, Miss Aurora, Blake said, now fully accustomed to taking my orders, leaving his alpha to childishly bicker. Our ride got lively as we approached the gates of the Hummingbird Pack. Observing the scenery along the way, I noticed the place had a hidden gem vibe, no competing packs nearby, clean water, and ample resources. Surprisingly, the pack's security was tight, with uniformed werewolves lined up, scrutinizing every vehicle. What's the deal? Is this place high-end or something? Edsel asked, looking out the car window. I'll check it out, said Blake. Turns out, with the werewolf disappearances causing panic, the pack's alpha ordered strict checks to be done on newcomers and upped the number of patrols to protect the locals. Seems like a responsible alpha, I commented, sticking my head out the window to admire their security setup. Edward wrapped his arms around my waist from behind, whispering in my ear, It's good that they are being responsible, love, but what about us? That stumped me. Our unassuming SUV was packed with 2 alphas, an alpha's daughter and a beta. A group like us could be mistaken for territory invaders, and we were on a secret mission after all. As we neared the front of the queue, I brainstormed a plan, while the 2 guys behind me were itching for action. Let's fight our way in. They glared at each other, having agreed for once, giving me an even bigger headache. The window was politely tapped, and Blake reluctantly rolled it down. Hello, unfamiliar vehicle and faces. Where are you folks from? The guard spoke courteously. I was at a loss for words. The guard outside, oblivious to the powerful wolves inside the car, peered in and signaled for backup. I never expected to get stopped at the pack's gate. I thought we'd just find a hotel, crash for the night, and that'd be it. Edward, still holding me, poked his head out and released a hint of his aura, hoping they'd back off. But as soon as he did, the guard began to shout. We've got a situation here. My eyes widened as the guards swarmed our vehicle. Well, this is unexpected, Edward squinted, opening the car door and jumping out with me in tow. I steadied myself, grabbed his arm, and blurted out, We have information about the missing werewolves. What? Edsel, who was ready to fight, looked stunned. I played it off like we were just passing through and stumbled upon clues about the disappearances, offering to share with the pack's alpha. The guards were skeptical but allowed us an audience. So there we were, being escorted by 2 teams of werewolves, a novel experience, especially for the alphas beside me. I held on to Edward's hand tightly to prevent any outbursts, but he didn't seem bothered, interlocking his fingers with mine and giving me a wink. Edsel, weakened by a curse, didn't make much of his alpha status and strolled along leisurely. As we walked, I took in the pack's lively vibe. People were just jovially going about their day despite the disappearances. The confident guards must be giving them a sense of security. Credit to the pack alpha. The pack might be small, but it seemed well managed, indicating that there was a strong alpha at the helm. But when I finally met the alpha himself, my expectations shattered. It was hard to connect the man who couldn't stop bowing and apologizing to the well-organized pack. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, there's no need to apologize, I said with a smile, and the alpha of hummingbird pack finally straightened up, wiping his forehead. Our pack's founding festival is coming up, and we're having a banquet tomorrow night. How about you join us as distinguished guests? He asked, looking hopeful. My daughter should be back soon. You're about the same age, and I'm sure you will get along. I glanced at Edward, hesitant since we were on a tight schedule. Damn it, Edsel cursed under his breath, quiet but easily heard in the silent hall. What's wrong, Alpha Edsel? The alpha of hummingbird pack asked, startled. Following his gaze, I spotted Edsel's shocked expression. Mate? Edsel's POV. As I watched the two of them getting all dolled up for the evening's dinner party, I began to feel a headache coming on. We wouldn't have been, but this is your happily ever after. How could we not dress up? Aurora was choosing her dress for the night when she turned to wink at me with a playful smile. Ever since you bumped into that witch, this is the happiest I've seen you. I frowned as the maid handed me a suit. I nodded at her absently. I thought we were in a rush to hit the road. One day won't kill us. Edward the rascal stood next to Aurora with his arm around her waist, declaring his territory like he always did when I was around. I rolled my eyes. Ever since those two got on the same page, I, being the sensible guy I am, had backed off from chasing Aurora. But I can't deny that trading barbs with this punk is still kind of fun. But now this whole fated mate thing is throwing a wrench in my fun. I scratched my head, feeling annoyed, and let the maid start dolling me up. Supposedly, a werewolf sensing their mate is cause for celebration, a blessing from the moon goddess. Aurora and the rest were believers in that, so they agreed to stay for dinner to see who my mate was. But I'm different. I've always believed that my fate is in my own hands, and I've always been a bit resistant to the whole destined idea. Like my alpha status and this damn curse I was born with. I guess I only like things that I choose for myself. Like when I first met Aurora. I sighed and looked up. Aurora was laughing with Edward, who was grinning so wide his smile almost stretched to the back of his head. I had just come to terms with the fact that Aurora was a lost cause for me, and now a mate shows up. The moon goddess really knows how to play a joke on me. After fixing my hair, I checked myself out in the mirror, glanced at the lovey-dovey couple, shook my head, and decided to step outside for some fresh air before the banquet started. The hummingbird pack's place wasn't exactly grand, but the garden was put together tastefully. I sniffed the air and caught the scent of a potion. Seems like someone's been busy. Curiosity piqued. I followed the scent and found a fenced-off area in the garden, the source of the magical aroma. It looked like someone was growing something special here. Werewolves usually just stick with their own powers, but it seemed others, not just those of us weakened by curses, are interested in potions. I ventured closer and spotted several rare herbs. Just as I was about to crouch down for a closer look, I sensed something off behind me and quickly dodged to the side. Who's there? I turned, puzzled, as a shadow darted past my field of vision. Then, out of nowhere, a woman threw a punch at me. Her fist packed a terrifying force. I was taken aback, my werewolf strength kicked in, and I grabbed her fist. Our eyes met in the dark night, illuminated by the moonlight. I saw a pair of black eyes. My breathing became erratic, my heart pounded, and Bruno, my inner wolf, roared excitedly in my mind. I couldn't believe it. This feeling was... Mate? We exclaimed in unison. I quickly let go of her hand, and she stepped back to regain her posture. I took a good look at her. She was stunning, with brown hair cascading freely down her back, and those bright black eyes shining under the moonlight. Her wheat-colored skin made her eyes even more captivating. Unlike most of the women I knew, she wore simple jeans and a t-shirt. They outlined a strong and balanced figure. This was my mate. I couldn't help but size her up. Judging by her clothes, she probably didn't have a high status in the pack, but the power she'd just shown was impressive. She gave me a once-over, too, and then curved her lips into a smile. So, you're my mate, huh? I felt a headache coming on. Meeting her before the banquet was not part of the plan. I took a deep breath to maintain my alpha composure, straightened my clothes, and extended my hand. Hello, I'm Edsel, the alpha from Ambersea Pack. She blinked, wiped her hand on her jeans, and shook mine. Sorry about that. I was just doing some work. Nice to meet you. I'm Julian. Working? I paused. looking at her other hand. Do you grow these plants? Of course. You're powerful. Why bother growing these? She looked annoyed and sighed. Dad says it'll teach my patience, but I think it's a waste of time. A waste of time? Her garden was full of rare species, and she thought they were useless. I thought I had found a mate with a shared interest. I put on a polite smile, figuring I might as well lay it out now. It's nice to meet you, Julian, but just to be clear, I'm not a big believer in fated mates. We don't even know each other, and I don't think we need to be tied together just because of destiny, right? She seemed surprised by my words. You are a werewolf, and you think that way? I know it's strange, but I'm not interested in having a mate right now. She blinked, stepped forward, and I instinctively stepped back. Damn, she was even more stunning up close. But I kinda like you. What should we do about that? She smiled teasingly. What? I was at a loss. That's just the mate bond talking. I don't think so. Her confident smile grew as she stepped closer. I tried to figure her out. With her strength and calm reaction to my status, she must have a high standing. But who of high rank would be out here gardening at night? Do I not look good to you? She asked with a frown. You are beautiful, Miss Julian. I stepped back again. Is it my figure, then? She stepped forward. I swallowed hard, averting my gaze. You have a great figure, it's very attractive. So why won't you accept me? Was she not getting what I was saying? I sighed, exasperated. Like I just said. Before I could finish, her beautiful face loomed closer, and she kissed me, her lips soft and tasting of sweet oranges. This crazy woman kissed me. My blood boiled instantly, and I almost lost control and kissed her back. The last shred of my sanity made me push her away, looking at her shocked as she beamed at me. Well, are you moved now? Aurora's POV. What's up with you? I asked, my glass clutched in one hand, my other hand looped through Edward's arm, eyeing Edsel, who was in front of us. This dude had been sulking ever since he came back from wherever he'd been, sitting alone with a drink and, surprisingly, not picking a fight with Edward. He looks like someone got the better of him, Edward teased with his usual snark. To our surprise, Edsel didn't bite back but instead nodded vigorously. Some crazy chick took advantage of me. What? I was taken aback, unsure where to even start. Who was this crazy chick? What did he mean by took advantage? Did someone manage to get one over on an alpha in this pack? Edsel didn't seem keen on elaborating, downing his drink in one gulp and then falling silent. Edward and I exchanged a look, about to probe further, when the voice of the hummingbird pack alpha reached us. Everyone, this is my daughter, Julian San. Following the voice, I saw a stunning brunette walking in, gracefully greeting everyone. Bang! Edsel suddenly stood up behind us, startling me into spinning around. Edsel was glaring at Julian San. That's the crazy bitch. My eyes darted between the two, sensing that some juicy drama was about to unfold. A minute later, we'd gotten the whole story. I struggled to keep a straight face, putting on a sympathetic look. That's rough, Edsel. Just laugh if you want to. Your lips are twitching. Edsel said, resigned, as I covered my mouth to hide my giggles. Typical virgin. A woman kisses him and he falls apart. Edward couldn't resist the jab, and Edsel's face soured even more. Why won't you accept her, Edsel? I quickly tugged on Edward's hand, fearing that he might say something too harsh. Edsel fell silent, at a loss for words. Edward's expression darkened. You better not still be after Aurora. Of course not. Thankfully, Edsel was quick to respond, or these two might have started brawling at someone else's party. You don't want to accept me because of this woman? Suddenly, Julian's voice rang out from beside us. Damn, how'd she move so fast? I'd checked her and her father's position before whispering. They were at the front, welcoming guests. Edward sensed her power too, stepping slightly in front of me to shield me, eyeing Julian. Julian gave me a once-over and spoke. She is indeed beautiful. This is mine, Edward shot back coldly, then causally pointed at Edsel, betraying him without a flicker of emotion. Yours is over there. You son of a... Edsel was at a loss facing Julian, cursing under his breath and bracing himself for a confrontation. I almost burst out laughing, mentally asking, is this Julian really that tough? Yes, I can feel a strong power in her. Surprisingly, given her dad doesn't seem like much, but her strength is something else. I'm already mourning for Edsel, Grace. Hello, Aurora. Hey, Julian. We shook hands amicably, and then I stepped back, ready to enjoy the show. Edsel's expression was as entertaining as can be. "Why did you bolt from the garden without a word?" Julian blinked innocently at Edsel. Edsel scratched his head, clearly irritated. "The banquet was starting. I needed to find my friends." Julian leaned in with a laugh, and Edsel retreated so fast I had to cover my mouth to keep from laughing. She just bent down to grab a drink from the table behind Edsel. Edsel, probably feeling embarrassed, coughed and straightened up, while Julian gave him a charming smile, standing a proper distance away. "I hear you're looking into the werewolf disappearances?" "Oh, that was the cover story we used with her father, but we knew exactly who was behind it. This news could make Amaika even more cautious if it got out." "Right, Julian. Got any leads?" I jumped in to smooth things over. "Yes, I've been out these last few days researching. Even our peaceful pack has lost 3 members mysteriously, and my father and I were taking it seriously." The hummingbird pack was out of the way, far from the mainland's heart, but as we'd seen on our journey, their werewolves were strong. No wonder they were a target for Amaika's gang. From my investigation, I believe it's the work of a gang, and the culprits might be werewolves too, masquerading as recruiters to gain trust. Huh? This was new to us. Before, Amaika and her witches just snatched a few wolves along their path. When did it get so complicated? "Since you're on the case and Edsel is my mate, I'll help you out." Julian spoke with an air of confidence, like royalty, nothing like her father. "I told you, I don't believe in the mate thing," Edsel interjected, sensing that something was off. "My love, how could you not believe it? You're a gift from the moon goddess," Julian cooed, reaching for Edsel's face, but he dodged out of the way. The scene was bizarre, and I could hear Edward chuckling beside me. Julian was powerful and capable, and her investigative skills seemed sharp. Why turn down such a smart ally? I squeezed Edward's hand and he looked down at me, arching an eyebrow. "Do what you want, my love." I smiled and nodded at Julian, ignoring Edsel's face. "Welcome to the team, Julian." Edsel stared at me with a fierce look, growling lowly. "Aurora! I really like you, Aurora," Julian said with a smile. Likewise, I smiled back, Aurora's POV. "Hold on tight, Aurora." Okay. I was wrapped in Edward's arms, wearing several layers and still feeling the chill. Edward's warmth enveloped me, and his arms held me tight, giving me some relief. Looking up from his embrace, all I could see was a blizzard, ice crystals mixed with the cold wind slapping against my face. The snowy patch ahead seemed endless. Damn, if I had known my hometown was this brutal, we would have prepared more. 2 days ago, we left the hummingbird pack with Julian, the esteemed Alpha's daughter, who seemed more experienced than us in these ventures. She not only prepared an extra vehicle, but also brought along plenty of necessities for the road. Our drive took 2 days, and we faced a dilemma. Eastfield's location was vague on the map. Despite extensive research, I couldn't find its exact location. Finally, we got a rough idea and asked about the old Wintermoon Pack's location in a small village at the mountain's base. An elder gave us the answer. The Wintermoon Pack had settled on the snowy mountain. Packs usually choose territories rich in resources with a friendly environment. It was my first time hearing of one in such harsh conditions. Our car was useless for climbing, but fortunately, as werewolves, we were physically fit. So we parked at the base, leaving Blake to watch the car, and the 4 of us started our ascent with only essential items. The mountain was more challenging than it seemed. The blizzard seemed magical, making even the 2 alphas feel cold, let alone me, weakened by a curse. Halfway up, I was freezing. Edward noticed immediately, wrapped me in more clothes, and practically carried me up the mountain. "Are you okay? Do you need me to help you?" Julian's voice came from behind. "How could I not be okay? I'm an alpha." Edsel's frustrated voice followed. "Oh, really? What's with that tone?" I couldn't help but laugh at their odd dynamic. Because of the curse, Edsel looked weak, and Julian seemed to think her mate needed her protection, constantly looking out for Alpha Edsel. But Edsel couldn't reveal his curse, and I bet he had rolled his eyes more in these 2 days than in his entire life. Hearing me laugh, Edward squeezed my waist and looked down at me. "My love, I'm struggling to get up this mountain, and you're enjoying the show?" He looked a bit hurt, so I replied, "You look so handsome right now, my love." His lips curled into a satisfied smile. Even though I know you're just humoring me, I'll take it." He teased me but held me tighter. We continued forward, the blizzard intensifying, blurring our vision. Snowflakes slipped through Edward's arms and landed on my face, sparking a strange sensation within me, like a tremor of power. "Aurora, I just sensed a power surge." "Me too, Grace." I reached out to touch the snowflakes, and the peculiar feeling grew. Suddenly, I was filled with anticipation for what lay atop the mountain. "This is." Edward's chest vibrated with shock, a tone I rarely heard from him. He stopped, and I quickly went down from his arms, following his gaze. A majestic palace stood atop the snow-covered peak, its pinnacle glowing brilliantly in the sunset. The palace, white as snowflakes, blended with the environment, its ancient stone columns and snow-capped roof revealing its age. "Were you a damn princess before?" Edsel's ill-timed comment broke the serene atmosphere. I sighed and patted Edward's arm. "Let's go. Let's take a look inside." The palace seemed long abandoned, but its grandeur and decorations were still evident. This was strange. From what I knew, my parents came from a remote place with a few people in the pack. How could they afford such a grand palace? We split up to explore. As I stepped into the library, a peculiar sensation surged through me, the same feeling I had when touching the snowflakes. I walked faster into the library, the feeling growing stronger. It was so comforting that I momentarily forgot the mountain's cold. I followed the sensation and found a dust-covered book on a shelf. Wiping it clean, it was an ancient tome inscribed with Winter Moon Pact. We were in the right place. Nervously, I opened the book, hoping to find answers to all my questions, originating from the ancient Arctic wolf. The book was extensive, but reading was my forte. In about 10 minutes, I had finished it, learning that my ancestors were even more mysterious and powerful than I imagined. They were rare Arctic wolves who, over time, became werewolves and awakened their magical powers, mostly elemental, and had a natural ability to counter curses. "My powers haven't fully awakened?" I asked Grace in surprise. According to the book, for the Winter Moon Pact, awakening their wolf and powers was just the first stage. The second stage was a full awakening, with a significant increase in abilities and being able to shift forms. No wonder I couldn't transform with Grace before. I thought my powers were too weak. "It seems so dear. We can be even stronger. I can't wait. Let's try it out," Grace said eagerly. I was eager too, but such things couldn't be rushed. The second stage required enlightenment, according to the book. But what was the enlightenment? Damn it. "Edsel, are you okay?" As I pondered, 2 cries of alarm came from outside. It was Edsel and Julian. Clutching the ancient book, I hurried towards the voices, with Edward also rushing over. We arrived at the hall's entrance, where Edsel and Julian stood on guard, facing an unexpected visitor. Amaika, Aurora's POV. "Throwing a party, are we? Everyone's here nice and early." I sauntered over, eyeing Amaika, Lucas, and Daisy standing in a neat row like they were about to drop the hottest album of the year. "Heh, you're pretty chill for a kid." Amaika, the ever-glamorous witch, saw still the same, hands on her hips and those cat-like eyes sizing me up. I sidled up next to Edsel and the gang, and like a flash, Edward was at my side. I patted the ancient tome in my hands and tilted my chin up at the trio across from us. "You're here for this, aren't you?" "How did you know?" Amika's face lit up with intrigue, her annoying smirk finally taking a back seat. I couldn't help but smirk, feeling smug. "This book's like kryptonite to your witchy kind. It's no shocker you'd show up here." And it's true. This isn't just any old book. It's got the details on power awakening and a little secret my ancestors stumbled upon. Turns out, the Winter Moon Pact's mojo is the ultimate witch repellent. Our power is like the sun gleaming on a snowy peak, and theirs, like a shadow on the dark side of the palace. Our strengths and weaknesses are perfectly matched. I could lose all my power in a heartbeat because of a curse, but if I'm strong enough, I could make their curses vanish into thin air. We're like natural-born rivals, and that's the secret to nixing witch power. Amika's face went from intrigued to downright ugly. "You've read it already?" I squinted and grinned. Not just read, memorized. "I won't let you leave here alive today." Amaika screeched like a banshee and lunged at me. Edward's reflexes were off the charts, shielding me in an instant and blocking her attack with a punch that seemed to wrap the very air around us. Even without my curse, I nearly buckled under the might of an alpha's power. In the heat of Edward's skirmish, Julian's confused voice chimed in, "Who the hell are these people? What is going on?" I glanced at Lucas and Daisy, who were itching to jump in, and shouted, "They're behind the werewolf disappearances." Julian sprang into action, a blur towards Lucas, who dodged with an uncanny speed. Something was off. Lucas looked like he'd age his years in just a few months. Could it be tied to his power siphoning abilities? Before I could piece it together, that bitch Daisy attacked me. I knew I was her primary target. I dodged barely. "You're powerless now. Let's see you run." Daisy's eyes burned with hatred, her look pure vengeance. Damn it, if only this curse was lifted, I'd slap her so hard. Edsel rushed to my aid, but before he reached me, a massive force sent me tumbling, clutching the book, and Edsel was flung against the stone wall. "Edsel!" I was shocked. Lucas was never this strong. How much power had they drained from the wolves? Julian glanced at Edsel, fuming. Her claws out, she attacked Lucas relentlessly, but to no avail. With Lucas' unexpected power-up and Amaika in the mix, things weren't looking good. Distracted are we? Daisy's grating voice was in my ear. I couldn't dodge in time, and her claws raked my arm. "Son of a bitch!" I clutched my bleeding arm, glaring at the deranged woman. Edward and Amaika were in a deadlock, and Julian and an injured Edsel were barely holding off Lucas. I'd never craved power more than now, not when I was mocked for being wolfless, not when Henry cheated, not even when I learnt the truth about my parents' death. But now, I longed to be strong, to protect others, to turn the tide. As Daisy advanced, my defiance grew. The sun had set, and moonlight streamed through the window behind her, casting a strange pattern on the floor. My heart pounded as I stared at the pattern, and I could almost hear the rush of my blood. The sound of the fight faded, leaving only the thunderous beat in my chest. "What is happening? Aurora! Accept our power." "What?" Grace's voice sounded like an echo, and time seemed to freeze. A pure white wolf approached me, and I reached out, touching its nose. The next moment, the world snapped back into sharp focus. I clenched my fist and swung at Daisy. A thunderous boom, and she flew, screaming, and was embedded into the wall in a perfect arc. Silence fell for 3 heartbeats as everyone paused to stare. I reveled in the surge of power, stronger than before the curse. "Impossible! My curse, it's broken!" Amaika couldn't fathom it, howling in disbelief. Edward, wounded but joyful, called out, "Aurora!" I looked at him, feeling strong enough to protect them all. I stepped forward, unleashing a blizzard of power. My gaze swept over the treacherous trio. It's time to end this, once and for all. With a single swipe of my hand, the empty hall suddenly came to life as 3 cages made of ice rose from the floor, trapping the 3 figures precisely within. I clapped my hands, quite pleased with my handiwork. "My moon goddess, what kind of power is this?" Julian's jaw dropped, and it took her a while to snap out of it. After all, Edward and Edsel had seen my ice powers before, but for Julian, this was a first. "You're amazing, my love." Edward took my hand and kissed it gently, then started checking me over. "Is the curse still there? Any discomfort?" "Not at all." "I feel even better than before." "So, what do we do with these 3 now?" Edsel asked while wiping the blood off his back. He came to look at the people who were trapped. "Your father." I hesitated, glancing at Edward. "No, he stopped being my father a long time ago." Edward cut me off. Lucas was staring at Edward. "Humph, I wish I never had a son like you, with your naive thoughts. You are just like your mother." "How dare you mention her?" That hit a nerve with Edward, who rushed over and grabbed Lucas by the throat through the bars of the cage. A thick fog suddenly enveloped us, and I quickly reached out to sense if my cages were still solid. Damn it, Amaika, that bitch is at it again. I won't let them get away this time. The fog spread quickly, blurring everyone's vision, but as long as I kept the cages up, there was no way out for them. In the darkness, I felt someone approaching me. Frowning, I called out, "Is that you, Edward?" The footsteps paused, then moved behind me. Before I could react, a heavy blow landed on my back, sending a wave of sharp pain through me. I couldn't maintain my powers anymore and collapsed to the ground with a grunt. When the fog cleared, the 3 figures were gone. What the hell? Who was that extra person? Daisy's POV. What? They're not dead. Not just alive. They've brazenly taken over your main territory. Amaika and Lucas were squabbling again over that bitch, and I sat to the side, clenching my fists in anger. It had been 2 days since we ambushed Aurora. We thought she would have died in the fall with Edward, but when Amaika went out to find suitable werewolves, she learnt that the bitch hadn't died and was actually being taken care of by Edward back in Timberwolf Pack territory. Such a tough nut to crack. Forget it. What's important now is that you help me regain my strength and take back Timberwolf Pack. As for that woman, let her be for now, Lucas said coldly, taking a deep breath. I saw a complex expression flash across Amaika's face before she reverted to her usual frivolous demeanor. Lucas, Aurora has foiled our plans many times. I think we should get rid of her first. After all, she's powerless now, and it would be easy to eliminate her. You're right, the curse has taken effect. Killing her now will be as easy as squashing an ant, I chimed in, eager to agree. For Lucas, unifying the continent and stabilizing his power was the priority. He didn't care about Aurora, but for me, she was the only target. That bitch had been my nemesis since childhood. I had to seize the chance to kill her. But why was Amaika so obsessed? Suit yourself, but you need to find more werewolves for me, Lucas conceded. No problem, just wait for my good news, Amaika smiled, watching him enter the room, then walked over to me. You hate Aurora that much? Of course, because of her I lost everything. Memories surged through my mind and I gritted my teeth. Amaika placed her hand on my stomach, looking at me with a smile. It's simple to beat her. Just follow my instructions and give birth to this child. You'll have the most powerful force in the world, and then what would Aurora be worth? I looked down at my belly, where a new life was growing, mine and Henry's child. But right now, I couldn't think about that. I'd agreed to Amaika's terms. She would use her power to strengthen my child every day, ensuring that upon birth, my child would be the strongest werewolf on the continent. Then, I would be the most revered mother. I nodded, and Amaika began transferring energy to the child in my womb, as usual. The process was painful. Sweat dripped from my forehead, but I had to endure it. Only then could I receive their protection and help to win against Aurora. The transfer didn't last long. After 10 minutes, Amaika left to search for suitable werewolves for Lucas. We were living in a secluded cabin, a temporary measure. We moved every 2 days. Amaika was adept at this, erasing our tracks and finding new hideouts. She was also skilled at recruiting strong werewolves. In just half an hour, she returned with someone in tow. Lucas, come out and see what I've caught, Amaika's cheerful voice called out, and Lucas immediately emerged into the room. Amaika marched in with her captive, whose presence felt familiar. When I saw his face, I stood up in shock. Henry? I exclaimed. You know him? Amaika tilted her head at me. Daisy? He looked haggard and equally stunned to see me. This is I was at a loss for how to introduce him. After he heartlessly cast me out, I thought I should hate him, but seeing him again, I felt no hatred. Daisy, Lucas, it's me, Henry. Henry shouted embarrassingly, and Amaika realized who he was with an "Oh!" Henry, the alpha of Nightfall Pack, right? Amaika smiled at him. No wonder he's strong. He's an alpha. Well done. An alpha's strength should help me return to my prime. Lucas, disregarding former alliances, was already thinking about how to absorb Henry's power. My heart raced and I bit my lip, hesitating whether to speak up. Henry looked at me desperately. Daisy, what are they doing? Tell them to let me go. I stayed silent and Amaika laughed, looking at me. This is the father of your child? Embarrassing. Daisy, save me. I'll help you raise the child. Stop this witch. I never thought I'd see Henry begging me like this. That damn man always acted like this. Just as he used to such up to Aurora, now he was groveling to me. I pursed my lips and slowly said, Please let him go. Amaika, my child and I are willing to cooperate with your plan. Amaika blinked. You want to save him? I sighed. Yes, he's the father of my child. After all, he was the man I had truly loved. Henry joined us, becoming Lucas's subordinate, using recruitment as a cover to attract strong wolves to remote areas with the lure of the spiritual spring. Lucas's power finally recovered, even stronger than before. We set out on a journey, following Amaika's plan to destroy an ancient book in the snowy mountains. But damn it, we failed again. Why did Aurora always manage to escape disaster? If Henry hadn't saved us by shoving her at the last moment, we all would have been captured or killed. Realizing that I needed more power to defeat her, I knocked on Amaika's door that night. Amaika, I want it to. I want to increase my power. Aurora's POV. Being Edward's beta, Blake was always perfectly calm. He had to be to even out Edward's energy. That's why he'd stuck around for so many years. But when we showed up in front of him after coming down the mountain, I saw the most exaggerated expression I had ever seen plastered on his face. Holy smokes, what happened here? He rushed over, at a loss about who to help first. Just a little mishap, Edward said, his arm covered in blood, his suit torn in several places, yet he remained calm as he wrapped an arm around my waist. We bumped into Amaika and her crew, I explained. How'd they get up there? I've been on watch this whole time, Blake said, looking flabbergasted, which jogged my memory. I whipped out my phone and opened the map. This place was off the beaten track, so the map details were sketchy, but there was a huge sea behind us. The only way up the mountain was the route Blake had been guarding. Could witches use teleportation magic? I've never seen such a thing, Grace said, unconvinced. Maybe they came by boat? Julian ventured a guess. After being on the run for so long, where would they get the cash for a big boat? Edsel pointed out, tapping the map. The area was known for rough seas. No way a dinghy could make it across those waves. Could the mysterious person who ambushed me be helping them? The thought made me touch my back, the pain still present. Edward noticed my furrowed brow and gently caressed my back, speaking in a deep voice. Let's leave the detective work for home, gang. Let's get in the car. I nodded and climbed into the car, where a first aid kit was ready. My healing powers may be strong, but bandaging up was still a good idea. Bear with me, love, Edward said, firmly holding my shoulder to check the wound as I settled in. It doesn't hurt anymore. Ever since my second awakening, my body had toughened up. The cut on my back must have been deep, but it had pretty much healed on the walk down. Edward didn't reply, still intent on checking it, and considerately herded Edsel and Julian into another car. Julian looked puzzled. Hey man, I'm a lady. Edward glanced at her. Not gonna check on your mate? Good point. I watched Julian hop into the other car without hesitation, silently praying they wouldn't start brawling inside. It's already healed. Edward's surprised voice echoed in my ear. I felt his warm hands carefully touching the skin on my back. Of course, I'm not the same as before, I said, a bit smug. I handed him the ancient book I'd found in the palace. As he flipped through it, I grabbed the medical kit to tend to his wounds. After ripping his shirt open, I saw multiple wounds, some healed, others still bleeding. I frowned. That witch's power was no joke if it had left marks on Edward. I felt a pang of sympathy and lightened my touch, my nails grazing his solid muscles as I wrapped the bandage around. As I leaned forward, my forehead brushed against something soft. Looking up, the man in front of me had a smile in his eyes. Stay still, I tapped his arm lightly. I have a beauty in my arms, and I can't steal a kiss? He chuckled, setting aside the ancient book and wrapping an arm around my waist with his bandaged arm. Especially such a badass beauty. I let him hold me, focusing on bandaging his other wounds. Be nice to the lady. You might need my protection in the future. His head rested on my shoulder, his fuzzy hair tickling my neck, reminding me of his wolf form's furry back. I'm so glad you're okay, the person hugging me from behind suddenly said seriously. I patted his arm and sighed. It's just as important that you're okay, too. He chuckled and hugged me tighter, sounding a bit smug. Don't worry, Amaika's in worse shape than me. I looked into his eyes as he continued with a smirk. I used to fight recklessly, not caring about my own life. But not anymore. I have you now, so relax. I was pretty happy with that answer, and stretched up to kiss him on the lips. He grinned and playfully pinched my waist. Who knows, maybe in the future we'll have more to care for like our kids. I raised an eyebrow at him. I'm not planning on having kids right now. Edward blinked, putting on a mock hurt expression. Then who do you plan to have them with? I rolled my eyes. With no one. What about your pack's noble bloodline, my grand Arctic wolf lineage? Guess I'll have to be one of a kind. My love, Edward laughed, and we made our way back to Timberwolf Pack with joy and laughter. But I'm pretty sure the other car wasn't as harmonious, which was clear from Edsel's face as he got out. Hey, don't walk so fast. Julian chased after Edsel as they got out of the car, admiring the pack entrance. Nice place, pretty swanky. After that, Julian followed Edsel inside, who seemed to know his way around. Even the guards at the door recognized him. "Are those two a bit too comfortable?" Edward commented, holding my hand as we got out of the car, watching their retreating. I was about to laugh when a guard approached us. "Alpha Edward, Miss Aurora, welcome back." I nodded in response, noticing the guard seemed to have something to say, but was hesitant. Edward frowned. "Spit it out." The guard stood up straight. "Report, Alpha, Beta Chase has returned." The name sounded familiar, but I couldn't place it until we followed Edward to the study and saw the man in uniform. It was Lucas's Beta. When we returned to the main Timberwolf Pack territory, loyal Chase had already set out to find his missing Alpha. Now he was back, probably empty-handed. Edward, seeing him still in the uniform Lucas had set, didn't get angry. He calmly sat down, looked up, and asked, "You're back?" Chase seemed to snap, anger flaring as he pointed at Edward and demanded loudly, "Where is your father?" Edward's POV. "Are you questioning me?" I narrowed my eyes, a fire kindling within me. How dare Beta Chase speak to me like that? Chase's neck was red with urgency as he stepped forward and spoke earnestly. "Yes, you. Alpha Lucas has been missing for only a few days, and you've already taken over the entire Timberwolf pack. How could his disappearance not be related to you? He's your father, for crying out loud. How could you do such a thing?" I slammed my hand on the desk, the power of the Alpha bursting forth as my eyes turned blood red, staring down the man before me. "Father? That man doesn't deserve to be called my dad. From the moment he killed my mother, from the moment he took so many lives, he ceased to be anything to me." Chase stumbled back 2 steps, overwhelmed by my power, but the annoying look on his face remained. I clenched my fist and leapt up. Suddenly, a pair of soft hands rested on my arm, a gentle presence enveloping me. The boiling blood and rage within me receded like the tide. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. "Aurora." The hand on my arm patted gently, and I turned to meet Aurora's always cool and captivating blue eyes. Aurora smiled. "I'm getting a bit peckish, love. How about we grab a bite?" "That kind of scene you're suggesting would be hard to explain to others," Aurora said as we sat in the diner, elegantly cutting into her steak. "I know, but this issue has to be addressed sooner or later," I replied, cutting up my steak and swapping plates with Aurora. "So you plan to beat some sense into every dissenting member of the Timberwolf pack?" "That'd be exhausting," I chuckled. Feeling better, let Blake handle the rest. Blake was standing next to us with a glass of wine, and he tensed up when he heard me. "Alpha?" "He's just kidding, Blake," Aurora cut in before he could continue. I looked at her with a touch of sulkiness. Ever since I got together with Aurora, the fun of teasing Blake had been cut in half. "Peace can't be maintained through violence, it's achieved through understanding," she said. "You want me to understand that bastard?" "Of course not." Aurora's red lips curved into a smile. "I want him to understand you." I shook my head. In his eyes, whatever Lucas says is gospel. Does he understand me? Maybe in another life. Turns out I was right. That afternoon, while I was handling official business, I opened my laptop to explosive headlines. Edward Anderson harms his biological father over territory. As I scrolled, the stories got wilder. They read as if I offed Lucas and staged a coup. Well, heaven knows I've always wanted to do that. My fingers subconsciously touched my little finger, finding nothing, and I remembered that my mother's ring now belonged to Aurora. As I thought of her, those enchanting blue eyes appeared before me, and my mood lifted. What to do? Maybe just off Chase to stop his nonsense. No, Orion, I've decided to listen to Aurora. Oh, who would have thought love could make a person kinder? Now you're trying to solve problems through mutual understanding? I smiled, idly swiping the screen. Of course not. I just find the idea of Chase's utter despair more appealing than resolving things with violence. I pondered a rough plan when out of the corner of my eyes I saw another news flash. The werewolf disappearances escalate, Alpha of Nightfall Pack unaccounted for. That idiot Henry's gone missing? Could Amaika have nabbed him? Damn, he's an alpha, how could he be so weak? Blake, get in touch with the folks from Nightfall Pack. Right away. I sent the command through the mind link. Though I couldn't care less about the guy, I had promised to ensure the safety of Nightfall Pack. It was weird that he'd vanished under my watch. 20 minutes later, I was in the study, facing a frantic and anxious woman, Henry's mother. "Spill it," I said, not wanting to waste a glace on this woman who had once mistreated Aurora. "Alpha Edward, Henry. He went out to clear his head and hasn't come back," she said, pulling out a handkerchief to dab at non-existent tears, her other hand gripping her skirt tightly. I shifted my gaze from the documents to her face. "Clear his head?" Her grip tightened, and after a pause, she spoke. "The truth is, the situation at Nightfall Pack is dire. Henry had to go out and recruit, hoping to bring in more guards. To slip from my control?" I narrowed my eyes, setting down the document and focusing on her. Henry's mother seemed on the verge of hyperventilating. Before she could speak, a knock came, and Aurora entered with a teacup, placing it on my desk. I naturally took her hand. "Thanks, my love." Aurora gave a small smile and glanced toward Henry's mother. Henry's mother's shoulders shook, tears finally falling. "I'm sorry, Alpha Edward, but I have no one else to turn to but you. I know Henry has done wrong, but we can't lose our territory. I can't lose Henry." She wiped away tears and suddenly grabbed Aurora's other hand. "For the sake of our past as family, please help me, help Nightfall Pack." I frowned at Aurora, who withdrew her hand emotionlessly and placed it in my palm. I squeezed her hand, waiting for her decision. Aurora gave me our usual line, "Do what you want to do, my love." I kissed her hand and then turned to the weeping woman on the floor, speaking slowly. "I can save Nightfall Pack, but you'll have to give me something." "What?" She looked up, wiping away tears. I smirked slightly. "The spiritual spring." "I think I've found a way to make Chase understand me after all." Henry's POV. "Our pack has this magical spring that can heal sicknesses and old injuries, and it can even boost your strength. Just join us and you'll get the right to use it." I was recruiting members in a small town not far from the Nightfall Pack. It's crazy how close I am to home, yet I can't freaking get back there. I don't know when it started, but nothing's been going my way lately. Now, as an alpha, I've stooped to working for a witch. No thanks. No thanks. Got any other terms? The burly werewolf in front of me scratched his head and asked impatiently, "Damn, when have I ever groveled like this? To keep my identity and Lucas's whereabouts a secret, I have to hide who I am." I forced a smile. "This spring is the real deal. Not many know about it. If you don't believe it, I can take you there to see it." My hand clenched under the table. Lately, I've been luring werewolves with the spiritual spring, telling them they can try out the magic water, and then leading them to Amaika. That's how I complete my task. What's there to believe? It's just the spiritual spring, right? I shot up from my seat. "How do you know about it?" The guy looked confused. "You sick or something?" "Everyone knows about the Nightfall Pack's spiritual spring." "Damn it, who let the cat out of the bag?" I fell silent, and he continued mocking me. "If you want to go, I can take you. Nowadays, you just show a medical certificate and you can apply." What? I couldn't believe my ears. How could my mother let this happen? Our pack guarded this precious spring for decades, and now what? It's a public bath? I couldn't be bothered with this guy anymore and quickly turned on my long unused phone. "Edward Anderson." I was about to grind my molars to dust. That damn jerk, while I was away, claimed the spiritual spring for himself and had the gall to open it to the public, saying it was for the health of the masses. The internet was full of praise for him. He's out there playing charity with my family's stuff. Forget Amaika's mission. I needed to get back to our temporary base. I had to find Lucas immediately. Although I'm not sure what disease he has, the spiritual spring works best for him. This is something he'd side with me on. "Why'd you come back empty-handed?" In the inn, Amaika was still fiddling with her damn nails. Ignoring her, I barged into the room where Lucas was reading at a desk. I cut to the chase. "Your son took the spiritual spring." To my surprise, Lucas didn't react as strongly as I expected. He gently put down the book and drawled, "Yeah, I know. You know, and you're not freaking out?" I was nearly hysterical. "The only one panicking in this room is you," Amaika said, coming over with Daisy following her. I felt like punching something, suddenly finding these three people bizarre. With the spring open to the public, it's even harder for us to go back. "Who said we're going back?" Amaika lifted my chin with her bright red nails, and I frowned, dodging her touch. Aren't we supposed to take back Lucas's position? My brain felt jammed and I stared wide-eyed. Lucas burst out laughing. I don't need the spring's power anymore. I'm not just taking back what's mine, I want more. Much more. The madness in Lucas' eyes and the power suddenly emanating from him made me nervous. His strength seemed to grow every day. Amaika, pleased with his words, let out a grating laugh that pierced my eardrums. So handsome, if you don't want to die, you better bring back a werewolf today. Her words were a blatant threat, but I knew this terrifying woman meant business. I swallowed hard and spoke helplessly. Without the spring's lure, it's tough to bring people back. You get that? I was getting impatient, and Amaika's expression shifted. I quickly stepped back, but then Daisy stepped in front. I'll go with him, Daisy said slowly. Amaika snorted and backed off. Humph, I don't see what's so great about this trashy man. I was furious inside, but I didn't dare show it. Pretending not to hear, I followed Daisy out. I'm conflicted about Daisy. Ever since I met her, nothing good has happened. Initially, I just wanted to play around. I had the alpha daughter, but she was wolfless. At least her being the daughter of Swiftfoot Pack meant something, and Daisy was just a beta's kid. I glanced at her. She wasn't looking at me, just walking expressionless beside me. Ever since Daisy saved me that one time, she's been helping me out constantly, but she doesn't suck up to me like she used to when we were together. Honestly, I kind of miss it. Where are we going to find someone? I broke the silence. There. She pointed at a house in town. I knew the place. A strong werewolf lived there, a fighter who made a living by brawling for others. I hesitated. Taking a tough werewolf like that wouldn't happen quietly. Daisy didn't speak, but lifted her hand and smoke began to spread from it. My eyes widened. She was pulling the same tricks as that crazy witch Amaika. When the smoke cleared, the werewolf was already lying there quietly. Where did you learn this stuff? I asked, surprised. From Amaika, of course. I was resentful. Why is she so nice to you but always wanting to kill me? Daisy looked down, and after a long pause, she said I made a deal with her. What kind of deal? She touched her belly and slowly said, The deal is for my child. What? I thought she was insane. That's our kid, and you used it for a deal. Daisy suddenly looked up fiercely, shouting, Our child. Did you think about that when you kicked me out of the pack? I was at a loss for words, but still retorted, I was pissed off then. It was your stupid mistake that nearly wrecked the pack. What use is your damn pack now? Can you even go back? You're the most disgraceful alpha I've ever seen. Daisy Hall. If it weren't for our child in her belly, I'd strangle her right now. Lately, everyone's been walking all over me. Even this woman who used to beg for me is now talking back to me. Are you two arguing here to draw a crowd or what? Suddenly a deep voice interrupted us. I turned around to see Lucas standing behind us. What are you doing here? I've come to make another deal with you. Aurora's POV. What do you want? I stood in the study, frowning at the unexpected visitor in front of me. Edward had left early in the morning with his guards to deal with some spiritual spring business, and Edsel had just gotten through his full moon night, so he couldn't resist going out in search of some potion ingredients, with Julian hot on his heels. I finally had some rare downtime and was about to enjoy a book in the sunshine when I got a meeting request from Chase. I really couldn't fathom what he could need from me. Miss Aurora, I have a favor to ask of you. Chase gave me a bow, which took me by surprise. I thought this guy would be as arrogant as that jerk Lucas with his nose stuck up in the air. Spit it out, I said bluntly, not wanting to beat around the bush with small talk. Chase pulled a book from the shelves and placed it in front of me. The cover read, Combat Skills. He then turned and grabbed another, laying it before me with the title, Timberwolf Pack Political Economy. I was puzzled, waiting to see what he was getting at. By the time he finished, there was a stack of books in front of me as tall as a Christmas tree. I couldn't deny that I'd never seen any of these books in the stores. They all had unfamiliar titles. I had to ask, what are you trying to say? These are all books Alpha Lucas used to teach Edward. He straightened the pile of books. All rare editions or ones he wrote himself. Oh, he writes books too? I said, not impressed by what seemed like dry material. Lucas taught Edward every single word from these books. It started when Edward was just 8 years old. Not only combat skills, but also political strategies. Lucas took his teaching very seriously. Now, he started to tell me about Edward's childhood, like how at the tender age of 8, he had to endure grueling daily training, and how Lucas would beat him if he wanted to play with other kids, not to mention the endless books and combat drills. The more I heard, the deeper my frown became until I finally burst out. So what? Chase spoke with emphasis. So, Lucas loved Edward. He was strict because of love. How could Edward ever hurt his father? Wait. I cut him off impatiently, afraid that I'd punch him if he went on. I stood up and stepped over the pile of books, looking at him. Putting aside that the mess with Lucas' disappearance has nothing to do with Edward, is that really what you'd call love? Chase blinked, seemingly unsure how to respond. Does Lucas even know what his son likes to eat? I asked coldly. What does he like to eat? Is that important? Chase looked utterly confused. I scoffed. What about what he likes, what weather he enjoys, what he hates? Do you or your damn Lucas have any clue? Chase fell silent, clearly not understanding the point I was making. Lucas restricted his freedom, made an 8-year-old kid read these complicated books, and put him through harsh training, I said, flipping through the books dismissively. This is your so-called love? It was necessary for him to become a capable alpha. What's wrong with that? Capable? I slapped the book down on the table, almost laughing. Do you think Edward's not capable enough now? Chase hesitated. He's handled the recent spiritual spring issue quite well. And what about when Lucas was in charge of the spiritual spring? I asked with a sneer, and Chase's expression became complicated, obviously aware of the issue. All of this is for the harmony of the entire continent, Chase retorted, frowning. I raised my voice. This continent doesn't belong to one person, it belongs to everyone. Chase jumped at my outburst. I calmed down and said, Edward told me that. It means he's different from Lucas and from you idiot. I didn't want to waste any more words with him and headed for the door. Just before leaving the study, I stopped and warned, and if you want to stay alive, I better not hear you spreading rumors again. Also, don't let me hear that disgusting talk about Lucas loving Edward. He doesn't deserve it. Disgusting, Aurora. Looks like I need to do something about this, Grace. I left the study and headed straight to the archives. What's wrong, my love? You seem upset. Edward asked as I came out of the archives, and it was already dark. He had returned from his duties and sensed my mood was off, coming over to hug me from behind. I thought about telling him what Chase said, knowing he'd probably execute Chase on the spot, but it wasn't the right time to kill Chase, with all the pack members watching Edward's every move. It's nothing. I've just been reading files all day in the archives, and I'm a bit tired, I said, turning to wrap my arms around his neck. Files? What made you look into those? I had an idea, I said with a mysterious smile, sharing with him what I had discussed with Grace in the archives. My love, we're truly a perfect match, Edward said with a grin, pulling out his phone and showing me a document. It was exactly what I had been talking about, establishing a pack alliance. The concept wasn't new on the continent. Powerful packs had formed alliances for mutual growth before. I had just leaned in the archives that Lucas had scoffed at the idea. After becoming alpha, he dismantled alliances through the war. Lucas's actions were a negative example, but many packs followed suit. Those who wanted to band together didn't dare to form factions, so the concept of an alliance has never properly been utilized. I think you can do it, my love, I said, touching Edward's face. No, we can do it, he replied, gripping my hand and lifting me to carry me to the bedroom. It's late. We've talked about serious stuff. Isn't it time for some less serious talk? I quickly wrapped my hands around his neck to balance myself and asked, Is talking all we are going to do? He raised an eyebrow and whispered in my ear, Of course not. After we talk, we'll get some exercise. I laughed as he laid me on the bed, and Grace was already buzzing with excitement in my head. I was too. After all, we have been through so much recently, we haven't had time for sleeping, let alone sex. Aurora, you suddenly smell so good, Edward said, sniffing at my shoulder and neck like a large dog. A faint scent of cedar lingered around my nose. I couldn't figure out where it had come from until I blinked. It was coming from me. Are you in heat? Edward chuckled near my ear. I don't know, I admitted. a bit embarrassed. Only fated mates could detect each other's special scent, and now my body was emitting a different aroma. Maybe it's related to my second awakening? Not just the scent, but when Edward's hand touched my waist and chest, my body reacted more strongly than ever. In an instant, a wave of heat spread from my stomach to my lower body, and I could feel my underwear getting damp. Edward's eyes were full of desire. "What's going on? Your scent is turning me on." Edsel's POV. "Today is my first day back with the Timberwolf pack, and I'm just lazing on a garden lounger, soaking up the sun. I don't get you, man. Thought you were over Aurora? Why'd you come back with her?" "It's not that I'm over her, Bruno. It's just that stealing someone's girl is a real jerk move." "Huh? You still got the hots for her?" "Maybe." I shrugged it off, ending the chat with Bruno, and gazed at the clear sky, feeling an unusual calm. Ever since we got back, that jerk Edward's been as busy as a bee, and Aurora's been buzzing right alongside him. I'm just chilling here by myself, which suits me fine. It's what I used to enjoy. But I forgot about another woman. "Hey, what you doing?" Julian's as bright and energetic as the morning sun, waving at me from afar in her workout gear, fresh from her morning routine. "Daydreaming," I replied, still looking up, trying to be polite. Julian came over, her scent of sweet orange exciting Bruno in an instant. "How about we go for a stroll?" Her pretty face suddenly loomed over me, blocking the sky, her dark eyes shining like gems, tempting me to look back. Nah, I'm good. I brushed her off coldly. This girl's been way too keen, and linking her behavior to any kind of romantic interest is tough for me. I never wanted fate to throw a mate my way, and her over-the-top enthusiasm just adds to my headache. "Don't be such a spoiled sport, Edsel. You're a guy. What's a little walk gonna cost ya? It's my first time in the heart of the mainland." I frowned, but still refused. Not today. Tonight's the full moon, and it's really not a good time for me to be out and about. Julian huffed, straightened up, and headed back to the training field, leaving me to breathe a sigh of relief. At night, I locked my door and sat down to mix up some potions. When will this ever end? Every time the curse hits, Bruno suffers even more than I do. I sighed heavily, looking at the potion in front of me. "Don't worry, Bruno. We'll get Amaika eventually. After all, she's not just my target now." I downed the potion in one gulp. "Besides, we're used to it by now, right?" After taking the potion, I lay in bed as usual, waiting for the weakness to hit. Last time, that damn witch took advantage of my state, and I can't risk any slip-ups this time. Just as I was thinking this, there was a loud knock at the door. Julian's energetic voice called out, "Open up, Edsel. Brought you something nice." Damn. Why now? I closed my eyes, pretending not to hear. Julian kept knocking persistently. "I know you're in there. Don't be like this. Show some manners." My head was throbbing, the weakness spreading through my body, and the knocking felt like a hammer on my brain. I opened my mouth to come up with an excuse to send her away when Bruno, affected by the curse, suddenly started yelling in my head. The noise was a chaotic mess, making my thoughts even more scrambled. Julian sounded a bit angry. "Really had enough of a big man like you being so fussy. I'm coming in." My pupils dilated and then a loud bang, and the door fell in. There stood Julian with a bag in her hand. Blinding light flooded in from the doorway, and my vision blurred even more. "Oh my God, what's wrong with you?" Julian noticed something was off, so she placed the bag on the bedside and hurried over. "Damn it. Ever since I got to the mainland, my secret curse feels like it's becoming common knowledge. If Julian finds out, who knows what'll happen?" I managed to speak, though it was a struggle. "It's nothing." Julian reached out and effortlessly lifted me from the bed into her arms. I was so embarrassed, I wanted to jump out the window. Her cloying scent was overpowering, especially now that I was weak. It made me want to pin her down, but thank God I didn't have the strength for that. The scent of a mate and my weakened state was a double whammy, and my last bit of sanity was slipping. I quickly said, "I'm fine. I'll be okay in a bit. Just go." Julian leaned in close, studying me for a while before seriously asking, "Full moon night, are you in heat?" "What? I know some werewolves are affected by the full moon, but I'm an alpha. What is she thinking?" "It's not that, you." Before I could finish, her sweet lips covered mine, and the scent of a mate flowed from her mouth. I was slightly dazed and instinctively opened my mouth, She slipped her slick tongue in, exploring. I wasn't about to be outdone, savoring her taste. We tangled together until we were almost out of breath, and then she let go. "Feel better?" Julian asked, a rare gentleness in her voice. "Nope." I stubbornly lied. In truth, her taste was deeply intoxicating, and the kiss seemed to give my weakened body a bit of strength back, enough to speak up. "Lying isn't polite." Julian smiled, then suddenly started to unbutton my shirt. "Damn it, what are you doing?" I tried with all my might to push her hands away, but I was too weak to even talk properly. "I'm helping you." Julian winked quickly, her hand already slipping inside my collar, kneading my chest. "You're crazy. I don't need help. I'm not in heat." "Don't reject me, mate. Your scent is too irresistible. I want more. Damn it. Damn it all." I couldn't stop her. I could only watch as she straddled me and took off her shirt with swift movements, revealing a black bra and the tempting sight beneath it. Do I really have to face this kind of test when the curse hits? From the beginning, I've been rejecting Julian. Ever since I was cursed, I haven't been very interested in women, focusing on my research instead. I hate everything fate has handed me, the curse, and this woman included. "Wait, let me find some birth control." Julian frowned, looking annoyed. "You despise me that much?" I sighed helplessly, wondering what was going on in this woman's head. "It's not that." "How so?" Julian suddenly got close, wrapping her arms around my neck. "Don't you want a baby of ours? I bet they'd be amazing." "What are you talking about?" I pulled her hands off in a panic. "We're not married, not even dating. Today was a misunderstanding." Julian's frown deepened. "Why do you always have to be so wishy-washy? I am your fated mate. Isn't that close enough?" I was also annoyed. "I've told you many times, I don't believe in mate bond." "Why not?" Julian was relentless. "No reason." I raised my voice a bit. "Why must I accept what fate hands to me? I don't need it. But just because of this, you hate me. That's not fair to me." Julian stood up, naked, pointing at my nose and scolding me. I was taken aback, looking away. Having sex without my consent isn't fair to me either. Her eyes widened. "I was trying to save you, make you feel better." "'Cause I was getting a headache from this woman who never listened. You don't even know what happened. You just assumed I was in heat and decided on your own. Use your pig brain. Would an alpha be affected by heat? Who knows? With you being so weak all the time, maybe you can be affected." "You I was furious. "So you take advantage of me when I'm weak? Isn't that a bit too desperate?" Julian looked stunned, and I realized I'd gone too far, paused, wanting to say something else, but Julian had already come at me and slapped me dizzy. Clutching my face, I watched her throw on some clothes and storm off. I quickly grabbed some pants and followed. "Julian, what's going on?" Aurora and Edward appeared in the hallway, and I was at a loss. "Nothing. Julian, stop!" Julian sped up, dashing out of the villa, and was gone. Julian's POV. What a stubborn virgin. Gritting my teeth, I stormed out of the Timberwolf pack, cursing under my breath and running aimlessly, hoping the night breeze would cool my heated temper. "Hey, chill out, Julian. Even though that guy is clueless, he probably didn't mean to be that harsh. But I'm so done with his dilly-dallying ways. Maybe he's just not that into us." I paused, feeling irked. I've had a pretty good impression of Edsel from the get-go. Every time I got close to him, he had this after-the-rain scent that just scrambled my senses. From the very start, I found Edsel easy on the eyes, and since he's my fate mate and a decent alpha of the Ambersea pack, I saw no reason to turn down such a mate. But who would have thought this jerk would be so unwilling to accept me? The next thing I knew, I was in an unfamiliar grove, running through the trees trying to shake off the anger and frustration in my head. "Who's there?" The dense underbrush glowed faintly under the moonlight, and a sudden voice startled me. I thought I saw several figures moving in a corner ahead. "Just passing by," I replied, raising my voice and trying to sound polite. I figured I must have disturbed some hunters living around here. There was no response. I frowned, puzzled, and pushed through the branches. Lit by the moon, I saw 3 figures standing there. "Damn, it's you guys. What are the odds of bumping into these 3 jerks during a random walk?" You look like that Julian guy." Lucas squinted at me, seemingly recalling who I was. After all, we'd tangled back in the Wintermoon pack. I took a couple of steps back on alert. I knew Lucas's strength, and with Daisy and some unknown dude by his side. "Don't let her get away!" Lucas leaped, transforming into a wolf mid-jump, and lunged at me. In the corner of my eye, I saw the other two charging at me. Crap, this is bad. Edsel's POV. I swear this is the first time I've seen a couple fight right after having sex. I sat in the living room, agitated, with Aurora and Edward in front of me. Aurora was trying to reason with me. "Regardless, you shouldn't have said what you did, Edsel." "But that woman is impossible to communicate with." I felt an unexplained rush of irritation, not just because she never listened, but also due to some unspoken emotions. "Julian is just straightforward, you know that." Aurora yawned, and I glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 3 a.m. "Let them sort it out themselves. We should hit the sack." Edward, the little rascal, hugged Aurora and nuzzled her shoulder. "But I'm a bit worried about Julian," Aurora admitted, looking troubled. Edward scooped Aurora up and headed for the door. "You're yawning your head off, my love. Don't worry, there aren't many who can take down Julian." Just before they left, Aurora craned her neck toward me. "Try messaging Julian." I didn't respond. I figured Julian couldn't be in any real danger. I wasn't eager to see her again so soon. Not out of anger, but because thinking about her stirred up complex feelings. I needed time to cool off. I shook my head, walked out of the living room, and back to my room. The poor door still lay on the floor. I sighed, picked it up, and leaned it against the doorway. Stepping inside, I noticed a paper bag on the floor. Why would a woman bust down someone's door after they said no? Ha! Edsel, I think she's got quite the character. I rolled my eyes, not bothering to reply. I propped the door back up at the entrance and stepped inside. There it was, a paper bag on the floor. Was this what Julian came to give me today? I blinked and walked over to pick up the bag. Opening it, a soft blue light greeted me. "This is Chronomarina drops." The stuff in the bottle was radiating a mystical blue glow, the liquid inside moving like it had a life of its own, swirling around beautifully like a mini galaxy. Chronomarina drops, one of the rarest ingredients in the world of magic potions, is so hard to collect that even a few drops are precious. Where on earth did she get so much? You into potions? I'm not really into that stuff, but if you like it, I'll remember. Julian's words echoed in my head. I never thought she'd take it seriously and find something this valuable for me. I carefully stowed away the Chronomarina drops, glanced out into the night, and leaped out the window. "What are you off to?" "To find her," I replied in my mind as I ran. I tried sensing Julian's location, a feature I was using for the first time. Her presence felt distant. Scratching my head, I started searching aimlessly. Time ticked by, and the sun slowly rose. "Strange, her aura feels chaotic," Bruno's voice echoed in my mind, and I frowned. Following the faint trail, I reached a forest. The morning mist was spreading, making it hard to see with even my sharp eyes. But was that a figure ahead? I rushed forward and gasped at the sight. "Julian!" I hurried over to support her. "What happened to you?" "Edsel." Julian was covered in the smell of blood, looking incredibly weak with her dress stained and hardly able to stand. My heart clenched and I almost stopped breathing. "I'll get you home first." I scooped her up in my arms, and she was lighter than she seemed, resting her head weakly against my chest, deepening my frown. "What exactly happened?" I asked, carrying her back toward Timberwolf Pack. "It was Lucas and his gang," she said weakly. "What? Damn it, how did they run into them here? Thank goodness Julian didn't seem to be in mortal danger, or else I'm sorry, Julian, for what happened earlier," I said earnestly. "What are you talking about?" Edsel's POV. "Look, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that." I felt a bit awkward and didn't look her in the face. Julian's tone was more even-keeled than I expected. "Ah, you mean that? No worries." I blinked, surprised at how easily she let it slide. "I thought you'd at least be mad enough to sock me one." "Why would I hit you, my love?" Her sudden change of pet name caught me off guard, stirring something strange inside me. Before today, she always teased me with her nicknames, but none made my heart skip like this. I didn't want to dwell on it, so I quickly pulled her close. "Hang in there. We'll be there soon." Good heavens, what happened here? Aurora's face went pale with shock when she saw the two of us as she opened the villa door. Even Edward's expression darkened. He hurriedly instructed Blake to call the private dock while I followed Aurora with Julian to the lounge. What in the world happened? I laid Julian down gently on the bed, and Aurora frowned at the bloodstains on her. Julian was ambushed by Lucas and his goons. I watched the person on the bed with concern. Lucas? Why would they show up here? Aurora's eyes widened, her mind racing to the worst-case scenario. Was this a setup? I have no clue. My mind was a mess. Right now, all I wanted was for Julian to get better. Then I'd dig for answers. The doctor arrived quickly, and thankfully, Julian just had some superficial scrapes. The wounds weren't deep. They seemed to have healed somewhat while we were waiting, but she looked paler than usual. Aurora sighed and sat by the bed, taking her hand. Are you okay? Still mad at Edsel? Julian blinked weakly. No, how could I stay mad at him? Aurora glanced at me, confused, and I quickly chimed in. I did apologize sincerely. Don't be too hard on Julian. Edsel can be a bit of a blockhead sometimes, but he doesn't mean any harm. Aurora seemed to sense Julian's mood was off when she got back and tried to comfort her. Can you tell me what happened out there? Julian seemed lost in thought, and I frowned. This woman had been acting slow since she returned. After a moment, she finally spoke. I just went out to clear my head, got lost and stumbled upon Lucas and his crew in the woods. Then they attacked me. They just attacked you on sight? Did they seem surprised to see you? Aurora was as sharp as ever. They didn't seem that surprised. No surprise? Aurora's brow furrowed. Your fight with Edsel was random. Why wouldn't they be shocked to see you? That's... Julian hesitated, looking like she was struggling to remember something. Seeing her pale face, I bit my lip and intervened. Aurora, let's leave the questions for later. Aurora gave me a teasing look. Now you care. I touched my ear, feeling it heat up. Cut the chatter. Let her rest. Aurora pushed me playfully, then took Edward's hand. We're going back to catch up on sleep. You take care of Julian. I was stunned, and before I could react, they were gone. Swallowing hard, I turned to Julian, leaning against the bedhead. To be honest, I still wasn't sure how to face her. You okay? I broke the silence first. Julian glanced at me, then quickly looked down. I'm fine. Don't worry. I sighed. She was still upset. I pulled up a chair. About the full moon night, I'll explain. What? Julian looked surprised. I continued, I've got a curse on me, thanks to that witch Amaika. It leaves me weak during the full moon, and my wolf strength gets sealed away. It lifts after a few hours. So that's it. She blinked. I frowned. Still mad? Not satisfied with that explanation? Of course not. I forgave you a while ago. I paused, looking at her pale face, and suddenly remembered her wild and passionate self on me. My breathing hitched. Damn it, the effects of my mate were kicking in again. Rest up. I'm going back to my room. Okay. I sighed with relief once outside, closing my eyes and replaying the day's messy events. Edsel, what now? Are we accepting our mate? I don't know. All I know is I need sleep. I slept until the afternoon, and my physical and mental fatigue washed away. Rubbing my eyes, I found the villa buzzing with activity. Aurora was dashing down the corridor. What's the rush? I asked, puzzled. Aurora, in a hurry, spoke fast. Oh, you're up. Edward and I have been tied up with a big thing. Can't look after you. Take care of Julian. Great. With no trace of Lucas and his crew, and Aurora and Edward caught up in some big deal, I ended up being the idle one. I walked to the dining room and soon came out with a dinner plate for Julian. Coming in, Julian. I knocked and waited for a response, but it was silent inside. Frowning, I opened the door, only to find Timberwolf Pack's private doc dozing off in a chair. Hey, wake up. I nudged him awake, and he looked at me, still dazed. Oh, Alpha Edsel, hello. Why are you sleeping here? Where's Julian? The doc looked around. She was just here. I came to check on her, and then somehow I fell asleep. He sheepishly touched his head. I sighed, putting the meal on the table, and headed to the training grounds. Knowing her, she couldn't sit still for a moment. But to my surprise, I couldn't find her anywhere in the pack. Julian had been too quiet since she got back, and I was anxious to see her. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I finally spotted her gorgeous brown hair. I only caught a glimpse of her back. Looking around, she had just come out of the study. What was she doing there? Had my provocations driven her to read? Aurora's POV. Please double-check this document, hand it to me, and show me the guest list for the banquet. Right away, miss. Sitting in Edward's study, I was overwhelmed by the pile of papers in front of me. Edward and I were gearing up for a big move to change the way everyone saw him and to smoothly secure the members' approval to officially reclaim the Timberwolf Pact's territory from Lucas. That big move was the Pack Alliance. Bringing back something that had disappeared from history books for a while was no easy feat. Even Edward, who usually did things his way, started making appearances at social events with Blake, spreading his vision for the Pack Alliance and persuading others to join. It wasn't simple, and Edward had been preparing for this for quite some time. As the future Luna of the Timberwolf Pack, my job was to get the documents and items ready for the formation meeting of the Alliance, and to organize the celebration banquet the following evening. Back when I managed things in the Swiftfoot Pack, I was quite adept, but facing the vast territories and members of the Timberwolf Pack still gave me a headache. It seemed like I still had a long way to go to be a good Luna for the Timberwolf Pack. Rubbing my forehead, I suddenly heard a knock on the door. "Come in." I set aside the documents I was holding and looked up, only to see an unexpected visitor. "Julian, what brings you here? How are you feeling?" "I'm much better, Aurora. Just wanted to see what you're up to and if you need any help," Julian said with a friendly smile. I sighed. "Thanks, Julian, but I know this paperwork stuff isn't your cup of tea. Don't force yourself." "You're preparing documents?" Julian leaned in closer. "Exactly. Very important ones for the day after tomorrow. It's quite urgent," I replied with a sigh, voicing a minor complaint. After offering a few words of comfort, Julian left, and I got back to work until Edward and I finally lay in bed that night. "My love, I suddenly feel like this wasn't such a great idea," Edward murmured, his head buried in my neck. "Why?" I asked. "Because it's just too much trouble." His comment made me laugh, and I started counting on my fingers, trying to explain seriously. "But if the alliance works out, your reputation will be much better. Not only will the Timberwolf Pack members recognize you, but so will other werewolves. Then, if we want to expose Lucas for who he truly is, All right, my love, I've had enough of serious talk for today. Let's not talk about this in bed." He looked down and planted a firm kiss on my lips. I laughed and hugged him, settling into a comfortable position. "Okay, no more talk. Good night, my formidable alliance leader." "Good night, my Luna," he whispered, kissing my forehead. "After the day after tomorrow, everything will turn out well, Edward." "I believe you, my love." The 2 days flew by, and the day of the Alliance meeting arrived in the blink of an eye. Julian and Edward, the odd couple, had been much quieter. Julian seemed to have lost interest in Edward, spending his days reading or daydreaming, while Edward was busy chasing her around. The Alliance meeting invitations had been sent out, but Edward shrugged it off, saying, "Our Alliance folks are coming over. By the time you finish your meeting, it's too late. What's the point of such a distant alliance when the Alpha is right here?" Julian also declined, saying that she couldn't decide on her own. Besides them, 9 alliances were attending the meeting today. In the grand scheme of the main continent, this number seemed insignificant, but it was a promising start. These 9 alliances were all within proximity, forming a more solid community in the region. We provided resources and strength, and each pack had its strengths. I believed that under the premise of cooperation, we would all develop in the long term, something I had carefully included in the contract. Edward was nothing like Lucas. He wanted a win-win situation, which I had articulated in the contract with great care. I hoped that after this meeting, more packs would join us. Taking a deep breath, I straightened my dress and stepped into the Celestial Court, the most majestic building in the heart of the continent, which had stood here gloriously for 100 years, a fitting venue for the meeting. I sat in an observer's seat next to the conference table, quietly waiting for the Alphas to arrive. "Please come in," Edward's voice rang out, and I looked up. Edward's brown hair shone with a softer hue in the sunlight, his black suit formal and proper, and his sturdy physique highlighted by the tailored cut. His deep-set features caught a golden glow from the sunlight filtered through the leaves, and those charming eyes held a smile, a stark contrast to his usual carefree demeanor. The attendees walked through the garden path and arrived at the venue I had arranged. Sunlight filtered through the tall white canvas umbrellas, casting mottled shadows on the elegant courtyard of this ancient estate. Neatly trimmed hedges guided the way, and the central fountain murmured, adding a touch of tranquility to the morning discussions. The tables and chairs were set up in a semicircle, covered with pristine linen tablecloths, silverware, and crystal glasses. Each seat had meeting materials and nameplates, and the vases on the table were filled with freshly picked roses and lilies I had ordered. I watched with satisfaction as everyone took their seats, and the meeting unfolded smoothly as I had envisioned. "These are my thoughts on the Pack Alliance," Edward concluded his speech, and many cast approving glances his way. It seemed that they had a new perspective on the Alpha, previously rumored to be frivolous and a womanizer. Moreover, many were dissatisfied with Lucas's autocratic mismanagement during his tenure, and Edward's appearance undoubtedly offered them more options. "I don't see why we should hesitate. Let's sign now," one of the Alphas said straightforwardly, and everyone picked up the contracts to read. As the meeting drew to a close, I finally relaxed my grip on my dress. This was Edward's first step toward greatness, and I didn't want any flaws. "Is this contract really what it says?" The Alpha who had spoken first suddenly exclaimed. "Are you fucking playing us?" A hot-tempered Alpha suddenly stood up, slamming the table. My heart skipped a beat in fright, and I frowned at Edward. Edward picked up the contract and looked it over, his expression growing serious. "Excuse me," I said, curtsying before striding over and taking the contract from Edward's hand. The more I read, the heavier my heart sank. "Who the hell did this?" Aurora's POV. "Isn't this just scamming us?" Several Alphas stood up in protest, and the room descended into chaos. The noise filled my head, buzzing incessantly, as my eyes remained glued to the contract's content. One of the clauses that had promised shared resource visibility had been changed to an annual resource tribute to the Timberwolf Pack. I swear I didn't write anything like that. What on earth is going on? Keep in mind that I had checked the contract from top to bottom just before placing it on the conference table. With my memory, there's no way I could have missed anything. It was fine before, so how did it end up like this? Instinctively, I turned to look at Edward, who stood up with a frown. "Everybody, let's stay calm. There might have been a slight mix-up with the contract." "A mix-up? Sounds like you planned this all along. You lured us here with sweet talk, thinking we'd sign without reading?" The more powerful Alphas were fuming, hurling insults, while the others, though more composed, were not pleased. Murmurs from the bystander seats added to the tension. "Looks like Edward's a chip off the old block." Well, they do say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. I saw Edward's hand clench into a fist, shaking slightly. I quickly reached out to hold it, but he pulled away and picked up the contract off the table. Everyone's attention was drawn to him as he silently ripped the contract into shreds. The room fell silent, the sound of tearing paper ominously loud. All eyes were on Edward, waiting for his next move. Edward took a deep breath and put on a polite smile. "I apologize for the error in the contract. It's our fault, but every word I said before was from the heart." He looked towards the spectators. "I'll prove by my actions that I'm nothing like that bastard Lucas. If you didn't have this in mind, how did this clause end up in the contract? Yeah, it's not just a typo." Two Alphas voiced their suspicions. Edward's gaze hardened. "You're right to worry. Now, I propose that we draft a new document. No, a new pact." "A pact?" The word sent shockwaves through the crowd. After all, the term pact has rarely been used since the development of the werewolf community. Unlike contracts, which were established under the witness of the moon goddess and a few Alphas, a pact was the most traditional wolf arrangement, binding one's life and soul with the same kind of magic as a witch's curse. "I'll draw up a new pact right here, and I'll use my soul and life as collateral. Will that regain your trust?" Edward spoke calmly, and the Alphas exchanged looks. The stakes for a pact were high, a matter of personal volition, without the need for equal exchange. Edward was betting his soul, but they didn't have to risk anything. It was a bold gamble. Nervously, I clung to his arm, and he patted the back of my hand reassuringly. "All right, I'll give you one more chance," the previously enraged Alpha spoke up first. "I admire your guts. Our pack will make the pact with you." With one taking the lead, others followed, and eventually the meeting ended successfully. thanks to Edward's efforts. After the meeting, I was scrolling through the news on my phone, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Despite the hiccup, public opinion of Edward was still favorable. Putting away my phone, I looked up to see Edward loosening his tie and sinking into a chair with a deep exhale. I went over and hugged him around the neck. "You worked hard, my love." He held my arms. "You too, Aurora." I spoke with a hint of sadness. "No, I caused trouble." What do you mean?" "The contract." Edward looked into my eyes and I started to feel nervous. This crucial contract was something I had solemnly promised would be perfect. It hadn't been touched by anyone else, only me. Would he suspect me? Edward stared for a moment, then playfully flicked my forehead. I was startled, covering my forehead. What was that for? Edward gave me a pitiful look. "Don't you trust me?" "What? What are you talking about? I'm afraid you won't trust me." Edward leaned back, suddenly pulling me closer and kissing me upside down. The softness of his lips and the taste of champagne he had sipped on mingled in my mouth, his gentle kiss soothing all my tension. The kiss didn't last long, just enough to make a point. As our lips parted, his burning gaze met mine. "Because you don't trust that I trust you." His words nearly made my head spin, and I couldn't help but laugh. "Are you trying out a new tongue twister on me?" He raised an eyebrow. "I know plenty of tongue twisters. Want to hear them?" I hugged him tightly, knowing he was trying to cheer me up. Edward pulled me into his arms. "But my love, do you have any idea about this situation?" I frowned. "It's strange. I'm sure no one else touched that document. Of course, I can't rule out someone sneaking into the study to modify it while I wasn't there. But right before the meeting started, I checked every single document, and there were no issues." Edward's expression grew serious. "Oh." I huffed. "Anyway, when we get back, we need to get to the bottom of this. There can't be any mishaps at tomorrow's dinner. Whoever sabotaged my perfect planning would have to pay." Edward and I returned to the Pact's villa and summoned all the staff for questioning. Seeing the crowded hall, my head began to ache. It would take forever to check each person one by one. I waved the next person forward, and this Omega brought unexpected news. Chase had been to the study. Edward had long held a grudge against him. On hearing this, he snorted, "Bring Chase to me." Before the words had settled, Blake burst through the main entrance, his face filled with urgency. "Alpha!" Edward frowned. "Where have you been? Forget it. Just bring me that bastard Chase." Blake wiped the sweat from his brow and spoke anxiously. He's dead!" Aurora's POV. What the hell happened here? When we rushed into Chase's room, we found his flat on the floor with no visible wounds on his body. After the Pact's doctor gave him a once-over, a tiny silver needle was found stuck into his chest. A one-way ticket to the afterlife. It was so strange. Chase was a beta, with a mass of strength and skills. How did someone manage to off him in his room with something so small, and without making any noise? "Did any of you hear anything odd coming from this room earlier?" Edward asked the servants. He maintained a cool composure. They shook their heads. "Beta Chases wasn't up for attending your alliance meeting this morning. He has just been holed up in his room all day. We didn't hear any strange noises outside." "How'd you find out he was dead?" I turned to Blake, who still looked incredibly worried. Taking a deep breath, Blake slowly spoke. "I had wrapped up the alliance meeting and wanted to invite Beta Chase to the dinner. I pushed the door open and there he was, on the ground." Blake's face was full of concern, and I understood what was eating at him. We'd just nailed the alliance meeting and now the previous Alpha's Beta kicks the bucket in his room. Even if Edward had nothing to do with it, folks would be quick to pin the blame on the new Alpha, who wasn't exactly Chase's friend. Edward must have realized that too. Frowning, he spoke in a cold voice. Beta Chase tampered with the contract at the meeting. He should have faced the music. But now... Hold up, honey. I grabbed his hand to stop him from continuing. I sighed, putting on a sad face for the guards and servants. "It's a real shame we lost Beta Chase. Let's move him somewhere safe for now, and we'll lay him to rest after the dinner." Edward looked at me and I flashed him a wink. Luckily for me, he understood what I meant, even in his current mood. We couldn't treat Chase badly, not when he might have been the one stirring the pot at the meeting. We had no proof, and the issues between Edward and him went further than just personal. It represented the issues between the new Timberwolf pack force that Edward represented and the old guard who backed Chase. Every move Edward made was under the old-timers' and elders' watchful gaze. One wrong step could tilt public opinion and throw more fuel on the fire. Chase's body was taken away quickly. The doctor said they'd take a closer look, and Blake headed off to check the surveillance. He had to check if anyone had been near Chase's room. Edward's mood was heavy. I walked up to him, resting a hand on his shoulder, trying to offer some comfort. "We'll figure this out." He bent down for a hug, resting his head on my shoulder. "Thanks, love. I'd probably have chucked Chase's carcass out if it wasn't for you." I couldn't help but smirk. That would have been satisfying, but would have spelt trouble, I know. Edward's lips curled into a half-smile. "I used to handle things head-on, but ever since you came along, I've found better ways." Feeling a bit smug, I arched an eyebrow and wrapped my arms around his neck. "You better thank me properly once this is all over." "Deal." A cough interrupted us, and I quickly stepped back to see Blake had returned. "What's the news, Blake?" With a grave look, Blake reported, "Check the surveillance. No unusual activity outside Chase's room, but the cameras went black just when he died. A brief power outage." "An outage? That's way too convenient," Edward said, furrowing his brow. I chimed in. "It means the killer didn't just know Chase's habits, but also had the knowledge of our security. Blinding out cameras at a crucial moment takes skill." "Right. This wasn't an outsider. This had to have been an inside job," Edward said, his voice deep. "So what do we do now?" Blake asked, his eyes flicking around anxiously. I stroked my chin. "Looks like we need to start the investigation from scratch. The top priority is making sure the dinner goes off without a hitch." I'd micromanaged everything about this dinner, from the guest list to the menu. But after today's events, I was on edge. I double-checked everything at the venue, and only after confirming all was in order did I let the maids get me dressed. The dinner was in Timberwolf Pack's main hall. When I arrived, guests were already mingling, and Edward, in a crisp white suit that matched my gown, was making small talk with some alphas who had arrived early. "Heard there's been quite the drama today," Edsel said, coming over with a drink in hand. He was on the guest list, too. I took a sip, finally relaxing a bit. "Don't even start. Complete chaos." Looking around, I couldn't spot Julian with him. "Where's Julian? Isn't she with you?" He sheepishly scratched his nose. "She's been acting kinda off lately, like..." "Aurora." Julian's voice cut in and Edsel clammed up. I greeted her with a smile. She was dolled up in a fancy pink dress that didn't suit her complexion but looked exquisite. "Feeling okay, Julian?" "Never better," she replied, coming to a natural stop in front of me, latching onto Edsel's arm. Cheerfully, I teased, "Oh, looks like I might be hearing some good news about you too soon." "I didn't say that," Edsel retorted, ever stubborn. But Julian just laughed it off. The other alphas were probably still yapping about alliance stuff. The whole dinner was going smoothly until a commotion made my heart race again. "The wine's been spiked." A shout went up, followed by a painful groan. One of the alphas' faded suddenly hit the ground. Everyone's eyes were like saucers. "What's going on?" People gasped, but before they could think, several more guests started moaning in pain and fell over. My blood ran cold as I watched the scene unfold. Julian's face went pale, and she collapsed into Edsel's arms. Panic spread throughout the banquet hall. I held on to my wineglass tightly, examining it for tampering, then quickly set it aside, turning my wary eyes to the crowd. One alpha's voice cut sharply through the nous. "Someone's poisoned us!" Aurora's POV. The scene was utter chaos. People were sprawled on the ground, howling in agony, and only a handful of the stronger alphas managed to remain standing. After hearing what the alpha said, Edsel propped Julian up with one hand and took a small sip from the wineglass out on the table. "Damn, this wine has wolfsbane in it." "What?" I gasped at Edsel's words. Everyone knew that wolfsbane was the band of werewolves, and though it had become rare on the continent over time, it could still cause pain, even if it wasn't as lethal as it used to be many years ago. I pinched my thigh hard. The more chaotic it got, the more I needed to keep a cool head. Edward hurried to my side and grabbed my hand. "Are you okay, my love?" I shook my head. "Doesn't seem to affect me much." "You?" "I feel a bit off, but it's nothing serious." Reassured, I turned to the few alphas left in the hall. Their anger was palpable. What the hell kind of safety is this? Won't someone help my wife? My heart sank, and I immediately turned to Edsel. Looks like I need your help, Edsel. Edsel nodded, helped Julian to a nearby seat, and quickly started searching for ways to counteract the wolfsbane. Luckily, we had a potions expert on hand, and with my theoretical knowledge, we quickly devised a plan. We instructed those who hadn't been poisoned to gather the ingredients, and we started to make the antidote in the banquet hall. What was once a grand and solemn setting had turned into a scene of absurdity. Fine cutlery was replaced by an assortment of tools, and Edsy and I worked in tandem. He measured the precise quantities for the antidote, while I stirred rapidly, ensuring each component was mixed thoroughly. Time slipped through our fingers, and the ticking of the hall clock seemed to pound in everyone's chest. I could even feel my heartbeat racing. Finally, after the last ingredient, we had a pale green liquid. Quick, get everyone to drink this, I urged. We can't trust anything from the Timberwolf pack anymore. That's right. The few still standing voiced their discontent, their harsh words echoing loudly in the now silent hall. I frowned. Without hesitation, Edward grabbed the bottle from my hand, poured some into a glass, and downed it. After a moment, he spoke. It's fine. I feel much better now. Before anyone else could question it, Edward raised his voice. All poisoned members of Timberwolf Pack will take the antidote first, then the guests. The alphas calmed down and quietly waited for our people to be treated. I poured some antidote into a glass and handed it to Edsel, who held it to Julian's lips. Drink this. Oh, I think I'm fine now. I suddenly feel much better, Julian said, smoothing her hair and standing up. I was somewhat stunned. Julian had keeled over into Edsel's arms just moments ago. Edsel looked surprised. Are you sure you're okay? Julian grinned and nodded. Must have been a passing effect. I feel great now, thanks, my love. Edsel frowned. Better safe than sorry, no harm in drinking it. Oh no, I've always hated medicine since I was a kid, Julian insisted. Seeing she genuinely looked all right, we let it go. Soon the poisoned members of Timberwolf Pack had all recovered after drinking the antidote, and the quests, now reassured, followed suit. Once everyone was more or less back to normal, a new drama began. This is horrific. Are you trying to kill us all? I've never seen such a thing before. Does the Timberwolf Pack want to poison us and take over the continent? Accusations flew from every corner, and my mind was still reeling from the ordeal when the new wave hit. We will investigate this thoroughly and explain everything, Edward said gravely, but to no effect. It was the first time I'd seen anyone disrespect Edward, the powerful alpha, but given the grave situation and high-status guests, it wasn't surprising. I bit my lip, my mind racing. Something was off. Ever since this morning, I felt like someone in the shadows had been derailing all my plans. The documents, the wine, things I'd personally handled. Could it be that I was the real target? Hopefully Alpha Edward will thoroughly check his people. After all, wolfsbane isn't fatal, and this incident benefits no one at the Timberwolf Pack. You might want to take a closer look at those around you, a relatively calm Alpha said, glancing my way as he finished. My heart skipped a beat. With so many coincidences, anyone would suspect me. Many realized that everything at the banquet, including the food and wine, had been prepared by me, and all the guests knew it. I stepped forward and bowed deeply. Though it may sound weak, I can assure everyone that I have no reason to do such a thing and will catch the real culprit as soon as possible. What you say goes, huh? You prepared the documents this morning, too. Timberwolf Pack sure has a fine Luna. Little Pack upstart doesn't know anything. Who knows what schemes you're plotting? Whispers filled the air, reminding me of the embarrassment I felt at my birthday party at 16 when I hadn't awoken as a werewolf. Only now, it was even harder to defend myself. My fingers were icy, and I bit my lip unconsciously until a warm hand enveloped my trembling ones. I looked up into a pair of gentle brown eyes. Don't worry, my love, I always believe in you. Edward's voice steadied me. He squeezed my fingers gently, then turned to face the guests. 3 days. In 3 days, at the Celestial Court, I will give everyone an explanation. Aurora's POV. Damn, I haven't been this speechless in a long time, I grumbled, pacing back and forth in the study, arms crossed. Edsel shot me a surprised look when he walked in. "I've never seen you lose your cool like this. I thought you always had everything under control," he said, sipping his tea and casually taking a seat. Edward's absolute trust in me meant that he didn't let today's events faze him. He even comforted me before heading off to smooth things over with the newly allied alphas. But that didn't mean I wasn't responsible. I clenched my teeth. That sneaky jerk had meddled with my stuff right under my nose without me noticing. This is ridiculous. I turned to Blake. "Where's Chase right now?" Blake seemed caught off guard by my question. "He's temporarily in the PAC's hospital. The doctors are looking into it." "Why are you suddenly asking about that?" Edsel raised an eyebrow, puzzled. I furrowed my brow in thought. Maybe it's just a hunch, but I have a feeling that today's events are all connected. Someone switched the files, killed Chase, and then poisoned us at the party with something non-lethal. What's the angle? I started piecing things together in my head. Huh? Are we sure Chase isn't the one who switched the files? Blake chimed in. If he did, I doubt he'd have stayed so calm in his room, let alone allow himself to be killed by someone else. I tapped my chin. I'm more inclined to believe he stumbled upon something, so they shut him up. That's a fresh take, Edsel said, intrigued by my theory. Blake, take me to the surveillance room. But Miss Aurora, the cameras by Chase's door malfunctioned during that time. I chuckled. I'm not interested in that footage. I'm looking for something else. A few minutes later, Edsel and I were in the surveillance room. I frowned at him. Why are you here? Don't you need to keep an eye on Julian? I'm helping you out, aren't I? Julian and I aren't that close yet, and besides, she's fine, he shrugged. I teased him. Not close enough? How close do you need to get? Focus on your footage. Timberwolf Pack is falling apart, Edsel grumbled, his mood souring. My spirits lifted and I turned my attention to the surveillance videos. I wasn't looking for the footage of Chase being attacked, or the one by his room door. I wanted the footage from the study, the kitchen, Chase's room, where all of the incidents took place. The culprit cleverly destroyed parts of the footage before acting, but the mansion's cameras are interconnected. It's not as simple as cutting a piece to hide the truth. If we analyze the movement patterns of people in the surrounding area, we can figure out who went in and out of all of these places. This is going to take a while. How can you even remember all this? Edsel frowned after I explained my plan. I squinted at the screens. I forgot to mention my biggest strength is my memory. It took about 2 hours to go through the footage. Edsel had dozed off on the table. Edward, done with his duties, had come up behind me at some point. Strong arms wrapped around me as I leaned into the familiar scent that filled my nostrils. You've worked hard, Aurora. I rested quietly in his arms, eyes closed. Aren't you going to ask what I'm up to? His chuckle warmed my ear before his lips pressed a kiss to my forehead. You're so smart. What's there to worry about? All I need to do is protect you. I opened my eyes. That sounds romantic, but don't you want to contribute to solving today's issues? I've already contributed, my love, Edward said, pulling out a document from his jacket, a hint of hurt in his voice. Chase's autopsy report. I quickly grabbed it and started reading. The cause of Chase's death was indeed the silver needle to the chest. No questions there. But the report showed signs of poisoning before the fatal injury, a drug called Silent Dream. What's this? I had never heard of it. A colorless, odorless sedative. In the right dose, it can put a strong werewolf to sleep, Edward explained, and I kept listening. He glanced at Edsel, who was blissfully asleep at the table, and continued. In small doses, though, it helps with sleep and eases some pain, like the pain from a curse. My eyes widened. You mean Edsel has Silent Dream? Edward nodded. Right. The first time his curse flared up, I noticed he had it in his bag. Must be pretty handy for him. You suspect him? Not really. That surprised me, and I blinked. He has no reason to do this, my love, Edward smiled at me. You're mine now. Why would he go against me and risk hurting you? I rolled my eyes, not expecting that line of logic. But the info Edward brought forward did clear some things up. I also have something to share with you, my love. I pulled him to sit next to me and played the surveillance video. That's how I pieced it together, I explained my line of reasoning. After putting it all together, I found someone who had been to all 3 locations these past few days. I tapped the screen a few times, zooming in on the image. The woman appeared in the hallway from the fall to the kitchen, at the entrance of the pact study, and on the corridor from the guest rooms to Chase's room. Julian San? Edsel's POV. I was jerked awake by the chatter of Aurora and Edward, those two workaholics. Just before hitting the hay, I checked my phone. It was already 2 a.m. For a guy who usually had a regular and healthy routine, this was pushing it. Monitoring the security footage was as dull as dishwater, practically hypnotic. Before I knew it, I'd crashed out on the desk. I cracked an eye open as they were gabbing away about the case and just laid there quietly listening until a woman's figure popped up on the screen. I couldn't help but blurt out, "Julian San? When did you wake up?" "You scared the crap out of me," Aurora exclaimed, equally startled. I frowned, not bothering with niceties. "What's the deal here? All this is connected to Julian?" Aurora looked a bit sheepish, glanced at Edward, then laid it out straight. "Afraid so, Edsel. Julian's the only one who's been near the kitchen, the study, and Chase's room these past few days. And," she hesitated, then continued, "given your past, if she wanted to swipe Silent Dream, it'd be a piece of cake." "What are you talking about?" I shot up, my tone so stern and peeved I even startled myself. I was fuming, ticked off over a woman I didn't even like, at another one I used to have a thing for. Edward gave me this look like he'd clock me if I didn't chill out. I took a deep breath and turned to Aurora. "I can't see Julian doing something like that." "Neither do I," Aurora blinked. "Huh?" I was flummoxed. She shook her head. "I don't expect your memory to be as sharp as mine, but you haven't forgotten the huge mess we had on our hands before in the forest, have you?" My mind raced back to when we were investigating the werewolf disappearances and stumbled upon Lindy Flay. Next thing I know, I'm drugged with Silent Dream, and that Lindy chick was Daisy in disguise. "So Julian is now a fake?" I blurted out, all of her strange behavior these past few days finally making sense. "That's what we're trying to figure out. Have you noticed anything off with her lately?" Off, that was an understatement. My thoughts were a jumbled mess. "You start. Why do you think that?" Aurora nodded. "It's about what happened at the party. The Celestial Quartz thing is pretty useless against strong alphas, and while Julian isn't one, she's alphas level strong. I never even saw him drink the wine before she collapsed." "Yeah," I nodded in agreement. "Even stranger, she refused your antidote." The truth seemed to be surfacing, and that weird feeling I'd had lately was finally making sense. Ever since the day she stormed out of the pack, all pissed off because of me, Julian had been acting all weird around me. She's not chasing after me like she used to. She doesn't tease me with her words anymore, and she seems much more frail, always disappearing without a trace. And then there was that Doc snoozing away in her room. That's when it hit me. All the odd stuff going on lately. Damn it, ever since we hooked up, just seeing her face gets me all stirred up inside. It's got me so distracted that I only just noticed something being off. Let's shed some light on Julian's true face. "What did you want to talk about so early in the morning, my love?" The Julian in front of me looked puzzled, those black eyes soft and docile. Sitting across from her, I wanted to slap myself silly. How could I have been blind to her strangeness these days? Gentle and docile were the last words I'd associate with the real Julian. "I know why, bro. Love's blind, ain't it?" "Zip it, Bruno." I cleared my throat and took a sip of my coffee. "Nothing much, just wanted to chat about when we should have the wedding." "Wedding?" she echoed a beat too late, then quickly caught on. "You call the shots, but I think we should find that damn witch first. How about we get hitched after that?" I laughed to myself. Her act was full of holes. The real Julian would have run laps around the garden at the mere mention of marriage. Keeping it cool, I continued, "I'm with you, my love, but that witch is a tough cookie, especially with Daisy helping her now." "True, but I'm sure you guys can handle it," she said without missing a beat. I leaned in with a sly grin. "Speaking of Daisy, did you know something Aurora told me in confidence?" "What's that?" Julian leaned in, curiosity piqued. Internally chuckling, I kept a straight face. "Daisy stole Aurora's ex-fiancé Henry, right? We all thought Aurora cut ties, but Henry's still smitten. He even said he'd get rid of Daisy's baby for Aurora." "What did you say?" She bolted upright, eyes bulging, rage contorting her face as her hand slapped the table. "Whoa, What's with the big reaction? It's just gossip. I barely held back a laugh, still playing along. She caught herself and composed her face. I just think Henry's a jerk. You know I can't stand this stuff. Right. I chuckled, finishing my coffee. The answer was clear as day. We'd been unsure whether this Julian imposter was the witch Amaika, Daisy Hall, or someone other stooge, but her reaction gave her away. Daisy Hall, no doubt. Following Aurora's advice, I didn't blow her cover right then. With the answers I needed, I hurried to the study. We had to nip this in the bud fast. Timberwold Pact's reputation wasn't my concern. I was worried sick about the real Julian. Lucas's POV. When the hell are you going to let me go, you damn jerk? At your age, you're still living in La La Land. Just wait till I get out. The first thing I'll do is tell my dad to knock some sense into you and strip you of your delusions of grandeur. Frowning, I glared at the woman before me, Julian San. It's been 2 days since I snatched her up, and this wretched witch has been relentlessly cursing me out ever since. She still has her uses to me for now, otherwise, I'd have snapped her neck already. Full of energy, isn't she? Henry quipped from beside me, earning a scoff from me. Let her rant. In a few days, when she's no longer of any use, I'll strangle her myself. A few days? Henry cocked his head, his pea-brain clueless about who Julian was. Don't ask what you don't need to know. Julian is the only daughter of the Alpha from the Hummingbird pack, groomed to be the successor no less. Having their precious girl in my clutches allows me to play them like a fiddle, doesn't it? We're partners now. No need for this hostility, Henry said, trying to sound respectful, but the way he touched his nose told me he wasn't thrilled with my response. I replied icily, I'll honor our partnership, but mind your own business when it comes to things you shouldn't pry into. That day, while Henry and Daisy were out hunting for targets, I snuck out behind them, making excuses and proposing another deal. Flashback. In the cramped house we rented, not a day went by without me plotting to regain my rightful place. My plans were tangled like a spider's web, with Amaika, the powerful witch, at the center. I've relied on her abilities for years, but her unpredictability irked me. I hate not having control over things. Damn, I'm way too entangled with this madwoman, I cursed under my breath. My power was returning nicely. Perhaps it was time to make my next move. I followed Henry and Daisy out on their mission. Henry, Daisy, I cut to the chase. I have a proposition. Help me break free from Amaika's control and restore my power, and I'll restore your noble status. Henry's eyes sparkled, and without hesitation, he eagerly agreed. We'll help you, but you better keep your word. Typical Henry. Just as I expected, he agreed swiftly. Daisy hesitated, her eyes darting between Henry and me, clearly torn by some remaining loyalty to Amaika. After all, her power came from the witch. Daisy, once my power is restored, the entire continent will be mine. You can have whatever you want, not just a Luna position, but a whole pack if you wish. Plus, I leaned in closer, the magic you've learnt will be the key to our success. As we conspired, Julian stumbled in like a headless chicken. It was a gift from the moon goddess herself. I remembered Daisy had learned the art of disguise, and I needed a way back into Timberwolf Pack. Then this surprise fell from the sky. Julian was shocked and turned to run, but in a blink, I was behind her, pinning her to the ground. What the hell are you doing? She yelled while struggling. What are you doing with her? The dimwit Henry asked, but Daisy and I already exchanged a knowing look. This opportunity was too good. Daisy, I turned to her, eyes steady. Your magic is needed now. Finally, Daisy nodded, convinced. I knew with us working together, the patch back to Timberwolf Pack was wide open. My grand plan to unify the continent was within reach. Flashback ends. You better not be having some whore doing disgusting stuff with my face. Julian was tied up in here, her werewolf strength subdued by some concoction I got from Amaika, leaving her with nothing but her shrill voice to insult me. I sneered, disgusting stuff? Maybe even more revolting than you can imagine. You damn old bastard. I don't have time for her. My perfect plan was about to come to fruition. How's Daisy doing? I glanced at Henry. She's saying it's almost done. So far, Timberwolf Pack hasn't noticed she's a fake. I smiled. Excellent. Daisy says Edward's calling a meeting in 3 days to explain things. Henry snickered. The idiot's probably racking his brain without a clue what's going on. I laughed out loud. Who would have thought my carefully groomed son would turn out to be such a disappointment, just like his mother, always so naive? Tell Daisy to be at that meeting without fail in 3 days, and to point out all of Edward's crimes. I'll make a secret appearance then. Got it. Henry chuckled. I thought you were just strong, but you're also a master of schemes. Playing the victim and accusing your son of trying to harm you for the inheritance, Edward won't be able to talk his way out of it even if he had 100 mouths. Yes, let Daisy slowly destroy Edward's reputation, and then I'll come on stage and accuse him. I'll smoothly take back my Timberwolf pack. Just Chase. He's a good beta, but too rigid. When he stumbled upon Daisy in the study, he thought about reporting to Edward. To keep our plan under wraps, Daisy had to kill him. A shame to lose a beta who stood by me for over a decade, but sacrifices are a part of any great journey, aren't they? I returned to my room to stay sharp for the upcoming meeting. 3 days flew by, and as expected, good news came from Daisy's end. Everything was going smoothly. Stepping back into the central lands of the Celestial Court, all eyes were on me, but I instantly saw Daisy, back in her true form, standing in the middle of the room. Damn it, what happened? Aurora's POV. Lately, it feels like I'm always in a meeting, but this one is the cream of the crop. I've poured my entire heart into this, and I can't wait to kick it off. It's showtime. That witch Daisy is about to get unmasked in front of everyone, and oh boy, are we ready to drop a bomb on Lucas. You know what they say, you gotta pick yourself up right where you crashed and burned. And since all this drama started at the Celestia Court, it's only fitting we hold our little get-together here. I was double-checking the guest list, and would you believe it? We've got a bigger crowd than the last Alliance meeting. But no surprise there. Just open your phone, and you'll see folks itching to catch up on the latest dirt on Timberwolf Pack. Ever since Lucas pulled his vanishing act, the rumors about Edward have been piling up like dirty laundry. Everyone knows those two have been against each other for years. Edward's never tried to hide his disdain, even outright hate for his old man. The rumor right now is that Lucas was killed by his flesh and blood. Taking over the pack had been an uphill battle for Edward. He managed to win some brownie points with the whole Spiritual Spring saga and even got the Pack Alliance ball rolling. But with the latest turn of events, it's like we're back at square one. Our reputation was once again in the mud. Where's that kid Edsel run off to now? Edward slides up next to me after talking with some guests, bending down to whisper in my ear. He's off doing what he's gotta do, I say, curving my lips into a smirk. Edsel has stepped up this time. And you? Are you all set, Edward? Ready to spill the beans in front of everyone? I take his hand, looking deep into his eyes. Edward doesn't look like he's carrying the weight of the world like I thought he would. He blinks calmly. I've been waiting for this day forever. Don't sweat it, my love. We share a quick kiss before diving back into our tasks. Despite the chaos lately, we are syncing up more than ever. Aurora, need a hand with anything? Right on cue, just before the grand opening, the faux Julian finally makes her grand entrance, making a beeline for me. I can't help but snicker internally, but I keep my face neutral, putting on a polite smile. There's nothing left to do, Julian, but it was incredibly kind of you to ask. She flashes a smile. Of course, we are friends, aren't we? Why wouldn't I lend a hand? I almost burst out laughing. Julian and I being friends wasn't the joke. It's Daisy, this clingy, shameless piece of work, still managing to spew that line with a straight face in front of me. I can't wait to sit back and enjoy the show. The meeting kicks off without a hitch once everyone's in place. Edward takes the head seat with me by his side. He starts with a recap of the drama at the banquet, then lays out why Timberwolf Pack had no business doing any of that. Besides, Edward wraps up, slouching back in his chair like he always does, all cool and in control. I wouldn't be dumb enough to poison folks at my party and hand you all of the evidence on a silver platter. After his speech, some of the banquet victims start whispering amongst themselves. Edward and I are in no rush. We just sit back and wait for them to wind down. Then, one of the alphas speaks up. We hear you, but that won't wipe the slate clean. What everyone wants to know is, have you caught the perpetrator? I let out a soft chuckle, keeping my cool. Oh, we've got the culprit, all right. They are right here among us. The crowd erupts, everyone's heads whipping around. I catch a glimpse of Julian staying calm, her face showing no emotion. It's time to cut the suspense. I stand up, commanding the room's attention, and begin to make a grand introduction. Folks, before we point fingers, let me introduce a new ally. Aggie Hummingbird Pack's alpha heiress, Julian San. I gesture for Julian to take the stage. She came to me with this stipulation before the meeting. Observing her closely, it's clear Daisy hasn't changed a bit, still hopelessly dim-witted. Before the meeting, she found me and started talking about joining the Pack Alliance. A woman who just days ago claimed she couldn't make calls is suddenly ready to jump on board. It's hilarious, really. I'm curious about her motive, and then she offers to help us clear the air at the meeting, to speak up as an alpha's daughter and earn everyone's trust. The whole act is pointless, but it lets me see what Daisy wants. She wants a chance to speak in public. That was the last piece of the puzzle. The rest of her and Lucas's plan isn't hard to figure out. I bet Lucas is pulling her strings and making her trash our good name, using her to make Edward's supposed plot look legitimate. That way, Edward gets the boot and Lucas waltzes back in, all high and mighty. I gotta hand it to them. I've been racking my brain over how Lucas would attack next, and he went with a sly, underhanded move. But I've got a trick up my sleeve. I'm going to turn their game on its head. I lift my gaze, and there's Julian, confidently rising, nodding to the crowd and launching into her spiel. My name is Julian San, from Aggie Hummingbird Pack. I'm here to tell you all some information that only I know about, things about Lucas. Aurora's POV. The moment she says his name, the room is abuzz. Lucas's name hasn't been spoken in ages, and here she is bringing him up right in front of Edward, catching everyone's attention. I've been staying with the Timberwolf Pack. I'm friends with Aurora and Edward. But it breaks my heart to say they seem to be up to no good. As I friend, I shouldn't say anything, but as a proper alpha's daughter, I must expose them. Her tone is all passion and grief. The room is audibly buzzing. Did Edward kill Lucas? Her pack's reputation is strong. Looks like Timberwolf Pack is in for a shakeup. Julian scans the room, satisfied, then belts out, "What I want to reveal is the cold-hearted way Edward Anderson ousted his father from the pack and killed members, including dear Beta Chase." Gaps from all around, but not for the reasons Julian thinks. I can't help but smirk, looking her dead in the eye. Long time no see, Daisy? Oh, what the heck happened to her face? Is this some kind of sorcery? That face looks so familiar. Isn't that Daisy Hall, the one who betrayed our pack? Gasps and whispers erupted throughout the meeting hall, eyes glued to Daisy's face. And there it was, no more hiding. Daisy Hall, the woman whose name was Mud among our world kin. Daisy seemed rattled, bringing her hand up to her face. Then her eyes shook violently and she froze, mumbling, "How can this be?" What's happening? I couldn't help but sneer, standing up and pointing right at her. So it was you witch, behind the chaos these past few days. Before Daisy could even process what was happening, Blake had already played the footage on the big screen, showing Daisy with Julian's face at key locations within our pack. That's impossible. I deleted those videos. Daisy stammered, clearly thrown off balance. I almost burst into laughter, continuing in a light tone. Indeed, you did erase the crucial footage from the surveillance. What you're looking at now is a video we reshot with an Amaika disguised as you. Daisy's face turned a nasty shade of pale as the room filled with chuckles. Surprised? You didn't recognize Julian's back, did you? You couldn't even tell the real from the fake. Aurora Frost, you despicable bitch, damn it! Daisy screamed hysterically, her food already on the table, ready to lunge at me. But Blake, our loyal Beta, pinned her to the table without a second thought. The crowd was silently stunned by the unfolding drama until I took a deep breath and started explaining. 5 days ago, our dear friend Julian San left the pack for some reason. And then an imposter arrived, using my friend's identity to get close to us and steal the silent dream drug. Next thing we know, she drugs our pack doctor, sneaks into the study, and tempers with the contract. I pulled out the doctored contract while speaking this instant content-altering trick. Only sorcery could do it, and, as you've all just witnessed, this woman here is well versed in it. What the hell are you talking about? What did you do to my face? Daisy was losing her cool, clearly unable to fathom how I'd exposed her real face to everyone. That was all thanks to Edsel's handiwork. 3 days ago, during their coffee morning, he had slipped a measured dose of a potion that eroded her magic slowly until it completely stopped working after 3 days. I just smiled. I had no interest in acknowledging her and continued my calm narration, detailing the absurd contract situation and the poisoning incident at the banquet, painting the full picture for everyone. After I finished, silence engulfed the room. It was a lot to take in, after all. Suddenly, the crowd stirred, and whispers turned to murmurs. Confused, I glanced at Edward, who surged from his seat, veins bulging in his neck, and he stared down the person at the entrance. I followed the collective gaze. Lucas? Lucas's unexpected appearance hinted at their plan. Even with Julian's identity, Daisy's word was just a single narrative, enough to sow doubt but not fully convince people. But if the person in question stepped in to accuse us, that would be damning. Too bad for Lucas. His right-hand Daisy had already lost the game before he even arrived. I quickly masked my surprise with a smirk, watching Lucas's shocked face. He hesitated, but it was too late to leave now. Lucas was, after all, the man who'd fooled everyone. He composed himself swiftly, stepping forward to address the room amidst the hushed whispers, his stance calm and assured. "My esteemed fellows," he began, voice steady and tinged with sorrow, "I stand before you today as a victim, seeking justice." I heard Edward's snort of disdain next to me, squeezing his hand in response. As Lucas spoke, the room fell silent again, all eyes on him. He continued, "The son I raised and taught with care has done something heartbreaking. He has not only hurt me, but also threatened the integrity of our pack, endangering all Wolfkund across the continent." Watching his passionate speech, I was struck with déjà vu. He'd given similar speeches at major events, always rallying support. It was ironic how convincing he used to be before I knew Edward. "I've been attacked by my flesh and blood, forced to wander until I could return, only to find that my son has taken everything from me." The crowd buzzed again, his narrative fitting their speculations. Amid the chaos, Daist became almost irrelevant. Without hard evidence linking her to Lucas, her story was sidelined as the pack debated the truth of Lucas's claims. Many eyes turned to Edward, waiting for his response. I knew it was time. I caressed Edward's cheek gently, smiling, "Go on, my love." He nodded, stepping up to face Lucas, fearless and resolute, as the big screen lit up behind him, displaying his mother's poetry book, Aurora's POV. "Is that Luna's poetry collection?" Lucky for us, Lucas is well known enough that this last collection of poems written by Edward's mother before her passing is quite famous. Many from the Wolf clans have read this book. "What do you mean?" Lucas initially looked puzzled. Then he stated, eyeing Edward warily, seeming confused about what his son was up to. I snorted in disdain. This jerk Lucas doesn't grasp the deeper meaning of the poetry collection. He never really cared about Edward or his mother. Edward, now facing his father again, remained calm and didn't engage with him. Instead, he turns to the others. "This is the last poetry collection my mother left behind before her death. It seems ordinary at a glance, but..." I can see Lucas's expression change, as if he stopped breathing, his eyes fixating on Edward. Edward smirked with contempt and continued, "After being rearranged by my brilliant Luna, the poetry collection reveals its secrets like this." The big screen shows a demonstration video made by Blake, clearly displaying the process of deciphering the poetry collection. Next, we put Edward's mother's diary on display for everyone to see. No, it wasn't me. Lucas didn't expect this seemingly mundane collection to hide information so damaging to him, even exposing his ties with a witch. He started to panic and began to shout, "How could this happen?" Oh, no wonder Lucas suddenly got so much stronger than before. It was because of that. From the murmurs around us, it's not hard to tell that many are beginning to doubt their favorable impressions of Lucas. I pick up the documents and walk over to Edward, solemnly handing them to him, and then standing by his side. Edward raised the documents. "This is what I found after taking over the Timberwolf pack, the great Lucas's plans from before all of this. These were found in poor Beta Chase's room. Edward shows everyone the documents. I had found them when I returned to Beta Chase's room. He was incredibly loyal, hiding them in a very secret spot, but what he didn't expect was to inadvertently become a stumbling block in Lucas's schemes and to be discarded by Lucas without a second thought. And Lucas probably didn't expect that abandoning Chase would put him in danger. Beta Chase was a reliable man. His room was filled with records of Lucas's past words and their plans. Chase had documented everything word for word, including how to seize others' resources and become the ruler of the entire continent. Edward's voice was forceful, pounding like war drums on the hearts of the alphas present. These documents, along with the poetry collection, obviously serve as strong evidence. Many alphas stood up and started condemning Lucas's actions. His complexion grew darker, his expression was more ferocious. He stepped towards us, grinding his teeth. Edward takes a step forward to shield me, facing Lucas, who hisses through clenched teeth in a voice only the three of us can hear. "I warn you, Julian San is still in my grip. One message from me, and our people will snap her neck." "Are you threatening me?" Edward narrowed his eyes, weighing whether he could act faster than the message could be sent. I frowned, grabbing his hand and shaking my head. "We can't risk Julian's life. It's too dangerous." Lucas notices my gesture and, as if reclaiming control, pushes further. "Now, tell everyone the earlier incident was a lie, just a simple father-son quarrel, then restore my position." Edward laughs out of anger, his hand trembling in mine as if he was about to explode. Just then, an eagerly awaited voice came from the entrance, sounding very lively. "Lucas, I'm going to kill you, you old bastard." Perfect. Julian's voice was exactly what I needed to hear to feel reassured. Julian's loud voice instantly overpowered the discussion in the room, drawing everyone's attention. I look over and see Julian looking slightly disheveled, with some blood on her, but otherwise spirited. She had Edsel's jacket on her shoulder. Overall, she seems to be okay. Edsel, startled by her loud voice, somewhat helplessly steadied her by the arm. Before anyone can react, Julian rushes over to Daisy, pushing a bewildered Blake aside and slaps Daisy across the face. Hard. The sharp sound echoes with Julian's roar, "Bitch!" using my face to do all of these disgusting things. Daisy is struck dumbfounded, and I can't help but cover my face with a wry smile. Wanting to settle scores, Julian strides over to Lucas. I rushed after her, knowing that even in her fury, she was no match for Lucas, but her actions enraged the man who was on the edge of collapse. Lucas let out a furious roar and let out an unimaginable surge of power, sending Julian flying away from him. Edsel leapt up and caught her, bringing her into his arms. Lucas's outburst sends ripples through the previously calm meeting. Edward immediately moved to subdue Lucas, and several alphas, now clued in on some truths from the recent events, no longer hesitated to help, especially the 9-pack Alliance alphas, who almost instantly jumped in to assist Edward. I tell Edsel to take Julian aside to rest for a moment, then call to Grace in my mind, joining the fray. With a roar, Edward's claws aim straight for Lucas's throat. Any consideration of father-son ties they might have had before is now nothing after all that's happened. Lucas, agile as ever, dodges and lunges at me. I curse under my breath and instantly conjure an ice shield in front of me. "Damn it! He's still after my life!" I took a step back and placed my hand on the ground, letting the power of frost travel along the floor and freeze Lucas's legs, halting his movements. He looks at me, surprised, obviously not expecting me to have grown so strong since our scuffle in the palace. "Give it up, Lucas. Your time is over." I smirk. Lucas howled in defiance. "Impossible." I pause, then feel all my power dissipate in an instant. He shifts into his wolf form, larger than any wolf I've ever seen, with a daunting aura that intimidates the dozen alphas present. Damn, when did his power get so freaking strong? Aurora's POV. The place was a total mess. Guests were running faster than a pack of scared rabbits, and the once swanky courtyard was all chaos and clangs, with the racket of chairs and tables clashing together and beastly roars that gave people chills. The loudest? Lucas, who was absolutely flipping his lid. Once upon a time, his name was practically a synonym for war machine. After all, he turned the Timberwolf pack into the toughest army around, thanks to his power. We got a taste of his new power in the place, but man, he is on a whole new level now, a true tornado of doom. It felt like the very air was about to crack. Edward and I shot each other a look before diving into the fray. Grace's power was like a light show on my hands. I felt as if I was painting the air with strokes of blue. I threw everything I had at Lucas, trying to end his relentless assault, Edward had gone full werewolf, his fangs out and ready to tear into Lucas with power only a top-tier bloodline could muster. But Lucas was a one-man hurricane, zipping around with a strength that made no sense for his size. Edward, me, and a couple of other powerful alphas couldn't even lay a finger on him. "Edward," I yelled, ducking from a wild swing from Lucas, then locked eyes with Edward. "We can't drag this out." This was way out of left field, and the odds were stacked against us. Never in my wildest dreams did I think Lucas would get this strong this fast. Dragging things out was only going to drain us. Edward let out a roar, which I took as his understanding. He leaped in front of me, blocking another of Lucas's punches. "Babe, it looks like it's time to go all in." I bit my lip and nodded. Grace was running on fumes, my frost tricks were getting old, and Lucas was still going strong. Time to pull out all the stops. Watching Lucas like a hawk, I didn't flinch when his claws came for me. A searing pain shot up my arm. I bit back a scream, watching the blood run, and grabbed his shoulder with my good hand. "Aurora!" Edward's voice was full of worry. "Get behind me!" I shook my head with a fierce look. "No, we end this together." I wasn't about to sideline myself, not when I had just as much want for revenge. I wanted in on the action. Grace's power went supernova, and with it, the air turned frostier. My hands worked overtime, the cold biting into Lucas's shoulder. He howled like he'd been gutted, and I pushed harder, not giving an inch. Edward understood what was happening and sprang into action, ready to serve Lucas the final blow. But then Lucas flashed a wicked grin like he knew something we didn't. My jaw dropped, and before I could process it, he was on the move. My ice should have frozen him in place, but no, he shrugged it off like it was nothing. No, throwing a punch that knocked Edward's hit off course and sent me flying like a rag doll. I peeled myself off the ground, my arm throbbing. Edward, who was on par with me with the pain, wobbled to his feet. "Sorry, Aurora," he murmured, guilt filling his tone. "What are you on about? We're in this together, remember?" I managed a laugh, looking straight at him. Side by side, we braced for Lucas' next move, but then the tables turned. Lucas went from cocky to wobbly in a heartbeat. His body shook like a leaf, and his skin wrinkled up like a prune. His roars turned to whimpers as he clutched his chest, body twitching as if full of electricity. "What's happening to him?" The few alphas still standing muttered, their eyes wide. Caught off guard, I stared at Lucas, a light bulb going off in my head. "A witch," I whispered. His power was way too high. It was probably some secondhand stuff from Amaika. And now, for whatever reason, it's eating him alive. Lucas's bellows faded into pitiful whines as he hit the dirt, looking like time had steamrolled him. He gasped, his eyes bulging with disbelief. "This can't be. I was invincible." His voice was barely a whisper, almost like he was fading away. I took a deep breath and approached the fallen tyrant with Edward, my heart racing. Lucas wasn't just wrinkling on the outside. He was crumbling to dust, his power slipping away like sand through his fingers. "Turns out your power trip was a one-way ticket to nowhere, Lucas," I said, my voice a mix of pity and disgust. "You couldn't handle the heat, so it burned you up." Edward shifted back to human form, his face as serious as a judge as he looked down at Lucas. "Power without limits is just self-destruction, dear old dad." Lucas's breath grew shallow, his eyes lost their fire, and with a final shiver, she let out one last sigh and lay still. A once mighty alpha had met a sorry end. "It's finally over," I sighed, feeling Edward's grip on my healing arm. He raised an eyebrow. "Not quite yet, my love." He nodded towards the corner, and I followed his gaze to see Daisy, looking like she'd seen a ghost, guarded by a few of our men. I narrowed my eyes, wiped the blood off my face, and walked over. "Time to settle the score, Daisy." My teeth were grinding together. This woman had been a thorn in my side since day one, challenging me over and over. It was high time I ended her. Daisy's eyes were a mix of terror and despair. I reached out with a smirk, but then a fog rolled in out of nowhere. I froze. This was a classic Amaika move, except it was coming right from Daisy. Had she cut a deal with the witch? Before I could puzzle it out, Daisy yelled, "Someone save me, please." My heart sank. I knew this was bad. I reached out to stop her, but then a thick fog swallowed the whole yard. That familiar, annoying voice floated above us. "Lucas may be dead, but I'm taking Daisy with me," Amaika cackled from above. When the smoke cleared, Daisy was gone. "Damn it!" Edsel's POV. Pacing through the woods with my heart racing, I felt like a bundle of nerves. I'd just finished the task Aurora had given me, and now all I can think about is Julian's safety. That argument a few days ago was weighing on me like a ton of bricks, and I can't help but think if I hadn't said those awful things, none of this would have happened. Julian is missing, and in the hands of witches, it could not be worse. Getting worried now, huh? I thought you didn't even like our mate. Shut it. It's your fault for not sensing it before. Now focus and sense properly. I'm the best bet for finding Julian, considering how well witches hide their tracks. Without a clue where they've kept Julian, I'm relying on the fated mate connection to guide me. Holding my breath, I try to calm my nerves and tune into the subtle energies around me. Damn it, I should have been the first to spot that the Julian imposter was off. But I was too caught up. Every time I saw her face, I lost control, totally missing that she lacked the mate feeling. So your heart races not just because of the fated mate things, but because you're actually falling for her? Don't ask pointless questions, just do your job. Bruno's nagging wasn't helping my search as I scour the forest and nearby towns. I've got something. As we reach a particular spot in the woods, Bruno suddenly shouts out, and I feel it too, the bond between Julian and me, faint but unmistakable. An invisible threat seems to appear in my senses, and I follow it deep into the forest. Minutes later, as the feeling got stronger, a secluded cabin came into view. The door creaked ominously as I pushed it open, my nose flaring, sniffing the air. Under the dim light, I see Julian tied up, lying on the cold wooden floor, battered and bruised. Julian? My breath hitches, and my head span as I quickly kneeled to check on her, my fingers deftly untangling the ropes. Julian began to slowly wake up in my arms, and when those captivating black eyes locked onto my face, she gasped, "Edsel, about freaking time you found me." She's loud and looks relieved, seemingly in good spirits despite her ordeal. That's a relief. It seems that she's not hurt too badly. I exhale a sigh of relief and ask gently, "Are you okay? Any injuries? Did they give you any weird potions?" Whoa, slow down, one question at a time. Julian rolled her eyes as she began to move, surprisingly lively for someone who's been tied up for days. I'm about to respond when she interrupts, leaning in close. "We need to get back. That damn witch and the old geezer are up to something. Lucas left early this morning. There's definitely a plot brewing." She's ready to bold when I grab her arm. "Don't worry, Aurora and the others are on it. They're prepared." Julian blinks, showing no sign of backing down. "Oh, and when I left Timberwolf Pack, I stumbled upon them having a fallout. Lucas seems keen on breaking free from the witches, and the witches find out. They had a huge fight, and today the witch guarding me just wandered off, so I finally had a chance to catch some sleep." As she chattered away, she dragged me back towards the forest path. I'm exasperated but glad she's still full of energy. As we walk, I share our discoveries and Aurora's plans, but Julian insists on joining the fight. "You need to heal," I said firmly, wanting nothing more than to hold her close and head back to Timberwolf Pack. But after our fight and everything that's happened, I'm unsure if she'd reject my touch. Struggling to gauge her mood, I decided to just go with it, so we headed to the Celestial Court, only to find a battle underway. Lucas stood at the center, radiating unbelievable power. Aurora instructed me to get Julian out of there, and without hesitation I hoisted her over my shoulder. "Put me down. I'm going to take that old bastard down." Julian's fighting spirit is clear as she wriggles on my back. This time I refuse to yield. I rush her back to the Timberwolf Pack. "Edsel, aren't you listening? Edsel, put me down, damn it." Clearly, Julian refused to stop cussing me out the whole way, but I'm not mad. If anything, I'm relieved she's so spirited. She must be okay. We reach the Pack's infirmary, and I have the doctor check her over. Julian's still annoyed when the doctor arrives. I stayed with her, silent, focusing on her wounds. Once she's bandaged up and we're alone, the room falls into an awkward silence. I cleared my throat and broke the ice. "Julian, I want to apologize." "Oh, if you really want to apologize, let me go beat that old asshole." She frowns, and I can't help but smile bitterly. That's the real Julian. No easy forgiveness here. "Sorry for what I said, for everything you went through." I looked into her eyes, sincere. "Ha," she scoffs. "It's not like we just slept together. You don't owe me anything. You never wanted to be my mate, right? I'll give you your freedom. But I interrupted, determined, no, I want to be. Edsel's POV. Staring at Julian's gorgeous face, I saw a flash of surprise. I repeated myself firmly. I mean it, Julian. I want to be your mate. I'd been dying to say this ever since the fight. She's got my heart all twisted up to the point where even my favorite hobby, brewing potions, can't hold my attention. Her smile, her sexy allure in bed, it's all I can think about. I'm sure as hell ready for my mate. But Julian doesn't look thrilled. Anger flashed across her face, and those dark eyes shot daggers. Her rage caught me off guard like a sudden blaze. What kind of joke is this? She sprung up like a jack-in-the-box and lunged at me. I was too stunned to dodge, letting her grip my shoulders tightly. We were chest to chest, breaths mingling, eyes locked in a battle. Julian's grip tightened, her fingers digging into my shoulders. Forgot what you said already? My heart sinks, feeling her hot breath on my face. Sorry, my bad. I don't want to hear it right now. She snapped, cutting me off and releasing my shoulders. I'm kinda lost about us right now. I didn't mean to. I started, but before I could finish, she slapped me. It wasn't hard, but it was enough for me to feel her anger. I'm sorry, Julian. I changed my tune, ditching the weak excuses, looking her dead in the eyes. She looked a bit calmer, maybe thinking about the past couple of days, and then she turned to me with an edge to her voice. You didn't have a blast with that fake bitch, did you? My heart skipped a beat. I shook my head frantically. Hell no. But, okay, I admit I didn't spot the faker. My bad. I don't want to keep secrets from her, but I forgot that honestly can sting. She charged at me again, fuming. You can't even tell your own mate apart? Feeling helpless, I remembered the day filled with anxiety, barely speaking, taking care of the fake Julian, scared of saying the wrong thing. What an idiot. She cursed, then scoffed. So, you're telling me you don't know me well enough to spot a counterfeit? I froze, but quickly grabbed her wrist before she pulled away. I could feel her pulse beneath my fingertips. No way. She faked being hurt, and I panicked, okay? That seemed to cool her down. The world went silent. We were so close that I could see the tiny hairs and freckles on her face and feel her warmth. Before she can speak, I decide to stop being tongue-tied. I regret it all, fighting with you, saying hurtful things, not seeing the fake Julian right away. I've got a lot of regrets, and I don't want to add any more. I blurted it all out and watched the anger in Julian's eyes fade into something more complex. The air between us shifts, and the room becomes so quiet that I can almost hear my own heartbeat. I took a deep breath and leaned in, kissing the corner of her mouth. It's a cautious kiss. Julian didn't pull away. She clenched the hand I was holding. I smirked, moving in for a real kiss. Julian stiffened, then melted into the tender embrace, her arms wrapping around my neck and my hands found her weights. We were pressed close together. Her softness was against my chest. The kiss deepened, tongues dueling, the room filled with heavy breathing and the smacking of lips. She relaxed, leaning into me. I was getting hot, and the wall behind me was ice cold. Julian smelt so damn good, and I'm on fire. When we pulled apart, she was panting, a twinkle of amusement in her eyes. That spiel wasn't too bad. I rested my forehead against hers, admiring her lashes up close. Thanks for the compliment. So, do I have your forgiveness? I asked tentatively, but she went back to her seat and began fiddling with a water glass. I'll have to think about it. After all, I've got pretty high standards for a mate, especially one who can't tell real from fake, she teased without a trace of anger or disgust. Scratching my head awkwardly, I asked, So what will it take for you to say yes? She burst out laughing, and as I'm beginning to wonder why, she said, Doesn't that sound familiar? Used to be me asking that. I remembered, feeling a bit sheepish. Julian walked over, wrapping her arms around my neck, pressing her body against mine and whispering hotly in my ear, You aren't agreeing just because sleeping with me was too good, right? I pause, breathing heavily, my hands resting naturally on her waist. As much as I love sleeping with you, it's more than that. I squint, leaning in to kiss her again, desire spreading fast. We tangled together, kissing passionately as we fell into a chair, my hands roaming her body. Just as the atmosphere hits a peak, the damn door burst open. Aurora's POV. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I squint, at the suggestive scene in front of me. Julian is wrapped in Edsel's arms, his shabby pajamas from running for days hanging loosely off of him, revealing half a shoulder. Edsel is nuzzled into Julian's neck like a beast who hasn't eaten in days. After apologizing for walking in on them, I couldn't help but tease. "This is the infirmary. Didn't expect to find you guys in the middle of something." Before I could finish, Edward burst out laughing. Edsel quickly straightened up and adjusted Julian's clothes. Julian, unfazed, greets us with a calm, "Welcome back. Oh, Aurora, why are you covered in blood?" I shrug, glancing at my healing wounds. "The infirmary is for healing, right? I had a tough time with Lucas." As I stepped further into the room, I filled them in on the recent showdown with Lucas, including his grim fate. "It must have been that witch's doing." Julian slams her hand on the table, grabbing mine. "Let me tell, I've been watching quite the drama these past few days." Julian updated us on the events she witnessed while being held by the enemy. Turns out, after using Amaika, Lucas wanted to ditch her and even teamed up with Daisy and others to break free from Amaika's grip, even plotting to bite back and take her life. Obviously, Amaika had a backup plan. She smelled the betrayal and scheme well before Lucas made his move. She always knew the kind of person Lucas was. They had a fierce argument, and Julian was tied up as a front-row spectator to the whole show. When those four started bickering, it was so annoying, especially that Daisy chick and her hubby, Julian complained after a sip of tea. I caught the keyword, Daisy's husband. Julian blinked and nodded. "Yeah, they mentioned him. Something like, Henry? Henry Cooper." The rest of us, except Julian, gasp. "How could I have forgotten that jerk? Henry's mum said he vanished. I should have known he'd run to Lucas. Looks like he's the mystery man from last time." I gripped my teacup tighter. Last time at the Wintermoon Pack Palace, if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have let Lucas slip away so easily, and we wouldn't be in this mess now. That scumbag is my nemesis, just like that wench Daisy. "Where is he now?" Edward stroked his chin while I turned to Julian. On the way back, Edward and I pondered our next move. Now that Lucas is gone and we've uncovered the truth about my parents, it feels like all the pieces are falling into place. There's just one thing left. The witch who's responsible for so many werewolf deaths and Edsel's curse. Amaika. Daisy was whisked away by her, and we were clueless about where to start looking. Now this might just be the clue we need. Julian tilts her head, thinking, "That guy? I think he bolted yesterday?" Daisy's POV. "I don't get it. Why did I team up with you idiots?" Amaika paces in front of me, arms crossed. I touch my belly, feeling the baby's presence and calming down, watching her with a cool gaze. She had just rescued me from the chaos, and we'd fled to this border town without a moment's rest. It was the first time I'd pushed my body this hard since getting pregnant. All I want is a good night's sleep, but this woman in front of me clearly isn't about to let that happen. Lucas is dead by his own stupidity, and now all that's left is your useless man. Amaika suddenly turned on me, cursing furiously. My expression darkened. On the run, I asked Amaika about Henry's whereabouts, only to learn he had already fled. The man I snatched from Aurora, the father of my unborn child, had turned into a deserter. According to Amaika, Lucas planned to dispose of her like all of the other witches. Luckily, she had sensed it coming and knew about the secret deal we'd made with Lucas, so she sabotaged the spell he used to replenish his power. Their argument terrified Henry. He felt backing either side would offend the other, so he stole some potions and ran off alone. He never really cared for me. I should have seen it long ago. I let out a self-deprecating laugh, hand on my swollen belly, out of options except to have this child. Amaika steps up and grips my chin, forcing me to look at her. "I'll let your part slide for now since I need your baby. But if you disobey again, I won't hesitate to look for another child." I purse my lips, facing the wicked woman, feeling a wave of sadness. That's right. The only reason Amaika saved me was for the child I carry. I believe in her enough to endure using the last of my witch's strength to bewilder Aurora and call for help. We have a secret pact unknown to others about my child. Amaika is one of the few remaining witches on the continent. The rest have been hunted to extinction by Lucas in the Dark Dawn. Amaika is undoubtedly the most powerful among these witches, but she has one regret. She can't bear children. Years ago, she realized this and to carry on the bloodline and power of her family and the witches, she spent years researching a method to cultivate her own child through another. She's been infusing witches' power into my baby since it was 3 months old. Once born, my child will be a powerful werewolf with strong witch powers. That's her goal. I understand. What's our next move? Now, with nothing to lose, my only chance at survival is to stick with her, to have a shot at revenge against Aurora for my suffering. Amaika's lips curl into a slight smile. We wait for your child to be born, to give them a big surprise. Aurora's POV. Are you guys really leaving? I stood at the pact's entrance watching Edsel and Julian load stuff into their car. Of course, I'm not part of the Timberwolf pack, Edsel said with a raised eyebrow. Glad to hear that, Edward chuckles next to me. After Julian's injury healed, the two of them went from 0 to 100 really quickly. Edsel, the idiot, seemed to have had an epiphany and started treating Julian like royalty. Now, they were heading back to their own packs to talk about getting engaged. Don't forget to send me an invite, I said with a smile, hugging Julian goodbye. Don't worry, I'll scream it from the rooftops and have the whole continent come to watch me become the Luna, Julian replied with her usual charming grin. I watched their car disappear into the distance. Then a warm embrace enveloped me from behind. Edward's deep, sexy voice whispered in my ear, Babe, ever fancy becoming a Luna? I placed my hands on his, which were wrapped around my waist, and leaned back into him. Aren't I already? It's not the same, he said, standing up and turning me around to look me in the eye. Back then, it was just a bond. Now I want to throw you the wedding of the century. I tiptoed up, draped my arms around his neck, and kissed him. Can't wait. We walked back to the villa hand in hand and spent the next few days finally relaxing. Amaika was still MIA, thankfully not causing any drama. After the whole Lucas fiasco, our pack alliance led by Timberwold was doing better than ever, with more packs joining in. Now, all I had to focus on, apart from picking out a killer wedding dress, was, I'm going over the wedding guest list. Love, I said, a bit exasperated at the man in front of me. That can wait. Edward scooped me up and plopped me onto the desk, thankfully clearing the paperwork to one side with his free hand. With no big dramas recently, his life has been all about handling the pack business, planning the wedding, and, well, sex. Pressed up against the cold desk with Edward's heat all over me, he lifted the hem of the dress he'd given me and started tracing his hands up my stomach. My body ignited, lying back and wrapping my legs around his waist naturally. In a hurry, are we? He teased, his hands sneaking into my bra. We stayed there, foreheads touching, the sunset streaming through the windows. Time itself stood still. 2 days later, it was our big day. Edward insisted on a do-over since our first ceremony wasn't grand enough. I walked into the continent's biggest church, seeing hundreds of guests seated below. Congratulations, my darling daughter. My parents had traveled from Swiftfoot Pack to join the celebration. I took the bouquet from my mum and hugged her tightly. The maids gave my dress one last tweak before I walked down the aisle, every eye on me and Edward, the charismatic man at the altar. Edward extended his hand with deep affection as I approached. The priest read our vows, and I smiled wide the entire time, lost in Edward's beautiful face. Do you take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband? The priest finally asked the last question. I smiled wider. I do. Bang! The church was completely silent. I followed the sound to see that the doors had been burst open. A woman in a purple dress and a hat stood there. I frowned. She lifted her head, revealing a familiar face. Amaika!